After eons of traversing through the void, Jiang Fan emerged victorious, endowed with a staggering 9 billion years of cultivation. His unparalleled strength, however, proved to be a burden. Gazing upon the boundless resources acquired from the system, he resolved to elevate his family into the mightiest clan. When the alien emperor invaded the Tianxuan Realm, leaving no one to resist, the Jiang family intervened, obliterating the alien emperor with a mere puppet. The world was astounded to discover the existence of such a formidable family, prompting many to kneel before the Jiang residents in reverence. Additionally, the narrative includes the tale of a Saintess from the Demonic Sect who willingly offered herself to the powerful and domineering Jiang Fan. Chapter 1. Idle for 10 trillion years. Oh my heavens, the Yi family has actually chosen a useless person as their patriarch. The new patriarch of the Yi family collapsed from a surge of blood during the ceremony and remains unconscious. The greatest joke in the history of Yunshao City. The night sky was as dark as ink. Yi Suifeng awoke from chaos, his mind clouded. Have I finally succeeded? With a faint breath, he sensed the vitality of the real world. In that moment, tears threatened to flow. Once, he was a vibrant young man, striving on Blue Star. Yet, one fateful day, he was bound to a being known as the Supreme Idol System, embarking on an unexpected journey through realms. Little did he know, during the traversal, certain unknown forces interfered, leaving him lost in the void, his consciousness fading. After an indeterminate time, he finally felt the refreshing air of reality. Another memory, a different life, surged within his soul. Gradually, he calmed down and understood his current predicament. His predecessor was the new patriarch of the Yi family in Yunshao City, albeit an unfortunate one. Due to his weak abilities, he faced ridicule from all sides. On the day of the ceremony, his rival presented him with a large box of blood chi pills as a gift. These pills were the most basic cultivation resources, suitable only for early-stage practitioners, a blatant mockery of Yi Suifeng. Unable to withstand the humiliation, his predecessor succumbed to a surge of blood and perished. Why must a useless person be made patriarch? Yi Suifeng pondered, perplexed. Upon reviewing his predecessor's memories, he discovered that the Yi family was rather unique compared to traditional families. This clan was extraordinarily united. They did not treat him differently due to his low cultivation and did not engage in the melodrama of servants defying their masters. Instead, they supported his ascension to the patriarchal position because he was the rightful heir. Alas, his predecessor's mental fortitude was woefully inadequate. This is intriguing. Yi Suifeng completed the chaotic recollection and opened his eyes. Before him stood an ancient and elegant abode. The soft bed exuded a fragrant aroma, reminiscent of medicinal herbs for recuperation. Nearby sat a young girl, deeply engrossed in her reading. Sensing movement, she turned, revealing a visage strikingly similar to Yi Suifeng's. "Father, you are awake." She was his only daughter, Yi Huang, age 14. Yi Suifeng chuckled inwardly, lamenting that he had never even married, yet found himself with such a grown daughter. Moreover, his wife had tragically passed away during childbirth. Am I destined to be alone? Yi Suifeng smiled, dismissing the thought he simply aimed to live a splendid life. Yet his smile nearly caused Yi Huang to drop her book in astonishment. "Father, you actually smiled." "What?" His predecessor had worn a grim expression since the loss of his wife, a smile having vanished from his lexicon. Yi Suifeng's side life held challenges for everyone, with some suffering far greater than others. To thrive, one must continue smiling. Ding. Today's idle task has been completed. Please collect your rewards. Suddenly, a melodious voice rang in Yi Suifeng's mind. The idle system is still operational? Yi Suifeng was taken aback. This system was something he acquired before his journey. Its functions were simple: idle mining, extracting resources daily from a supermine; idle cultivation, gaining a day's worth of cultivation daily. He had activated both functions during his traversal, only to encounter unforeseen circumstances that plunged him into chaos. Time lost all meaning in the void, and he could not ascertain how long he had been idling. Yi Suifeng opened the system panel to inspect his accumulated rewards. In an instant, he was overwhelmed. "Xiao Huang, please step outside for a moment." Yi Huang hesitated. "Father, what's wrong?" "Go." Yi Suifeng's tone turned stern. Though puzzled, she obediently exited the room. After ensuring his daughter was gone, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath, his demeanor transforming into one of solemnity. He then returned to the system interface. 1, 2, 3, 13 digits. My math isn't great. How much is this? After much effort, he calculated the totals. Low-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 100,000, currently possessing 356 trillion. Mid-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 10,000, currently possessing 36. 5 trillion. High-grade spirit stones. Daily extraction of 1,000, currently possessing trillions. Spirit crystals. Daily extraction of 100, currently possessing trillions. Celestial stones. Daily extraction of 10, currently possessing 36. 5 trillion. Celestial crystals. Daily extraction of 1, currently possessing 365 trillion. These were the fruits of his idle mining. They were not even whole numbers. Yi Suifeng rounded them down to avoid accusations of padding word count. Heavens! Such wealth, it cannot be contained. Yi Suifeng was elated, relieved from future financial worries. Next, he turned to the rewards from idle cultivation. This was straightforward. He had amassed a total of 10 trillion years of cultivation, awaiting retrieval. Yi Suifeng contemplated and silently intoned, "Extract 1 year of cultivation." Immediately, a torrent of immense power surged into his body, pure and untainted, crashing through his being. Originally at the 3rd layer of qi refinement, he soared through 5 layers, landing at the 8th layer. Only a single year of cultivation. With renewed vigor, Yi Suifeng continued to extract cultivation. His strength ascended as if he were aboard the Shenzhou 13 spacecraft, soaring through the heavens. Qi refinement, transformation, foundation establishment, golden body, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, union, tribulation. In mere moments, he reached the pinnacle of the tribulation stage. As he attempted to extract cultivation again, an overwhelming spiritual force sensed the gathering storm clouds, a terrifying energy of lightning coalescing. He was about to face tribulation. Under his roof was not a suitable place for such a trial. Yi Suifeng promptly halted the extraction process, dissipating the impending lightning strike. Interesting. He tried extracting cultivation once more, and the ominous clouds reformed overhead, faint thunder rumbling. Each time he interrupted, the lightning dissipated. Ah, how amusing. After toying with the lightning, Yi Suifeng checked his cultivation reserves, realizing he had consumed merely about 5,000 years. Not even a whole number. Contemplating, Yi Suifeng decided to remain at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage, which would suffice. After all, if memory served, the strongest individuals in Yinshao City were merely at the golden core stage. It was indeed an overwhelming advantage. After completing these tasks, Yi Suifeng chuckled softly. Let us warmly welcome the new head of the Yi family. It was already late into the night. In the midst of late autumn, the nights in Yinshao City had grown exceedingly cold. Yi Huang crouched outside the door, her face marked with profound melancholy. Her mother had died, giving birth to her, leaving only her father as her sole companion during her upbringing. Though she felt immense joy at her father being chosen as the next family head, little did she anticipate that it would become the final straw that burdened him. If time could turn back, she would surely persuade her father to relinquish the position of clan leader. The weight of this role was simply too great for him to bear. It's all my fault. If only I were a bit more capable, I could shoulder some of his worries. Yi Huang silently lamented. Suddenly, a creaking sound emerged from behind her as the door swung open, revealing the towering figure of Yi Suifeng. Father! Yi Huang quickly stood up. Why? Yi Suifeng, puzzled, asked, "Why are you still here? Why haven't you gone to bed?" "I was just a little concerned about your health," Yi Huang replied softly. Yet, upon observing Yi Suifeng, vibrant and full of vigor, she wondered how he could possibly be unwell. He seemed to be in far better condition than ever before. What had transpired? Ha! Yi Suifeng laughed heartily. "No need to worry, I am in excellent health, and feeling fantastic." Confronted with this sight of her father, Yi Huang was left astonished. Noticing her confusion, Yi Suifeng added, "This experience has allowed me to gain clarity on certain matters. Rest assured, such a situation will never occur again." With a smile, Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffled his daughter's hair. Yi Huang, still in a daze, nodded in agreement. "Now go to bed. If memory serves, you have alchemy classes tomorrow, don't delay. It was already late into the night. However, Yi Huang's expression darkened. Father, you may not know, but today, the family's alchemists, blacksmiths, and array masters have all departed. Yi Suifeng was taken aback, not expecting such an event to unfold. The Yi family was substantial, counting both direct and collateral branches. There were over 100 in the younger generation alone. They had invited numerous masters for various fields to serve as instructors. Yet, a mass exodus had occurred. It was evident that upon seeing Yi Suifeng ascend as the family head, they believed the Yi family had no future and chose to leave. Haha, some individuals always seem to perfectly miss the train of historical development. Father, what do you mean? Yi Suifeng chuckled. I mean, their departure is their own loss. Chapter 2. The Family Crisis the next day. In the family council chamber, Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a scroll on the wall. It was an ancient set of regulations. The 3 iron laws of the Yi family. Those who betray the family without cause, kill. Those who undermine family unity, kill. Those who intentionally oppress their kin, kill. These 3 laws served as the core principles that maintained the Yi family's unity and external cohesion. Such a family instilled in Yi Suifeng a sense of admiration. Suddenly, the chamber doors swung open. 4 imposing middle-aged men entered sequentially. Once Yi Suifeng turned to take his seat, they followed suit, settling into their respective places. They were the family's key figures, direct blood relatives of Yi Suifeng, his cousins. To his left were Yi Suiyun and Yi Siu, 2 representatives from his second uncle's family, primarily overseeing the family's internal and external affairs, including finances and resource allocation. To his right were Yi Suihu and Yi Suibao, 2 representatives from his third uncle's family, mainly responsible for the family's martial strength and the acquisition and protection of external resources. Yi Suifeng had a 4th uncle, but his son was still too young to assume a significant role in family matters. The second, third, and 4th uncles had retreated behind the scenes, honored as family elders, only emerging for exceptionally important decisions. Indeed, it was a large family. Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's meeting. Beside him, Yi Suiyun expressed concern. Elder brother, are you feeling well? Imperfectly fine, and I have gained some fortuitous insights. Yi Suifeng surveyed the group. Our family shall not fear anyone or any challenge. If you have any issues, feel free to voice them, and we shall address them collectively. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Yi Suifeng turned to ask, Suihu, I heard that several of our master instructors departed yesterday. Yi Suihu nodded, his voice gruff. Indeed, we have treated them well, yet they all fled. From now on, if I see them, I will strike. Beside him, Yi Suiyun sighed. This matter is instigated by the Li family, who lured our masters away with more generous compensation. The Li family was the Yi family's arch-nemesis. In Yinxiao City, there were 3 prominent families: the Yi family, the Li family, and the Tang family. The Tang family was the most powerful, often remaining aloof from worldly affairs. The conflicts between the Yi and Li families had escalated to the brink of enmity. This incident of poaching instructors was akin to kicking someone while they were down. What are your plans? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Suibao chimed in. Currently, we must find replacements for the masters swiftly, otherwise it will hinder the growth of the younger generation. A strong youth leads to a strong family. The development of the younger generation must not be delayed. It will be difficult. Yi Suiyu remarked. In light of elder brother's recent ascension, there has been much gossip in the city. I have attempted to reach out to some masters of similar rank, but they all maintain a wait-and-see attitude. Even if we were to increase our hiring prices, it would not make a difference. The council chamber fell silent once more. The group furrowed their brows deeply, realizing the complexity of the situation. If all else fails, we could lower the standard for the instructors, Yi Suiyun suggested. Someone would eventually come. This was a last resort. However, Yi Suifeng would not allow such an outcome. If I recall correctly, the 3 departing masters were all of the 5th rank. Yes? Alchemy masters were categorized into 9 ranks, from lowest to highest. A 5th rank master was considered among the elite in Yinxiao City. What was their hiring fee? Yi Suifeng inquired. They were all about the same, roughly 10,000 spirit stones per month, Yi Suiyun responded. Without clarification, he referred specifically to low-grade spirit stones. Yet, even 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was a considerable sum, sufficient to support regular cultivation and a comfortable lifestyle in Yanxiao City. Yi Suifeng glanced at his own purse. He had 20 digits worth of low-grade spirit stones. That should suffice. Have you had any contact with masters above the 5th rank? Yi Suifeng asked again. The others were taken aback. Elder brother, there are only a few 6th rank masters in Yanxiao City. They remain aloof and will not accept any employment. Moreover, even if they agreed, their exorbitant fees would be beyond our means, Yi Suiyun added. Yi Suifeng smiled and replied, as long as there is a price, it can be negotiated. Rest assured, I will present them with an offer they cannot refuse. A few individuals exchanged glances, yet ultimately resolved to place their trust in their patriarch. Is there anything else aside from this matter? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yes, responded Yi Suyu, who primarily oversaw the allocation of family resources, his expression revealing a hint of distress. Elder brother, regarding the cultivation resources for the younger generation of our clan, it is possible that yet another reduction is imminent. Yi Suifeng interjected, raising an eyebrow. What is the reason this time? Yi Suyu sighed. In recent years, the family's enterprises have been struggling, and the Li family has been persistently obstructing us. Our current financial status is insufficient to sustain internal expenditures. The Yi family possessed two main sources of income, a resource site outside the city and commercial establishments. In recent years, the yield from the resource site had diminished, further aggravated by repeated disruptions and destruction by the Li family, leading to a significant drop in profits. Relying solely on the income from the shops was grossly inadequate. What is the current allocation of resources for the younger generation? And what is the monthly expenditure? Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Suyu pondered briefly before replying. Let's take the qi refining stage as an example. Direct descendants receive 50 spirit stones, 10 qi refining pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills each month. Collateral descendants receive 30 spirit stones, 5 qi refining pills, and 5 bone strengthening pills monthly. When rewards are included, their total monthly expenditure exceeds 100,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the resources required for alchemy, artifact forging, formations, and talisman crafting are even greater. Additionally, there are cultivation techniques, spiritual artifacts, and training venues altogether. The total expenditure for nurturing the younger generation amounts to approximately 1 million spirit stones each month. A staggering figure indeed. This is the reality of a prominent family. Behind their formidable strength lies an accumulation of countless resources. However, for Yi Suifeng, financial concerns were the least of his worries. Very well, let us proceed as follows. The family head's voice commanded attention, and the others immediately focused intently. The younger generation represents the future of our clan. Only by fostering their robust growth can we further elevate our family. Thus, starting today, the fixed resources allocated to each individual will be doubled. Furthermore, we must invest in enhanced cultivation conditions, such as an abundant supply of medicinal materials for alchemy and materials for artifact forging. What do you think? Upon finishing his proclamation, Yi Suifeng left the others in a state of bewilderment. What had they just heard? They had prepared to curtail family expenditures, yet he had proposed to significantly increase their benefits. Was this a grave misstep? Elder brother, Yi Sui's expression nearly crumbled. He felt as though Yi Suifeng was jesting. If his standards were adhered to, the monthly expenditure would surge by at least 5 times. That would amount to 5 million spirit stones. Even at the height of the family's wealth, they had never spent such an amount. He wished to convey to his elder brother just how absurd this notion was. However, Yi Suifeng raised a hand, retrieving a storage bag from his robes and tossing it to Yi Suiyun beside him. Do not worry, I possess 1 million spirit stones for your use. Should you require more, simply ask. Yi Suifeng smiled. Yet Yi Suiyu, still wearing a pained expression, remarked, Elder brother, are you not hearing correctly? Even with 1 million spirit stones, it is insufficient. Before he could finish, a robust hand grasped his arm, trembling uncontrollably. It was Yi Suiyun beside him. His face reddened as he shakily presented the storage bag to Yi Suiyu and slowly opened it. Instantly, a radiant brilliance illuminated their faces. What lay within was not 1 million low-grade spirit stones, but rather 1 million high-grade spirit stones. Converted, that equated to 100 billion low-grade spirit stones. The two stood in stunned silence. Even as custodians of the family's finances, they had never encountered such a vast sum of spirit stones at once. I mentioned that I had encountered a fortuitous opportunity. Yi Suifeng stated nonchalantly, tapping the table. Remember this. From today onward, the Yi family shall fear no one. Chapter 3. He gave too much. As the meeting concluded, Yi Suiyun and his companions wandered out of the assembly hall in a daze. They had anticipated a reduction in family resources following this meeting, expecting to tighten their belts for the foreseeable future. However, to their astonishment, not only were the resources not diminished, they had been increased manifold. Yi Suiyun's generosity was indeed astonishing, exuding an air of extravagance. Was he perhaps too liberal in his allocations? Standing by the window, Yi Suiyun pondered this. 1 million high-grade spirit stones barely scratched the surface. Yet, upon further reflection, he decided to proceed cautiously. All things follow a process. Transitioning from frugality to opulence is no exception. Providing too much at once may not necessarily be advantageous. It would be wiser to allow them to acclimate to improved conditions before introducing further enhancements. Yi Suiyun examined the information sheet in his hand. The 3 individuals listed were among the few 6th-grade masters in Yunxiao City. Their formidable prowess rendered them aloof, often indifferent even to the 3 prominent families. Displaying an air of haughtiness, he hoped they would not prove ungrateful. Crumpling the information sheet, he discarded it. Today, he intended to pay them individual visits. After a brief respite, Yi Suiyun exited the Yi residence. The Yi family was situated in the heart of Yunxiao City, and just a short distance away lay the bustling commercial district. Yunxiao City was a grand metropolis, hosting nearly 1 million residents, with throngs of people bustling through its streets. Seated in a luxurious carriage, Yi Suiyun proceeded leisurely down the thoroughfare. If time permitted, he wished to indulge in the culinary delights this world had to offer. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before an opulent pavilion. Yi Suiyun alighted, eyeing the Danfeng Pavilion, which sounded rather like a brothel's name. Having resided in Yunxiao City for over a decade, he had always maintained a detached demeanor. Various factions sought to cultivate good relations with this 6th-grade alchemist, hoping to procure some exquisite elixirs from him. No one dared to offend him lightly. Upon entering, he found the first floor bustling with patrons purchasing ordinary elixirs. The atmosphere vibrant and crowded. He remained unfazed. A mere 6th-grade alchemist lacked the stature to display arrogance before him. However, this demeanor incited the ire of the pavilion's manager. Throughout his years at Danfeng Pavilion, he had observed that visitors, regardless of their stature, always approached the pavilion master with utmost deference. Even the head of the Tang family was courteous. What of the head of the Yi family? Such an attitude did not surprise Yi Suiyun. Prolonged tenure in high positions often engendered unwarranted arrogance. Suddenly, a vast consciousness enveloped the entire pavilion. And Yi Suiyun discerned an elderly man with flowing hair seated leisurely on the top floor, savoring translucent grapes. The manager's expression turned icy as he waved his hand, summoning a group of burly men at the golden body stage to encircle Yi Suiyun. Humph, Yi Suiyun, I have heard of your reputation. Without the title of family head, you are merely a worthless qi refining stage cultivator. Let me see what you can do. His tone was defiant and combative. Yi Suiyun smiled faintly. Then watch closely. With that, he extended his hand, seizing the manager by the collar. The burly men, witnessing this, swiftly attacked, aiming to subdue Yi Suiyun. Begone! Yi Suiyun's voice rang out, and an immense force erupted. The golden body cultivators felt as though they had been struck by a primordial beast, hurtling backward and crashing into a multitude of tables and chairs. The crowd in the hall erupted into chaos, their faces filled with alarm as they beheld Yi Suiyun's astonishing prowess. How audacious to cause such a disturbance in Danfeng Pavilion. The man was exceptionally powerful, easily overpowering even the golden body experts. I recall now, that is Yi Suiyun, the newly appointed head of the Yi family. People exchanged uncertain glances. The manager was equally bewildered. Was it not said that Yi Suiyun was a qi refining stage waste? How could he possess such formidable strength? Yet, Yi Suiyun remained unperturbed. Now, do you see clearly? Let us proceed. With that, he effortlessly lifted the manager and descended to the upper levels of the pavilion. Danfeng Pavilion boasted 5 stories, each offering different grades of elixirs. As Yi Suiyun climbed, he encountered various obstacles, but they were no match for him. The mere aura he exuded sent them reeling, blood spilling from their mouths. Soon, they reached the top floor. Yu Suiyun pushed open the door. Zhang Ziming sensed the intrusion. However, he was not merely a sixth-grade alchemist. He was a formidable cultivator at the late Golden Core stage. In Yushao City, he feared no one. Yu Suiyun discarded the manager and stepped inside. Your subordinates are excessively arrogant. I am merely here to educate them. Arrogant? Zhang Ziming retorted angrily. Do you think me easy to bully? With that, he brought his fingers together, pointing at Yu Suiyun. A sword hum resonated as a flying sword, gleaming with golden light, sliced through the air, imbued with violent energy, aiming to obliterate Yu Suiyun in one strike. Yet, he had chosen the wrong adversary. As the sword approached, Yu Suiyun merely flicked his finger. An invisible wave emanated from his fingertip, rippling outward. Everything in the room, save for the furniture by the window, was instantly reduced to dust, vanishing from sight. Zhang Ziming's eyes widened in disbelief. He was paralyzed with fear. The might of the man before him far exceeded his imagination. Senior, let us speak amicably. His voice trembled. The flying sword slowly descended, resting on the table. To Yu Suiyun, the golden core artifact could be obliterated with a mere thought, yet he refrained. There was no need for such actions. Zhang Ziming nodded vigorously. Please, Senior, I will do my utmost. He was genuinely terrified. Even his master, at the out-of-body stage, might not be capable of such feats. Zhang Ziming's heart raced. Yu Suiyun plucked a grape and popped it into his mouth. Chilled and fragrant. The fruit of the cultivation world was indeed extraordinary. It is of no great matter. My family currently seeks an alchemist to instruct the younger generation. And I would like to invite you to take on this role, Yu Suiyun stated. Zhang Ziming was taken aback, then broke into a cold sweat. He had assumed there was some grave issue at hand, but it turned out he was being invited as a guest elder of the Yi family. Was it necessary to create such a ruckus? When would you like me to start? Yu Suiyun wore a playful expression. So readily agreeable? Should we not discuss compensation first? Zhang Ziming chuckled awkwardly. Ah, Senior, you overstated. This is a great fortune bestowed upon me. How could I dare to speak of mere monetary matters? He secretly lamented. Having been soundly beaten upon entering, how could he dare to negotiate? Yu Suiyun waved dismissively. I am not a bandit. I do not engage in bullying the weak. This is a hiring arrangement as a guest elder of the Yi family. Name your price. Zhang Ziming, puzzled, scrutinized Yu Suiyun for a prolonged moment, attempting to gauge his intentions to see if he was luring him into a trap. Unfortunately, Yu Suiyun maintained his calm demeanor, revealing nothing. Senior, though I am weak, I am still a sixth-grade alchemist. Under normal circumstances, I would require a monthly remuneration of at least 500,000 spirit stones. However, in your presence, this price is negotiable. 500,000 spirit stones per month was not an insurmountable burden for the families of Yunshao City, but it was also not a trivial expense. Given their myriad financial obligations, Yi Suifeng nodded slightly and said, I shall provide you with 1 million spirit stones each month. However, you must devote yourself wholeheartedly to the education of the young disciples of the Yi family. Zhang Ziming was taken aback. He had anticipated that Yi Suifeng would negotiate a lower price, yet he was astonished to find that the remuneration had been doubled. How wealthy are you? He thought. Realizing this was no jest, Yi Suifeng placed a storage bag on the table and rose to his feet. This is the salary for 3 years. After 3 years, if you wish to depart from the Yi family, you are free to do so. I shall not hold you back. Remember, you must exert yourself diligently, otherwise. You understand. If there are no objections, report to the Yi family today and seek out Yi Suihu. With that, Yi Suifeng tossed a note and turned to leave. Upon learning that his master intended to visit the Yi family as a guest, Zhang Ziming was instantly astonished. Master, did you not refuse family invitations? He pondered in silence for a long while. The offer was indeed exceedingly generous. Chapter 4. All resolved with his presence. The Yi family is destined to flourish over the next 3 years. Moreover, he will become well acquainted with the dynamics of this continent. By that time, even if the 3 do not intend to stay, he will be able to find even more outstanding candidates, Master Craftsman Hu Chuang and Master Arrayist Dong Tianji. Yi Suifeng glanced at their respective locations and decided to first seek out Dong Tianji, who was closer in proximity. Dong Tianji's residence lay on the outskirts of Yunshao City. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Yi Suifeng arrived at the destination via carriage. This place was starkly different from the bustling Danfeng Pavilion. It resembled an ordinary dwelling, albeit on a larger scale. Yi Suifeng knocked on the door, and a ghostly voice echoed from within. I have come today to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family. My price is beyond your means. Begone. The tone was chillingly indifferent. What do you desire? We can negotiate, Yi Suifeng replied. Get lost. However, his politeness was met with blatant hostility. With a sigh, Yi Suifeng, unwilling to resort to force, found their arrogance intolerable. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Suddenly, the scene before him transformed. Behind the door lay a desolate expanse, steeped in malevolence. Sinister apparitions erupted from the blood-soaked soil, roaring as they charged at Yi Suifeng. It resembled a purgatory, terrifying in its essence. An array, was it? Yi Suifeng discerned this easily. It was a killing formation. Even a golden core cultivator would likely suffer dire consequences if they entered recklessly. Had the original Yi Suifeng been here, he would have sustained irreparable injuries within mere breaths. A flicker of anger ignited within Yi Suifeng. Since you treat me thus, do not blame me. He stepped forward, unleashing an arcane aura that caused the blood-red realm to quake violently. In an instant, the ground fissured, and the sky shattered like glass, revealing intricate cracks before it burst apart entirely. As the world shifted, Yi Suifeng re-emerged within the dwelling. Before him lay a broad passageway extending into the ruins. At the passage's end, a middle-aged man lay on the ground, an expression of disbelief etched upon his face, blood trickling from his mouth. Yi Suifeng approached Dong Tianxi. You. How is this possible? Dong Tianxi's expression was one of panic. The sheer power of Yi Suifeng rendered him utterly incapable of resistance. I prefer to discuss matters rationally. Yi Suifeng casually pulled a chair and sat before Dong Tianxi. Now, can we discuss your remuneration? If it could be settled with money. He had no desire to bully the weak. Everyone benefits. How delightful. Why must you put on airs before me? At this moment, Dong Tianxi's mind was in turmoil. How could Yi Suifeng be so formidable? Hadn't the Li family branded him a good-for-nothing? He wanted to curse. Have you ever seen a waste who can shatter his own purgatorial killing formation with a single kick, then breach multiple defensive arrays, injuring himself in the process? Damn the Li family for their falsehoods. Senior, I was quite disrespectful earlier, I hope. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, cutting him off. He had no intention of engaging in empty pleasantries with such a person. I stated that I am here to invite you as a guest elder of the Yi family. Let us discuss your compensation. Dong Tianxi's lips twitched. After a prolonged silence, he tentatively replied, Senior, my teaching methods are quite resource-intensive, requiring considerable materials, so I will need at least 500,000 spirit stones each month. Yi Suifeng wasted no time, tossing a storage bag onto the table. You need not worry about the materials. The family will provide everything. The 500,000 spirit stones encompass 3 years of salary. And I expect you to devote yourself wholeheartedly to training the Yi family's youth. Clean up and report to the Yi family today. Seek out Yi Suihu. After speaking, Yi Suifeng also left behind a note and turned to depart. He was unperturbed by the thought of Dong Tianxi fleeing. In Yushao City, no one could evade his watchful gaze, not even a master arrayist. That encounter felt surreal, akin to a dream. Alas, 500,000 spirit stones a month, without the burden of providing materials, is comparable to the remuneration from those large families. Moreover, the strength of the Yi family patriarch was utterly terrifying. Working under such a figure was hardly a degradation of one's status. He began to organize his belongings. By this time, Yi Suifeng had arrived at his final destination. After disembarking from the carriage, he exhaled. These so-called masters were exceedingly arrogant. He wondered if Hu Chuang shared the same demeanor. Upon entering, he found himself in a blacksmith's workshop. Numerous young apprentices, bare-chested, hammered away at the fiery coals, the air thick with the scent of coal and sweat. Yi Suifeng pondered. This craftsman seemed more akin to a blacksmith. Greetings, how may I assist you? A young man approached, dressed appropriately. Oh, I am Yi Suifeng, the head of the Yi family, seeking Hu Chuang, he replied. The young man clasped his hands together politely. Please wait a moment. I shall inform the master. Yi Suifeng nodded, relieved to encounter a more reasonable individual. After a brief interval, the young man returned. Yi family head, the master is in the back. Please follow me. Very well. Yi Suifeng followed the young man to the workshop's rear courtyard. There, 3 massive iron furnaces stood, with a few older youths diligently adding materials. Behind them, a modestly dressed middle-aged man observed, occasionally offering guidance. Indeed, this resembles a proper place for crafting. Master, the head of the Yi family has arrived. The young man announced to the elegantly attired middle-aged man. It appeared this was Hu Chuang. He inclined his head towards Yi Suifeng. This way, please. They entered a parlor where attendants served fragrant tea. You are Hu Chuang? Yi Suifeng inquired, noting the man's simplicity and lean physique, which belied his status as the only 6th-grade craftsman in Yushao City. Indeed, that is I. Hu Chuang's voice conveyed an air of refinement. You must be the newly appointed head of the Yi family, Yi Sui Feng. What brings you here today? Yi Sui Feng nodded. I wish to invite you to serve as a guest elder of the Yi family, to impart your knowledge of crafting to the younger generation. I hope you will consider it. Recognizing that Hu Chuang was a reasonable individual, Yi Sui Feng approached with courtesy. However, upon hearing Yi Sui Feng's proposal, Hu Chuang smiled wryly. I appreciate your kind offer, but I cannot abandon this motley crew of rascals. The rejection was unsurprising. Yi Sui Feng inquired, What do you mean? Hu Chuang gestured towards the group of young apprentices outside. You must have seen them upon your arrival. This workshop is bustling with a multitude of apprentices. Their livelihoods depend entirely on me. If I were to leave, they would be left to fend for themselves. What a plight, haha. Yi Sui Feng questioned. Why is that the case? Is their tuition insufficient to cover expenses? In this world, pursuing education was an exceedingly costly endeavor, especially for a 6th grade master like Hu Chuang. Becoming his disciple without ample financial resources was utterly impossible. Hu Chuang chuckled as he sipped his tea. These youngsters are all impoverished children I took under my wing during my travels. They possess determination and talent, yet lack the opportunity to grace this grand stage. Thus, I have bestowed upon them this chance. Yi Sui Feng suddenly comprehended the situation. It was no wonder that Hu Chuang would express such an attachment to them. Yi Sui Feng clasped his hands together and remarked, Your character commands my sincere admiration. Hu Chuang waved his hand dismissively, saying, It is of no consequence. In that case, I shall refrain from becoming your guest elder, he chuckled. Yi Sui Feng smiled and shook his head, replying, No, under such circumstances, I believe you ought to accompany me. Hu Chuang paused, taken aback. Why do you say that? Yi Sui Feng inquired, Pray tell, what are your monthly expenses for maintaining such a large group of young apprentices? Hu Chuang, caught off guard by Yi Sui Feng's persistence, pondered before responding. Including all the materials consumed in forging, this multitude requires at least 2 million spirit stones each month. Forging is indeed a costly endeavor. Yi Sui Feng extended 5 fingers. Should you become a guest elder of the Yi family, I can provide you with 5 million spirit stones monthly. Furthermore, if you wish, the entire blacksmith shop can be relocated to the Yi family, along with all the apprentices. Rest assured, they will remain under your guidance, and I will grant you complete autonomy. You need only to teach the young scions of the Yi family as well. Additionally, the Yi family will supply all forging materials. Simply let me know what you require. Yi Sui Feng laid out his terms. Hu Chuang stood stunned, momentarily doubting his hearing. 5 million spirit stones monthly, alongside all necessary forging materials? Surely, such expenditure could not be sustained, even by the wealthiest families in the South. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect was the complete autonomy granted to him. A generosity beyond description. Why would you do this? With such financial resources, you could easily hire a more proficient forger, Hu Chuang queried, skepticism etched upon his face. Yi Sui Feng replied with a smile, There are many forgers, but one of your caliber is exceedingly rare. I greatly admire your vision and shall support your endeavors. Hu Chuang fell silent. Upon his arrival in Yuyao City, the 3 prominent families had sought to invite him as a guest elder, but when they learned of his commitment to caring for so many impoverished apprentices, they all withdrew, prioritizing their family interests above all else. Yet Yi Sui Feng was the first to offer his unwavering support, presenting an extraordinary reward. Is this truly how you feel? Hu Chuang asked. Very well, he declared. I shall proceed as you suggest and relocate the blacksmith shop to the Yi family. However, rest assured, I will bear all expenses for those unruly youths. Furthermore, 5 million is excessive. I require only what is necessary for daily expenses. 50,000 will suffice. Not a penny more. Yi Sui Feng countered. You must cultivate as well, and I hope you will take in more talented impoverished youths. That is still too much. Then let it be 499,000. This, very well. Yi Sui Feng rose, stating, Money, when allocated to the right endeavors, can yield its greatest value. Please make your arrangements. It would be best to head to the Yi family today, and I will inform the family steward accordingly. With that, Yi Sui Feng produced a letter and, with a respectful bow, took his leave. Hu Chuang remained, his heart stirred, struggling to find tranquility. Chapter 5. The disordered leaves of Yi Sui Hu. So many spirit stones, how should I spend them? Yi Sui Hu sat in his study, staring blankly at a storage bag brimming with spirit stones. His elder brother had gifted him a total of 1 million high-grade spirit stones, and then Sui Yin, who managed the family finances, allocated 5,000 to him, equivalent to 50 million low-grade spirit stones, purportedly for this month's cultivation expenses. Good heavens. Previously he only had 1 million, and now it had suddenly increased 50-fold. He was at a loss for how to allocate it. Well, first the monthly allowances and cultivation resources for the clan's younger members. According to his elder brother, let's increase the spirit stones by a factor of 2, as well as the chi cultivation pills and blood vitality pills. Yet even this would not exhaust the funds. Then let's purchase mid-grade chi cultivation pills and mid-grade blood vitality pills, he mused. These little rascals are truly fortunate. As for other resources consumed in cultivation, his elder brother had mentioned unlimited supply. Let me see. The low-grade spiritual herbs had always been insufficient, so let's increase the purchase amount tenfold. That should suffice. As for materials for refining weapons, formations, and talismans, let's also increase those by 10 times. Our meals ought to be enhanced as well, incorporating higher-grade ingredients, as this would assist everyone in their cultivation. After calculating for a long while, Yisuehu had spent a total of 20 million spirit stones. But there were still 30 million left. What to do? For the first time, he found himself troubled by having too much money to spend. Then let us procure high-grade cultivation resources. Yisuehu steeled himself, and his brush danced once more. Cleansing pills, body-refining liquids, yellow-grade techniques, yellow-grade spiritual artifacts, chi refinement pills. He wrote for quite a while, his mind growing dizzy, until he finally expended the remaining 30 million spirit stones. Yisuehu slumped back in his chair, letting out a long sigh. At last, he had completed the budget for this month's expenditures. Gazing at the lengthy list of purchases, Yisuehu felt somewhat dazed. With such financial input, how could the Yi family not prosper? What Li family? What Tang family? They would inevitably be supplanted by the Yi family. Just as he was deep in thought, a sudden knock resounded at the study door. Come in. A middle-aged man dressed in butler attire entered. Master Wu, is there something you need? Yisuehu inquired. Third master, someone wishes to see you, Butler Wu replied. Yisuehu, being the third in line among his direct siblings, was respectfully referred to as the third master within the clan. Who is it? He asked. Zhang Ziming, Butler Wu responded. Yisuehu nearly toppled from his chair. At the Yi family's entrance, Zhang Ziming was loitering with 2 disciples. After receiving the money, he did not dare to delay, quickly packing his belongings. Leaving Danfeng Pavilion to his eldest disciple and arriving at the Yi family with his 2 favorite disciples to report in, he moved swiftly, fearful of displeasing Yisuehu. Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded from behind. Turning, Zhang Ziming was astonished to see Dong Tianji, a 6th-grade formation master from Yunshao City. The 2 were of equal standing and thus well acquainted. What brings you here? They both questioned simultaneously. Zhang Ziming, eyes glinting with cunning, replied. I was invited by the head of the Yi family for a visit. And you? Dong Tianji snorted. Don't play coy. You are also here to be a guest instructor for the Yi family, aren't you? Understanding each other's circumstances at a glance, Zhang Ziming noticed Dong Tianji's blood vitality surging. Evidently having suffered internal injuries recently, knowing Dong Tianji's temperament, he surmised that he must have spoken disrespectfully before Yisuehu and incurred punishment. At this thought, he felt a sense of relief that Yisuehu had spared him. With a darkened expression, Dong Tianji coldly retorted, that was merely you senior assessing my formation skills. He even offered me a few pointers that you would not envy. Both harbored their own thoughts, silently at odds. At that moment, Yisuehu emerged from within the door. Yisuehu clasped his fist repeatedly, and upon noticing Dong Tianji beside him, he momentarily froze before hastily exclaiming, Master Dong, I did not expect you to be here as well. He felt somewhat weak in the knees. 2 masters had come together. Were they both summoned by his elder brother? Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. Zhang Ziming smiled, saying, no need for such formality. I am here to follow the instructions of the head of the Yi family. Indeed. Dong Tianji concurred. To enter the Yi family as a guest instructor is a blessing I have accrued over several lifetimes, thanks to the esteemed Yi family head. What has gotten into you 2 suddenly so courteous? Yisuehu wondered. That was a token left by Yisuehu's elder brother. Both men, self-aware, had not opened it. Yisuehu reached out his soul to read the contents. Suehu, this is the instructor I have procured. The remuneration has been settled for a 3-year term, so arrange accordingly. They are merely hired hands. Do not be overly courteous. Yisuehu was taken aback, looking up at the imposing figures of the 2 masters, wondering how the term hired hands could apply to them. He was unsure why his elder brother would describe them in such a manner. Masters, I will promptly arrange accommodations for you, as well as the information regarding the young disciples of the family and the teaching schedule, which I will expedite to you. Yi Suihu assured respectfully, not truly viewing them as mere hired hands. Indeed, I have my own unique insights on teaching that surely surpass those of certain individuals. Dong Tianji added, what do you mean by that? Just wait and see. Seeing the two masters suddenly at odds, Yi Suihu scratched his head in confusion. How had the world suddenly become so incomprehensible? After a considerable amount of time, Yi Suihu finally arranged suitable accommodations for the two masters. With the alchemist and formation master settled, he pondered whether his elder brother had made arrangements for the weapon refiner. Just then, Butler Wu hurried back in. Third master. A large crowd has arrived outside, claiming to come in accordance with the head's agreement. Who is it? Hu Chuang. Yi Suihu had barely settled into his chair when he sprang up again. Another 6th grade master. Moreover, Hu Chuang's reputation in Yunshao City was incomparable to that of the previous two. He rushed to the front door and was immediately taken aback. Indeed, there was a massive crowd, at least over 100. Did you bring an entire blacksmith shop with you? Greetings, Third Master Yi. Hu Chuang bowed respectfully. Too kind, too kind. Yi Suihu quickly returned the gesture and invited everyone inside. In the parlor, Hu Chuang produced a letter. Suihu, this is the master instructor I have invited for weapon refinement. The remuneration for 3 years has already been paid. You are to provide them with a dedicated space to serve as a new blacksmith shop. And no one is to interfere with its normal operations. Remember, Hu Chuang's demands must be met promptly. This letter was worlds apart from those of the previous two masters. It was evident that his elder brother held the 6th grade weapon refiner in high regard. Master Hu, I will arrange your lodging next, and then provide you with the teaching plan. If you have any other requests, please do not hesitate to voice them, Yi Suihu said respectfully. Hu Chuang smiled. Third Master Yi, you are too courteous. I have no other requests, just let those little rascals be together. Thank you for your trouble. Not at all, not at all. It is my duty, Yi Suihu assured him. Then please follow me. Before long, Hu Chuang and his apprentices were properly settled. Resources and facilities for cultivation were also being prepared with great urgency. The void left by the departure of the 3 masters from the Yi family had been entirely filled. Chapter 6. I wanted all he wandered through the bustling streets of Cloud City, savoring the local customs and flavors of this world. Naturally, indulging in the culinary delights was imperative. From tofu dragonfish to bamboo phoenix floss, and the northern banquet, whether at roadside stalls or the city's premier tavern. Yi Suifeng feasted wherever he went. His astonishing appetite left even the carriage drivers wide-eyed in astonishment. After some time, Yi Suifeng arrived before a grand pavilion known as the Wanbao Pavilion. True to its name, it was a place that sold various treasures. Rumor had it that this establishment was part of an immense force, with branches scattered across the continent, boasting remarkable strength and an astonishing scale. He decided to acquire some martial arts techniques to investigate the cultivation system of this world. Although Yi Suifeng had reached the pinnacle of tribulation crossing and possessed a formidable soul power, he still lacked a systematic understanding of specific techniques. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue. With his immeasurable divine sense, he could swiftly comprehend the operational principles of any technique. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng entered the Wanbao Pavilion. He explored the first floor, discovering an abundance of items, martial arts, spiritual tools, elixirs, talismans, spiritual herbs, and materials for cultivation, all of which were present in great variety. However, most were of the yellow grade or lower, the lowest tier among the 4 grades, heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. Naturally, Yi Suifeng regarded them with disdain. He approached the counter and found the person in charge of the first floor, then opened a storage bag before him. Tell your pavilion master that there's a significant business opportunity here, Yi Suifeng stated succinctly. The attendant's eyes widened as he beheld the overflowing spiritual stones. By my word, this must be over 1 million high-grade spiritual stones. Indeed, a grand business. He did not dare delay, promptly inviting Yi Suifeng into a private room, offering fine water and tea, and hastily departing to find the pavilion master. After a while, a stunning woman entered. She appeared youthful and voluptuous, her every smile and frown captivating those around her. My apologies for not welcoming the esteemed head of the Yi family properly, she said in a melodious voice that evoked fondness. You are the master of Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Suifeng inquired. The woman sat opposite him, smiling. Indeed, I am Gu Wanqing, the head of Wanbao Pavilion in Cloud City. Head Gu, Yi Suifeng clasped his fist in greeting. You are indeed a straightforward person, Gu Wanqing remarked, her cheeks flushed. From her robes, she produced a jade slip and placed it on the table. You likely have no interest in yellow-grade treasures. Here is a list of our Xiangrade treasures. See if anything catches your eye. Xiangrade treasures, even the lowest quality spiritual herbs, were valued at over 10,000 spiritual stones. Guanxin clearly perceived Yu Suifeng as a wealthy patron. She was correct. He indeed possessed substantial wealth. Yu Suifeng picked up the jade slip, extending a trace of his soul. Instantly, a plethora of treasure names and descriptions unfolded before his eyes. Similar to the first floor of Wanbao Pavilion, there was a diverse assortment of items, truly befitting the name of the establishment. Yu Suifeng focused on the martial arts techniques, combat skills, and cultivation manuals. Sword techniques, fist techniques, staff techniques, body techniques, spell techniques, body refinement techniques, alchemy, forging, array formations, everything one could expect was present, save for a few specialized paths, perfectly suited for Yu Suifeng to comprehend this world. However, upon reviewing the selections, he discovered that only Xiangrade low and mid-tier techniques were available. Are there no higher-grade techniques? Yu Suifeng inquired. Guanxin was taken aback. Mid-tier Xiangrade was already considered high-end in Cloud City. Master Yi, treasures above Xiangrade are exceedingly rare. I do not intend to offend, but their value is immense. Money is not a concern. Yu Suifeng waved his hand. Bring forth any high-grade items you have. Guanxin's expression turned peculiar. Was it not said that the Yi family was facing difficulties? How could this new master be so extravagant? Nevertheless, recognizing the business opportunity, she would not turn him away. Once more, she retrieved a glowing jade slip from her robes and placed it before Yu Suifeng. These are our Xiangrade top-tier treasures. Please see if anything interests you, Guanxin stated. Yu Suifeng nodded, extending his spiritual awareness again. The list was evidently much shorter. After all, Xiangrade top-tier items were not common fare. He quickly perused the contents, which were indeed remarkable. Among them was a top-tier Xiangrade spirit sword, exquisitely crafted and tremendously powerful, perfectly suited for his daughter, Yi Huang. Is there nothing higher? Yu Suifeng set down the jade slip. You seek even higher treasures? What more could satisfy you? Beyond this lies earth-grade treasures, the hallmark of Wanbao Pavilion. Guanxin found herself questioning whether this Yu family master was merely jesting. Yet, observing his composed demeanor, he did not strike her as one prone to frivolity. Guanxin shook her head internally. No one dared to offend Wanbao Pavilion easily, so showing him was not a problem. Subsequently, she produced a golden jade slip and handed it to Yu Suifeng. Master Yi, this is our pavilion's treasured item. If you find this unsatisfactory, I am at a loss for words. Guanxin said deliberately. Oh, very well. Is Earth grade the highest available? Yu Suifeng's expression bore a hint of disappointment. Guanxin felt increasingly perplexed. Utilizing her keen perception, she noted his discontent. You are not even satisfied with Earth grade? My heavens! What kind of wealthy patron have I encountered? At this moment, Yu Suifeng had already probed into the jade slip. Treasures of the pavilion's hallmark would naturally be limited. Within, there were only 5 items, 2 martial arts techniques, 2 spiritual tools, and a blue stone. Kanglan technique, Earth grade low tier technique. God-slaying 9 swords, Earth grade mid-tier combat skill. An Earth grade low tier jade talisman, capable of generating a robust defensive barrier. An Earth grade mid-tier alchemy furnace, which naturally produces alchemical flames, enhancing the endurance of the alchemist. The highest tier item was that stone, calming stone, Earth grade top-tier treasure, soothing the soul, enhancing cultivation efficiency, and aiding in comprehending techniques. Yu Suifeng nodded inwardly. These were indeed fine items. Are there truly no higher-grade treasures? He inquired. Guanxin, sweating slightly, replied, There are none. Our branch is relatively small. And these 5 items are our hallmark treasures. Very well. Yu Suifeng ceased his insistence and asked, Now, let us discuss the pricing. Guanxin's eyes lit up. At last, they were broaching the topic of price. It seemed this Yu family master was indeed not here to cause disruption. Which item have you set your sights on? Guanxin inquired. Yu Suifeng waved his hand. List them all. As you wish. Guanxin considered and stated. You know that high-grade Earth-tier treasures are rare even in Sioux City. The Kanglan technique requires 2 billion spiritual stones. The God-slaying 9 swords, 100 billion. The Hongfu jade pendant, 10 billion. The Qinggu alchemy furnace, 50 billion. As for the calming stone, it requires 500 billion spiritual stones. The prices were staggering. In the past, the expenditures of the Yi family, covering the daily needs of the clan, cultivation resources, shop investments, and maintenance of resource lands, amounted to around 10 billion spiritual stones annually. Their yearly income was approximately the same. Even the most affordable Hongfu jade pendant is beyond my means. Within the entirety of Yinxiao City, it seems that only the formidable Tang family possesses the resources to acquire a prized exhibit from the Wanbao Pavilion. However, should the Tang family indeed make a purchase, their members would likely have to tighten their belts for several years. Which one would you like to buy? Gu Wanxin's face radiated anticipation. These 5 treasured artifacts had remained untouched since her arrival. If she could sell even one, the commission would yield a substantial income. More importantly, it would earn her considerable prestige with the city lord's pavilion. Yu Suifeng stroked his chin and declared, "Bring them all to me. I desire every single one." Gu Wanxin was momentarily taken aback, questioning her own hearing. In her estimation, Yu Suifeng would most likely opt for the Kanglin Gong, as it was comparatively affordable and significantly beneficial to his clan. To her astonishment, he wanted them all. Is this truly happening? Gu Wanxin felt compelled to verify. Yu Suifeng chuckled and replied, "Indeed, it is true, but you must provide me with several larger storage bags. Otherwise, I cannot accommodate so many spirit stones." This time, Yu Suifeng intended to spend some of the lower-grade spirit stones, as leaving them piled up was rather cumbersome and unsightly. Gu Wanxin, feeling dizzy with excitement, realized that they had progressed to this point. She no longer feared that Yu Suifeng was merely jesting. Moments later, she returned with an array of storage bags and handed him a beautiful ring. The 5 treasured artifacts were contained within this storage ring. Rest assured, this ring is a gift for you, and from this moment onward, you are our most esteemed guest at the Wanbao Pavilion in Yinxiao City. Gu Wanxin expressed with deep respect. To her, Yu Suifeng was not only a benefactor but also a guiding light toward her aspirations for greater heights. Very well. Yu Suifeng accepted the ring, inspecting its contents to confirm that the 5 artifacts were indeed present, free of any discrepancies. He then took the storage bags and began to fill them with spirit stones. The storage bags Gu Wanxin provided were quite spacious, each capable of holding 50 billion spirit stones. Upon completion, Yu Suifeng furrowed his brow. It still wasn't sufficient. Huh? Gu Wanxin appeared puzzled. Have you miscalculated? There are a total of 14 storage bags, which can hold 700 billion spirit stones. Those artifacts total 680 billion. Yu Suifeng wore a warm smile. No, you are mistaken. When I said I wanted them all, I was not referring solely to the prized artifacts. I also desire the 2 jade slips that list the mysterious grade treasures. Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in astonishment. This. Chapter 7. The thoughts of Yi Huang in Yinxiao City. None were aware of the sudden impoverishment of Wanbao Pavilion, which was now left with nothing but its currency. All treasures of the Xian level and above had been swiftly cleared out, transformed into 10 storage rings adorning Yi Suifeng's fingers. However, Yi Suifeng graciously declined the offer, for no one could wrest anything from his grasp. As twilight approached, Yi Suifeng first paid a visit to Sui Yun, depositing 9 storage rings and instructing him to allocate them wisely, leaving him alone in the study, buffeted by the wind. Just as he was about to enter, a series of thuds echoed from within. Upon entering, he discovered his daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practicing her punches. Her hands were wrapped in layers of cloth, and before her lay a black force measuring stone, known for its remarkable resilience. Even after sustaining a dent, it would quickly revert to its original form, making it ideal for training. Yi Huang struck the stone repeatedly, her demeanor fiercely focused. Sweat dampened her bangs, twisting them into strands that clung to her face. What an industrious young lady she was. Yi Suifeng felt a swell of pride within him. He recalled how, from a young age, his daughter had been remarkably sensible, relieving him of worries and even sharing in his burdens. Truly, a child from a humble background often grows wise beyond her years. Xiao Huang, Yu Suifeng called gently. Have you eaten dinner? I already have, she replied, shaking her head. Just a moment more. I need to complete 200 more punches to reach 1,000. It's my post-dinner routine. Such a stubborn girl, Yu Suifeng thought, yet he did not press her, standing by and watching as she pursued her goal with unwavering determination. Each punch was delivered with all her might, striking the force-measuring stone, evidently striving to surpass her own limits. However, Yi Suifeng perceived that her technique needed refinement. A slight adjustment could yield far superior results. He resolved to provide her with guidance in due time. After completing her 1,000 punches, Yi Huang exhaled deeply and flashed a smile at her father. Come in. The two entered the room. Once seated, Yi Suifeng intended to discuss Yi Huang's training, but suddenly realized he did not even know her current level of cultivation. How could he be such a neglectful father? Xiao Huang, what stage of cultivation have you reached? He inquired. Yi Huang looked taken aback, In all the years, her father had never before asked about her cultivation. What had prompted this change? Just a few days ago, I broke through to the 7th level of Qi refinement, she said, somewhat bashfully. The Qi refinement stage consists of 12 levels. And at 14 years of age, Yi Huang's achievement of the 7th level was merely passing in Yuxiao City. Yet, in the Yi family, it was hardly remarkable. If memory served him right, several youths of her age within the family had surpassed the Qi refinement stage and reached the transformation phase. Compared to them, Yi Huang's strength appeared rather feeble, especially considering her status as the daughter of the clan leader. The pressure on her must be immense. Do not be disheartened. From today onwards, I shall personally guide your cultivation, and you will soon catch up, Yi Suifeng reassured her. Thank you, father. Yi Huang's face lit up with joy. Though she had little expectation of guidance, the fact that her father finally took an interest in her warmed her heart profoundly. Very well. I brought back some gifts for you from my outing today. Now, tell me, what do you like, or what is your greatest wish? Yi Suifeng asked. Yi Huang paused, pondering. A wish? My wish is to train diligently and become a strong warrior, so that I can. As she spoke, her voice trailed off, her gaze dropping. The desire to alleviate her father's burdens had long been tucked away in her heart, not easily articulated. So that you can what? Yi Suifeng pressed gently. So that I can participate in the upcoming Yuxiao City battle, Yi Huang confessed, offering a small lie. The Yuxiao City battle? This event arose from the inevitable clashes among the three great families, aimed at avoiding large-scale bloodshed. Thus, the battle was conceived, held every 2 years, where each family would send 5 young members under the age of 18 to compete. The victors would claim the shops and resource territories of the defeated. The Yi family had suffered losses in recent battles, depleting their assets, which led to their current financial strain. The next battle was merely 6 months away. Yi Suifeng was surprised to learn of his daughter's aspirations to shine and contribute to the family. What a good child she was. He nodded, acknowledging that cultivation was a necessary path. Even if she did not express it, he would aid her in advancing her training. Aside from cultivation, do you have any other interests? Yi Huang thought for a moment before replying. Other than cultivation, I enjoy alchemy. Why do you like alchemy? Yi Suifeng inquired curiously. Because if I succeed in alchemy, it is one of the most lucrative skills, Yi Huang replied with a sheepish smile. Yi Suifeng realized then that his daughter had grown wary of poverty. Before assuming the role of clan leader, while he enjoyed a modest allowance from the family, it was hardly substantial due to his lack of contributions, barely sustaining their daily lives. It was no wonder his daughter was so concerned about money. Very well. Father supports you, Yi Suifeng declared. It was a rare thing for young people to have dreams, and he would wholeheartedly encourage her. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a newly acquired earth-level alchemy furnace from his storage ring. This is better than your current furnace. Take it. Father, you are so kind. Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the furnace, unaware that it was a prized possession of Wanbao Pavilion. Nonetheless, anything given by her father filled her with happiness. By the way, our family has recently acquired an alchemy instructor, but you need not attend classes. Starting today, I will personally guide your alchemical studies, Yi Suifeng stated. Oh. All right. Yi Huang blinked in surprise. When had her father learned alchemy? Yi Suifeng pondered for a moment before asking, do you like swords? Yes, quite a bit. But our family excels in fist techniques, so I chose to practice boxing, Yi Huang responded. Now you have a sword technique, Yi Suifeng said, producing a top-grade Xian-level longsword from his storage ring and handing it to Yi Huang. Since you like it, you should start practicing with the sword. The elegant blade emitted a faint purple glow, and Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with delight. It's so beautiful. I wonder what grade it is. I will provide the techniques tomorrow. Oh, and there's this. Yi Suifeng then presented a calming stone of high-quality earth level, a coveted item among all cultivators, greatly aiding in their training. Yi Huang accepted the stone, still unaware of its true significance. In cultivation, it is essential to balance effort and rest. One cannot simply practice relentlessly to achieve success, Yi Suifeng advised. Yi Huang nodded, her heart racing with excitement as she prepared to leave. Yi Suifeng sighed, knowing his daughter would likely train late into the night. Yet, it was no great matter. Yu thought to strive diligently. After completing his evening routine, Yi Suifeng lay in bed, reviewing the 2 earth-level cultivation manuals he had purchased that day. These 2 martial arts manuals, if either were to be presented, would undoubtedly create an uproar in the city of Yanxiao, such as their elevated rank. Yet, Yi Suifeng remains unsatisfied. He intends to refine them further. There are evident issues here. The flow of spiritual energy should be directed this way. The pathways are also incorrect. Let us substitute them with two superior alternatives. After countless millennia of cultivation, Yi Suifeng's spirit has grown immeasurably potent, capable of discerning the very essence of these techniques. For manuals of this earthly caliber, it is effortless for him to identify their flaws and enhance them accordingly. Naturally, he cannot afford to be negligent in his daughter's training. It wasn't until the latter part of the night that Yi Suifeng completed the revisions on both manuals. Now, Kang Gong has ascended from a low-grade earthly technique to a top-tier earthly one. Meanwhile, Shi Shinjiao Jian has risen to a mid-tier heavenly level, allowing its adept to slay genuine deities upon mastery. Very well, let us proceed with this for now. Little Huang shall have to endure using these two manuals as a transitional phase. In due time, he will delve into the study of celestial arts or Taoist techniques to provide her with more refined teachings. Chapter 8. Family Tremors. Today marks the day when the descendants of the Yi family receive their monthly allowances. Groups of young men and women, some in pairs and others alone, make their way to the family's administrative hall. A tall young man, donned in white attire and bearing a magnificent golden spear, strides along the path. Long Gu, wait for me. Suddenly, a bright voice calls out from behind. The young man turns to see a boy and a girl of similar height, dressed in blue garments, rushing towards him. Yi Qian, Yi Long greets them. The girl, beaming with joy, approaches Yi Long and asks, "When did you emerge from seclusion?" 3 days ago, Yi Long replies with a nod, and they continue walking together. How was your experience in seclusion? Yi Qian inquires. Not too bad, Yi Long responds. The girl's eyes instantly sparkle with excitement. Brother, you are simply amazing. We must teach those annoying fellows from the Li family a lesson in the Battle of Cloud City in 6 months, she exclaims, shaking her small fist in indignation. Yi Long bites his lip. Among the younger generation of the Yi family, he stands as one of the strongest. If all goes as planned, he will surely secure a spot in the upcoming battle. Yet, he harbors doubts about overcoming the Li family. According to reliable sources, the Li family's eldest son, Li Qi, has already broken through to the 5th level of Qi transformation, and his mastery of hidden weapons is nothing short of extraordinary. Should he face him now, defeat seems inevitable. Yi Long clenches his fists. Rest assured, I will strive hard. I believe in you. Yi Qian cheers him on. You too must also put in the effort. The Yi family cannot afford to decline in our generation, Yi Long states earnestly. The other two nod in agreement. Long Gu, I heard from father a few days ago that our allowance is going to be reduced again, Yi Qian suddenly mentions. The three of them are all children of Yi Suiyun, with Yi Long being the eldest at 15, while the twins Yi Qian and Yi Qian are 14. Slightly younger than Yi Huang. As Yi Suiyun manages the family's resources, they are privy to certain information. I am aware, Yi Long sighs softly. The family is currently facing difficulties, so we must train diligently and unite to help the family overcome this challenge. Yi Qian pouts and says, though that may be true, with the allowance reduced, it will be even harder for us to train. And with uncle now as the head of the family, I fear we may have a tough time ahead. As she speaks, Yi Long suddenly halts. Smack! A sharp slap lands hard on Yi Qian's face, leaving a red mark almost instantly. Who gave you the audacity to speak ill of the head behind his back? Yi Long's face darkens as he glares at Yi Qian, then turns his gaze sternly to Yi Qian. Yi Qian trembles in fear, quickly saying, Brother, we were wrong. You know how straightforward my sister can be. Straightforward? Such candor will only lead to trouble. Yi Long scoffs coldly. Regardless of how uncle is, he is our head now, the supreme authority of the Yi family. To speak against him is to challenge the entire family's authority. Have you both forgotten the 3 iron rules of our family? The reprimanded siblings lower their heads, silenced by his words. In this household, parents hold the utmost authority, followed by the eldest brother. Brother, I was wrong. Yi Qian murmurs, covering her face. Yi Long shoots her a glance and then turns to Yi Qian, saying, When I am not around, you must keep her in check and prevent her from acting recklessly. Yi Qian nods eagerly in agreement. After receiving a stern lecture, their conversation dwindles considerably. Moments later, the trio arrives at the administrative hall. Esteemed young masters, here are your allowances and training resources for this month. Take them and train diligently. The hall steward smiles warmly. The three feel puzzled. Didn't they hear that the allowances were to be reduced? Why does the steward appear so cheerful? However, they dismiss their doubts, taking the storage bags and turning to leave. Do you all have classes today? Yi Long inquires. Yes, Yi Qian responds. The previous 3 instructors have left, and I heard the head recruited 3 new ones yesterday. This indicates the head's capability. Yilong states, so let go of any unnecessary thoughts. Diligent training is the path forward. As they walk, they suddenly notice Yi Qian standing still, motionless. What's wrong? Yilong asks. Yi Qian lifts her head. Confusion etched across her face. She holds her storage bag, which is now open. I think my allowance was given incorrectly. Yilong furrows his brow. Didn't they say the allowance would be reduced this month? What is so strange about that? No, it's not that. Yi Qian opens her storage bag wider. My allowance has decreased. In fact, it seems to have increased significantly. What? Yilong and Yi Qian rush forward. Peering into their sister's storage bag, their eyes widening in disbelief. As direct descendants, they typically receive 50 spirit stones, 10 chi training pills, and 10 bone strengthening pills each month for their daily training. However, the quantities in their sister's storage bag are clearly abnormal. After counting carefully, they discover 100 spirit stones, and both the chi training pills and bone strengthening pills have doubled. Furthermore, there are 2 additional items: a bottle of red elixir labeled body refining pill and a round porcelain pill marked as marrow cleansing pill. Both of these, particularly the marrow cleansing pill, are high-quality elixirs. How could they have ended up in their sister's possession? It must be a mistake, Yi Qian remarks. Such an abundance of resources does not seem like it was meant for us. Let us check our own, Yilong suddenly suggests. They each open their own storage bags and are stunned into silence. Identical. Were they all given incorrectly? The 3 exchange glances, each reflecting the same bewilderment. After a moment of silence, Yilong closes his storage bag and states gravely, it must be an error. These items clearly belong to someone else, and we cannot accept them. The other 2 nod in agreement. They would never accept what does not rightfully belong to them. Steward Liao. These don't seem to be our belongings, Yilong asserts. Oh, a mistake? The steward chuckles. Young masters, you jest. Everything inside is indeed meant for you. The 3 are once again taken aback. But the quantities? The steward waves his hand dismissively, smiling. Did you not see the head's order inside? Huh? Yilong's face is filled with confusion as he opens his storage bag, discovering a unique item within. It is a small token, and upon opening it, a bold line of characters unfolds before them. Resources are plentiful. Train diligently. Chapter 9. Guidance and Cultivation. The Yi family was abuzz with excitement. No one had anticipated that the monthly allocation of resources would increase so significantly. Astonishingly, this month's chi cultivation pills were of medium quality, as were the bone-strengthening pills. Upon consuming these pills, many experienced an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy. The cultivation efficiency of medium-grade pills surpassed that of low-grade ones by at least 5-fold. He could hardly believe that the family had invited him to serve as an instructor. In the courses on weapon forging and formations, some were acquainted with 2 6th-grade masters, leaving them in awe. The family had truly invested heavily this time, coupled with the message conveyed by the family head, to cultivate diligently with resources in abundance. The Yi family had officially embarked on its first era of collective cultivation. Such news rapidly spread, reaching the ears of the other 2 prominent families. Doubling resources? 6th-grade masters? It seemed the Yi family had staked its fate on the upcoming battle in Yuxiao City in 6 months. I told you. The new head of the Yi family is a fool. This approach is akin to undermining their own foundation. I wonder how the elders of the Yi family allow him to act so recklessly. Who knows, perhaps those elders are fools as well. Scoffed the Li family members at Yi Suifeng's actions, deriding him for depleting their resources and jeopardizing their family's foundation, effectively courting disaster. Could the Yi family truly possess such financial resources? Had they tapped into their ancestral wealth? That seemed implausible. It's hard to believe. I've seen Yi Suifeng before, and he doesn't seem particularly capable. Perhaps he has simply made a ridiculous decision out of sheer folly. Regardless, the Tang family resolved not to be overshadowed by the other 2 families in the forthcoming battle in Yuxiao City. The members of the Tang family were equally puzzled, uncertain of what Yi Suifeng's actions truly represented. The entire Yuxiao City was shaken by the Yi family's sudden investment in cultivation resources. Yet, the orchestrator of this event, Yi Suifeng, sat beneath a willow tree in the courtyard, engrossed in a thick, ancient tome while leisurely sipping tea. His daughter, Yi Huang, diligently practiced her swordsmanship nearby. Earlier that morning, Yi Suifeng had provided Yi Huang with 2 revised cultivation techniques. However, due to her rather poor foundation, she was required to solidify her swordplay basics first. Yi Suifeng had his own unique methods. He meticulously discarded the dross from various sword arts and distilled their essence, ultimately summing up a completely new sword technique. Basic sword technique, Phoenix. Though the name may sound trivial, this technique was exponentially more profound than ordinary introductory sword formulas. It maximally facilitated the entry of a novice into swordsmanship, while also effectively honing their posture and enhancing their physique and coordination. Most importantly, it was tailored specifically to fit Yi Huang's constitution. After just 1 hour of practice, Yi Huang had already made considerable progress, no longer resembling the novice who first took up the sword. Once she was on the right track with her training, Yi Suifeng resumed his examination of the cultivation texts he had purchased the previous day. The volume in his hands was titled Thunder Sound Body Refining Method, a superior-grade body refining technique. Not bad, Yi Suifeng nodded, taking a crystalline apple and savoring it. Having decided to nurture Yi Huang, he was determined to provide her with the best, be it techniques, sword arts, body refinement methods, or magical artifacts. Relying solely on her own efforts was sheer nonsense. First and foremost, Yi Huang was not an extraordinary genius. She was merely a cultivator with passable aptitude. Without his intervention, her future accomplishments would be quite limited. Secondly, not utilizing available resources would be counterproductive. Why are hidden families, super sects, and disciples of sacred lands so powerful? Is it all due to their own efforts? Nonsense. They are bolstered by vast resources. In comparison, his investment in Yi Huang was still far less than theirs. However, Yi Suifeng remained unhurried. He believed in a gradual, methodical approach. After finishing the thunder sound body refining method, he poured himself a cup of tea and took a slow sip. The technique was commendable, and after some revisions, it would become a heavenly grade body refining art. Yet, as Yi Suifeng observed his daughter diligently cultivating, he shook his head slightly. Simultaneously practicing multiple top-tier techniques might not necessarily be beneficial. Perhaps I should develop a refined body strengthening elixir based on this technique. That would be more straightforward. With this thought, Yi Suifeng's expansive consciousness began to conduct calculations, and within the span of a single incense stick, he devised a recipe for the elixir. This concoction would not be the strongest, but the available materials sufficed, sparing him the trouble of sourcing rare heavenly treasures. Only one ingredient remained. Yi Suifeng gazed up at the sky. The essence of the thunder sound body refining method lay in thunder. The elixir derived from it would require thunder as its primary ingredient. What could be more potent than the thunder of a perfected tribulation? Indeed, Yi Suifeng set his sights on the heavenly Tao he had playfully teased a few days prior. He merely sought to borrow a small favor. It was unlikely that it would mind too much. Performing a tribulation here would be rather conspicuous. It was better to find a secluded area. After contemplating, Yi Suifeng stood up. Xiao Huang, it's time to stop, he called to his daughter, who was drenched in sweat. I'm fine, father. I can keep going. Yi Huang panted, her cheeks flushed, yet still gritting her teeth as she wielded her sword according to her father's teachings. Yi Suifeng's expression turned serious. Do as I say. This sword technique requires a gradual approach. When I tell you to stop, it is to allow you to sit and practice the Kanglan technique. This is the best opportunity. Upon hearing her father's words, Yi Huang quickly adjusted her posture, calming her breath before sitting cross-legged on the ground, ready to cultivate the Kanglan technique. Before commencing, she stole a glance at Yi Suifeng. Her father had recently become quite authoritative in the past. He never commented on her cultivation. Yet, this new demeanor brought her a sense of reassurance. With these thoughts, she closed her eyes and began to cultivate earnestly. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. Remember, for every hour you practice the basic sword technique, meditate for an hour afterward. Then summarize your findings, identify any issues, and consider how to improve. Each cycle should last 3 hours, with 2 cycles daily, and do not exceed that. The remaining time can be arranged as you wish. He meticulously instructed. Afterward, Yi Suifeng's figure gradually faded from the courtyard. Chapter 10. The tribulation. The Qinggu Jailing stands as a formidable barrier to the north of Yunxiao City. Beyond it lies the northern snowfield, a land said to be barren of resources, where the inhabitants endure a life of hardship akin to that of primitive tribes, clad in animal skins and practicing /and-burn agriculture. In essence, it is a realm devoid of culture. However, these are merely the conjectures of the people from Ling'an, as few have ventured over the Qinggu Jailing to witness the northern snowfield's splendor. The Qinggu Jailing halts the steps of nearly all who approach. Towering mountains and dense thickets create a landscape that is largely unexplored, harboring countless formidable beasts that dwell in its depths. Those who dare to enter recklessly risk losing their lives in an instant. Yet, this very peril draws numerous cultivators seeking to hone their skills. For the beasts are said to possess treasures beyond imagination. Should fortune favor them with a rare spirit herb of earth grade or higher, They could find themselves suddenly wealthy and free from worry for life. At this moment, a group of young cultivators tread cautiously around the periphery of the jailing. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes from afar, startling them. One youth, with long disheveled hair, drops to the ground, straining to listen intently. His expression shifts dramatically. "Run! A massive horde of beasts is charging towards us." He cries out in alarm, only to find his companions frozen in place, mouths agape, gazing skyward. Following their line of sight, the long-haired youth's eyes widen in disbelief. A swirling mass of dark clouds looms overhead, obscuring much of the sky. Pulsating with a violet hue that exudes an oppressive force, making his heart race. What on earth is that? Fear grips them, and their legs feel weak. The scene feels like an omen of doom. As the rumbling grows louder, they witness flocks of birds taking to the sky in a panic from the nearby forest. "It's a beast tide. We must flee," the long-haired youth exclaims, the first to react, and he turns to escape. On a mountaintop deeper within the jailing, Yi Suifeng gazes at the ever-expanding tribulation clouds above, furrowing his brow. The disturbance is unexpectedly intense. Had he known, he would have ventured further in. He had intended to draw forth the tribulation lightning here to avoid affecting ordinary cultivators, yet he did not anticipate the clouds would spread so widely, almost reaching beyond the mountain. "Come on, hurry up," Yi Suifeng mutters in frustration. His tribulation is the most daunting of the 99 heavenly tribulation, comprising 81 bolts, each more powerful than the last. Naturally, the quality escalates correspondingly. Yi Suifeng has waited for the final bolt, hence his prolonged anticipation. As if sensing his challenge, the tribulation clouds accelerate their rotation. With a thunderous boom, a violet lightning bolt descends, brimming with unfathomable celestial might, and instantly hovers above Yi Suifeng. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, this seemingly invincible bolt is shattered into countless fragments, cascading like petals scattered in the wind, raining down upon the surrounding peaks. At once, the ground quakes, and several small hills collapse under the impact. "Now that's more like it. Faster, faster." Yi Suifeng appears completely unscathed. The lightning continues to strike in waves, yet before Yi Suifeng, they crumble like cotton candy, utterly defenseless. Finally, the 99 heavenly tribulation reaches its last bolt. The clouds above begin to contract, the chaotic energy within escalating to new heights. As the clouds shrink to a pinpoint, a resounding crash announces the arrival of a magnificent purple lightning bolt. "I've been waiting for you," Yi Suifeng exclaims, soaring upwards to confront the obliterating force of the lightning head-on. With his right hand weaving through intricate motions, he conjures profound energies, while his left hand produces a white jade vial. In a heartbeat, Yi Suifeng collides with the lightning. However, contrary to expectations of cataclysmic explosion, it halts abruptly, as if the final note of a pipa had been struck, bringing forth an unexpected calm. The violent storm dissipates, revealing a clear blue sky. Yi Suifeng descends slowly, a sphere of purple energy swirling in his grasp, restless and vibrant. "Settle down now," he commands, closing his fingers around the energy until it condenses into a small droplet, suspended delicately in his palm. This droplet is then sealed within the jade vial. Finally, it's done. Yi Suifeng looks skyward, where a majestic celestial gate materializes, ethereal and shimmering. As it opens gradually, a golden light envelopes him, resonating with celestial melodies emanating from within. He has transcended the 99 heavenly tribulation and is on the brink of ascension to immortality. Yi Suifeng dissipates his celestial aura, solidifying his cultivation at the pinnacle of tribulation completion. In this realm, there is no space for immortals. To become one must ascend to the higher realms. Yet Yi Suifeng is reluctant to depart so hastily, having only just arrived and yearning to explore the local customs and culture. As Yi Suifeng's immortal presence fades, the celestial gate seems to lose its target, pausing for a moment before gradually fading away. Well then, mission accomplished. The final bolt of the 99 heavenly tribulation embodies both destruction and creation. And even Yi Suifeng himself cannot fathom the tremendous effects of the body-refining liquid he has crafted from it. Standing atop the mountain, he surveys the devastation surrounding him. Aside from the peak beneath his feet, the landscape has been ravaged, gouged down dozens of meters by the tribulation's ferocity. The terror of the heavenly tribulation is unmistakably evident. He gazes northward, his divine sense probing far beyond, reaching a vast expanse of frozen tundra. This is the legendary northern snowfield. It indeed appears desolate. As his divine sense wanders aimlessly, suddenly another immense consciousness emerges from deep within the plateau, rushing towards him with remarkable speed. This presence seems to merge with the entire northern expanse, rivaling even a fraction of Yi Suifeng's own formidable awareness. It is exceedingly powerful. Is there truly such a level of cultivator in this world? Yi Suifeng contemplates, shrugging off the thought for another time. The sun has begun its descent, and the 99 heavenly tribulation has consumed far too much of his time. In the far north, a pair of cold eyes suddenly open, peering into the divine realm. Friend or foe? How much longer can we endure? Chapter 11. Rescuing a life, a figure flashed across the sky. Beneath, the majestic mountains stretched endlessly, retreating rapidly. As he journeyed, he could distinctly sense that many areas within the mountains had been ravaged by beasts, and some timid demonic creatures still exhibited signs of panic, evidently affected by his tribulation. Suddenly, not far off, Yi Suifeng detected the aura of a fierce battle, suggesting the presence of humans. After a moment's contemplation, he altered his course and soared towards the commotion. Suspended in midair, he beheld 4 young individuals, 3 males and 1 female, engaged in a fierce struggle against a single-horned azure bull, a second-tier demonic beast, comparable to a human at the late stage of chi refinement. The disparity in strength was evident, as the 4 were merely cultivators at the late stage of chi refinement. It was unclear how long the skirmish had persisted, but 2 among them were already injured, their movement sluggish. Only a long-haired youth and the female were still actively fighting. Gritting his teeth, the youth felt a surge of blood and internal injuries from a recent strike. Aim for its legs, he shouted. Upon hearing this, the other 3 leapt into action, brandishing their large blades towards the azure bull. However, the beast was not easily subdued. As the group approached, it erupted into a violent frenzy, swiftly countering their assault with powerful kicks. One injured individual, unable to evade, was struck by the bull's iron hooves, sent flying into a thicket, blood spilling from his mouth, unable to rise. Ma Fong, the long-haired youth roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Gripping an iron rod, he swung it at the bull's head, yet that was the creature's most formidable area. His strike produced little effect, instead unbalancing him further and sending him crashing against the bull. With a thunderous roar, the horned azure bull repelled all 4, its presence akin to an invincible ancient demon. The ground trembled under its iron hooves, echoing a resounding boom. It then turned its gaze towards the fallen Ma Fong, its eyes flashing with bloodlust, charging at him with the intent to eliminate a living threat before dealing with the others one by one. The bull's speed was astonishing, its indomitable horn poised to strike Ma Fong. No, the long-haired youth cried in despair. Was his companion truly to perish before his eyes? Meanwhile, Ma Fong lay on the ground, eyes closed, bracing for the inevitable. Suddenly, from the thicket before Ma Fong, a small sapling stood upright, while all had overlooked it. It began to wave its tiny branches, striking the azure bull's head. Boom! A tremendous roar ensued. Amidst a cascade of earth and stone, a colossal figure was sent hurtling from the explosion, raining down a torrent of blood as it crashed to the ground. The long-haired youth's eyes widened in disbelief. The one who had been sent flying was none other than the once invincible horned azure bull. Now, its once unbreakable horn lay shattered, its head crushed, blood flowing freely, a sight of utter defeat. What on earth just transpired? A towering figure descended slowly from the sky. It was Yi Suifeng. As a human, he could not idly watch his kin meet a tragic end. Furthermore, it was apparent that the azure bull had fled from the mountains due to the disturbances caused by his own tribulation, thus he bore some responsibility for the situation. These young individuals had suffered an undeserved calamity. He could not turn a blind eye. What is your name? Yi Suifeng inquired of the long-haired youth. Feng. Feng Ji, the youth stammered, still dazed by the powerful figure before him who had effortlessly vanquished a second-tier demonic beast. Could he possibly be a formidable cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage? Quickly check on your companion, Yi Suifeng urged. Feng Ji snapped back to reality, hastily rising to rush to Ma Fong's side. At that moment, Ma Fong was curiously examining a small sapling before him, his expression one of bewilderment. Ma Fong. How are you? Feng Ji called out. Seeing Ma Fong's condition, he sighed in relief. At least you're alive. But what else with the sapling? Why are you staring at it so intently? Ma Fong's expression was peculiar as he replied, Brother Feng, you may not believe this, but it was this sapling that suddenly stood up and struck the azure bull, saving my life. This sapling could very well be an ancient divine tree. Brother Feng. We struck gold. Feng Ji's expression darkened. Brother, don't be foolish. It was that senior who intervened and saved us. He then carefully helped Ma Fong to his feet. The other 2 companions approached. and the four of them brushed off the dirt and debris before respectfully bowing to Yi Suifeng. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely rescue. If you have any requests, we shall do our utmost to fulfill them," Feng Zhi declared earnestly. Yi Suifeng, twirling the azure bull's horn in his hand, waved dismissively. It was a trivial matter. No need for concern. However, to Feng Zhi and his companions, this was no small feat. The senior not only possessed incredible strength, but was also remarkably handsome and possessed a gentle demeanor. They felt immensely fortunate. "Are you all from around here?" Yi Suifeng asked. Feng Zhi nodded eagerly. "Yes, Senior. We are from the town of Yinyun, just outside of Qinggu Jailing." "Yinyun Town?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "Yes. A small town within the jurisdiction of Yunshao City," Feng Zhi explained. Yi Suifeng's understanding deepened. Yunshao City was not merely a city, it held significant power over its domain. He recalled that Yunshao City governed an area of approximately 80,000 square kilometers, comparable to the size of Chongqing in his previous life. The vast jurisdiction of a small city was indeed astonishing. "How fortuitous," Yi Suifeng smiled. "I am the head of the Yi family in Yunshao City." He spoke candidly, feeling no need to conceal his identity. "Greetings, Yi family head." The young men bowed deeper, recognizing that to them, Yunshao City was akin to an imperial capital. "Do not stand on ceremony," Yi Suifeng chuckled. "It appears we are fated to cross paths. Should you ever visit Yunshao City, feel free to come to the Yi residence. I shall provide you with a grand stage." The youth's eyes gleamed with excitement. The promise from a family head was an invaluable opportunity. With that, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and vanished from sight, leaving Feng Zhi and his companions in awe of the surreal encounter. Notably, before departing, Ma Feng insisted on taking the small sapling with him, declaring it a miraculous sign, the ancient divine tree that had saved his life. Chapter 12. Yi Suifeng's plans and the study of the family head. Yi Suifeng sat opposite to Suiyun, listening intently as he reported on the situation at the borders of Yunshao City. "Yes, elder brother," Suiyun said, his expression fraught with anxiety. "Yesterday, many cultivators witnessed the ominous black clouds that nearly obscured the entire sky, accompanied by a strange rumbling sound. Shortly after, a beast tide erupted. Numerous ferocious beasts suddenly surged towards the outskirts of Gaoling, inflicting varying degrees of injury upon many adventuring cultivators. Now, they have breached Gaoling and are heading towards several human settlements at the border." Yi Suifeng, feeling somewhat uneasy, rubbed his nose and replied, "Even so, can this truly be deemed a portent of world destruction? Elder brother, you cannot fathom the gravity of the situation." Suiyun's tone was grave. "These black clouds appear to be a sinister phenomenon, seemingly manifesting only beyond the borders of our Yunshao City. Some have concluded that either a great demon has emerged or malevolence has descended upon us. People are already preparing to flee to other cities, and panic reigns." Yi Suifeng's expression turned peculiar. He was at a loss for how to rationalize the situation. After all, it was merely a heavenly tribulation. Yet it had triggered such a vast chain of reactions. It echoed the ancient adage, the lower one's cultivation, the more peculiarities one encounters in the world. "The Li and Tang families are already mobilizing personnel to the borders," Suijun informed. "They intend to offer support at the border?" Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Indeed," Suiyun affirmed. "If we remain apathetic, the territories managed by the Yi family, along with our resource grounds, may soon encounter problems." The governance of Yunshao City was quite unique. Its domains were predominantly managed by the three prominent families. Each family had its jurisdiction, the Tang family primarily in the south, the Li family in the northeast, and the Yi family in the northwest. They interwove, balanced one another, and cooperated as needed. Most of the Yi family's income, including resources, was sourced from its own sphere of influence. Should issues arise, the repercussions for the Yi family would be significant. "How many people are they preparing to send?" Yi Suifeng inquired. Suiyun pondered for a moment before responding. "It shouldn't be too many. In similar past situations, we dispatched a contingent of the family's mid-level forces to oversee matters, which typically sufficed." "I see." Yi Suifeng mused for a moment before declaring. "Then let us also send someone. However, this time, we shall not only dispatch mid-level forces, but also send that group of unruly young ones from our family." Suiyun was taken aback. "Why would we do that? The beasts are savage, and they are still too young. There's bound to be some mishap. It is precisely because they are young that they must venture forth to gain experience," Yi Suifeng asserted. "A fledgling that has not weathered storms will never soar high. Moreover, you must instruct them not to flaunt the airs of a great family, it is best if they establish good relations with the cultivators from the border cities. Additionally, take more resources with you. If anyone gets injured, we shall provide them with free medical aid. Yi Suifeng's cascade of directives left Sui Yun utterly bewildered. What on earth is happening? While those places are indeed important to the family, it hardly necessitates such extremes. Creating such a ruckus, building relationships, and offering free medical care? Elder brother, while we may be financially well off now, it does not mean we should squander resources so recklessly. Observing Sui Yun's bewilderment, Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Sui Yun, let me ask you, what is paramount for a great power? Money, Sui Yun replied hesitantly. Indeed, money is crucial, Yi Suifeng conceded. However, if one aspires to expand their influence, talent is sorely lacking. Thus, during this reinforcement, we must not only exert ourselves but also cultivate good relations with them. In doing so, our future expansions will proceed more smoothly. Do you understand? Yi Suifeng's intentions were aimed at future planning. While lacking funds is untenable, wealth alone is not omnipotent. Undoubtedly, with Yi Suifeng's strength and resources, he could easily obliterate the Li and Tang families and attract a plethora of capable individuals. Yet what lay ahead? Excluding Yi Suifeng, the Yi family members would be left significantly weakened, akin to an infant in swaddling, powerless to act. The Yi family was a collective entity, and a family is a complex amalgamation. If Yi Suifeng were to single-handedly shelter the entire family, it would spell doom for the Yi lineage. He sought to establish a truly formidable power. I have encountered several young cultivators from the border whose potential is not inferior to that of some of our family's offspring. Therefore, do not regard them with disdain. They merely lack resources. They represent a pool of potential power for our family, Yi Suifeng remarked. By the way, what is the current level of cultivation for you and the others following who? Since assuming the responsibility of managing the family, I have had little time to advance my cultivation, and our talents are rather limited, Sui Yun admitted. Yi Suifeng shook his head. I mentioned to you a few days ago that we must engage in collective cultivation, and this applies not only to the youth. From now on, you must also enhance your training. My aspirations extend far beyond the confines of a mere Yushao city. Sui Yun nodded gravely. If he could progress further in his cultivation, who among them would wish to lead a life of mediocrity? Yi Suifeng's directives were swiftly communicated and implemented. In just a day, the Yu family mobilized almost all its members, equipped with substantial resources, embarking to support the border. This sudden action astonished the other two prominent families in Yushao City. Have they gone mad? Truly mad, someone exclaimed. The new head of the Yi family has certainly opened our eyes to his unconventional methods. Indeed, if he is not awarded the Yushao City Sage Award, it would be an affront to his efforts. Scoffed another, dismissing the Yi family's actions, believing Yi Suifeng to be acting out of an overly benevolent impulse, leading to such folly. However, amidst the murmurs and speculations, the Yi family's execution remained unwavering. They exhibited absolute obedience to their head. The final bolt of the heavenly tribulation, the ninth thunder, possessed immense power, containing the forces of destruction and rebirth. To apply it to Yi Huang, who was still in the qi refinement stage, would not only be wasteful, her body could scarcely endure it. Even a mere brush would lead to her swift demise. It required tempering. Yi Suifeng retrieved a drop of tribulation liquid and performed a series of incantations. The raging thunder gradually softened under his guidance, ultimately transforming into a sphere of pure energy. Taking out an array of prepared materials, Yi Suifeng conjured a medicinal furnace and deposited all the ingredients within. After a brief interval, the materials coalesced into a vial of golden liquid. Oh, we can commence the body tempering now. Yi Suifeng nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, the door to his room was forcefully pushed open, and a figure rushed in with fervor. Father, why am I not on the list of those going out to train? Yi Huang demanded indignantly. Chapter 13. Body tempering. All the brothers and sisters have set out. Why am I not allowed to go? I too wish to contribute to the family's progress. I refuse to accept this. At this moment, Yi Huang resembled an enraged little lion, unleashing her fury within the confines of her room. Yi Suifeng watched with amusement. As it was his first time witnessing this aspect of Yi Huang, the young girl finally dared to stand up for her rights. This is indeed a positive development. However, when correction is necessary, it must be administered. Yi Suifeng gazed at her with indifference, his expression stern as he inquired, "Do you wish to go to the borders?" "Absolutely," Yi Huang responded with unwavering determination. "Then let me ask you, do you know the cultivation level of Yilong?" Yi Huang hesitated, then replied, "He is at the third level of qi transformation, but Let me ask you again. What about Yi Qian and Yi Qian's cultivation levels? They are at the peak of qi refinement. Good. Now tell me the cultivation levels of your 2 cousins from your 3rd uncle's family, and your 2 sisters from your 5th uncle's family. Yi Huang fell silent. Among her direct relatives of the same age, the weakest were at the 10th level of qi refinement. While her cousin Yulong and a cousin from her 5th uncle's side had already broken through to the qi transformation realm, she was the least powerful. You, at the 7th level of qi refinement, possessed such meager strength. What purpose would your presence at the borders serve, other than to invite death and tarnish my reputation? Yu Sui Feng delivered his critique without mercy. Yu Huang lowered her head, her hands twisting the fabric of her clothes, lips pressed together in silence. Strength was her greatest anguish. As the eldest daughter of the family, she found herself lacking compared to some of the collateral relatives. Though no one had ever spoken of it to her face, it weighed heavily on her heart. Yi Sui Feng regarded his daughter. His words were harsh and hurtful, and he had anticipated that they would bring her to tears. To his surprise, she bore it with fortitude. Her psychological resilience was commendable. Therefore, you should remain at home and focus on your cultivation. When you are no longer weaker than them, then you may contemplate contributing to the family. Yu Sui Feng asserted with a dismissive huff. Yi Huang bit her lip, clearly affected by the blow. Yet, she suddenly lifted her head and softly said, "But if I stay at home, wouldn't that also bring shame upon you?" Yi Sui Feng was taken aback. So this child was considering it in such a light? With all the family's younger generation dispatched, only his daughter remained behind. She must have been worried that the clan would harbor discontent over such favoritism. The girl's thoughts were indeed delicate. After a moment of silence, Yi Sui Feng sighed lightly and beckoned Yi Huang closer. "Little Huang, I understand your sentiments. However, nothing worthwhile is achieved overnight. If you truly wish to bring honor to me and contribute to the family, then you must dedicate yourself to cultivating and enhancing your strength." Yi Huang nodded, though it was evident that she still harbored some discontent. Yi Sui Feng shook his head, declaring, "I promise you. If you can master the sword technique I gifted you to the minor completion stage, I will allow you to go to the borders and train alongside your siblings." Upon hearing this, Yi Huang's eye sparkled. "Really? You must not be deceiving me." Yi Sui Feng chuckled. "Of course not. If Yi Huang could cultivate the 9 styles of god-slaying to the minor completion stage, there would be no reason to hold her back. For at that point, her combat prowess would surpass that of the younger generation in the Yi family. When she unleashed her full power, even Yi Long would struggle to withstand her. That won't be an issue," Yi Sui Feng continued. "This training will require at least 4 months. Do you lack the confidence to master it within that time frame?" "I do not," Yi Huang exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Under Yi Sui Feng's guidance, she had already grasped some of the fundamentals. Perhaps within 2 months, she could perfect the sword technique. The thought of fighting alongside her brothers and sisters exhilarated her. "I shall begin immediately," Yi Huang declared with determination, ready to commence her training. Wait. Yi Sui Feng interjected helplessly. "Do not rush. First, you must undergo body tempering. Your current physique cannot withstand the power of the 9 styles of god-slaying." Half an hour later, a large vat appeared in Yi Sui Feng's room. Anyone knowledgeable would surely be astonished, for this unassuming vat was crafted from source stone, a material of superior quality and a precious array component, worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones for even a small piece. The cost of such a large vat would be no less than 100 million. An absolute waste of resources. "Step in," Yi Sui Feng instructed. Obediently, Yi Huang shed her clothing and entered the vat. Hiss. The deep crimson liquid nearly overflowed, and Yi Huang felt an intense, searing heat, accompanied by an overwhelming energy crashing in from all directions. Furrowing her brow, she recalled her knowledge of the body-tempering liquid. This was an exceedingly rare spiritual liquid, refined with various spiritual herbs. Generally, the higher the grade of the body-tempering liquid, the greater the energy contained within. She promptly closed her eyes, circulating her technique to absorb the surrounding tempering energy. Such a precious substance must have cost her father a fortune. It must not be squandered. Smack. Yi Sui Feng slapped her on the back of her head. "What was that for?" Yi Huang rubbed her head, bewildered. "What are you doing?" "Absorbing the body-tempering liquid? I haven't even released the body-tempering liquid yet. Are you absorbing air?" Yi Huang was further perplexed. Pointing at the red liquid in the vat, "Isn't that the body-tempering liquid?" Yi Sui Feng shook his head, realizing his daughter was becoming increasingly naive. That's merely some auxiliary medicine to facilitate the absorption of the body-tempering liquid. What on earth are you thinking? He then produced a bottle containing a golden liquid. "Listen, the energy of this body-tempering liquid may be quite potent for you. You must steadfastly guard your heart and operate the Kanglin technique, regardless of any external disturbances. Do not let your focus waver. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded earnestly, though she was curious about the red liquid being merely auxiliary medicine. Just how powerful could the true body-tempering liquid be? All right, close your eyes and center yourself, Yi Sui Feng instructed, before uncorking the bottle of body-tempering liquid. Suddenly, a golden dragon burst forth from the bottle, soaring and twisting through the air. Go! Yi Sui Feng pointed, and after circling, the golden dragon dove into the vat. Instantly, the spiritual liquid within the vat began to swirl rapidly, forming a vortex around Yi Huang, with golden light darting back and forth within. Channel your energy, Yi Sui Feng commanded, and Yi Huang promptly activated the Kanglin technique. In that moment, the golden dragon seemed to sense an unusual aura and abruptly dove into her body. Yi Huang let out a muffled grunt, feeling a torrent of violent energy explode within her, surging through her limbs and nearly disrupting her technique. Yet she gritted her teeth and persevered. Yi Sui Feng nodded, his hand forming seals as the golden dragon emerged once more, though its radiant glow had dimmed slightly. Now, the next part is simple. Once Yi Huang fully absorbs the previous energy, the golden dragon will dive into her body again. This process continued, and after a full hour had passed, the golden dragon had transformed into a mere shadow, while the spiritual liquid in the vat had nearly become transparent. As they vanished entirely, Yi Huang suddenly opened her eyes. A flicker of flame briefly danced within her eyes. Chapter 14. Injustice, how does it feel? After the body refinement was completed, Yi Sui Feng inquired. It feels as though I am invincible. She struck the water tank with a powerful punch, creating a massive splash that drenched Yi Sui Feng. Oh, my apologies. Yi Huang stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. Yi Sui Feng wiped the water from his face. Come forth. This daughter of mine is increasingly embodying the essence of a spirited youth. After adjusting her attire, Yi Sui Feng meticulously assessed the results of Yi Huang's body refinement and found them to exceed his expectations. Both her strength and resilience had undergone a remarkable transformation, exceeding threefold of what she possessed prior to the refinement. Moreover, the energy from the refining liquid had not yet been fully absorbed by Yi Huang. A significant portion still lay dormant within her limbs and bones, which would gradually nourish her body with continued practice. Once that energy was entirely expended, they would consider a second refinement. Unfortunately, due to Yi Huang's initially poor constitution, he could not administer any drastic measures and had to proceed gradually. Familiarize yourself with your newfound strength, Yi Sui Feng instructed. Yi Huang nodded enthusiastically and dashed outside. Soon, the courtyard echoed with the whoosh of swordplay. Yi Sui Feng ambled to the writing desk by the window, admiring his daughter's swordsmanship while retrieving a thick stack of books. These contained various martial arts techniques, alchemical and forging manuals, as well as insights about this vast continent. It was time to comprehend the world in which they resided. 1,000 miles away from Yunshao City lay an expansive plain, at the heart of which a colossal city soared into the sky, dominating the landscape. Its scale was several times that of Yunshao City, adorned with towering pavilions and opulence. The city walls stood dozens of meters high, a deep crimson hue, evidently crafted from special materials. At the city gates, hundreds of people formed a lengthy queue, entering the city in an orderly manner. Above the entrance, two bold characters struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Sioux City. Gu Wanqin sat leisurely in her carriage as it approached the city gates. She lifted the curtain and gazed at the bustling scene outside, a wave of nostalgia washing over her. On a previous occasion, she had faced scorn from her peers due to her business performance. The sting of their mockery was a bitter experience. She glanced at the heap of storage bags within the carriage. Today, she would cleanse herself of the humiliation from the past 4 years. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed as a servant lifted the carriage's door curtain and asked, "Mistress, shall we take a moment to rest before reporting to the main pavilion?" Gu Wanqin raised her head. The man was her deputy, Imo Chiu, a consummate practitioner at the peak of the Golden Core stage. In fact, all the servants in their entourage, including the coachman, were accomplished members of One Out Pavilion, all possessing Golden Core strength. Her caution stemmed from the immense wealth they were transporting, necessitating utmost vigilance. "No need. We shall proceed directly to the main pavilion," Gu Wanqin replied. With trepidation, they finally arrived at Sioux City without incident. She was determined to avoid any last-minute mishaps. The Golden Core stage was a pinnacle in Yunshao City, but merely represented a high-tier force in Sioux City. After approximately half an hour, the carriage halted before a towering pavilion. The structure rose 9 stories high, suffused with the aura of protective formations. Standing at its base, it was difficult to discern the view from the apex. Gu Wanxin disembarked, taking a deep breath. "Let us enter with our belongings," she commanded. After a moment, Gu Wanxin entered a spacious room. At the far end sat a dignified middle-aged man, poring over an account book. To the side, a handsome young man leisurely sipped tea. "I pay my respects to Master Luo," Gu Wanxin said respectfully. The middle-aged man was Luo Qing, the head of Wanbao Pavilion in Sioux City. However, within the organization, he held the specific title of Master. Wanbao Pavilion was vast, sprawling across the continent, with a strict hierarchy that included positions such as steward, master, deputy, and head. In truth, among the high-ranking roles, the head was the least esteemed. Master Luo managed over a dozen cities, including Yuxiao City. Luo Qing set down the account book and looked up, saying, "Ah, it is Mistress Gu. It has been several years since we last met." Gu Wanxin clasped her hands in respect. "I have been occupied with duties. I hope Master Luo will forgive me." Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side. "Just say it plainly if you lack the face to come here. What busy affairs could someone from a remote place like Yunxiao City possibly have?" The speaker was the young man, Song Shuang, who lounged with his legs crossed, scrutinizing Gu Wanxin with disdain. Gu Wanxin's expression darkened. This young man was the one who had insulted her most brutally in the past. "This matter does not concern you, Master Song," Gu Wanxin retorted. Song Shuang chuckled mockingly. "Wanxin, I fear you shall soon be addressing me as Deputy Master Song." Gu Wanxin remained silent, casting a glance at Luo Qing. Luo Qing smiled and said, "Indeed. Song Shuang has brought considerable profit to Wanbao Pavilion in recent years. I intend to promote him to Deputy Master, and he will oversee Yunxiao City." Gu Wanxin's eyes widened in disbelief. To have Song Shuang manage Yunxiao City? Given their enmity, this would undoubtedly lead to her downfall. "Master Luo, this is perhaps unwise," Gu Wanxin exclaimed anxiously. Luo Qing toyed with a bead in his hand, responding coolly, "Are you questioning my judgment?" Gu Wanxin paused, quickly asserting, No. Wanbao Pavilion always values merit. How could I dare to doubt your choice? I merely believe that Yuxiao City can function independently without the need for a deputy master." "What nonsense! On what grounds do you claim independence?" Gu Wanxin was about to retort but was interrupted by Luo Qing. "Mistress Gu, though Yunxiao City may not be prosperous, it is still a minor city. Your performance in recent years has been far from commendable. In contrast, the Yellow Flame City, where Master Song resides, earns nearly 100 billion spirit stones annually. Allowing him to manage Yunxiao City would serve as an excellent learning opportunity for you," Luo Qing stated blandly. Gu Wanxin's heart sank. It was evident that these two had forged an agreement. While her performance had indeed been lacking over the years, it was widely understood that geographical constraints had played a significant role. Yunxiao City was not affluent, and barring unforeseen circumstances, its annual income was limited, rendering her efforts futile. Yellow Flame City, on the other hand, was a major city second only to Sioux City within 1,000 miles, filled with influential families and surrounded by sects, leading to frequent conflicts and a high demand for resources. In truth, achieving a profit of 100 billion was within her reach. Now, with Luo Qing comparing Yunxiao City to Yellow Flame City, she could not shake the suspicion of ulterior motives. If there were no hidden agendas between Luo Qing and Song Shuang, how could he have appointed him as the head of Wanbao Pavilion in Yellow Flame City? This time, they had set their sights on her. However, Gu Wanxin was resolute and would not easily yield. "Master Luo, should I truly fall short in comparison to Song Shuang, I would have no objections to your arrangement." However, Gu Wanxin gestured to Mo Chio, who understood her intent and presented the storage bags along with a jade slip. "Not long ago, I managed to sell goods valued at a staggering 14 trillion spirit stones, yielding a net profit of 192 billion spirit stones," Gu Wanxin proclaimed with a thunderous voice. The two individuals opposite her were momentarily struck dumb. Luo Qing furrowed his brow, picked up a jade slip to inspect it, and subsequently scrutinized the contents of his storage bag filled with spirit stones. His expression grew increasingly grave. "This is impossible." Song Shuang suddenly sprang to her feet. 14 trillion, unless you have sold off half of the Wanbao Pavilion. It is utterly inconceivable to amass such a sum. Gu Wanxin, adorned with a mocking smile, retorted, "Not half, Master Song. I have sold every treasure of the Xian grade and above, including 5 flagship treasures. Do not presume that other branches are as affluent as your Huangye city." "You." Song Shuang's face flushed with indignation. "Silence." Luo Qing intervened to prevent further escalation. His brow remained tightly knit. In truth, he himself found it hard to believe that Gu Wanqing could sell such an immense quantity of goods. Yet, with the spirit stones laid bare before him and detailed accounts in hand, he could not dismiss this reality. Master Gu, might you enlighten me on how you achieved this? Luo Qing inquired kindly. If word got out that Yuntian City housed a magnate like Yi Sui Feng, it would not be long before he found himself inexplicably usurped by others. However, he had underestimated the depths of human greed. After a moment of silence, a smile gradually graced his lips. Master Gu, your contribution to the Wanbao Pavilion is indeed significant. I shall report this truthfully to the higher-ups. However, the appointment of Song Shuang as deputy envoy is settled. You shall henceforth serve under him. Gu Wanqing's countenance darkened as she realized that despite her accomplishments, she could not escape their machinations. A surge of fury welled within her. This is unjust, she cried out. Luo Qing's gaze remained impassive. Abundant resources must be managed by someone with greater experience to maximize benefits. Master Gu, do not sulk like a child. You are infringing upon my rights. Gu Wanqing protested. Gu Wanqing, Luo Qing's voice turned stern. It is only due to your merits that I have allowed you to remain. Should you dare to question my authority again, you may as well choose a lesser city to hone your skills. Faced with this blatant threat, Gu Wanqing gritted her teeth, knowing she had limited options. I shall report this matter truthfully, Gu Wanqing declared. Do as you wish, Luo Qing replied, unfazed. Gu Wanqing refrained from further protest and turned to leave. After her departure, Song Shuang approached Luo Qing and whispered, Uncle, what if she truly reports this? Perhaps we should. A glint of malice flashed in his eyes. Luo Qing shot him a glance. How many times must I remind you that violence is not the solution to every issue? Gu Wanqing is a leader in her own right. Should anything happen to her, an investigation will surely ensue, leading to greater complications. Song Shuang lowered his head in acknowledgement. Focus on your role as deputy envoy. With me here, she will not stir up any storms. Luo Qing scoffed to the higher-ups. Over 100 billion is not a significant matter. An individual lacking any substantial backing is merely our plaything. When you accompany her to Yutian City to take charge of that branch, ensure you uncover how she managed to sell such an enormous quantity of goods in such a short time. Then, seize control for yourself. Chapter 15. What use are you if you cannot spend money? A month had elapsed since Yi Sui Feng arrived in this world. During this time, he had gained a rudimentary understanding of the geopolitical landscape of this vast continent, as well as its overarching cultivation methodologies. This land is immense, stretching across countless miles. Even the most ordinary cultivator, if they were to dedicate their entire lifetime to exploration, could not hope to traverse its entirety. Yushao City, where he found himself, is situated in the central northern region of the continent, slightly to the north. This central northern territory is governed by a superlative organization known as the Nine-City Alliance. Sucheng is one of the 9 cities in this alliance, overseeing not only Yunshao City but also 4 other primary cities and a multitude of smaller towns. Every 3 years, Yunshao City is required to offer substantial tributes to Sucheng in exchange for its protection, essentially a form of protection fee. Without these tributes, Yunshao City would be susceptible to indiscriminate assaults from other towns, and even Sucheng, in moments of boredom, might intervene. In such scenarios, Yunshao City would face immediate annihilation. This arrangement is quite reasonable. To enjoy the conveniences afforded by an organization, one must also make sacrifices. Yi Sui Feng bore no grievances regarding this tribute. In fact, he preferred the order and structure it provided, as it rendered existence more engaging. Otherwise, life would devolve into a brutal struggle for survival, reminiscent of a primitive era devoid of civilization. As for the cultivation system of this world, it aligned closely with his expectations. The stages of cultivation progress through 12 levels of qi refinement, followed by foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, out-of-body, divine transformation, integration, and tribulation, each comprising 9 levels. The tribulation stage represents the pinnacle of power in this realm. However, there are whispers of certain extraordinary beings who have evaded heavenly tribulations, concealing their transcendent strength behind the veil of the world, manipulating everything from the shadows. Such tales are common folklore, yet Yi Sui Feng recognized their veracity. After all, he himself was one such anomaly. Additionally, during his last tribulation, he sensed a formidable divine consciousness from the northern snowfields that clearly surpassed the tribulation stage. He was certain he would encounter it eventually. Yi Sui Feng was not anxious. His immediate goal was to elevate the Yi family into a top-tier power within the continent. Today marked the day of the family meeting. Yi Suifeng, along with several key family members, convened in the council chamber to discuss the family's affairs over the past month. The beast tide along the northern border has been severe, and many of our resource territories have faced significant attacks. However, with a vigorous investment of manpower and resources, the situation has eased considerably. Our shops have stabilized for the time being, and we can begin to consider expansion. With resource investments, many of the younger generation have advanced in their cultivation. Our accomplishments this month nearly equate to what we achieved in the previous 3 months. The members of the family, including Yi Suiyun, animatedly discussed their progress. With the 1 billion spirit stones provided by Yi Suifeng, they had enjoyed an exceptionally comfortable month. If one were to describe their situation in 4 words, it would be thriving and flourishing. Once their discussions concluded, Suiyun handed the month's financial ledger to Yi Suifeng. Elder brother, due to our substantial resource investments, this month's expenditures have skyrocketed. Please take a look, he said, somewhat embarrassed. Not a problem. Money is meant to be spent. Yi Suifeng took the ledger and perused it carefully. Immediately, a surge of anger welled within him. He tossed the ledger onto the table and fixed a steely gaze on Suiyun. Last month, you spent 15 billion spirit stones? The room fell silent in an instant. Suiyun, beads of sweat gathering on his forehead, stammered, Elder brother, this is my first time handling such a large sum of spirit stones, so there were some planning oversights. But rest assured, I will allocate resources more meticulously going forward. Next month's expenses will definitely be kept under 10 billion. Indeed, elder brother, Suhu chimed in. We procured an excessive amount of resources this month. Even with the enhanced benefits, we only utilized a fraction of them, and things will surely improve moving forward. The other 2 members nodded in agreement, asserting that future expenditures would not be this high. Yi Suifeng sighed deeply at their demeanor. He realized they had fundamentally misunderstood his concerns. It was not that he believed they had spent too much. Rather, he felt they had spent far too little. Having provided 1 billion spirit stones, they had only managed to expend 15 billion. He glanced at his wallet, filled with countless lower-grade spirit stones, noting that the change alone amounted to over 8 trillion. How long would it take to exhaust even that surplus? Truly a bunch of fools. Yi Suifeng rapped his knuckles on the table. Suiyun, let me ask you, how long do you think that 1 billion spirit stones I gave you should last? Suiyun blinked. Isn't it for a year? Of course not. Yi Suifeng slammed his palm on the table. I gave you 1 billion to spend in a single month. And you only managed to spend 15 billion? What on earth were you thinking? Faced with the patriarch's fury, the key members were left utterly bewildered. Had they misheard? Was that indeed meant to last merely a month? Suiyun was particularly dumbfounded. It was his first time being reprimanded for spending too little. Elder brother. Are you being serious? Yi Suifeng's expression darkened. Do I appear to be joking? The others exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Elder brother. You seem rather extravagant in your expectations. Only Suiyun, with a pained expression, murmured, Elder brother, spending so much in a month is quite a challenge. How is that difficult? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Suiyun explained, the resources available to the clan are limited. We are nearly at capacity. Beyond this point, we would have little use for more. He felt deeply embarrassed, unable to believe that he would one day fret over not being able to spend money. Yi Suifeng shook his head. You are merely confined by your own limitations, still ensnared in your old mindset. Let me ask you, are only the younger generation in need of resources? What about the family's workforce? What about you? And the elders? Do they not require cultivation? The higher one's cultivation, the greater the demand for resources. Don't tell me you believe 1 billion spirit stones is unspendable. Even instructors and sponsors could be compensated to ensure their utmost dedication. If necessary, we can recruit talented individuals from the public. They lack nothing but resources. Honestly, if you cannot even spend money, what use do I have for you as the financial manager? Confronted with Yi Suifeng's admonition, Suiyun instinctively shrank back. Indeed, he had not considered such matters, as he had never operated in this manner before. Previously, funds were so scarce that they were divided down to the last spirit stone. Never had they enjoyed such abundance. Even if one truly did not know how to allocate it, surely buying more would suffice? The one-out pavilion is right there, filled with treasures. 1 billion would hardly be enough to fill the gaps. Yi Suifeng remarked, Suiyun, have you forgotten that the Wambao pavilion was already cleared out last time? Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow slightly. Haven't they restocked? It's been a month. Their efficiency is abysmally low. They haven't, Suiyun replied. Perhaps this is their first encounter with such a situation, and they need time to prepare. Well then, Yi Suifeng said, It would be prudent for you to adjust resource allocations based on their performance during this trip. Anyone who makes outstanding contributions should be generously rewarded. What good is a valuable technique if it merely gathers dust at home? Furthermore, encourage them to actively engage with talented individuals from the public, ideally. We should recruit them to strengthen the family's capabilities. A series of directives followed, and the key members diligently noted them down. Finally, Yi Suifeng tossed aside a storage bag filled with spirit stones. This amounts to 10 billion, and with the remaining spirit stones from last month. Should you still find yourself unable to exhaust these resources, I shall seek out another who is more adept in this realm to oversee the family finances. With that, Yi Suifeng rose and departed, leaving Sui Yun to gaze at the 2 large bags of glimmering spirit stones, his head feeling as heavy as a bell. Chapter 16. Reaching an agreement. Song Shuang had been in Yushao City for over 10 days, in pursuit of the enigmatic wealthy individual. He had visited numerous influential figures within the city, including the heads of the Tang and Li families. Both families possessed considerable economic strength, particularly the Tang family, which had established a formidable presence in Yunshao City over many years, amassing a vast fortune. However, based on his assessment, neither family was the mysterious patron he sought. The Li family, while competent, lacked the financial capacity to procure resources in such large quantities. As for the Tang family, there was simply no rationale for them to engage in such dealings. His investigation had hit a roadblock. Deputy Envoy, why not pay a visit to the Yi family? Suggested a middle-aged man. Furrowing his brow, Song Shuang pondered for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No need. According to our intelligence, the Yi family has only risen to prominence in the past century. They have managed to join the ranks of the 3 major families through unity and tenacity. But their foundation remains quite shallow. It is impossible for them to be involved. Furthermore, from my discussions with the Li and Tang families, they regard the Yi family with disdain, claiming that their new head is a complete fool. We need not waste our time there. The middle-aged man nodded, showing no doubt regarding Song Shuang's judgment. They both understood that a faction's foundation is a crucial criterion for evaluation. Throughout history, many illustrious families and sects have risen to greatness, but only those that endure are truly formidable. Then we shall have to focus on Gu Wanxin, the middle-aged man remarked. Song Shuang nodded, letting out a huff. That wretched woman is far too cautious. Since returning from Sioux City, she has made no moves whatsoever. Even the replenished goods are only a fraction of what they should be, clearly guarding against us discovering her sources. The middle-aged man frowned. Deputy Envoy, Gu Wanxin is merely a pavilion master. Can we not employ more forceful means? Her actions are already impacting the normal operations of Wanbao Pavilion. Song Shuang shot him a glance. Of course not. Though I am the deputy envoy, the one in charge of this branch remains Gu Wanxin, regardless of her actions. I cannot intervene directly. I can only report and await higher authorities' decisions. Wanbao Pavilion adheres strictly to its regulations and does not tolerate provocation. This is also to protect those without power. Very well, Song Shuang sighed. Keep a close watch on Gu Wanxin. I refuse to believe she can hide away indefinitely. If new goods do not arrive within a month, I shall find a way to deal with her. Just then, the door burst open, and a guard rushed in, breathless. Deputy Envoy, trouble? Gu Wanxin has suddenly vanished. Zui Ming Lu, the most luxurious restaurant in Yushao City. On the top floor, in a private room. Yi Suifeng sat across from Gu Wanxin. Why hold this transaction here, Pavilion Master Gu? Yi Suifeng inquired. After yesterday's meeting, he had come to Wanbao Pavilion to ask Gu Wanxin about the delay in restocking. However, before he could disembark from his carriage, Gu Wanxin's maid had approached him, stating that Gu Wanxin was at Zui Ming Lu, leading him here. With a smile, Gu Wanxin replied, as the most esteemed guest of Wanbao Pavilion, of course, I must provide you with the utmost hospitality. With a wave of her hand, a group of graceful maidens entered, presenting the finest delicacies and drinks from Zui Ming Lu. Filling the table, Yi Suifeng observed Gu Wanxin, sensing that matters were not as simple as she portrayed. There was undoubtedly another layer to her intentions. Yet, he was uninterested in delving deeper. He was merely there to procure goods. You have gone to great lengths, Pavilion Master, he stated directly. However, I am here solely to inquire if there are any new treasures available. Yi Suifeng's directness was characteristic. Gu Wanxin beamed and produced a jade slip from her robes, handing it to Yi Suifeng. Upon receiving the slip, Yi Suifeng skimmed through it. The contents were similar to his previous purchase, predominantly items of mid-tier quality, with only a handful of treasures above the earthly level, fewer than last time. Disappointment creased his brow. Is this all there is? He questioned. Noticing his dissatisfaction, Gu Wanqin replied. Please understand, esteemed you family head. The goods supplied to the branch are assessed by the main pavilion, while you were generous in your last purchase. Acquiring nearly all the stock, the main pavilion is unaware of your subsequent purchasing capacity, thus hesitating to release more items. Yu Sui Feng was left speechless. Their caution was excessive. Very well, please provide an estimate, he replied. The Yu family head is truly forthright. Gu Wanqin exclaimed with joy. The total value of this batch is 12 billion spirit stones, but as you are my most esteemed guest, I offer you a 10% discount. Thus, the total comes to 10 billion 800 million spirit stones. A 10% discount meant a significant reduction of 1 billion 200 million spirit stones, an impressive display of goodwill. Yi Suifeng nodded, accepting the offer. Bring me the storage bag. He extended his hand. Gu Wanqin's smile widened as she promptly produced a large storage bag, capable of holding up to 200 billion spirit stones. Soon, the transaction was completed with efficiency. Yi family head, would you like to experience the specialties of Xie Menglu? Gu Wanqin gave Yi Suifeng a knowing glance. No, thank you, Yi Suifeng replied, disinterested in such indulgences. I have but one request. Please, do tell. Gu Wanqin straightened in her seat. Additionally, I require a higher proportion of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. I want as much as you can procure. Also, I need treasures above the earthly level. Inform your main pavilion that I possess ample spirit stones. They need not fear I cannot afford them. Gu Wanqin nodded repeatedly. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures are no problem. However, for treasures beyond the earthly level, I can only do my utmost to negotiate, as such items are beyond my purview. Yu Suifeng acknowledged her words with a nod. Very well. I shall await your good news. With that, he rose to leave, discreetly taking a roasted duck on his way out, causing Gu Wanqin to cast him a surprised glance. What are you doing here, Gu Wanqin? Song Shuang entered with a stern expression. Crossing her legs, Gu Wanqin laughed lightly. Deputy Envoy Song. You seem to be meddling in matters that do not concern you. Do I need to report my every meal and need to you? You. Song Shuang felt a surge of anger, yet he was unable to act against Gu Wanqin. I merely came to remind you that, as the pavilion master, you should be diligent and not idle all day, neglecting the restocking of goods. If this continues, I shall report to Master Luo. Gu Wanqin drank from her cup of fine wine and stood up. There is no need for you to fret, Deputy Envoy. Naturally, I am here to replenish the goods. I have sold everything brought in recently, amassing over 1,000 billion spirit stones. In just a month, I have moved over 2 billion worth of items, surely. Master Luo's attendants will find this intriguing. Leaning closer to Song Shuang, Gu Wanqin smiled sweetly. By the way, given the substantial amount of spirit stones involved in the long journey to Sioux City, I hope you will fulfill your duty and send guards to protect me on my way. Hee, I would be ever so grateful. With that, Gu Wanqin departed the private room, leaving Song Shuang standing in place, his expression darkening. How on earth did that wretched woman find such wealthy clients? He kicked a chair across the room in frustration. Chapter 17. The return from training in the Yi family. A slender figure twirled gracefully in the air, accompanied by glimmers of sword light. At times, she moved with the lightness of a swallow, and at others, she exuded the fierce might of an eagle, twisting and turning effortlessly. With a sharp exclamation, she unleashed a sword strike towards the black measuring stone before her. Instantly, a colossal wave of sword energy coalesced in the air, swiftly cleaving down upon the stone. Boom! The resilient measuring stone was suddenly marred by intricate cracks, which quickly shattered into a cascade of debris. Very well, Yu Suifeng nodded approvingly from the side. Father! Yu Huang exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him and hurriedly bounded over. Her cheeks were flushed, her breath came in quick gasps, and sweat clung to her hair, which stuck to her face. Yet her spirit was at its zenith. I have mastered the 9 styles of god-slaying, Yu Huang declared, carefully suppressing her excitement. Yu Suifeng affectionately ruffled her hair. He had witnessed his daughter's relentless efforts and growth. Previously, he had promised her that if she could cultivate the 9 styles of god-slaying to a minor success, she would be allowed to join the clans used in their training at the border. Since then, Yi Huang had devoted herself to rigorous practice, immersing herself in training except for eating and sleeping. With the aid of the Tranquility Stone, she had succeeded in mastering the 9 styles in just a month, breaking through 2 levels in her cultivation to reach the 9th level of Qi refinement, nearly matching the standards of the clan's outstanding youths. Her progress was indeed remarkable. Father, may I? Yu Huang looked at Yu Suifeng with eager anticipation. I love you, father, she exclaimed, joyfully bouncing in place, feeling that all her hard work was now validated. Look at how delighted you are. Yi Sui Feng chuckled, shaking his head. Come here, let me check your body refinement. He placed his hand atop her head, his consciousness sweeping over her. During the last body refinement, most of the energy had remained dormant within her, nurturing her body gradually through her training. After a month, Yi Huang had absorbed nearly all of that energy. Her strength and physical constitution had increased nearly tenfold compared to a month prior. Furthermore, Yi Sui Feng was astonished to discover a slight enhancement in her cultivation aptitude, evidently a result of the transformative power of the Calamity Thunder. Thank you, father. Yi Huang beamed. That evening, Yi Sui Feng conducted her second body refinement. This time, the process was gentler than before. Having discerned the energy-enhancing effects of the body refinement liquid, he adjusted the formula to focus more on that aspect. Most of the energy was now concealed, intended to gradually stimulate her potential as she grew. This was a long-term strategy. Subsequently, he gifted her the protective talisman he had purchased earlier. The reason for not giving it to her previously was simple. He had forgotten. The next day, the Yi family became lively. The clan's youths returned after a month of training, brimming with vitality. They shared tales of their experiences and the peculiar sights they encountered along the way. Such opportunities had never arisen before. Brother, you were amazing. You took down that second-tier wolf demon with a single strike. Did you know? The name of young Master Long is now renowned at the borders, and everyone speaks of you in admiration. Yi Qian exclaimed excitedly. Yi Long remained rather composed, responding, those are merely hollow accolades. The true path is to grow even stronger. Yi Qian nodded, then continued, by the way, I heard that Yi Xiao managed to break through to the Qi transformation realm just a few days ago. Fifth uncle's little sister? Yi Long raised an eyebrow. Fifth uncle Yi Sui Bao had 2 daughters. The elder, Yu Qinyao, was only a few months younger than Yi Long and had nearly concurrently entered the Qi transformation realm, currently at the 3rd layer. She was another prodigy of the Yi family. Yi Xiao, on the other hand, was merely 13 and had also achieved the Qi transformation realm. The talents of fifth uncle's 2 daughters were indeed formidable. Indeed, Yu Qian remarked, she is even younger than me and already so powerful. Moreover, Sister Qinyao performed exceptionally well during this training and earned the title of Fairy of Melody. Yi Qian pouted. Yi Long was both her brother and idol, and the fact that Yi Qinyao shared the same acclaim made her feel a twinge of discomfort. That's a good thing, Yi Long replied with a smile. Don't be disheartened by others' excellence, nor should you feel angered. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Moments later, she suddenly turned to Yi Qian and asked, De Qian, what's wrong with you today? You haven't said a word. Yi Long looked over as well. Yi Qian appeared somewhat peculiar, and after a moment of silence, he sighed lightly, saying, I merely saw those impoverished children and felt. Throughout the training, he had finally understood the harsh realities of life in remote regions. For those people, survival was a constant struggle, clinging to life on the edge of death. It was something he, accustomed to a life of privilege, found difficult to fathom. Oh dear. Your saintly heart is overflowing again. Yi Qian teased. No. Yi Qian quickly retorted. I was thinking that for the clan, people are a form of wealth. If we have the capability, perhaps we could take in some talented individuals and nurture them. Given time, they could become assets to the family. You just feel sorry for them. Your saintly heart is overflowing. Yi Qian rolled her eyes. I truly am not. He insisted. Enough. Yi Long interjected, preventing their argument from escalating. He turned to Yi Qian and asked, is that truly how you feel? Indeed, Yi Qian replied, I believe that for a faction, talent is an indispensable asset. Yi Long nodded. What you say is not incorrect. Expanding one's influence necessitates ample talent. However, nurturing talent is an exceedingly resource-intensive endeavor, and the complexities involved are quite intricate. You might consider discussing your thoughts with Uncle to see how he might handle it. Yi Qian nodded earnestly. Wow, brother. You're amazing to think of such connections. Unlike some people who are always overflowing with saintly sentiments, Yi Qian praised. Yi Qian immediately shot him a glare. Hey, I'm talking about the same thing as Big Brother. No, Big Brother is thoughtful. You are just sentimental. Chapter 18. The Patriarch's Gold Medal, Adopting Orphans? Yi Sui Feng sat in his study, observing his refined nephew with a hint of surprise. No, it wasn't merely a matter of adoption. Yi Qian appeared somewhat hesitant as he spoke. I wish to transform them into a formidable force for our family's future. Yi Sui Feng stroked his chin. This nephew was rather intriguing, aligning with his own thoughts. Very well, he replied. Yi Qian was momentarily taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. Uncle, you agree? Yi Suifeng chuckled. Yes, why wouldn't I? This is a noble endeavor. Yi Qian was stunned. He had mustered considerable courage for this visit. Fully aware that such ideas were rare in a ruthless world, squandering family resources to nurture unrelated individuals would likely invite ridicule. He had braced himself for a scolding. But unexpectedly, his uncle had readily consented, so nonchalantly that it left him momentarily speechless. Uncle, you truly do not oppose this? Yi Qian still could not believe it. Of course not, Yi Suifeng reaffirmed. Yi Qian took a deep breath and declared, Uncle, your support inspires me greatly. In a world where everyone else opposed him, his uncle's affirmation instilled immense confidence. Ha, Yi Suifeng laughed. Go ahead and pursue it. Should you encounter any insurmountable issues, feel free to seek my assistance. Adopting orphans and cultivating power is indeed a convoluted endeavor. Resources are secondary. The true challenge lies in managing human sentiments, which is an art in itself. Yi Qian was still too young, but Yi Suifeng would grant him ample space and time. Thank you, uncle, Yi Qian stated earnestly. I shall commence preparations forthwith. Quite so. Yi Suifeng nodded, but whatever you undertake, it's best to devise a plan beforehand. Tell me, how many do you intend to take in first? And how will you nurture them? Yi Qian furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding. During my recent experiences, I encountered several individuals with great potential. I plan to adopt the 3 most gifted and advanced among them. Then we shall retreat to the high mountains for training, as well as to reap substantial rewards. Once we accumulate enough resources, we will gradually expand our numbers. Uncle, what do you think? He promptly awaited his uncle's response. Yi Suifeng nodded subtly. Under normal circumstances, this arrangement was indeed commendable with a high margin for error. However, I find it rather trivial, Yi Suifeng remarked coolly. Yi Qian blinked in surprise, not anticipating such an evaluation. Your vision is too narrow. Yi Suifeng shook his head. If you follow your plan, how long will it take to truly form a scale that benefits the family? 10 years? 20 years? I cannot afford to wait that long. Upon hearing this, Yi Qian's expression turned pained. Uncle, if I broaden the recruitment scope, my limited resources cannot sustain it. This endeavor requires substantial funding. Yi Qian had only dared to propose this idea after witnessing a recent increase in available resources. Expanding the scale was something he had never dared to consider. Yet, Yi Suifeng smiled and said, You foolish boy, do you think my support is merely verbal? I assent it. Yi Qian blinked. Certainly not, Yi Suifeng replied, shaking his head. There is something you do not yet know. The family has decided to support your efforts in harnessing external strengths to integrate into our clan. Moreover, resources will be provided as circumstances dictate. Since you have taken the initiative to propose this idea, report directly to me whenever you require assistance. I have but one request. Pursue it boldly. Yi Qian left the patriarch's study in a daze. Outside, Yi Long and Yi Qian awaited him. So, did uncle agree? Yi Long inquired. Observing his expression, Yi Qian scoffed. Humph, I knew uncle would never acquiesce to such an outrageous demand. It's not as if we have limitless resources. Uncle has indeed agreed, Yi Qian interrupted her, producing a slender golden token from his pocket. The token gleamed with a prominent character for wind. The patriarch's gold medal. Yi Long was instantly taken aback. As a direct descendant of the Yi family, he was well aware of its significance. The patriarch's gold medal possesses a singular power. It allows one to unconditionally withdraw family resources, be they spirit stones or martial arts artifacts, anything at all. Such a token is likely held by only a few prominent family officials. And now, it had been bestowed upon Yi Qian. Has the patriarch lost his mind? Yi Long was stunned. Yi Qian, what exactly did you discuss with uncle? Nothing much, Yi Qian replied. I merely shared my thoughts with him. And he expressed his strong support. Then, he gave me this gold medal. Yi Long and Yi Qian exchanged bewildered glances, speechless. This seemed exceedingly rash. Was he not concerned that Yi Qian might squander the token? Such a development. Does this mean we no longer need to worry about resources? Yi Qian gazed at the medal, her eyes nearly glazing over. For them, it represented boundless resources. However, Yi Qian tucked the medal away. His expression turned solemn. And he stated earnestly, To me, my uncle's support is the most significant asset. I must ensure the success of this endeavor. I cannot betray his trust. I shall not utilize this gold medal for personal gain. With that, he strode away with resolute steps. I hope that boy isn't too rigid and can wisely utilize the gold medal to elevate himself. Yi Suifeng mused to himself in the room. His conversation with Yi Qian today had unveiled a concern. The younger generation in the family was indeed talented, yet they shared a common flaw. They were too inflexible. It seems further policy reinforcement is necessary. Chapter 19. Contribution points. What is the aspiration of a cultivator? It is to possess a suitable cultivation method, a high-quality spiritual weapon, and ample training resources. Most conflicts and disputes arise from these desires, with many even willing to sacrifice their lives for them. Thus, in a certain sense, most cultivators are impoverished. The Yi family, in particular, was once exceedingly poor. They lacked cultivation resources, had a singular and inferior method of practice, and dared not hope for spiritual weapons above the Xin grade. This poverty significantly curtailed the talents and potential of individuals. Yi Suifeng's vision was straightforward: to eliminate these constraints, allowing every member of the Yi family to fully realize their potential in a resource-rich environment. He instructed Sui Yun to devise a contribution point system, establishing the method hall, spiritual weapon hall, and treasure hall. Everything within would be linked to contribution points, enabling family members to exchange them for desired items. Yu Suifeng called Sui Yun to his study, and Sui Yun took notes diligently. I understand. This approach is akin to those of the grand sects and can serve as a motivation for our kin, he remarked. Yi Suifeng nodded. Indeed, yet we are a family, so our methods must differ from those of sections. The latter do this to foster cohesion and recognition among disciples while leveraging their numbers for profit. We, however, do not require such motives. My aim is to relieve our kin of resource worries, allowing them to focus solely on their cultivation. Therefore, we must carefully consider how contribution points are earned. Breaking through a cultivation level counts as a contribution. Achieving success in a particular field counts. Assisting fellow clansmen counts. And even marrying and having children should be counted as well, he elaborated. Sui Yun widened his eyes in surprise. Having children counts too? Yi Suifeng replied with a hum. A flourishing population is a hallmark of a thriving family. It not only counts, but should be weighted more heavily. In summary, all actions beneficial to the family must be included in the contribution system. After assigning the specifics to the family officials, Yi Suifeng focused on policy making and funding. Subsequently, the method hall, spiritual weapon hall, and treasure hall were announced as permanently open. The Yi family soon learned about the methods of acquiring contribution points. I have 1,000 initial contribution points. Is that much or little? Someone wondered. I have 1,000 too. It seems most people start with that amount. Young members gathered to discuss the newly implemented policies and how to accumulate contributions. Oh, reaching a new level in Qi refining grants 100 contribution points. Indeed. Breaking through the transformation stage directly yields 3,000 contribution points. Wow, becoming a first-grade alchemist provides 3,000 contribution points too. Wait, helping an elderly person cross the street earns 10 contribution points? Recruiting a genius for the family grants 500 points? Having a child nets 5,000 points? As they observed, the conversation took a surprising turn. Some were familiar with the contribution standards of sects, which typically involved a task system, where points were earned only upon completing specific tasks. Yet, the Yi family's rules seemed all-encompassing. They had never heard of childbirth being counted as a contribution. They could foresee that, in the near future, the population of the Yi family would undoubtedly experience unprecedented growth. Let us not celebrate too early. We still don't know how many contribution points are needed to exchange for those precious resources, someone cautioned, prompting silence among the crowd. Indeed, if the costs are prohibitive, it won't matter much. Let us take a look. Sigh, I hope my 1,000 contribution points can buy a mid-grade yellow-level martial skill. Everyone surged towards the newly opened halls. Upon seeing the prices listed inside, they were left dumbfounded. What? A low-grade yellow-level cultivation method only costs 10 contribution points? My goodness, there are even Xian-level methods available for 1,000 points, though each person can only redeem 2. Be grateful. Such opportunities were previously unheard of. Besides, one should not be greedy. A low-grade yellow-level spiritual sword costs merely 50 contribution points. Finally, I too am a proud owner of a spiritual sword. All were astounded. The prices of those precious resources were astonishingly reasonable. It was as if they were being given away for free. Everyone began to sing praises for the family and their beloved patriarch, Yi Suifeng. Sister, our uncle is simply too dashing, exclaimed a girl with 2 long braids. Her excitement palpable as she caressed a radiant longsword, as if it was the most exquisite object in the world. Shush out, that is a Xian-level spiritual weapon. Be careful not to hurt yourself, cautioned another slightly older girl, exasperated. Dear Yaxian, I wouldn't tea. Before she could finish, Yi Xiaoxiao shrieked as a drop of blood welled up from her finger. She quickly placed her finger in her mouth. Yi Qi now shook her head in disbelief. We only have 1,000 contribution points. You've already spent them all. That's rather wasteful. Yi Xiaoxiao, sucking on her finger, whimpered, It's not wasteful. It's fated to be mine. It will surely shine brightly in my hands. Regrettably, I broke through too soon. If I had delayed just a few days, I could have earned another 3,000 contribution points. But that matters not. I am Yi Xiaoxiao, and I can make rapid progress even in the transformation stage. Accumulating plenty of contribution points, Yi Xiaoxiao rambled on, while Yi Qiniao listened quietly. By the way, sister, Yi Xiaoxiao continued, her finger finally ceasing to bleed. I heard that Yi Long's reputation at the border is quite formidable, and many clansmen have gathered around him, forming a powerful force. Since it's just the two of us, why not seek some allies, or we will surely be outshone by him. Yi Qiniao glanced at her and shook her head. We are fighting for the family. There is no need to compare ourselves. We should focus on doing our best. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. You are too indifferent to fame and fortune. Perhaps a nunnery would suit you better than the Yi family. Fine, if you won't help, I will. I think we could first win over Sister Huang. Though her strength is lacking, she is still the patriarch's daughter. With Uncle's current generosity, perhaps we could even acquire another Xian-level spiritual sword through her. And Sister Zihan from 4th Uncle's family is also impressive. She is already at the 10th level of Qi, refining at 13, nearly half as accomplished as I am. Hee. We could form a Yi family girls team to overshadow Yi Long and his group. But as for Yi Qian, let us skip her. She is too infatuated with her brother Yi Long to be of any use. Chapter 20. The Primordial Art. After a brief period of recuperation, the younger generation of the Yi family set forth once more towards the borders of the High Ridge. Yi Huang accompanied them on this journey. A couple of days prior, Yi Xiaoxiao, the spirited young lady of the Yi Sui leopard family, had taken the initiative to invite Yi Huang, ardently assuring Yi Sui Feng of her unwavering commitment to ensure Yi Huang's safety, encouraging him to rest easy. She even went so far as to proclaim that Yi Sui Feng was becoming increasingly handsome, showering him with extravagant praise. Yi Sui Feng, fully aware of her intentions, chose not to expose her motives and gifted both her and Yi Qiniao a high-grade mystical bracelet each. Yi Xiaoxiao was nearly elated to the point of levitation. Subsequently, Yi Sui Feng pulled the two aside and advised them not to hold back due to Yi Huang's status, urging them to allow her to engage in whatever activities were necessary for her growth. This, he believed, would yield a more profound experience. Having engaged in 2 transactions with Gu Wanqin, he had amassed a considerable collection of martial arts techniques and cultivation insights, granting him a rudimentary understanding of the cultivation system within this world. In ancient times, mortals bathed in the light of the sun, moon, and stars, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, thus becoming the first humans endowed with extraordinary powers. During that era, talent was the sole criterion for greatness. In the course of humanity's ancestral battles against demons and beasts, they gradually uncovered a path to self-cultivation, emulating the training methods of these creatures by inhaling and exhaling the spiritual energy of the cosmos to enhance their own abilities. It was from this point that the concept of spiritual energy entered the consciousness of humankind. As development continued, the path of cultivation further evolved, establishing a clear and detailed classification of cultivation levels, alongside significant advancements in associated disciplines such as alchemy, formation, and talismans. This flourishing diversity resembled a myriad of blooming flowers in a starry sky. However, amidst this complexity arose a critical issue: the overwhelming variety, excessive intricacy, and lack of a universal standard rendered it challenging for all individuals to find suitable practices for their learning. Yi Sui Feng shook his head, recognizing that each individual is unique, and thus, their cultivation practices must vary accordingly, leading to inevitable discrepancies. Consequently, each person must seek the cultivation method that best suits them to maximize their potential. Failure to do so, or choosing incorrectly due to misjudgment, could result in a lifetime of mediocrity. The uneven distribution of resources exacerbated this issue, making it a common plight. If a universally applicable method existed that everyone could cultivate, the latent potential of humanity would be boundless, and the world would undoubtedly be more vibrant. Yi Sui Feng pondered, drawing from his experiences in a different world, where a concept known as basic education prevailed. Prior to high school, all individuals received an equal education across various disciplines, only to be divided into literary and scientific tracks in secondary education. University studies further specialized this division, culminating in an array of professions, with postgraduate studies offering even finer distinctions. This system resembled a grand tree, each branch representing infinite future possibilities, with the trunk signifying the most vital aspect. Yi Sui Feng aspired to create such a trunk, beginning with the essence of spiritual energy itself. He extended his hand, summoning a gentle white aura into his palm, transforming it into various forms. At its core, spiritual energy is a unique type of energy, capable of being absorbed by any object. If the absorbing entity possesses intelligence, it can harness this energy to augment its own strength. The Qi refining stage primarily involves absorbing spiritual energy, unblocking meridians, and initially tempering the body. The Qi transformation stage further refines this energy, forming an ethereal cloud within the Dantian, allowing mastery over its power. All techniques ultimately represent the various ways spiritual energy circulates within the body. Some methods are fierce and domineering, while others are gentle, and some possess unique attributes. Furthermore, the meridians within each individual differ subtly, resulting in an exceedingly complex system. Yi Sui Feng smiled softly, acknowledging that complexity is the antithesis of universality. Although the human meridian system resembles an intricate web, it fundamentally comprises 9 primary meridians that every individual possesses. By basing a cultivation method on these 9 principal pathways, the likelihood of creating a universally applicable technique increases significantly. Each of these meridians is remarkably broad, akin to grand avenues, capable of accommodating diverse energies. However, such diversity necessitates a refined system to ensure purity. Contemplating this, Yi Sui Feng waved his hand, conjuring a vast luminous screen before him, where the 9 primary meridians were vividly illuminated. Above them lay the connection to the center of consciousness, while below, they linked to the Dantian. Behind them, a faint green energy shimmered, representing the essence of human life. A slight misstep could jeopardize this essence, which is why no one had dared to simultaneously manipulate all 9 meridians. Yet Yi Sui Feng was different. His immeasurable consciousness allowed him to perceive the fundamental truths effortlessly. This corresponded seamlessly with the Qi refining stage of traditional cultivation systems. He envisioned utilizing the primary meridians to nurture the physical body, refining the Dantian, and extracting and storing energy, paralleling the Qi transformation realm. Suddenly, Yi Sui Feng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, revealing a celestial river of stars within, pulsating, fading, and rebirthing. He had begun his theoretical crafting. As time flowed gently by, he remained in the family patriarch's study for nearly 2 months. Previously, when he had elevated the divine slaying 9 swords, it had taken merely a moment. The magnitude of this undertaking was evidently immense. After 2 months, the starlight in Yi Sui Feng's eyes gradually dimmed, and the luminous screen before him materialized into a radiant tome, gently closing its final page. With a long sigh of relief, he realized he had not anticipated the extensive time required to forge this new technique. Time to bestow it with a name. Yi Sui Feng smiled, gazing at the tome as one would at a cherished child. This technique represented a novel cultivation system, utilizing energy not solely confined to spiritual energy. The essence of heaven and earth, the primal forces of all things, and even demonic and magical energies could be absorbed and harnessed. After careful contemplation, Yi Sui Feng inscribed 3 prominent characters upon the tome: Primordial Art. Chapter 21. The Art of Business. After 2 months of seclusion, no significant events transpired within the family. Only the younger generation remained, diligently purging the monstrous beasts and adhering to Yi Sui Feng's directives to cultivate amicable relations with the ordinary cultivators. As this endeavor was unprecedented, the results were remarkably conspicuous. In less than 3 months, the reputation of the Yi family within the cities under their governance had elevated by several degrees. In certain locales, the Yi family was regarded almost as a sacred entity. Sacred? I have no intention of transforming the Yi family into a sanctum. Yi Sui Feng scoffed. His aspirations focused on establishing a sufficiently formidable power, deeming reputation as secondary. Are there cultivators willing to ally with the Yi family? What is their strength? What are their talent? Yi Sui Feng inquired. Oh, there are plenty. Sui Yun replied with a smile. Currently, over 100 cultivators have made their way to Yunxiao City, eager to join our ranks. Most are at the Qi refinement stage, though their talents vary considerably. Yi Sui Feng waved dismissively. Inconsistency is acceptable. We are not a sect bound by strict standards of talent. This world equally requires the weaker to undertake ordinary tasks. Ensure their responsibilities are well defined, and strive to place each individual in their rightful position. Sui Yin frowned. Elder brother, Are you suggesting we take them all? Indeed, all of them, Yi Suifeng affirmed. Provide them with an optimal cultivation environment and be generous with resources. Laying a solid foundation will facilitate smoother progress in the future. Suiyin understood and chuckled. I estimate that in the coming years, the family's population could multiply significantly. From what I gather, some of the younger members have also excelled, gathering a considerable following. Some younger members? Yi Suifeng laughed. You must be referring to your own son. Before the family announced this policy, Yi Qian had approached him, expressing similar sentiments. Yi Suifeng held a favorable view of this nephew. Haha. Suijin laughed heartily. It's not just Yu Qian, Yi Long, Yu Qinyao. And others have garnered numerous followers due to their outstanding strength. Oh, and Yi Huang too. Suiyun continued. Yi Huang, Qinyao, Shishao Zihan. And several other young ladies have formed an organization called Tianxuan Hall, which currently possesses considerable influence and a formidable reputation in the border areas. The leaders are Qin Yao and Yi Huang, though as you know, Qin Yao is disinterested in fame, so it is primarily Yi Huang who manages affairs. They have attracted a substantial following of wandering cultivators due to their remarkable strength. Yi Suifeng expressed mild surprise. I did not expect our young ladies to possess such competitive spirits. The fact that a daughter has become their leader suggests that her identity and strength must have seen significant advancement. Elder brother, I wish to inquire about how Yi Huang's strength has suddenly surged so dramatically in just over 2 months. She has broken through to the 12th level of Qi refinement. It's astonishing. Moreover, her combat prowess is formidable. I have heard that even Yu Long is not entirely confident of victory. It appears that she must be considered in the upcoming battle at Yushao City. Suiyin's face reflected disbelief, for Yi Huang's performance was indeed exceptional. It is merely a case of late bloomers, Yi Suifeng remarked. Is that so? Suiyin chuckled. Winking at Yi Suifeng, perhaps other younger members of the family also harbor potential for late blooming. I believe you should keep an eye on them. Clearly, he did not wholly trust Yi Suifeng's words, for Yi Huang's transformation was too pronounced to dismiss without attributing it to Yi Suifeng himself. Look at you, resembling a monkey. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Let us wait until the trials conclude. It will provide an opportunity to discern who possesses cultivation value. At that point, I shall treat them accordingly. Suiyun laughed heartily, agreeing. After all, his eldest son Yi Long would undoubtedly secure a spot. By the way, I have been in seclusion for 2 months and have not provided you with this month's spirit stones. Have there been any issues? Yu Suifeng inquired. No. Nothing at all, Suiyun replied. You had given me a total of 182 billion spirit stones. Thankfully, you were in seclusion. Otherwise, I would have struggled to expend such a vast amount within a month. Yi Suifeng had tasked him with depleting the spirit stones within that month, which had caused Suiyun considerable distress. There is simply no way to spend it all. Look at your lack of ambition. Yi Suifeng decided not to press him further. There was no rush. Nonetheless, this situation alerted him to a potential issue if he were to enter seclusion again unexpectedly and for an extended period. The family's financial chain would surely falter, hindering their development as per his vision. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng handed Suiyun a storage pouch. Here are 10 billion high-grade spirit stones. Take good care of them and manage them as you see fit. I have but one request. Strive to provide the family with an excellent cultivation environment within reasonable limits. Yi Suiyun trembled as he accepted the pouch. 10 billion high-grade spirit stones equated to a staggering sum. He had never encountered such immense wealth in his lifetime. Rest assured, elder brother, I will maximize its potential. Suiyun declared earnestly, understanding that this pouch of spirit stones symbolized not only wealth but also Yi Suifeng's trust in him and the weighty responsibility that accompanied it. Yi Suifeng nodded lightly. By the way, has Gu Wanqing from Wanbao Pavilion sought you out recently? She has. Suiyun retrieved 3 rings, stating, she left these for you, saying they were to be delivered to you. They are sealed with a formation, so I cannot open them. Yi Suifeng took the rings, effortlessly dispelling the seals. Inside lay a plethora of treasures, alongside a corresponding price list. Congratulations on your emergence from seclusion, a playful thought echoed within, courtesy of Gu Wanqing. Interesting, Yi Suifeng smirked. They had previously reached an agreement for Gu Wanqing to deliver resources every half-month. Unexpectedly, he had entered seclusion for 2 months. Yet this woman had still adhered to the agreement and sent the items ahead of schedule. She certainly knows the art of business. Yi Suifeng mused as he examined the price list, which retained a 10% discount, totaling over 430 billion spirit stones. He cleared out a storage ring and crafted a new formation, one that only she could unlock. Subsequently, he handed the rings back to Suiyun. These two contain resources. Manage them as you see fit. Arrange for someone to deliver this ring to Gu Wanqin at 1 Out Pavilion. Sui Yin nodded, accepting the 3 rings. The vast resources inside no longer surprised him. It was not his first encounter with such wealth, and his mindset had improved significantly. The two continued discussing various trivial matters until Sui Yin finally rose to depart. Oh, almost forgot. A little over a month ago, 4 young individuals came seeking you, claiming they had encountered you at the periphery of Qinggu jailing, Sui Yin mentioned. Really? Oh right. Yi Suifeng recalled that on the day of his tribulation, he had casually saved a few young people who were nearly gored by a bull. Feeling a connection, he had made them a promise. Make appropriate arrangements. They seem quite promising, Yi Suifeng stated. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Wait, have them come to me together. The newly established path of cultivation requires someone to first explore its tangible effects. Chapter 22. Encounter with danger in the courtyard beneath the willow tree. For young individuals, a trio of young men and a young woman stood before Yi Suifeng, their expressions marked by a palpable awkwardness. Are you accustomed to life here? Yi Suifeng inquired. Seated at a stone table, leisurely sipping his tea. Accustomed? Yes, it is quite agreeable, replied the long-haired youth, Feng Ji, stammering slightly. The Yi family has treated us exceptionally well, truly. They provided us with lodging and meals, and recently, while working within the family, they even granted us a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Yi Suifeng smiled reassuringly. There is no need to be nervous. In fact, I do not yet know your names. Feng Ji quickly introduced himself. I am Feng Ji, and this is Ma Feng, the one who nearly perished last time. He is Yu Pengyi, and she is Lu Hong. The 4 bowed respectfully. We have met you, Senior Yi. Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. Our meeting at jailing is fortuitous. There is no need for undue formality. The reason I summoned you today is that I wish for your assistance with a matter. Feng Ji clasped his hands in earnest. I owe my life to you, Senior. If you require anything, please command us. We would brave mountains of knives and seas of fire without hesitation. The group's determination was evident, reminiscent of the camaraderie found among warriors. Very well, Yi Suifeng paused thoughtfully. I understand that you all are at the qi refinement stage, correct? Feng Ji nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Herein lies my proposition. I possess a unique cultivation method known as the Yuan Shigong, which diverges entirely from the current cultivation systems. I hold great optimism for its future. However, as it remains untested by anyone, the outcomes are uncertain. In essence, I seek individuals to serve as experimental subjects. Consider this carefully. If you are willing, I will personally guide your cultivation journey. Of course, if you choose not to partake, you may continue residing with the Yi family and pursue your usual endeavors. Yi Suifeng articulated his intentions candidly, revealing his thoughts without hesitation. For a group at the qi refinement stage, he felt no need for subterfuge. Even if they declined, he could find others within the family to assist him. However, the group fell into silence, contemplating his proposition. The notion of altering their cultivation method was a weighty decision, particularly given Yi Suifeng's clarity that this was an entirely different path. The risks were considerable. Should anything go awry, their lives could be irrevocably altered. Yi Suifeng remained unhurried, slowly sipping his tea as he awaited their response. After a prolonged moment, suddenly, one individual stepped forward and knelt on one knee. It was the youth named Ma Feng. Senior, you saved my life, yet my humble status leaves me uncertain of how to repay your kindness. Now that you are in need, I shall not hesitate. I am willing to attempt your new cultivation method, Ma Feng declared, his resolve unwavering. Immediately following, Feng Ji stepped forward, grinning. A true man must honor his word. I previously stated I would spare no effort. How could I act contrary to my words? Senior, I too am willing to try. Upon hearing this, Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi joined them, standing resolutely alongside their companions. Their intentions were unmistakably clear. Yi Suifeng smiled, feeling the camaraderie reminiscent of chivalry among warriors, a quality rarely found among those from noble families. But do not harbor regrets? Certainly not, Feng Ji affirmed decisively. Very well. Let us commence our endeavor at once. Yi Suifeng rose, his immense consciousness enveloping the 4, revealing every secret within their bodies. Feng Ji, Qi Refinement Level 8. With moderate talent. Ma Feng, Qi Refinement Level 6 with low talent. Lu Hong, Qi Refinement Level 6 with low talent. Yu Pengyi, Qi Refinement Level 7 with moderate talent. Feng Ji and Lu Hong exhibited solid foundations, while the other 2 were slightly weaker, a common scenario among wandering cultivators. They often lacked access to suitable methods. Feng Ji and Ma Feng, You two must disperse all your cultivation and begin anew. Luhong and Yupingi. Maintain your current practices while cultivating the Yuan Shi Gong simultaneously. Yi Suifeng instructed. I will impart the essence of the Yuan Shi Gong to you. Explore its depths independently for now. Fear not. I shall supervise you closely, ensuring your safety from any mortal peril. Yi Suifeng swiftly organized the four into two groups, one starting from scratch, and the other integrating traditional methods. The approach of beginning anew required no elaboration, while the integration was intended for future transitions of other practitioners. This would yield more precise experimental data. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng conferred a profound enlightenment upon the four, instilling the foundational principles of the Yuan Shi Gong deep within their souls, thus eliminating the need for lengthy comprehension. The four then commenced their initial cultivation in the courtyard. Yi Suifeng stood guard nearby, meticulously observing the flow of spiritual energy and the various transformations occurring within their bodies. This new avenue of cultivation became increasingly apparent. The first session of cultivation concluded as night fell. I will arrange for you a more convenient location shortly, Yi Suifeng assured them, as everything progressed smoothly. However, that night, Sui Yin rushed in, urgency etched upon his face. Elder brother, trouble has arisen. His expression was grave. You instructed me to send someone to Wandao Pavilion for transactions. And I sent Sui Hu. The unexpected news caused Yi Suifeng to furrow his brow. It seemed that the dealings with Wandao Pavilion had attracted the attention of certain individuals. Where is Sui Hu now? Yi Suifeng inquired. We must locate the perpetrator. Sui Yun's anger was palpable. Sui Hu was a vital pillar of their family, their closest brother. Do not be hasty. Let us investigate first, Yi Suifeng replied. As for the assailant, should they dare to bare their fangs, they must prepare for annihilation. Chapter 23. Awakening at the Yi family's longevity hall. A multitude of family stalwarts gathered, some with grave expressions, others seething with anger. Who did this? Damn it. I will fight him. Need it be said? It must be that pack of dogs from the Li family. I shall not rest until I have my vengeance. Hold on. We cannot ascertain who the assailant is or their motives for attacking Fourth Master. Who else could it be but the Li family? Are you afraid? I merely seek clarity. Who accuses me of fear? The crowd buzzed with loud voices. What is all this commotion? At that moment, Sui Yun and Yi Suifeng entered, prompting immediate silence among the assembly. Contain your reckless fervor. The family head shall make the decisions. Sui Yun glared at them before proceeding into the inner chamber. Within, Yi Suiyun and Sui Bao were present, while Sui Hu lay on the bed, pale and weak. Beside him, Sui Hu's wife had reddened eyes, evidently having wept profusely. Upon seeing Yi Suifeng enter, Zhang Ziming promptly rose. Yi family head, he spoke with deference. Elder brother. Family head, the others chimed in, their expressions filled with grief and fury. Impulsive Yi Suibao had bloodshot eyes. What is everyone doing, looking as if someone has died? Besides Yi Suiyun. The others were momentarily taken aback, as they had prepared themselves for Yi Suihu's demise. He is merely a 6th-grade alchemist. He possesses little capability, Yi Suifeng interjected. Sui Bao was momentarily speechless. A 6th-grade alchemist was the strongest in Yunshao City. Yet, in his elder brother's words, he seemed insignificant. After speaking, Yi Suifeng disregarded him and took a seat by the bed. He extended a finger, pressing it against Sui Hu's brow, probing with his consciousness. Quickly discerning the dire situation. It was tragic, truly tragic. His dantian was shattered, all meridians ruptured, even his bones splintered. Most critically, his soul had suffered severe injury. Over half damaged, and his life force was continuously waning. It was evident he had encountered an existence beyond the nascent soul stage. That he still drew breath was miraculous. Yi Suifeng shook his head and pressed his finger against Sui Hu's brow once more, silently intoning, "Return to the soul." Instantly, a tremendous aura erupted from his fingertip, expanding rapidly, spreading far and wide. Suddenly, ethereal sounds filled the air, a bluish-white light flickering incessantly. Sui Yun and the others stood in a daze, watching wisps of blue smoke emerge from the void, swiftly entering Yi Suihu's brow. When the last wisp of blue smoke entered, he abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling sharply. Awakening. Husband. His wife was the first to react, collapsing onto Yi Suihu, tears streaming down her face. What immense power. Yi Suifeng, how formidable you are. After a while, Sui Yun pulled Yi Suihu aside and whispered, "Go outside and inform them that third brother is unharmed. Let them resume their duties." Yi Suifeng's strength remained an enigma, a secret he wished to keep from surfacing too soon. Sui Yun nodded and departed. At this moment, Yi Sui, who had fully regained consciousness. Sui Hu, do you recall what transpired? Yi Sui Feng inquired. He had brought 3 rings to Wanbao Pavilion and met with Gu Wanqing. The two quickly conducted their transaction, and Yi Sui Hu acquired the resources she had brought. Before departing, Gu Wanqing offered to send escorts from Wanbao Pavilion, but he declined, feeling a large entourage would expose his secret of possessing great treasures. Thus, he chose to journey alone. However, he had not anticipated that trouble would still find him. The assailants were 4 formidable cultivators beyond the nascent soul stage. As a mid-stage golden core, he stood no chance. In mere moments, he was utterly overwhelmed and fell unconscious. Elder brother, it was my fault. I should have listened to Pavilion Master Gu and accepted her escort. Yi Sui Hu lamented, guilt etched on his face. After all, those were resources worth billions. Do not speak foolishness. It is good that you are alive, Yi Sui Feng replied. 4 nascent soul cultivators. Which family in Yunshao City possesses such strength? Sui furrowed his brow. The pinnacle of combat prowess within Yunshao City was the Golden Core stage. Perhaps some family harbored 1 or 2 ancient monsters who had broken through to nascent soul, but such beings typically secluded themselves and would not act, let alone form a quartet. Therefore, the attackers likely were not from the Li or Tang families. Could it be Wanbao Pavilion? Yi Sui Yu suggested. Wanbao Pavilion had always been a mysterious force. No one could ascertain its true power, making it plausible they could dispatch for nascent soul cultivators. Elder brother, what shall we do? If it truly is Wanbao Pavilion, the situation becomes dire. What to do? Yi Sui Feng rose. Do you remember what I once told you? The Yi family fears no one. Should they dare to reach out, we shall sever their claws. Yi Sui Feng glanced at Yi Sui Hu and declared, leave this matter to me. You shall utilize the finest resources to nurture Sui Hu back to health. I will assist him in restoring his dantian and regaining his strength. With that, Yi Sui Feng prepared to depart. Elder brother, are you truly going alone? Sui Yin still harbored some concerns. Yi Sui Feng nodded. Do not worry. You need only focus on your own responsibilities, regardless of who they are. I am now an indomitable force. With a wave of his sleeve, Yi Sui Feng vanished from the room. The remaining few exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Second brother, is it just me, or has elder brother changed significantly? Yi Sui Yu murmured. He now exuded an overwhelming presence, disregarding even 4 nascent soul cultivators. Was this still the same elder brother they knew, who was always taciturn and merely a chi refining stage practitioner? No matter how much he has changed, he remains our elder brother. Sui Yun's expression turned serious. We have all witnessed the changes within the family over these months. He turned to Yi Sui Yu, speaking gravely, in the future, do not let me hear such remarks again. Chapter 24, The Pursuer in the Sky. Yi Sui Feng walked with his hands clasped behind his back. Navigating through the clouds. A gray line guided his path, a manifestation of the causal laws he gleaned from the aura surrounding Yi Sui Hu. With this causal law, he could pinpoint the location of the battle. Soon, he arrived above a secluded path in Yunshao City. In his line of sight, the remnants of a fierce struggle were evident, along with traces of array formations left behind. The concealed formations indicated that the adversaries had come prepared. What is she doing here? On the path, several figures seemed to be searching for something, one of whom was Gu Wanqing, the head of Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Sui Feng descended gracefully. Who goes there? A few cultivators at the Golden Core stage immediately took a defensive stance. However, upon recognizing Yi Sui Feng, Gu Wanqing hurriedly gestured for them to relax. Head of the Yi family, Gu Wanqing approached, her expression complex. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate they would strike within Yunshao City and harm Third Master. She bowed in apology. They? So you know who is behind this? Yi Sui Feng raised an eyebrow. Gu Wanqing pursed her lips and replied, I am not entirely certain, but based on the scene, it appears that 4 formidable Yuaning cultivators are involved. Only they could deploy such a powerful formation. Speak, Yi Sui Feng commanded, standing with his hands clasped behind him, clearly indicating that Gu Wanqing had some involvement in this matter. With a sigh, Gu Wanqing confided the recent events to Yi Sui Feng. After their last transaction, she had established a connection with the stewards of Wanbao Pavilion. The stewards operated above the main agents, and upon meeting them, Gu Wanqing reported the misconduct between Song Shuang and Luo Qing. Given the substantial profits Gu Wanqing had generated recently, the stewards took this matter seriously. After conducting an investigation, the steward promptly revoked Song Shuang's deputy qualifications and warned Luo Qing against similar antics. Thus, Gu Wanqing's crisis was averted, and both Song Shuang and Luo Qing received their just punishments. But they were not content with this outcome. Though Song Shuang had been stripped of his deputy position, he continued to operate within Yunxiao City. Gu Wanxin understood his intentions. He sought to locate that mysterious benefactor. What he would do upon finding them, she did not know and could not intervene, as this fell within the normal rules of Wanbao Pavilion. Even if a client was seized, it merely indicated her inadequacy. However, Gu Wanxin never anticipated that Song Shuang would take such a reckless risk, directly eliminating Yu Suihu during a transaction and seizing his vast resources. Such audacity was outrageous. The incident occurring on her turf meant she could not absolve herself of blame. Consequently, the recent alliance they had forged would likely shatter in an instant. Head of the Yi family, I take responsibility for not safeguarding Third Master. Yi Suifeng remained silent. He had not expected Yu Suihu's attack to stem from internal strife within Wanbao Pavilion. It was truly a case of celestial beings clashing while mortals suffered. Why did you not inform me earlier? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin's face displayed distress as she replied, Head of the Yi family, you are unaware. Behind Song Shuang stands Luo Qing, the main agent of Wanbao Pavilion and Suching, who has powerful allies at the transformation stage. I could not disclose this and could only attempt to navigate the situation. Yi Suifeng's expression bore a hint of sarcasm. You merely wish to preserve this trading channel. Do you not? Ultimately, Gu Wanxin was, at her core, a merchant, driven by profit. In her pursuit of self-interest, she concealed the conflict with Song Shuang, resulting in Yi Suihu's unwarranted calamity and near demise. Had it not been for this, perhaps the one engaging in transactions with the Yi family would have been Song Shuang. But for Yi Suifeng, he sought only resources. The identity of the provider was inconsequential. Thus, Gu Wanxin bore undeniable responsibility for this situation. Yi Suifeng could empathize with her mindset, yet he would not grant her forgiveness. I truly apologize, head of the Yi family. Given the circumstances, I do not wish to argue. I can only strive to provide you and the late Third Master with an explanation. Gu Wanxin declared resolutely. Yi Suifeng fixed his gaze upon her. Frankly, this woman was remarkable. She had managed to navigate complex power dynamics with shrewdness despite lacking a strong background. Yet, she underestimated the might of absolute power. Third Master is not dead, Yi Suifeng stated calmly. This matter is not for you to concern yourself with. I shall handle it personally. However, there must not be a next time. Should any situation arise that may endanger the Yi family, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity. Do you understand? He chose not to cast blame upon her. For one, Gu Wanxin's business acumen was indeed commendable, and her proactive nature was currently advantageous. Moreover, replacing her could lead to unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Yi Suifeng's words, Gu Wanxin appeared taken aback. Head of the Yi family, I do not quite grasp your intentions. There is nothing particularly profound about it, Yi Suifeng replied. Our agreement remains in place. As for Song Shuang, I shall deal with him myself. Gu Wanxin opened her mouth to speak. Head of the Yi family, please reconsider. Luo Qing has numerous Yuaning cultivators as protection, as well as formidable allies at the transformation stage. How do you intend to confront them? She simply could not comprehend how Yi Suifeng could utter such words. The highest combat strength in Yunxiao City barely reached the Yuaning stage. Yet Yi Suifeng shook his head and replied indifferently, Yuaning, transformation, merely insects. Very well. Accompany me. This way, should any incidents occur, you will not hesitate to inform me. With that, Yi Suifeng extended his hand into the void. Suddenly, the entire realm shifted in hue, the Grand Tao resonated, and a brilliant starry river unveiled itself before them. The world transformed. The surroundings began to whirl and spin. Amid Gu Wanxin's astonishment, her gaze fixed upon a figure. It was Yu Suihu, striding purposefully along the path. Suddenly, four silhouettes descended from the sky, blocking all his paths. Among them, one figure was slender, adorned with a magnificent jeweled sword at his waist, his sharp brows piercing the heavens. He was Song Shuang. Gu Wanxin gasped in shock. Chapter 25. Kneel in the upper chamber of the Wanbao Pavilion in Shuqing. Luo Qing and Song Shuang sat facing one another, with a delicate ring spinning in Luo Qing's hand. Uncle, rest assured, I have dispelled Gu Wanxin's mental seal. Even if she suspects me, she can do nothing. Song Shuang declared triumphantly, having spent several months lurking in Yunxiao City and finally reaping substantial rewards. The immense resources he had acquired, amounting to trillions, would take him a century of toil to amass. He had truly struck it rich overnight. A low-born farmer like Gu Wanxin had no standing to challenge him. Luo Qing, securing the storage ring, inquired, Are you certain that the Yi family is not a formidable clan, lacking in significant power? Absolutely, Song Shuang replied with a grin. Having been in Yunshao City for nearly 3 months, I have thoroughly investigated the local factions. The most powerful cultivators there barely reach the nascent soul stage and are mostly in seclusion. The Yi family is the weakest among the 3 prominent families in Yunshao City. They might not even have a single nascent soul cultivator, and their patriarch is merely a newly appointed fool. We need not worry about any retaliation from them. With unwavering confidence, Song Shuang recounted how he had gathered information, even locating the alchemists and artifact masters of the Yi family, who had claimed they joined the family solely for the generous compensation. Thus, he orchestrated the ambush to claim the vast resources for himself. Yet, if the Yi family were so feeble, how could they possess such wealth? Luo Qing queried. Song Shuang shook his head with a smile. The world is vast and filled with wonders. It is not uncommon for someone to stumble upon fortune. In my estimation, the Yi family has similarly come into a large sum of wealth by chance, yet they squander it recklessly instead of biding their time. Even if I had not intervened, others would surely target the Yi family. Wouldn't you agree, uncle? Luo Qing nodded slightly, sharing the same sentiment. The Yi family's behavior reeked of nouveau riche excess. He had witnessed such individuals often and knew their fates were seldom favorable. You have performed admirably this time. Rest assured, once the dust settles, I will find a way to restore your position as deputy envoy, as long as that Yi family does not track you down, Luo Qing assured with a smile. Song Shuang burst into laughter. Of course, I could never be found by the Yi family. However, as he chuckled, he suddenly noticed that Luo Qing's expression had stiffened. They have found you. A ghostly voice echoed behind him. Before his eyes, a dark portal materialized in the void, widening as several figures emerged. Gu Wanqing. Song Shuang recognized the woman, terror gripping him as he let out a piercing scream, reminiscent of a woman's. How is this possible? What kind of powerful cultivators can achieve such a feat? His legs quaked beneath him. At that moment, Yi Suifeng, accompanied by Gu Wanqing, stepped through the portal, approaching Luo Qing and Song Shuang. Is this Song Shuang? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanqing nodded, still appearing shaken. With a mere wave of her hand, she followed an indistinct gray trajectory, piercing through the void to confront Song Shuang directly. Truly terrifying. Song Shuang lamented. What have you entangled yourself with? Who are you? He stammered, his knees trembling as he realized the threat before him. I am Yi Suifeng, the patriarch of the Yi family, came the emotionless response. Who granted you the audacity to assassinate my kin and seize resources? Upon hearing this, Song Shuang's eyes widened in disbelief. What? He is the patriarch of the Yi family? The heads of the Li and Tang families assured me that the new head of the Yi family was a mere qi refining waste. He longed to seize them by the collar and demand how a qi refining cultivator could open a portal. Let me explain. Song Shuang attempted to articulate his defense. But Yi Suifeng did not afford him the opportunity. With a swift motion, he struck, an overwhelming force descending like divine wrath, crashing into Song Shuang's face. Instantly, Song Shuang collapsed to the ground, one side of his face swelling grotesquely, blood and teeth spewing forth. Yi Suifeng's expression remained indifferent. He had no intention of engaging in idle conversation with Song Shuang. Today, he had come to deliver judgment. Today, he had come to exact vengeance. With a thunderous impact, Yi Suifeng brought his foot down upon Song Shuang. An explosive torrent of spiritual energy surged into him, wreaking havoc within. Meridians, dantian, and bones shattered under the force. Song Shuang howled in agony, blood splattering his face. Luo Qing watched with horror, his body trembling involuntarily. Hesitantly, he spoke, Master. Let us discuss this. Yi Suifeng cast him a cold glance. Who are you to address me as master? He stepped forward, a terrifying aura enveloping Luo Qing. Suddenly, an explosive force erupted. The immense energy radiated from Yi Suifeng, shattering the protective formations as if they were mere paper. Debris flew, which splintered. And the upper structure of the Wanbao pavilion crumbled to dust, transforming into an open platform. Oh heavens! What is happening? Everyone flee. Many cultivators and customers below were startled by the sudden explosion, scrambling in panic to escape the Wanbao pavilion. In shock, they gazed upon the devastated rooftop. Luo Qing trembled, realizing how terrifying the unleashed energy had been. If it had been directed at him, he would have been obliterated in an instant. Song Shuang, what have you stirred? He is the patriarch of the Yi family and our master, as well as your uncle, Gu Wanqing whispered softly. Yi Suifeng's gaze fell upon her. Oh, you were complicit as well. Luo Qing's eyes widened as he hurriedly protested. No, I have no connection to Song Shuang. But before he could finish, Yi Suifeng pressed down with his hand, and Luo Qing felt as if a divine mountain had crushed him, causing him to spout blood and collapse to his knees. Who dares to cause trouble in the Wanbao Pavilion? Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted from the lower levels of the pavilion. An elder clad in ornate robes ascended slowly. His expression grave and his demeanor extraordinary, an aura of the transformation stage. Yet, a mere glance from Yi Suifeng nearly caused the elder to soil himself. It is I. What can you do to me? Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Senior, let us discuss this. The elder hastily clasped his fist in respect. Yi Suifeng lowered his gaze. Kneel. Chapter 26. Summon your ancestors. The Wanbao Pavilion in Sucheng stands as one of the city's most iconic edifices. It rises 7 stories high, surrounded by a complex array of formations. Particularly at night, the uppermost levels emanate a hazy violet glow, exuding an air of opulence. However, on this day, the pinnacle of the pavilion has been breached. Splintered wooden tiles exploded outward, strewn across the ground. A solitary figure stood calmly amidst the chaos. While several prominent individuals of the Wanbao Pavilion appeared to have succumbed to him, kneeling in submission before him. Who could this person be? Surely, he is not a higher-ranking figure from the Wanbao Pavilion. It would be ludicrous for one of their own to dismantle their own establishment. Clearly, he harbors a grudge against the pavilion. My heavens, does he not comprehend the terrifying depths of the power behind Wanbao Pavilion that he dares act with such audacity? Whispers spread amongst the crowd, curiosity piqued by the figure clad in white. What could be his source of strength? Yi Suifeng's only reliance was upon himself. In this world, no one could rival him, not even the mightiest of celestial beings. Senior the elder from the Wanbao Pavilion, in the transformation stage, knelt before Yi Suifeng. Fear evident in his eyes. I did not permit you to speak. Silence yourself, Yi Suifeng replied coolly. With a single hand, he grasped the air, and 3 gray threads of causality drifted from his palm. 2 of them descended to the lower levels of the pavilion, while 1 soared toward the distant horizon. They have fled far, but it is futile. A cold smile crept across Yi Suifeng's face as he clenched his fist. Instantly, 2 gasps echoed from below. Crash! The walls of the lower level shattered, and 2 figures shot upwards. Accompanied by their screams, they collided violently with the floor, collapsing in a panic alongside Song Shuang and the others. Upon recognizing their faces, Gu Wanqin's eyes widened in shock. Those 2 were the very assailants who had ambushed Yi Suihua. But why were there only 2? At the time, besides Song Shuang, there had been 3 other nascent soul cultivators. As her confusion deepened, a terrified voice rang out from the sky. Gazing into the distance, she spotted a small black dot spiraling downwards along the last gray thread emanating from Yi Suifeng's hand. Bang! It struck the ground beneath him. It was the final nascent soul cultivator. His expression was one of astonishment, panic evident as he stood half-naked, barely cloaked by a tattered piece of fabric. The aura emanating from him suggested he had been engaged in some illicit activities when Yi Suifeng seized him. How terrifying! Gu Wanqin gazed at Yi Suifeng's silhouette, and in a daze, she perceived this man as towering and boundless, his presence almost incomprehensible. Enough. Yi Suifeng regarded them coldly and spoke slowly. You, driven by insatiable greed, brazenly attacked a key member of my clan, leaving him on the brink of death. As the head of the Yi family, I hereby pronounce your death sentence. With that, Yi Suifeng raised his hand slightly. In the fearful gazes of those present, he brought his palm down decisively. With a sickening squelch, for heads flew high, accompanied by a spray of hot blood, tumbling down from the Wanbao Pavilion to the crowd below. A gasp escaped the onlookers, who, upon recognizing the identities of the severed heads, were horrified, scattering like frightened birds to avoid being caught in the fallout. After dispatching the 4 culprits responsible for Song Shuang's demise, Yi Suifeng turned his gaze toward Luo Qing. Luo Qing, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, Senior, I was entirely unaware of their actions. I only learned of it later. Had I known beforehand, I would have certainly stopped them. Please, spare me. Fear gripped him. The head of the Yi family before him was unfathomably powerful and acted with brutal decisiveness. He truly did not wish to lose his life due to Song Shuang's folly. Yi Suifeng remained silent, merely gesturing as a smooth ring floated gently from Luo Qing's embrace. Upon seeing the ring, despair washed over Luo Qing's face. The evidence of his guilt lay within his grasp, leaving him no avenue for denial. Let us examine it. Is everything still intact? Yi Suifeng proffered the ring to Gu Wanqin. She nodded eagerly and took the ring. They have erased my spiritual imprint, she huffed, inspecting it closely before nodding slightly at Yi Suifeng. Head of the Yi family, all is here. It seems they have not yet had the chance to use it. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his attention back to Luo Qing. In this world, everyone harbors greed. I can understand that. However, Your error lies in provoking me. Yi Suifeng's gaze sharpened, two beams of piercing light instantly invading Luo Qing's mind. Luo Qing emitted a muffled groan, blood oozing from his eyes. In that fleeting moment, all of his meridians shattered, his dantian turned to dust, and even his soul was severed in half. He had become a complete invalid. Luo Qing's expression turned ashen. His eyes glazed over. He opened his mouth slightly, his voice hoarse. Yi Suifeng, your tyrannical actions will surely invite retribution. You cannot fathom the terrifying power that lurks behind Wanao Pavilion. You and your family will undoubtedly vanish from the annals of history in due time. This is all you're doing. As Luo Qing spoke, blood trickled from his mouth. Yi Suifeng regarded him coldly, suddenly breaking into a smile. You've struck down the young. Now the elder must come forth? How delightful. I shall grant you a chance. Hasten to summon your ancestors, or your ancestors' ancestors. When they arrive, I shall engage in a heartfelt conversation with them. Yi Suifeng released the pressure on Luo Qing. He was curious to see whom Luo Qing would summon. It would serve to suppress them all at once, preventing any future disturbances. He had no time to entertain such individuals. You will regret this. Luo Qing nearly screamed. Call them forth, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. No need to summon, I have already arrived. Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated through the air. A youthful figure, resplendent in a purple robe and holding a pristine jade fan, gracefully descended beside Luo Qing. Yi Suifeng shifted his gaze toward the youth, who bore an impressive demeanor. Are you his ancestor, or perhaps his ancestor's ancestor? He inquired. Head of the Yi family, this is the esteemed steward of Wanao Pavilion, Lord Shen Tianming. Whom I mentioned to you, Gu Wanqin explained, bowing respectfully to Shen Tianming. Lord Shen, this individual has been exceedingly arrogant, demolishing our Wanbao Pavilion and brutally slaying Song Shuang and the others, rendering me powerless. You must avenge me. Upon Shen Tianming's arrival, Luo Qing seized the opportunity as if grasping a lifeline, shouting desperately. Shu Shu. Shen Tianming placed a hand on Luo Qing's shoulder, speaking softly. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter fairly. With that, Shen Tianming turned his attention to Yi Suifeng. Crack. A bloodstain appeared along the edge of the white jade fan. Luo Qing, his face contorted in disbelief, collapsed to the ground. A mere invalid holds no right to make such impertinent demands. Shen Tianming wore a warm smile. Head of the Yi family, wouldn't you agree? Yi Suifeng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Why should I concern myself with your affairs? Chapter 27. Intensifying efforts. Though Shen Tianming appeared remarkably youthful, he had already attained the cultivation level of a transformation stage practitioner, a quintessential genius. In contrast to the other elder of the same realm, Shen Tianming remained remarkably composed when facing Yi Suifeng, as if he possessed some form of assurance. Yi Suifeng's gaze drifted towards the distant void. He could distinctly sense a formidable presence lurking behind the emptiness, observing all that transpired outside. Nearly a late-stage integration practitioner. Was that his source of confidence? Yi Suifeng felt a twinge of impatience and said, if you are here to defend Luo Qing and the others, then do so swiftly. Alternatively, you may summon additional companions. Shen Tianming casually pushed Luo Qing's lifeless body aside and smiled. You misunderstand, esteemed Yi. I have not come to advocate for anyone. Wanbao Pavilion has always maintained impartiality, adhering to principles both externally and internally. Particularly concerning our guests, we would never resort to treachery. The audacity of Song Shuang to target Wanao Pavilion's patrons is a grave transgression, deserving of his fate. Although Luo Qing did not directly partake, he shares culpability for harboring wrongdoing, and his previous unscrupulous competitive practices have led to his expulsion from Wanbao Pavilion. Thus, Shen Tianming shrugged, adding, I must express my gratitude to you, Yi, for eliminating these nuisances on our behalf. Yi Suifeng responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, realizing that this individual possessed a modicum of insight. In that case, proceed as you wish. With that, he prepared to open a portal to the void. Wait. Shen Tianming quickly called out to Yi Suifeng. What is it? Yi Suifeng inquired. Shen Tianming grinned. Your wealth has garnered the attention of the upper echelons of Wanao Pavilion. Previously, I heard from Pavilion Master Gu that you seek rarer and more precious resources and treasures. Yi Suifeng nodded. Indeed. Very well, Shen Tianming replied. I have come today to discuss the specific categories of treasures you desire. Perhaps we could find a quieter place for a detailed conversation? Shen Tianming's face bore a constant smile, complemented by his handsome features, easily evoking a sense of fondness. Yet, Yi Suifeng preferred to limit his discourse with him. He harbored a disdain for individuals who appeared amiable but were, in truth, insidious. The lifeless Luo Qing served as a prime example. I reiterate, regardless of the resources you wish to sell, feel free to present them without concern for my ability to pay in spirit stones. As for the specifics, confer with Gu Wanxin. I only require the items. With that, Yi Suifeng waved his hand and turned, vanishing from sight. Shen Tianming opened his mouth, yet no words escaped. He could only manage an awkward smile. What a character, he mused, turning to Gu Wanxin. It seems he has designated you as his spokesperson. I am honored. Gu Wanxin replied, maintaining her composure. Yi Suifeng's parting words served as a protective assurance, imparting significant information to her. Shen Tianming nodded. If that is the case, you shall remain in Yunshao City as the liaison between Wanbao Pavilion and Yi Suifeng. I must caution you, however, that under such circumstances, according to Wanbao Pavilion's rules, you will forever be relegated to the status of a branch pavilion master. Gu Wanxin pursed her lips and replied earnestly, that is of no concern. Today's events have clarified many things for me. Remaining in Yunshao City is, in some respects, a blessing, whether as a deputy, principal, or steward. What significance do those titles hold? For individuals like Yi Suifeng and Shen Tianming, it is a matter of life and death. Only strength is the foundation upon which one stands in this world. She had seen through it all. Very well, I respect your perspective, Shen Tianming affirmed. Let us proceed as Yi Suifeng suggested and find a suitable location to discuss the allocation of resources in Yunshao City. Thus, this incident came to a close. The deceased were treated like discarded dogs, carelessly disposed of by Shen Tianming. The damaged Wanbao Pavilion was swiftly restored to its former glory within an hour. Aided by the collective efforts of numerous practitioners, everything unfolded with an air of tranquility. Shortly thereafter, Shen Tianming reappeared in the refurbished top-floor chamber, accompanied by a diminutive elder. Mulao, what are your thoughts on the Yi Suifeng? Shen Tianming inquired softly. I cannot fathom him, Mulao replied, his expression slightly grave. He seems unremarkable at first glance, yet upon closer inspection, he is unfathomable. His every word and action appears to resonate with the principles of the Tao. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon in any elder before. Young master, I advise a cautious approach, refrain from provoking him for now. Shen Tianming nodded. Indeed. A mere Yunshao City can harbor such a figure. No wonder those ancient beings speak of impending upheaval in this realm. I wonder if this so-called upheaval is embodied by that individual. Let us hope not, for I have no desire to become the epicenter of turmoil. A tragic pawn in the hands of those engaged in power struggles. Sui Yun and Sui Yu remained in Yi Suhu's chamber, having successfully dispersed the family officials outside. Brother, how did it go? Sui Yun asked, her face etched with concern. It has been resolved, Yi Suifeng replied, glancing at the unconscious Yi Suhu. He retrieved a delicate porcelain vial from his robe and handed it to Sui Yun. Inside are some medicinal pills, administer one every 10 days, and after 100 days, his body shall naturally recover. In truth, Yi Suifeng could have restored Yi Suihu's injuries in mere moments. Moreover, he did not wish others to perceive that his presence would allow them to recklessly disregard their safety in the future. Allowing Yi Suihu to rest for 100 days served as a minor reprimand for his carelessness. Thank you, Patriarch. Yi Suihu's wife sobbed. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng summoned Sui Yun to his study. I ask you, what level of genius does a 20-something transformation stage practitioner represent in this world? He inquired. During his encounter with Shen Tianming, Yi Suifeng had discreetly assessed his bone age, merely 27. This led him to ponder the implications if all the prominent forces in this world were equally as extraordinary as Shen Tianming. In comparison, the youth of the Yi family appeared woefully inadequate. Upon hearing the question, Sui Yun's eyes widened. How could such a genius possibly exist? That is utterly impossible. Her reaction spoke volumes. With Sui Yun's perspective and experiences, she could not fathom such a level of achievement. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Very well, I understand. From today onward, devise every means to accelerate the cultivation progress of our clan's younger generation. Implement training rooms, spirit gathering arrays, body refinement liquids, whatever can be arranged. Make it happen. Intensify our efforts. Do you comprehend? Chapter 28. The struggle in the forest in the remote region of Qinggu Jailing, amidst a deep, shadowy forest. There lay a tranquil emerald lake. Beneath the large azure stone at the lake's edge, a colossal python coiled languidly, basking in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the leaves. Casting a mosaic of light upon its scales, it appeared to be in a state of semi-slumber, blissfully unaware of the figures lurking in the dense underbrush. Stealthily advancing towards it, 3 young cultivators, 2 women and 1 man, were enveloped in a translucent membrane, designed to conceal them. As one of them accidentally brushed against a droplet of dew, it rapidly crystallized into ice. This icy garment, originally crafted for the sweltering summer, was discovered by astute cultivators to possess a peculiar ability to mask one's presence from serpentine beasts. Even at close proximity, detection was exceedingly difficult. Evidently, these three cultivators sought to hunt the giant python concealed beneath the stone. They approached with utmost caution, gradually closing the distance to the creature until they could nearly hear its faint breaths. The leading woman, with a grave expression, nodded to her companions and sprang into action, her sword slicing through the air as she aimed for the python's head. However, her movement alerted the python, which opened its eyes and narrowly evaded the lethal strike, countering with a swift bite. The clash of its razor-sharp fangs against the sword echoed, sending the young woman reeling backward from the force. Yet, her eyes sparkled with determination. Now, she urged, as her companions leapt from the foliage, their swords poised to strike the python's vulnerable spot. The python's body had unwittingly exposed its vital area due to the distraction caused by the first woman. With precision, their swords struck, creating two deep gashes from which blood gushed forth. "What are you doing, Wei Yuan?" one of the women exclaimed, her brow furrowed in discontent. "My apologies, Hu Jie. I lost my aim," the young man replied, embarrassment flushing his cheeks. Their plan had been for the first woman to draw the python's attention while the others would sever its vital area, ensuring its demise. However, in the heat of the moment, Wei Yuan's attack went awry. The python, though injured, was not mortally wounded. It merely bore two new wounds. "You, be careful," Hu Jie warned, but her words faltered as her expression shifted dramatically. She rushed to shield Wei Yuan as the python's massive tail swung toward them. With a resounding thud, Hu Jie attempted to block the strike with her sword, underestimating the python's strength. Blood spurted from her mouth as she was flung backward. "Hu Jie," Wei Yuan cried out in alarm. "Forget about her for now, keep dodging. Focus on bringing down this beast," the first woman urged, her sword weaving a dazzling pattern as she charged at the python. In mere moments, she landed dozens of strikes upon the creature, inflicting a multitude of shallow wounds. The python let out a furious hiss, redirecting its attention to the woman before it. "Steady yourself, remember what we practiced," she shouted, her voice firm amidst the chaos. Hearing her words, Wei Yuan inhaled deeply, momentarily setting aside his concern for the injured Hu Jie, channeling all his focus onto the python. "Die," he yelled, seizing a fleeting opportunity to dash forward with fury, his sword striking true at the python's vital area, aligning perfectly with the prior wounds. With a shattering sound, the python's body was severed, blood splattering across Wei Yuan. The python let out a deafening roar, thrashing wildly on the ground. And the two cultivators swiftly retreated to a safe distance, knowing the creature's fate was sealed. Hu Wen. Wei Yuan suddenly remembered Hu Wen and quickly searched through the underbrush, discovering her in a dire state. Blood trickled from her mouth, and her arm was cradled against her chest, clearly broken. "This is all my fault. I'm so sorry," Wei Yuan lamented, guilt etched upon his face. Another woman approached, visibly drained from the confrontation with the python, her complexion pale and sweat beading upon her brow. "I'm fine. Your inexperience is to be expected," she reassured him. "It's my fault." Wei Yuan continued to berate himself. "Enough," the other woman interjected, helping Hu Wen to her feet while addressing Wei Yuan. "Injuries during battle are commonplace. Instead of wallowing in guilt, reflect on where you can improve, otherwise, you will never grow." Hu Wen shot her a resigned glance and said, "Jiang Fei, don't be too hard on him. This isn't Wei Yuan's first battle." Jiang Fei remained stoic, letting out a slight huff as she replied, "I simply do not wish to lose another companion like we did in the Beggar's Temple." Silence enveloped them as they took a moment to recuperate before returning to the water's edge. By this time, the python lay lifeless on the ground, blood pooling beneath it. "Look, there are some eggs," Wei Yuan exclaimed suddenly, drawing the attention of Jiang Fei and Hu Wen. Amidst the grass beneath the azure stone, a cluster of white eggs lay quietly. Upon closer inspection, they counted 7. Python eggs. We struck gold, Hu Wen exclaimed joyfully. "In the market, a complete python egg can fetch at least 50 spirit stones. This is an immense fortune for us," Jiang Fei added, her expression brightening. "Hurry, gather them. We must handle the python's corpse. The blood will easily attract." Before she could finish, a voice broke through. "Ah, python eggs. We struck luck." Suddenly, 5 cultivators emerged from the woods, confidently approaching Jiang Fei and her companions. Their attire was opulent, and their demeanor exuded authority, indicating they were no mere rogue cultivators. Indeed, Python eggs. Perfect, we're just missing this key ingredient. The leader, a woman, said with a smile, completely disregarding Jiang Fei and the others. Jiang Fei's expression darkened as she stepped forward, clasping her fists. Esteemed friend, we slew the python, and these eggs are rightfully ours. Her tone was polite. But the woman paid her no heed, continuing onward. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow, preparing to confront her again. Yet another cultivator blocked her path, brandishing a crimson token. Hey, what are you? Wei Yuan began, but Jiang Fei pulled him back. The token bore the large character Li. The Li family of Yunshao City were the overseers of their region, a force they could not afford to challenge. At this moment, the Li family woman had already taken the python eggs. She approached Jiang Fei, her expression impassive. I am Li Qing'er of the Li family. Do not worry. I will not take advantage of you. Someone, give him 100 spirit stones. A small pouch was tossed at Jiang Fei's feet. Ordinary python eggs were worth 50 spirit stones each, and this was no ordinary find, yet they were left with only a mere 100 spirit stones. Received as if it were charity. However, Jiang Fei and her companions could only swallow their indignation. They dared not offend a powerful family like the Li family. Resigning to their fate, Li Qing'er, clearly accustomed to this, strode away with an air of superiority after completing her dealings. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air. Li Qing'er, as a direct descendant of the Li family, how could you engage in such despicable acts of oppression against wandering practitioners? For figures leaped from the forest. The leader adorned in a purple cloak, exuding a spirited elegance, with a deep blue longsword hanging at their waist. Tianxuan Hall, Yi family, Yi Huang? Li Qing'er raised an eyebrow. Chapter 29, The Fury of Yi Huang. Yi Huang, you have overstepped your bounds. Li Qing'er stood unwavering before Yi Huang, leisurely articulating her stance. Regardless of your illustrious reputation in the Tianxuan Palace, this mountain range falls under the jurisdiction of the Li family. With her arms crossed, Yi Huang retorted. And what of it? What can you do about it? Li Qing'er furrowed her brows. Your reach extends too far, do you not realize? To intrude upon the dominion of another family and flaunt your power, does this reflect the ethos of the Yi family? Yi Huang chuckled softly. The ethos of my family dictates that we take charge when we witness something intolerable. What can you do to me? Li Qing'er sought to steer the conversation into a familial conflict, yet Yi Huang appeared impervious to her tactics. The Yi family had always been known for their prudence and caution. When had they ever exhibited such blatant arrogance? Confounded, she demanded, Yi Huang, are you not afraid of igniting a war between our two families? Yi Huang merely smiled again, responding, are you foolish or am I? Do you think it is so easy for families to go to war? Indeed, it may be possible, such as if I were to kill you today, or vice versa. Would you care to test that? Faced with Yi Huang's provocation, Li Qing'er's face turned ashen. This individual was not adhering to the expected norms. Moreover, she relentlessly pressed forward. She had never encountered a Yi family member like this before. Yi Huang, do not presume that I fear you. Glancing at those beside Yi Huang, she coldly asserted, do not think I am unaware that the reputation of your Tianxuan Palace was built by Yi Qing'er. With both her and Yi Xiaoxiao absent, you, a mere Qi refining period practitioner, dare to speak so boldly before me? Li Qing'er had only recently broken through to the transformation of Qi realm. She could not contend with Yi Qing'er, nor did she possess certainty against the talented Yi Xiaoxiao. Yet Yi Huang was merely at the Qi refining stage. And it was said she was akin to her inept father, hovering around the 7th or 8th level of Qi refining. How could she possibly fear such a person? Observing Li Qing'er's fierce countenance, Yi Huang shook her head. So, you only bully the weak? You dare to challenge me only because Qing'er and Xiaoxiao are not here. How pathetic. Allow me to show you how a member of the Yi family handles such situations. With that, she stepped forward toward Li Qing'er. Hesitating, Li Qing'er instinctively retreated a step. This action ignited her indignation, and she shouted, what do you intend to do? Yi Huang revealed a playful smile, exposing a charming little tiger tooth. Nothing much. I simply find you unpleasant and wish to give you a beating. With that, she launched a ferocious punch, unleashing a terrifying gale as her fist hurtled toward Li Qing'er. Caught off guard by Yi Huang's sudden aggression, Li Qing'er hastily raised her defenses. The aura of her transformation of Qi realm surging. Bang! A tremendous collision erupted between them, unleashing a formidable energy that nearly destabilized the Qi refining practitioners present. Yi Huang, undeterred, remained steadfast, while Li Qing'er, in the transformation of Qi realm, was forced back several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground. How is this possible? Li Qing'er gasped in shock, her arms tingling from the force of the encounter. How could Yi Huang possess such immense strength? The transformation of Qi Realm is nothing like this. Yi Huang pressed forward again, unleashing a flurry of strikes. The wind from her punches howled, leaving phantom images in the air. Clearly, her martial arts had reached an extraordinary level. In a state of panic, Li Qing'er could only passively endure the onslaught, retreating rapidly under the relentless assault. Onlookers stood in disbelief. They had never witnessed a Qi refining practitioner overpowering a transformation of Qi practitioner so effortlessly. When had the Yi family produced such a prodigy? Bang! In a moment of carelessness, Li Qing'er was struck in the chest by Yi Huang's kick, crashing to the ground and leaving a muddy shoe print in the center. Stop! How dare you! The entourage Li Qing'er had brought quickly surrounded Yi Huang, their demeanor fierce and commanding. Yet those accompanying Yi Huang swiftly advanced, confronting them with poise and confidence. Otherwise, I would be delighted to spar with you all. Yi Huang clenched her fists, causing the Li family members to retreat in fear. They had witnessed the earlier battle. Even Li Qing'er in the transformation of Qi Realm had been no match for her. How could they contend with such a monster? Yi Huang. Suddenly, Li Qing'er's furious voice rang out from behind her companions. Her tone was hoarse, as if she were gritting her teeth to call out her name. You have forced my hand. With that, a powerful aura erupted from her, prompting the Li family members to hastily evade. A gray whip, glowing with a faint light, shot toward Yi Huang at lightning speed. Yi Huang's gaze sharpened as her long sword was drawn with a swift motion. With a resounding clash, the sword met the whip head-on. Boom! Another burst of overwhelming energy erupted, more intense than the last. The trees above were instantly stripped of countless small branches and leaves, which cascaded downwards. On the ground, deep sword marks radiated from Yi Huang's position, extending in all directions. One of the sword marks sliced through a large stone, severing it cleanly with a mirror-like edge. The azure sword vibrated with a resonant hum, while the whip lay fragmented on the ground. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as everyone stood frozen, gazing in terror at the violet figure, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Li Qing'er, half reclined on the ground, clutched the severed whip, her expression dazed, disbelief flooding her eyes. How could this be? How could this happen? My thorn of poison is a profound-grade spiritual weapon. Why? She muttered to herself. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her sword. After months of rigorous training and countless battles, she was acutely aware that the spiritual sword given to her by her father was far from ordinary. Hand over the green python eggs, and I shall grant you a path of survival, Yi Huang stated coolly. After a moment of silence, Li Qing'er rose from the ground, although not gravely injured. The pressure and humiliation inflicted by Yi Huang weighed far more heavily on her than any physical wounds. Li Qing'er produced 7 green python eggs and cast them to the ground, glancing at Yi Huang with a huff. If you possess the skill, then participate in this year's battle at Yushao City. Brother Li Qi will surely avenge me. With that, she dared not linger and hastily departed. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Huang murmured softly, so it is the eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi. We shall meet. Chapter 30. The pact between Li and Tang. Gratitude to Fairy Yi for her assistance. Jiang Fei and Hu Wen, along with a few others, stood before Yi Huang, bowing deeply in respect. She never anticipated that amidst the oppression from the Li family, a figure would emerge to champion their cause for justice. Such individuals are indeed rare in this era. To speak candidly, those who dare to stand up often do not live long. Naturally, she refrained from voicing her inner thoughts. Not at all, Yi Huang replied. I merely acted upon my desires. Jiang Fei paused, reflecting on the simplicity of her words. Yet in a certain light, they encapsulated the essence of what everyone perpetually seeks. To wish is to do. What audacity did she possess to utter such sentiments and take such actions? Here, the green python egg is yours. Take good care of it. It can fetch 200 spirit stones. Yi Huang handed the egg to Jiang Fei. While a typical giant python egg might only be valued at 50 spirit stones, the one they had slain belonged to a green python, imbued with a trace of primal energy, thereby rendering its egg quite valuable. We only need to keep 3, Jiang Fei hastily protested. Yi Huang smiled, saying, take it. I am not in need of such trivialities. The Yi family is well off. A few hundred spirit stones are but a small matter, and fostering good relations is worthwhile. By the way, where do you hail from? Yi Huang inquired. Jiang Fei cupped her hands respectfully, responding, we are from Daka Town. Daka Town lies quite far from here and has been under Li family jurisdiction for many years. I notice some of you are injured. Why not accompany me to Wudong Town? There are skilled healers there, and their prices are quite reasonable, Yi Huang suggested. Glancing at Hu Wen, Jiang Fei hesitated, saying, but we are under Li family jurisdiction, and Wudong Town is under the Yi family. The conflicts between the upper echelons often ripple downwards. The enduring strife between the Li and Yi families has led to various tensions in their respective territories. Typically, cultivators governed by the Li family would not venture into Yi family lands lightly. Yi Huang shook her head. What does it matter? Li family, Yi family? Fundamentally, we are all cultivators of Yunxiao City. You may be distant and not fully aware, but many towns between the jurisdictions of the Yi and Li families have begun to merge, striving towards common goals. Jiang Fei was taken aback, pondering when the cultivators had become so harmonious. Let us go see for ourselves. Yi Huang grinned, revealing her charming little tiger teeth. In the Yi family patriarch's study, Yi Suifeng held a letter, a faint smile gracing his face. Moments later, he set down the parchment, remarking, "Ah, splendid. A display of dominance, truly befitting my style." Opposite him, Sui Yin also bore a smile. Elder brother, Xiao Huang's recent prominence is remarkable. Her reputation in the Tianxuan Hall nearly eclipses that of Yi Long. Just childish antics, Yi Suifeng remarked, savoring a sip of fragrant tea. The contents of the letter revealed that his daughter was no longer the burdened girl she once was. This transformation was anticipated, for he understood that within Yi Huang lay a phoenix, merely awaiting its moment of rebirth. He had merely ignited that flame. The current situation at the borders was exceptionally favorable, as the family's vigorous activity and policies had attracted many wandering cultivators from afar. Numerous exceptionally talented individuals were contemplating joining their ranks, Sui Yun noted. Yi Suifeng nodded. This was indeed among his objectives. Only by amassing sufficient talent could the family evolve into a formidable power, rather than remain a secluded clan. However, after this initial joy, Sui Yun's expression grew troubled. Elder brother, I wish to raise a concern. Our recent surge in activity has drawn a multitude of cultivators, including many from the jurisdictions of the Li and Tang families. Particularly from the Li family, several minor sects have relocated entirely to our territory. Might this be somewhat problematic? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. What could possibly be wrong? The significant exodus of cultivators could provoke thoughts from the Li and Tang families, Sui Yun replied. Yi Suifeng set down his teacup and beckoned him closer. Come now, tell me, do you find our current circumstances agreeable? Sui Yun paused, replying, of course. The younger generation is vibrant, and our family's reputation is flourishing. I have dreamt of this countless times. Then what is the concern? Yi Suifeng laughed. As Yi Huang said, if one desires to act, then act. As long as we remain on a righteous path, there is no need for undue worry. The Li and Tang families, having been born in Yunxiao City, have already sealed their fates. Should they comply, they may be met with a gentler outcome. Should they dare to instigate trouble, well, I shall ensure they comprehend that the Yi family is no longer what it once was. Sui Yin nodded, filled with unwavering confidence in Yi Suifeng's actions over the past months. Even if Yi Suifeng decided to seize power and establish a dynasty, he would harbor no doubts. Let us think further ahead, Yi Suifeng smiled. Do you recall the 27-year-old genius in the transformation stage I mentioned? Let us set a modest goal for our younger generation, strive to reach that level. And may our Yi family aspire to become a force capable of nurturing such talents. Listening to Yi Suifeng's aspirations, Sui Yun's eyes sparkled with hope. Such a vision had never even graced his dreams. Could it truly be attainable? He glanced at the relaxed Yi Suifeng, nodding to himself. Under the guidance of his elder brother, the Yi family would undoubtedly become a super family etched in history. Your current task is to allocate funds wisely and ensure a favorable cultivation environment for our family members. Yet, do not neglect your own cultivation. I hope that within a year, you and the others will break through to the golden core stage and officially enter the nascent soul realm, Yi Suifeng instructed. Sui Yun nodded earnestly. After discussing various family matters, Sui Yun took his leave. Yi Suifeng gazed out the window, his eyes distant, as if perceiving a beloved figure blossoming at the borderlands. I just want to challenge you. What can you do about it? He chuckled. This little girl is becoming increasingly intriguing. As for the Li and Tang families, I hope they can discern the shifting tides. For now, Yi Suifeng had no desire to engage with those two families. It was simply unnecessary. To him, both the Li and Tang families were far too weak, unworthy of his attention. Engaging in conflict with them would be a mere waste of time. However, the winds of change are relentless, and the world unfolds in curious ways. Days later, Sui Yin returned to the study. Elder brother, the heads of the Li and Tang families have sent invitations, requesting your presence at the Dreaming Drunk Pavilion. Chapter 31. The impetuous Yi Suifeng at the Drunken Dream Pavilion in a private room. There were only two individuals, Yi Suifeng and Yi Suibao. Initially, Yi Suifeng intended to attend alone, but Suiyun and the others insisted on bringing more people for appearances. Ultimately, they dispatched the most powerful among them, Yi Suibao, to act as his bodyguard. One could only wonder what protection a late-stage golden core cultivator could provide to someone who had survived the tribulation. I said. We were invited by the Li and Tang families. How did it turn into us waiting for them? Yi Suifeng remarked. The guests have all arrived. Yet the host is still absent, Yi Suibao responded with a tone of irritation. Brother, those two families have always looked down upon us. As Yi Suibao appeared ready to smash the table in frustration, Yi Suifeng quickly interjected. Calm down, fifth brother. We can express our displeasure when they arrive. At that moment, the door finally opened, and two figures entered, one stout and one slender, each accompanied by graceful young women exuding charm. Yi Suifeng observed that both men were at the golden core stage, and the four women behind them were also golden core cultivators, though their auras were rather feeble, indicating they had been artificially enhanced with elixirs. Look at their prestige, Yi Suifeng thought to himself, contrasting it with his own appearance as a rough man with a stubbly face. The disparity was evident. My apologies for making you wait, young Master Yi. The stout middle-aged man said with a smile. Yi Suifeng regarded him with curiosity. Who are you? The middle-aged man was momentarily taken aback, and upon sensing that Yi Suifeng was not jesting, his eyelid twitched slightly as he replied, Young Master Yi, you truly have a sense of humor. Brother, this is the head of the Li family, Li Liusu, Yi Suibao interjected from the side. Yi Suifeng responded with a casual "oh." He had not intentionally sought trouble but genuinely did not recognize the heads of the Li and Tang families, though his family possessed portraits and information about them. He had been too indifferent to review it. And you must be Tangzheng, Yi Suifeng said, turning to the other man. Tangzheng merely snorted, choosing silence as he waved his sleeve and seated himself. Yi Suibao's eyes widened at this response, exclaiming, Hey, my brother is speaking to you. Tangzheng's expression darkened, and he glared at Yi Suibao as if feeling insulted. Fifth Master's temperament remains as straightforward as ever, Li Liusu interjected with a chuckle. Please do not take offense, he has always been impulsive. Tangzheng merely grunted again, unwilling to further engage in conversation. Meanwhile, Yi Suifeng sat back, leisurely observing their exchange. Within a few short minutes, he grasped the underlying dynamics. In Yushao City, the Tang family's influence was paramount, and Li Liusu was evidently attempting to cultivate a good relationship with them while subtly undermining the Yi family. This social stratum was rife with interpersonal intricacies and schemes, and it was clear that Li Liusu was well-versed in such affairs. Yet, Yi Suifeng remained utterly disinterested. You invited me here today. What is it that you wish to discuss? Yi Suifeng asked directly. Li Liusu smiled. Oh, there is no rush. Let us first enjoy the dishes, I must tell you. The cuisine at Drunken Dream Pavilion is exceptional. Unnecessary, Yi Suifeng interrupted with a dismissive tone. If you have something to say, do so now. I'm pressed for time. Li Liusu was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected retort. Yi Suifeng, are you jesting? At this point, Tangzheng finally spoke, looking down at Yi Suifeng and stating, the head of the Yi family, you are the most intriguing one I have encountered. Tangzheng's opening remark was laden with condescension as he dragged in the previous 3 generations of Yi family heads, as if to elevate his own stature. I find nothing intriguing about this, Yi Suifeng replied. If you have matters to discuss, do so promptly, let us not waste each other's time. He felt no need to extend pleasantries to these two. After a brief silence, Li Liusu chuckled, very well then, I shall be forthright. Young Master Yi, your family's recent activities along the borders seem rather excessive. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow, confirming the implication. Indeed, we have been quite active. Li Liusu paused for a moment before continuing. Since you do not deny it, are you prepared to provide an explanation to me and Brother Tang? Yi Suifeng scratched his head, feigning confusion. How does my family's activity at the borders concern you? Why must I explain myself? Of course it concerns us, Li Liusu exclaimed, his voice rising in frustration. Do you not realize that your family's actions have encroached upon Li and Tang territories? I am aware. Yi Suifeng replied coolly. So what if I am? Li Liusu's face darkened, and in a low voice he warned, Yi Suifeng, are you jesting with me and Brother Tang? The ire of 2 great families is not something you can easily endure. Seeing Li Liusu finally drop his facade, revealing his true intentions, Yi Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. First, let me ask you what exactly my family has done at the borders? Li Liusu was taken aback. Are you pretending to be ignorant? Do you intend to recruit soldiers and challenge the Li and Tang families? Let me clarify, Li Liusu continued. Following the onset of the beast tide, we dispatched considerable manpower to assist border cultivators in fending off the rampaging beasts. We also invested substantial resources to provide free medical aid to those injured during the beast tide. Furthermore, we compensated the loose cultivators handsomely to unite against the formidable threat. The three prominent families of Yunshao City had established a covenant known as the Yushao Agreement, designed to prevent serious conflicts among them. Yu Suifeng's actions had not violated this agreement. It was perhaps inconceivable at the time that someone would be reckless enough to target the multitude of loose cultivators. I am a person who values rules. Therefore, since I have not violated any regulations, why should I provide you with an explanation? Yu Suifeng inquired. Both Li Liusu and Tang Zheng wore grim expressions. This Yu Suifeng appeared utterly impervious. The dynamics between major families were not as simple as child's play. A mere agreement could not dictate every situation. If you insist on this stance, we may have no further ground for discussion, Li Liusu stated solemnly. Yu Suifeng rose from his seat. Difficult discussions? Then let us forego them. He suppressed his urge to overturn the table and declared, the Yi family conducts affairs in this manner. To summarize, I act in accordance with the rules, and should anyone breach them with underhanded tactics, they should not blame me for being ruthless. Very well, that is enough. Please enjoy your meal at your leisure. With that, Yu Suifeng gestured to Sui Bao and departed from the private room. Li Liusu's expression soured as he glanced at Tang Zheng, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. However, Tang Zheng merely shook his head slightly. It is of little concern. We are well aware of the Yi family's capabilities. They pose no real threat. I refuse to believe that the Yi family possesses sufficient resources to satisfy the insatiable appetite of those loose cultivators, Tang Zheng remarked. Li Liusu sighed. I understand. However, his incessant antics are utterly revolting. Tang Zheng sipped his tea and remarked, a moment's impatience can disrupt grand plans. Look at that Yu Suifeng, merely a Navi youth. The Yi family appointing him as the head of the household is nothing short of self-sabotage. Soon, the Battle of Yunshao City will commence, and at that juncture, the Yi family will either appoint a new leader or find themselves at a dead end. Li Liusu paused for a moment and said, but the Yunshao Agreement. The agreement is but a lifeless document. Tang Zheng's eyes were as tranquil as a still pond as he replied, for the powerful. The notion of breaking an agreement has never existed. It is merely a matter of altering the rules. Chapter 32, Preparation and Progress. Brother, you are truly magnificent. On the way home, Sui Bao flashed a wide grin, exposing his large, yellowed teeth, as he animatedly sprayed words beside Yu Suifeng. These two families are nothing but hypocrites and arrogant fools. Just looking at them infuriates me. What a delightful day it has been. Sui Bao was unusually elated. Calm down. It's just a trivial matter, Yu Suifeng replied with a hint of exasperation. Calm down? How can I? You have no idea. Back when I was with the old patriarch, every encounter with those two families was infuriating. As Sui Bao spoke, he abruptly realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly fell silent. The old patriarch referred to Yu Suifeng's father, Yu Jingguang, who had tragically lost his life to a beast during an expedition in the Qinggu Highlands earlier this year. With several of Yu Jingguang's brothers having retreated from the forefront, Yu Suifeng had ascended to the position of the family's patriarch as dictated by ancestral decree. Brother, I apologize for my thoughtless words, Sui Bao said, his face flushed with embarrassment. There is no need for concern, Yu Suifeng waved his hand dismissively. He held little memory of his father, and thus, there was no profound emotional bond. Yet, he acknowledged that this individual was indeed a close relative of his current existence. How is the investigation progressing? Yu Suifeng inquired. Since Yi Jingguang's death, the Yi family had been diligently uncovering the details of the matter. However, the complexity of the Qinggu Highlands and the presence of powerful beasts had rendered the investigation exceedingly challenging, yielding scant useful information. Very little has been uncovered, Sui Bao replied. From the remnants at the scene, it appears the old patriarch encountered a blood fiend tiger by chance, which led to the blood fiend tiger. A high-grade beast of the 6th rank, possessed power comparable to that of a transcendent being in the nascent soul stage. Naturally, Yu Jingguang, who was at the golden core level, stood no chance against it. Moreover, such a beast could not possibly have been summoned by the Li or Tang families. They lacked the capability to control a blood fiend tiger. Therefore, this incident seemed to be purely accidental. Brother, please don't. We've only just begun to see some progress. You cannot afford to be in danger, Sui Bao exclaimed loudly. Yu Suifeng sighed. Rest assured, it's merely a blood fiend tiger. To prevent Sui Bao from continuing down that path, Yi Sui Feng swiftly redirected the conversation. By the way, Sui Hu is currently bedridden, so you must keep a close eye on the training of those young ones at home. Of course, no problem. Sui Bao responded enthusiastically. A few days ago, our second brother sent a plethora of training resources. We plan to construct a body tempering pool, 10 meditation chambers inscribed with gathering arrays, and a multitude of practical combat puppets, along with shadow training poles, a myriad of sword formations, and a refining illusion array. Goodness, at this rate, it feels like the Yi family will become a holy land. Yi Suifeng scoffed. Holy lands don't have such humble beginnings. Let us get to work. In just over a month, the border situation will be resolved. They must not be idle. Ensure they train rigorously. Sui Bao grinned. You can rest assured. I shall not go easy on them. As time flowed on, Yanchao City grew increasingly vibrant. A multitude of cultivators flocked to the streets, creating a lively cacophony. Inns and taverns were brimming with guests. Businesses thrived, and even places like Fireworks Alley and underground casinos were teeming with patrons. Some insiders, in their discussions, directed attention towards the Yi family. It was revealed that the Yi family's actions had prompted this influx of cultivators, all eager to seize opportunities. The Yi family's actions are ill-advised. I have little faith in them, one remarked. Indeed, a foolish move. Throughout history, there has seldom been such extravagant spinning of spirit stones. When their finances falter, those who came seeking refuge may swiftly turn into adversaries, another added. Yes, the young patriarch has underestimated the treachery of human nature, came the response from another skeptic. However, a contrasting perspective emerged. You know nothing. The Yi family's vision is beyond the comprehension of you short-sighted individuals. This is the perspective of a true Yi family devotee. Ahem, dear friend, let us not exaggerate. The greatest advantage of the Yi family's approach is the acquisition of a resounding reputation, winning hearts, though they may not gather everyone. They can certainly select a group of exceptionally talented individuals. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, reasoned a pragmatist. Well, I am grateful to the Yi family. My own business has seen nearly double the sales of spirit herbs in the last month, chimed in a speculator. In summary, opinions varied widely. But one thing was clear. In the present day, Yanchao City, the Yi family, and Yi Suifeng had become two fervently discussed topics. Additionally, two other names were also gaining recognition, Tianxuan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion. Yi Huang, Yi Qingyao, and Yi Long were frequently mentioned as the hope of the new generation of the Yi family. Yi Huang, after undergoing her third body tempering session with Yi Suifeng, successfully broke through to the Qi transformation stage. The transformative power within the Thunder Tribulation liquid ignited a divine flame within her dantian. Once unleashed, it could devastate the heavens and earth. In terms of true combat prowess, Yi Huang stood as the strongest among the younger generation. Of course, Yi Suifeng did not withhold his efforts from his nephews, Yi Qingyao and Yi Long, providing them each with a body tempering session to further solidify their foundations. He also paid special attention to Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Qian, and the siblings Yi Zihan and Yi Haoran from the Sui family, as well as the brothers Yi Wei and Yi Ba from the Sui Hu family. These direct descendants received significant enhancements to their strength. They were the future of the Yi family. Over the course of more than a month, the Wanbao Pavilion finally delivered the first batch of resources above the heavenly grade, 3 items. A low-grade heavenly ruler possessing several wondrous functions was given to Sui Bao for managing the younger generation of the Yi family. 10 pieces of azure gold, rumored to be top-tier building resources, were also received. Lastly, a small vial of Qilin blood, an elite material for body tempering, was allocated to the construction of the body tempering pool. The value of these few items amounted to a staggering 20 trillion. Yi Suifeng's stock of low-grade spirit stones diminished significantly, though he hardly noticed the numerical change. Fengji, Mafeng, Lu Hong, and Yu Pingyi had all made varying degrees of progress in their cultivation of the Yuan Shigong. Chapter 33. The 4 protectors in the courtyard. 4 figures, each positioned at a cardinal direction, sat cross-legged facing one another, their eyes firmly closed, exuding an aura of solemnity. Surrounding them was a translucent, bowl-shaped light barrier, enveloping them entirely. Outside this luminous dome, 2 individuals stood side by side, intently observing them. It was Yi Suifeng and Yi Huang, who had just returned from her training. Father, are these the children you found in the mountains? I heard you intend to take them as your adopted sons? Yi Huang inquired, pointing at the figures. What? Who told you that? Yi Suifeng responded, bewildered. Everyone is saying so, Yi Huang replied. They claim you are a reincarnation of a sage, benevolent and kind-hearted, which is why you treat wandering cultivators with such generosity, even going so far as to adopt 4 impoverished orphans. Yi Huang spoke earnestly, while Yi Suifeng wore a look of disbelief. Who are these people with such vivid imaginations? I merely acted on a whim that day, and my care for the wandering cultivators was merely a strategy for future expansion of influence. How did it transform into a tale of sage reincarnation? Absurd. Your father is no sage, and this world cannot accommodate such benevolence, Yi Suifeng stated. Little Huang, remember this. You can be compassionate, but do not be foolish. You can engage in slaughter, but do not lose your essence. Everything must be built upon strength. Do you understand? Yi Huang nodded, though her comprehension was still somewhat vague. She was still too young, having not yet faced enough trials and tribulations. Yi Suifeng chose not to elaborate further. Her future was hers to shape. Father, what is this? Yi Huang asked, pointing at the translucent canopy. The spirit-seizing illumination array, Yi Suifeng explained. It is an ancient formation that can significantly accelerate the cultivation process. Yi Huang looked up. Can I use it? This formation has its flaws. There is no need for you to utilize it. Just proceed steadily, Yi Suifeng replied. The spirit-seizing illumination array was, in essence, a pseudo-spatial formation with subtle loopholes in the heavenly rules. Such hazards might manifest upon achieving great success and ascending. He had no intention of subjecting his daughter to such risks. Upon hearing this, Yi Huang nodded, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. Father still cares for me. By the way, how have you fared during your long training? I've heard your name has become quite renowned. Not much, Yi Huang said. I merely do not wish to tarnish your reputation. Yi Suifeng smiled. Despite being home, he remained informed about matters at the borders. His daughter's endeavors could only be described as those of a tireless warrior, always at the forefront. The reputation of Tianxuan Palace was, in many ways, forged by Yi Huang's relentless efforts. It was also for this reason that Yi Xiao and Yi Qi now had elevated her, then still in the Qi refinement stage, to a leading position. That she fought so hard merely to uphold her father's honor was undeniably endearing. After some light-hearted conversation, Yi Suifeng suddenly raised an eyebrow. They are emerging. As his words fell, the translucent barrier gradually dimmed, and the 4 meditating figures slowly opened their eyes. A peculiar aura emanated from them. Master, Miss. They greeted respectfully upon noticing Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng raised a hand, signaling them to remain seated. He then extended his vast spiritual force, unveiling all the secrets of their bodies. Feng Zhi had already opened 9 primary meridians, his muscles solid and radiating a star-like brilliance, concealing immense power. Ma Feng had opened 8 primary meridians, exuding a profound aura. Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi had completely transformed their spiritual energy, both having opened 9 primary meridians. However, in Yi Suifeng's eyes, Yu Pengyi's overall condition was significantly better than Lu Hong's. Over a month of cultivation had provided Yi Suifeng with a deeper understanding of the effects of primordial skill, compared to traditional cultivation methods. The primordial skill offered a more comprehensive and domineering effect. Whether it was elixirs, spiritual fruits, spirit stones, or the inner cores and blood of demonic beasts. Even malevolent and demonic energies could be directly absorbed and converted into usable primordial energy. This greatly alleviated the resource constraints typical of traditional cultivation methods, making it more suitable for the general populace. Furthermore, the enhancement of physical attributes through primordial skill was incomparable to traditional methods. Its overall effectiveness had met Yi Suifeng's expectations. Additionally, both Lu Hong and Yu Pengyi had transitioned smoothly into the new technique without any backlash. This would facilitate future promotions. Yi Suifeng was highly satisfied with this outcome. It seemed that 2 months of seclusion had not been in vain. The primordial skill was now ready to be promoted as a foundational technique. Though the timing was not yet right. Yi Huang engaged them in sparring. Yi Suifeng suddenly instructed. Huh? Yi Huang exclaimed, surprised. Although the 4 in front of her possessed unique auras, their cultivation levels were unclear. However, based on her experience, they seemed to be at most in the late Qi refinement stage. Now that she had reached the transformation stage, wouldn't it be akin to a father battling his sons? Restrict your cultivation to the Qi refinement stage, Yi Suifeng directed. Yi Huang acknowledged, though she still doubted that these 4 could be her opponents. Soon, the battle commenced. Having undergone 3 body tempering sessions, Yi Huang had experienced a qualitative transformation. Even when limited to the Qi refinement stage, she possessed the strength to fight above her level. Moreover, her practical experience after her training was extensive. Logically, for ordinary cultivators at the peak of qi refinement should not pose a threat to her. Yet, Fengji and his companions were evidently different. Their auras were profound, and their spiritual energy robust, though their strength did not surpass Yi Huang's. It exceeded that of ordinary cultivators at the same level. Under the onslaught of the four, Yi Huang found herself struggling to defend, increasingly on the back foot. After several intense exchanges, Fengji seized an opportunity, rolling on the ground to grab Yi Huang's ankle, restricting her movements. Though she swiftly kicked him away, the other three's attacks swiftly followed, with a long sword poised at Yi Huang's throat. The outcome was clear. "Miss, I apologize," Lu Hong said, retracting the sword. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback. Throughout her months of training, she had faced countless battles, including several against cultivators in the transformation stage, without a single defeat. Though she did not express it, a sense of pride lingered within her. She had never expected to lose so quickly, let alone to these four. "It's all right," Yi Huang replied, her expression complex. Yu Suifeng observed with a faint smile. Young people should occasionally encounter setbacks, otherwise they may truly believe they are invincible. Enough. Yu Suifeng continued. "Fengji, you four will continue cultivating the primordial skill and strive to break through to the channeling stage and enter the Dan Mansion stage. Moreover, starting today, you shall follow Yi Huak as her protectors. Is that agreeable?" In unison, Fengji and the others replied, "Understood." Yu Suifeng then turned to Yi Huang. "I have a task for you. Defeat them while remaining in the same realm. Can you accomplish this?" Yi Huang pursed her lips, determination shining in her eyes. "I will." Her small face was brimming with resolve. Chapter 34. The integration of the family. The tumultuous period of the jailing beast tide lasted approximately 5 months. Before this ordeal, they were a group of sheltered fledglings, unaccustomed to the trials of adversity. The entire Yi family exuded a vigorous energy. In the study, Sui Yun, with a radiant complexion, reported to Yu Suifeng about the recent developments within the family. The younger generation had undergone a remarkable transformation. Those who once trembled at the mention of the fifth son now charged forward with fervor. Some even mocked his training methods, deeming them suitable only for women, which incensed him as he contemplated more rigorous training regimens. The vitality of the youth was a sight most welcomed by the family leaders, symbolizing a flourishing future. Sui Yun nodded, fully aware that excess can lead to downfall, and they had already prepared appropriate measures. "What of the items in the training chamber?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "They are practically in use. Spirit-gathering formations, meditation rooms, practice chambers, puppet spaces, and heart-refining arrays. I must admit, I envy them," Sui Yun expressed. In his youth, he had to carefully consider how to utilize a low-grade spirit stone, never having imagined indulging in such lavish cultivation resources. Only the body-refining pool remains unopened. As the body-refining liquid is exceedingly precious, and we are still deliberating its usage criteria. "And, brother, are you truly prepared to use that vial of Qilin blood?" Sui Yun asked, a hint of reluctance evident in his voice. The Qilin blood was a treasure of heavenly caliber, a true heirloom to be passed down through generations. "Of course it will be used. It is merely ordinary mortal blood. Should we preserve it as a relic?" Yu Suifeng replied dismissively. "However, the Qilin blood is to be reserved solely for the direct descendants of the Yi family. Any surplus shall be rewarded to those who have made significant contributions to the family." He cautioned, as the family grows prosperous, it becomes increasingly crucial to delineate social hierarchies. Chaos must be avoided. The direct line is the foundation of the family, and their resources must take precedence, for resources equate to strength, and strength to status. The status of the direct line must remain unassailable. Furthermore, we must elevate those who contribute to the family. We cannot be stingy. Clear rewards and penalties serve as excellent motivators. Lastly, let's apply some pressure to the collateral branches. With so many rogue cultivators entering the family, we must identify those with potential and integrate them into the core, thereby stimulating some of the lethargic elements within the collateral lineage. As a family expands, it becomes increasingly complex. Thus, the distinction of status is of paramount importance. Disrespect towards authority is a grave taboo. If the servants dare to bully the masters, the family is truly at its end. The direct line is foundational and must maintain a position of superiority. The Yi family excels in this regard, with strict ancestral teachings ensuring internal stability. Yet, due to the significant presence of collateral branches, some issues inevitably persist. There are those who, emboldened by ambition, aspire to ascend to the core of the family, even seeking to usurp certain direct lines. Others, feeling invulnerable due to their connections, oppress outsiders, flaunting their influence despite lacking true capability. Yu Suifeng would not tolerate such behavior. I understand. Some individuals indeed require a firm reprimand, Suijin stated. He was well aware of the family dynamics, though previously hesitant to intervene. By the way, brother, there have been some unsettling rumors circulating in Yunxiao City. Suiyin's expression grew serious. Some claim that the Yi family has depleted its resources and will soon reveal its true nature. Others assert that we lack strength yet act ostentatiously, destined for downfall. There are even whispers that our open recruitment of rogue cultivators is part of a nefarious scheme, with these cultivators destined for sacrifice. These rumors had rapidly spread throughout the city, deterring many would-be recruits from joining the Yi family. Should we investigate or publicly clarify? Suiyin asked with concern, recognizing the potential impact of such gossip on the Yi family's current plans. However, Yi Suifeng chuckled softly and shook his head. No need for an investigation. This is undoubtedly the work of those two families. I never imagined they would resort to a smear campaign against us. Suiyin frowned. You mean the Li and Tang families are deliberately slandering us? Yi Suifeng affirmed. Who else would be so petty? Yet, this presents an opportunity for us to leverage the situation, identifying those who genuinely wish to ally with us, which is a positive outcome. Suiyin nodded in agreement. The battle for Yunxiao City was a conflict concerning the distribution of resources and territories among the three major families. Each family would select 5 young members under the age of 18 for a ranking battle, with benefits allocated based on overall scores. This approach was astute. It allowed for a relatively peaceful resolution to family disputes while igniting the competitive spirit among the younger generation, creating a win-win scenario. Have we finalized our candidates? Yu Suifeng inquired. Yes, we must move quickly. Once chosen, have them come to me for special training. It is time to alter the Yi family's position from the bottom. The upcoming battle for Yunxiao City would surely mark the Yi family's rise. All right, you may go and attend to the new members of the Yi family. Jiang Fei and her companions had been at the Yi family for 5 days. After encountering Yi Huang at Jialing, they had proceeded to Wudong Town. The situation in Wudong Town exceeded her expectations. She had never witnessed cultivators from different regions uniting in solidarity. She had never seen a member of a prominent family receiving such support from numerous rogue cultivators. Yi Huang's actions left her in awe. Following discussions, Jiang Fei resolutely joined Yi Huang's team and accompanied her to the Yi family in Yunxiao City. The initial days had indeed been pleasant. The resources were abundant, and everyone was brimming with vitality, resembling a dreamlike sanctuary for cultivation. However, an incident she had dreaded occurred yesterday. The relatively younger Wei Yuan, while exchanging a green python egg for contribution points, clashed with a young member of the Yi family named Do Hua, who was said to be a relative of the second elder. By the time Jiang Fei and Huan arrived, Wei Yuan had already been seized by Do Hua, who accused him of disrespecting the Yi family and threatened to deliver him to the enforcement team. Do Hua was not someone they could contend with. Jiang Fei lamented the perilous situation Wei Yuan now faced, regretting their involvement with a prominent family. Today was the day of Wei Yuan's trial. Jiang Fei and Huan, with heavy hearts, arrived at the Yi family's enforcement hall, awaiting the final verdict. They hoped Do Hua would show leniency and spare Wei Yuan's life, or at least reach a compromise. Sister Fei, should we seek out Princess Huang? Huan suggested. No. Jiang Fei shook her head. That is the family of the second elder, and it would be unwise to trouble her. Huan fell silent. Recognizing the depth of the complexities within prominent families, a seemingly trivial matter could exact a significant toll on Yi Huang. They could not act recklessly. They could only blame themselves for being overly protective of Wei Yuan, who remained oblivious to the harsh realities of the outside world. The two waited anxiously outside the enforcement hall for over half an hour when a plump figure emerged. It was Do Hua. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Fei hastily approached. Her voice laced with urgency as she implored, Young Master Do, we are in the wrong. I beseech you to exercise mercy and spare Wei Yuan. If you find us displeasing, we shall leave the Yi family at once and never set foot in Yunxiao City again. Young Master Do, I truly beg you. As she spoke, she suddenly felt a tug on her sleeve. Turning to her side, she found Huan, who was gazing at Do Hua with an expression of bewilderment. Jiang Fei furrowed her brow and followed her gaze, instantly taken aback. Do Hua, already round in countenance, appeared to have swollen to the size of a sphere. His eyes were red, clearly having shed tears, and a trail of mucus lingered on his lips. A prominent handprint marked one side of his face, unmistakably evident. Jiang Fei was left in shock. What on earth had transpired? In their moment of astonishment, Dohua opened his mouth to utter an apology, rubbed his eyes, and then turned to flee. The two were rendered speechless. At that moment, two figures emerged from the law enforcement hall. One was Wei Yuan, and behind him stood a commanding middle-aged man. Jiang Fei rushed forward, anxiously inspecting Wei Yuan from side to side as she asked, "Are you unharmed?" "Of course I am fine. I told you, I was entirely in the right," Wei Yuan replied with a playful grin. Jiang Fei looked at him with a complex expression before suddenly delivering a sharp slap to his face. "Do you comprehend the magnitude of the trouble you've caused? Do you know how worried we were? If you dare act impulsively again, you shall go alone." Wei Yuan covered his face and gazed at the furious Jiang Fei, murmuring, "Sister Fei, I realize my mistake. I have been too indulgent with you." Jiang Fei remained incensed. Youth, with its inherent innocence, could be a virtue. Suddenly, the middle-aged man behind Wei Yuan spoke. Jiang Fei glanced at him and sighed. Innocence often serves as the key to one's demise. If he continues in this manner, he will inevitably lose his life. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely stroking his beard with a faint smile. "May I inquire as to your identity?" Jiang Fei inquired, clasping her hands in respect. "I am the adjudicator overseeing Wei Yuan's case," the middle-aged man replied. Jiang Fei, taken aback, promptly expressed her gratitude. "I sincerely appreciate your attention. However, that Dohua possesses a remarkable background, rumored to have deep ties with the second elder of his family. You must exercise caution." The middle-aged man paused for a moment before bursting into hearty laughter. "I am merely executing my duties impartially. It is not a matter of special consideration. Furthermore, I happen to be the second elder of the Yi family you mentioned." Jiang Fei. Oh. Chapter 35. Above the nine heavens in recent days, the Yi family has encountered two significant events. The first event was instigated by Wei Yuan. Following a conflict with Dohua, most of the wandering cultivators expressed silent sympathy for him, having witnessed similar occurrences too often. A rogue cultivator, who had just entered a prestigious family, offending a powerful figure within, was typically seen as courting death. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, Wei Yuan emerged unscathed, while Dohua, who had relied on his connections for his domineering behavior, faced severe punishment. It was said that even his half-yearly allowances were confiscated, shattering their preconceived notions. The Yu family surprisingly upheld principles over kinship, an unprecedented occurrence. Furthermore, in the aftermath of Wei Yuan's incident, several collateral branches of the Yi family were severely reprimanded for their inappropriate actions, while some exemplary external cultivators were promoted to prominent positions. In a short span, many wandering cultivators began to identify themselves with the Yi family, taking great pride in it. The second major event was the impending battle at Yinshao City, set to take place in a month. The Yi family planned to select 5 outstanding young individuals under the age of 20 to represent them in this conflict. Yi Huang, Yi Long, and Yi Qiniao were undoubtedly chosen. The remaining 2 spots ignited fierce competition within the family, as no one wished to relinquish this honor willingly. Among the young cultivators under 20, those in the Qi refinement stage were not considered. In the transformation stage, there were a total of 19 individuals. Most had broken through during this recent trial, including Yi Xiaoxiao, Yi Suiyu's 2 sons, Yi Wei and Yi Ba. After intense battles, the final 2 candidates were determined. One was Yi Xiaoxiao, who had broken through during her first trial, showcasing exceptional talent and insight, now having reached the 3rd layer of transformation, overwhelmingly defeating all other challengers. The other candidate was surprisingly Yi Qian. His talent and strength had never been particularly remarkable. He had only just managed to break through to the transformation stage last month. His only claim to fame was his character, which had garnered him a large following of wandering cultivators, almost rivaling the scale of the Tianxuan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion, making him the 3rd major force among the younger generation of the Yi family. His gentle and affable nature typically kept him away from seeking the limelight. However, during this selection, for reasons unknown, Yi Qian fought with fervor, gradually overcoming obstacles until he narrowly defeated Yi Wei, who was at the 2nd layer of transformation, securing the last spot. Thus, the 5 competitors from the Yi family were finalized. They stood together in the courtyard of Yi Suifeng. "Young gentlemen," Yi Suifeng observed them, "you were destined to be the first dragon soaring from the Yi family." He scrutinized their cultivation levels. Yi Huang at the 3rd layer of transformation, showing remarkable progress. Yi Long at the 5th layer, solid in foundation. Yi Qiniao at the 5th layer, exuding an ethereal quality. Yi Xiaoxiao at the 3rd layer, her expression lively and whimsical. And Yi Qian at the 1st layer, with bruises on his face and signs of internal injuries. "Why are you pushing yourself so hard for just a selection? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qian replied with composure. Father told me that you would personally mentor the contestants this time. Therefore, I cannot miss this opportunity, as I do not wish to be forever called the orphanage director. Orphanage director? Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Yi Huan explained during this trial. Many of Yi Qian's followers are orphans. Thus, behind his back, others have dubbed him the director of the orphanage. Yi Suifeng understood. Recalling a conversation with his nephew months ago, during which he had expressed his support for him. Well then, work hard. Reputation is earned through one's own efforts. He encouraged. Turning his attention back to the five, he declared, starting today, I will conduct specialized training for each of you based on your circumstances. I will state one point clearly. Regardless of what you encounter, do not panic or ask too many questions. Simply focus on enhancing yourselves. Dare I ask for some encouragement or pressure? Perhaps something like only victory is allowed? Yu Xiaoxiao teased. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Why should I say such things? My father trained us that way. He wanted me to defeat cousin Yi Wei and my sister to surpass brother Yi Long, Yu Xiaoxiao remarked, causing Yu Qin Yao and Yi Long to exchange awkward glances. Yi Suifeng laughed heartily, recognizing that with such a spirited personality, she would certainly make her mark. I will not utter such phrases because, after this specialized training, you will surely triumph against the formidable Li and Tang families. The others stifled their laughter, intrigued by his choice of words. I only ask that you remember, regardless of what happens in the future, your roots are here, he said, pointing to the ground beneath them. Now let us begin. Yi Suifeng first turned to Yi Huang, well aware of her progress. She had taken a small step in swordsmanship, mastering the foundational techniques and achieving minor success with the 9 swords of divine slaughter. What she lacked now was intention sword intent. Only by honing her sword intent could she genuinely advance on the path of swordsmanship. There are many ways to refine sword intent, such as sparring with experts in swordsmanship or practicing within formidable sword formations, a method employed by many great powers to cultivate their core disciples. Yi Huang, follow me. You all wait here for a moment, Yi Suifeng commanded, waving his sleeve, causing the two to vanish from the courtyard. Unbeknownst to anyone, they had already arrived thousands of miles above the ground. From a past life perspective, they were now within the atmosphere. At this altitude, the winds howled fiercely, cutting like blades. Even golden core stage cultivators would likely be reduced to dust here. A transparent shield enveloped them, shielding the two as they stood steadfast amidst the tempest. This is the first heaven, Yi Suifeng explained. Yi Huang's eyes sparkled with curiosity, having never reached such heights before. Father, will I cultivate here? She asked, exhilarated at the thought of training at such an altitude. Certainly not. This is merely the beginning, Yi Suifeng replied, lifting his head slightly and gesturing for them to ascend further. As they soared upward, they passed through vast seas of clouds, dense mists, golden realms, and terrifying zones filled with thunderstorms. Ultimately, they arrived in a dazzling world of vibrant colors, resembling a fairy tale realm where various hues of celestial light danced unpredictably, akin to a scene from a dream. Father, where is this? Yi Huang inquired. Yi Suifeng smiled gently. This is the 9 heavens, also known as the edge of the world. Beyond it lies the boundless chaos. Yi Huang's mouth fell agape, astonished to discover that this was indeed the world's edge. Ancient texts described it as an infinite expanse devoid of anything, filled only with endless destruction and turmoil. Yet, it now appears otherwise, resembling a realm of celestial beings. The dazzling spectacle before me may not be as enchanting as it seems. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, then extended his hand, capturing a wisp of violet radiance within his palm. The purple light hovered quietly, seemingly harmless. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng retrieved a black staff from his storage ring. This was a weapon of exceptional quality, forged from the heart of the earth's black gold, renowned for its indestructibility and eternal durability. Observing intently, Yi Suifeng cast the black staff into the spatial confines of his palm, allowing it to gently brush against the violet celestial light. Upon their initial contact, the staff momentarily hesitated. Then, to Yi Huang's horror, the black staff disintegrated, transforming into countless fine particles that vanished from sight. This is the power of annihilation, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Huang swallowed hard, her expression one of trepidation as she stammered. Father, I cannot possibly be expected to cultivate with such a thing, can I? It is far too terrifying. Yi Suifeng responded with a broad smile. Indeed, you shall. But fear not. I will diminish its power to 1/1,000,000th of its original strength based on your capabilities. As you grow, it too shall gradually amplify. I eagerly anticipate the day when you conquer and master them. Yi Huang's expression was complex, and she remained in a daze for a considerable time. Ultimately, she nodded resolutely, declaring, I will not let you down. Chapter 36. The Eternal Arena. At this moment, only a quarter of an hour had passed. The three remained standing there, awaiting Yi Suifeng's return. Only Yi Xiaoxiao was indulging herself, secretly munching on the grapes Yi Suifeng had left beneath the willow tree. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was indeed spirited. However, he was unconcerned, recognizing that everyone has their own personality. If everyone were like Yi Qian, taciturn and meticulous, life would lack excitement. Do not be too restrained. We are all family. Feel free, Yi Suifeng remarked. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiaoxiao immediately lifted her head and playfully tapped Yi Qinyao beside her, exclaiming, I told you, uncle is very easygoing. Yi Qinyao wore a resigned expression. All right, Yi Suifeng scanned the surroundings and finally fixed his gaze upon Yilong. For a long time, Yilong had been the most outstanding junior in the family, with a resilient character, diligent cultivation, and a steady demeanor. He was also quite handsome, Yi family's most dazzling new star and its sole representative. Until recently, Yi Huang and Yi Qinyao's reputations had surged, overtaking him. Yilong's top position was now under severe scrutiny. However, based on Yi Suifeng's observations, this junior did not seem to harbor jealousy or any negative feelings. Instead, he had become much more cheerful. Perhaps the title of the family's future hope was not merely an accolade for him, but also an immense burden. Now that someone was finally sharing the pressure, Yilong's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. His successful breakthrough to the 5th level of Qi transformation was closely related to this change. Yilong, your foundation is solid, and you have embarked on the right path in cultivation. Therefore, I do not wish to interfere too much with your journey. Speak up. What kind of training method do you desire? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yilong had his own understanding of cultivation. Too much external involvement could be detrimental. Thus, Yi Suifeng decided to grant him the autonomy to choose. Yilong was clearly taken aback by this unexpected response, momentarily at a loss for words. Yi Xiaoxiao, observing his hesitation, grew anxious and incessantly gestured at him. Ultimately, she dashed over to Yilong, playfully striking him and saying, Don't be foolish, request the technique. Your low-grade, Xian-level spear technique is already outdated. Yi Suifeng, overhearing this, laughed. You are currently practicing a spear technique of low-grade Xian level? Indeed, Yilong nodded. The Dragon Hunter spear technique was obtained with my father's assistance a year ago, and I have now mastered it. Why did you not mention this earlier? Your father, knowing this matter, did not inform you? Quite antiquated. Yi Suifeng had a vague recollection of the technique, which was indeed sent by Gu Wanxin last time. Thank you, uncle. Yilong's expression was one of exhilaration. Who wouldn't desire a high-level technique? A high-grade Earth-level technique was something he had never dared to dream of. After speaking, Yilong headed toward the door. Hey, where are you going? You haven't stated what you want. Yi Suifeng called out. Yilong paused. Isn't that technique enough? Of course not. It is not a precious item. Yi Suifeng shook his head. I said, think bigger. The others fell silent. How could a high-grade Earth-level technique not be considered precious? What, then, was truly valuable? Yilong was at a loss for words. Yi Xiaoxiao peeked at the spear in his hand, a yellow-grade exquisite spear, which had once been considered a treasure in the Yi family. Spirit artifacts are not included either. Yi Suifeng interrupted her thoughts, saying, I will procure something more formidable for you another day. Just reflect on what you currently lack in your cultivation. You all think carefully. Yi Suifeng added. The group fell into contemplation, pondering their respective paths. After a moment, Yilong finally spoke. Uncle, I have always harbored a dream. Speak. A glimmer of nostalgia crossed Yilong's eyes. When I was very young, I came across a book titled Biographies of Extraordinary Individuals. It narrated the tales of many top talents that have emerged on this continent over the millennia. Their extraordinary prowess, upon their arrival, left an indelible mark on history, igniting my aspirations. I often wondered what it would be like to battle alongside them in the same era. Would I have the potential to defeat them? Yilong tightened his grip on the spear, continuing, childhood dreams often seem ludicrous. As I grew older, I realized the chasm separating me from them was akin to an insurmountable divide. No matter how fervently I pursued, I could not glimpse their backs. Yet, I refused to give up. Even if I cannot catch up, I must ascertain the limits of my potential. I must fight. To the death. Yilong lifted his head, his eyes brimming with determination. Uncle, if possible, I wish for a puppet that matches my level but possesses strength far superior to mine. When I conquer it, perhaps I will draw closer to that illustrious group of historical figures. Upon hearing this, the others were taken aback. No one had anticipated that this seemingly flawless older brother harbored such an obsession. But could such a puppet truly be realized? Yes, I promise you, Yi Suifeng swiftly replied. Yi Long was momentarily stunned. Really? Do such puppets exist? Yi Suifeng smiled and shook his head. They do exist, but, ultimately, a puppet is an inanimate object. Even if you triumph over it, it does not guarantee victory over cultivators of equal strength. Yi Long's expression grew complex. Then you said you would grant my wish. I did promise you, Yi Suifeng affirmed, but not by merely finding a puppet for you. Rather, I will help you fulfill your first wish. To battle the extraordinary heroes of history, what audacity that entails. I am more than willing to assist with this endeavor. However, the others were left speechless. Such a wish was fundamentally unattainable. All right, let's depart. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, and he and Yi Long vanished without a trace. Once they had left, Yi Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Yi Qiniao and murmured, Sister, uncle is joking, right? Yi Qiniao pursed her lips and shook her head. I do not know. I cannot fathom how such a thing could be accomplished. Perhaps when it is our turn, we will understand. A silver river flowed endlessly from nowhere to nowhere, eternally unchanged. Suddenly, two black dots appeared above its surface. It was Yi Suifeng and Yi Long gazing down at the boundless river and the vast expanse of void surrounding them. Yi Long's heart raced with curiosity, eager to inquire about their location. However, recalling Yi Suifeng's earlier admonition to refrain from asking too many questions, he suppressed his curiosity. Once again, Yi Suifeng spoke softly. Last time, I noticed something peculiar about you. It seems you are meant for this world. Nonetheless, it suffices. The geniuses of this world are ample. With that, Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers, and the surrounding world transformed in an instant. Beneath their feet, a colossal arena materialized, engraved with countless intricate runes that nearly caused Yi Long to faint at a glance. Fortunately, Yi Suifeng swiftly performed a hand gesture, causing the array's runes to shimmer and vanish, leaving only a vast stone platform. From today onward, you shall battle and cultivate here, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Long furrowed his brow. But what about my opponent? Right here. As Yi Suifeng smiled faintly, he extended his 5 fingers and gently grasped. Instantly, countless gray threads erupted with a thunderous force, all surging towards the shimmering silver river. Soon, one of the gray lines began to quiver. In the next moment, a white figure, akin to a fish caught on a hook, was drawn forth from the other end of the gray line, landing upon the arena. It was a young man radiating an aura of chill, his brow furrowed in confusion, seemingly unaware of what had transpired. Turning around, he finally laid eyes upon Yi Suifeng and his companion, who in turn recognized his visage. Yi Long staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror as he pointed at the young man, trembling as he uttered, Bai Changshan, Bu Feishue. His voice quivered with disbelief. Bu Feishue, the pride of the heavens a millennium ago, had single-handedly vanquished all challengers with but a spear. Once, he had stormed into a millennia-old sect, slaying countless foes overnight, and reducing the sect to mere history. Later, he had challenged the strongest calamity in history, the 9-9 heavenly tribulation, enduring until the very end. Yet, the final bolt of divine wrath was insurmountably powerful, leading to his demise, leaving nothing behind. But why was he here? Yi Long's mind was in a whirl. What had his uncle done? Who are you? Why am I here? Bu Feishue's gaze was frigid, unleashing a gun intent that shook the heavens and earth. However, Yi Suifeng merely waved his hand, and a thin veil of luminous mist enveloped Bu Feishue. Subsequently, he closed his eyes and fell into slumber. It is not your turn to speak yet. Yi Suifeng turned to Yi Long, smiling. Did you not express a desire to challenge them? How is it that you appear so frightened at the first encounter? Upon hearing this, Yi Long was momentarily taken aback, then took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, and laboriously rose to his feet. Now that's more like it. Yi Suifeng twirled his fingers, reeling in figure after figure from the silver river, placing them upon the arena. To prevent a repeat of earlier events, they were promptly subdued by Yi Suifeng upon their arrival. The celestial prodigy Xia Yuan, the dark knight assassin Tong Mia, the unrivaled scholar Fu Ruhai, the son of the heavenly Wei Jin Lin, and the legendary dragon Ao Tian. Yi Long gazed at the array of familiar faces, murmuring softly, his mind a blank slate. His uncle had truly summoned all the paragons from the annals of history, even many whom he did not recognize. Only after hundreds of figures had appeared did Yi Suifeng finally halt. You shall make do with these for now. Within the ancient arena, their cultivation levels will match your own. Simply think of whom you wish to battle, and it shall be so. Should you achieve a breakthrough, their prowess will rise accordingly. Hone your battle spirit well. I shall return for you in a month. With that, Yi Suifeng's figure gradually faded away. Chapter 37. The old turtle. This young lad seems to possess a hint of masochism. In the void, Yi Suifeng leisurely glided along the expanse above the Milky Way. He had not anticipated that Yulong's desire was to engage in battle. However, given Yulong's current prowess, facing off against those legendary figures of antiquity would be nothing short of self-inflicted torment, and he would undoubtedly suffer a crushing defeat. One can only hope that this lad does not emerge from such an experience with lasting scars. Yet, there was something peculiar about the River of Time. It seemed strangely devoid of vitality. This Milky Way represented the River of Time in this realm. The last time Yi Suifeng traversed the threads of causality to pursue the assassin of Yi Suu, he had briefly harnessed the power of the River of Time. Logically, the River of Time is an inanimate entity, eternally flowing through the void, immutable and constant. Yet, Yi Suifeng felt as though it lacked a certain vibrancy, exuding a sense of lifelessness. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng caught a whiff of an unusual aura, prompting him to frown slightly before vanishing from sight. When he reappeared, a colossal black peak loomed before him. The mountain was terrifyingly vast, its height unmeasurable and its depths unfathomable, resembling the very wall of the void, obscuring all vision. How could such a thing exist here? Yi Suifeng was baffled. The location of the River of Time was a true void, devoid of anything but the passage of time itself. How could a mountain stand here? This defied the principles of the Great Tao. No, that is not right. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow. The object before him did not seem to be a mountain. He could distinctly sense a faint pulse of life emanating from the black mass. But what kind of life could be so immense? Contemplating for a moment, Yi Suifeng extended his index finger and lightly tapped his forehead. Instantly, his soul power, far surpassing the limits of the world, erupted violently. His soul coalesced, transforming into a phantom that rapidly expanded, centering around his body. 1-fold, 10 folds. Soon, the phantom of Yi Suifeng had grown to millions of times the size of his corporeal form. Through the phantom's perspective, Yi Suifeng finally discerned the true nature of the black mass. What in the world? This was a toe. Yi Suifeng could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The sight before him was utterly shocking. The immense entity was not a mountain, but rather an extraordinary toe. Beside it were 4 other toes, and above lay an immeasurable expanse of foot. At this moment, Yi Suifeng's phantom was merely level with the toe itself. Goodness, what on earth is this? It seems to be nearly the size of the world itself. I must see what its true form is. Regaining his composure, Yi Suifeng's soul phantom searched once more. After expanding to an unknown extent, he finally saw its true shape. An ancient tortoise? His eyes widened as he scrutinized its form. Ultimately, he confirmed that he was not mistaken. It was indeed a grotesque, massive black tortoise. The tortoise had withdrawn its neck, leaving only its smooth head exposed, while its limbs hung limply in the void. Below its abdomen lay the River of Time, which from this angle appeared as a nearly imperceptible white thread. Most striking was its tail, short, yet oddly bifurcated at the tip, as if it had been forcibly ripped apart. Yi Suifeng pondered inwardly. What manner of being could inflict injury upon such a formidable tortoise? Such a bizarre entity should not exist in this world, except, of course, for himself. It appears this world harbors many secrets waiting to be uncovered. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin. This was indeed intriguing. Otherwise, given enough time, one might grow bored enough to ascend to the celestial realm and engage in battles with the celestial emperors. This ancient tortoise is certainly extraordinary. Yi Suifeng's soul had already surveyed the entirety of the tortoise's form. He discovered that every corner of this tortoise's body was intertwined with the principles of the Great Tao. Each breath reverberated with the resonance of rules, truly terrifying. With such strength, why would it choose to seal itself away? Initially, upon seeing the tortoise, Yi Suifeng thought it was merely in slumber. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that it had confined its very soul within this vast shell, revealing only the faintest glimmers of life, preventing it from being perceived as a mere lifeless entity. Let us observe more closely. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow as his soul phantom gradually faded from view. Shortly thereafter, several potent consciousnesses traversed the void. Intruding upon the scene, they hovered before the tortoise's head, seemingly perplexed by the recent occurrences. Yi Suifeng counted 5 consciousnesses, all of which exceeded the limits of this world in power. One among them he recognized from a previous encounter. After undergoing tribulation, driven by curiosity, he had projected his consciousness into the northern snowfields. Just as he did, a consciousness that spanned the entire plateau surged forth from the far north. heading directly towards Yi Suifeng. That individual was now present. The 5 consciousnesses coalesced into 5 luminous points, quietly suspended in opposition. Do you wish to break the rules? The entity from the northern snowfields audibly expressed its intent. As this exchange occurred on the level of soul consciousness, one could not discern gender or even ascertain if they were human. Shouldn't you be the one eager to break the rules? After all, you are on the verge of defeat, another voice interjected. If it is a fight you desire, I find such games exceedingly tiresome. A visibly irritable individual chimed in. Calm down. The world fracturing benefits no one. Another spoke with a steadier demeanor. After some discourse, they all claimed innocence. Yet, this was indeed perplexing. If it was not the 5 of them, who else could possess the ability to enter this space? The group fell silent. Yi Suifeng, merging with the void, stifled a yawn. What are you all doing? Why has the conversation halted so abruptly? Perhaps it is that entity, suggested the northern snowfields individual. Indeed. I too have noticed a new star rising in this world, one that does not belong to it. I was asleep and unaware of anything. The irritable individual remained irritable as always. 3 others reported minor anomalies recently. However, the being from the northern snowfields claimed to have noticed nothing unusual. Yi Suifeng had brazenly entered the snowfields without a hint of concealment. He was certain they had sensed him. Yet, they chose to remain silent. What they intended remained a mystery. After their departure, Yi Suifeng dispelled his soul phantom, revealing his corporeal form above the river of time. An injured ancient tortoise. 5 individuals with disparate intentions. A game, or perhaps a chess match. Congratulations to all participants. Someone has arrived with an underhanded advantage. Chapter 38. The celestial slaying sect Yi Suifeng departed from the realm of void. His recent experiences inadvertently led him to stumble upon a certain secret of this world. However, he resolved to cast this matter aside for the time being. He was still enjoying his time in Cloud City, and when the moment came to confront those individuals, he would engage them in a thorough discussion regarding the matter of purchasing charms. After all, 3 adorable little ones awaited him at home. Due to an extended sojourn in the void, Yi Qinyao and the others had been seated under a willow tree for quite some time. Upon Yi Suifeng's return, they hurriedly stood to attention. So, what do you wish for? Have you made your decisions? Yi Suifeng inquired. All right. I want a plethora of spirit stones, a massive heap of them. I want to buy whatever I desire. Yu Xiaoxiao was the first to leap forward. Her eyes almost emblazoned with the word money. It's not your turn yet, Qinao interjected. Yi Suifeng promptly bypassed her remark. You're being mischievous. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted. Returning to her place in line, Qinao smiled and said, Uncle, I have also made my decision. I hope you won't find it laughable. But I don't possess ambitions as grand as cousin Yi Long's. In truth, I lack significant motivation for cultivation. Were it not for my father's stringent demands, I might not even be standing here today. Yi Qinyao candidly articulated her thoughts, unafraid of incurring Yi Suifeng's ire, which might revoke her qualifications for battle in Cloud City. After all, this represented the family, and without the will to fight, how could one achieve victory? However, such an occurrence was unlikely. Indeed, each individual's perspective on life varies. Your tranquil disposition and thoughts are entirely understandable, Yi Suifeng replied. Humans are deeply emotional and multifaceted beings. If everyone were to conform to a single mold, how would that differ from mass-produced tools? Now, do tell me, what is it that you desire? After a brief pause, Yi Qinyao spoke. Uncle, my request may seem rather ethereal. If you deem it unsuitable, I can readily change it. Go ahead. Yi Qinyao inhaled deeply and declared, I seek a direction. At her utterance, the other 2 appeared somewhat bewildered. What is this? Yi Long had at least articulated his childhood aspirations. Hers was merely a concept. Yu Xiaoxiao's head spun. My dear sister, are you certain you aren't intentionally perplexing uncle? Yet, Yi Suifeng grasped Yu Qinao's sentiments. She possessed a serene nature, yet was born into a prominent family with a father who viewed cultivation as life itself, imposing strict expectations. From a young age, she was compelled to adhere to her father's wishes, relentlessly training to surpass Yi Long and defeat all challengers. For someone averse to conflict, this was a profound psychological burden, rendering disorientation inevitable. Fortunately, Yi Qinyao was still young. Prolonged stagnation might invite inner demons. Such occurrences were not unheard of. However, the pursuit of one's life direction is a quest that must be undertaken individually. Qinyao, let me ask you, do you believe I can provide you with a satisfactory direction? Yi Suifeng countered. Yi Qinyao remained silent. She was astute enough to comprehend that while her request sounded simple, its realization was fraught with difficulty. Your future can only be decided by you, Yi Suifeng remarked. I can offer you an opportunity for choice, but it may exact a considerable toll. After much contemplation, Yi Qiniao finally nodded. I am willing to give it a try. If I continue to drift aimlessly, I fear I will truly disappoint my father. Yi Suifeng nodded in acknowledgement. To some, Yi Qiniao's perspective might seem naive. Yet, who among us has not experienced naivety? Especially when ensnared within a labyrinth of confusion. Then follow me, he instructed. With that, Yi Suifeng led Yi Qiniao, vanishing from the courtyard. When they reappeared, they stood atop a towering peak. The mountain was lush and verdant, yet curiously, the adjacent mountains bore the scars of devastation, ravaged as if struck by divine lightning. With deep crevices and charred earth strewn about, Yi Qiniao gazed in astonishment. What transpired here? Yi Suifeng cleared his throat. This is merely where I faced tribulation. He cast a stern glance. Did I not tell you not to ask? Yi Qiniao promptly fell silent, though curiosity still sparkled in her eyes. Yi Suifeng ignored her, instead casting his gaze skyward. Soon, a profound aura began to emanate from him. Moments later, a grand portal materialized in the heavens, and a golden beam descended, illuminating Yi Suifeng's shoulders. The sound of celestial music resonated from beyond the door, reverberating through the soul. Ah, we meet again. Indeed. The portal in the sky was none other than the celestial gate that appears after a cultivator's tribulation. The golden light served as a bridge of ascension. Previously, after Yi Suifeng's tribulation, he chose not to ascend, dispersing the celestial aura surrounding him, causing the gate to vanish without a target. This time, however, he actively summoned the celestial gate for a specific purpose. The celestial music was vast and profound. It was not merely a melody, but the collective whispers of existence itself. It embodied not only the essence of ascension but also the power of creation, infused with a remarkably unique energy, the essence of the mortal realm. After enduring the trials of the heavens, the celestial gate bore this power in its most potent form. Yi Suifeng required this essence as a material. Regrettably, I am not inclined to ascend just yet. With a subtle smile, Yi Suifeng formed a sword gesture with his fingers and resolutely waved toward the celestial gate in the sky. In an instant, the world seemed to pause. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very fabric of existence. The colossal celestial gate trembled violently, emitting a resounding echo, as if lamenting its fate. Moments later, the golden light upon Yi Suifeng's shoulders abruptly contracted. In a remarkable display, the celestial gate plummeted from the sky. A vast shadow enveloped Yi Suifeng. From a distance, the area obscured by the gate was as extensive as dozens of mountain peaks. Yi Suifeng was astonished. He had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of this entity. Meanwhile, Yi Qiniao stood in utter disbelief. What is this? How can there be a door in the sky? How can there be light within it? Such an absurdity. Uncle merely waved his finger, and it came crashing down? Who am I? Where am I? She was thoroughly bewildered. Come. Yi Suifeng extended his hand, and the gigantic celestial gate swiftly diminished, transforming into a petite golden door that hovered in his palm. Eventually, it morphed into a beautifully crafted mirror. I shall name you the Mirror of Mortal Essence. This mirror was crafted primarily from the essence of heavenly sound, with the celestial gate serving as an auxiliary material, all harmonized by the principles of the Great Tao. Its primary function was to refine the heart. Yi Suifeng glanced at the dazed Yi Qiniao and gently tapped her, restoring her clarity. Are you prepared? Once you enter, everything will depend solely on you, he stated. Yi Qiniao regarded the mirror before her, nodding earnestly. Very well. I shall endeavor to cultivate well. Remember, no matter what happens, do not forget who you are. Upon concluding his words, the surface of the Mirror of Mortal Essence transformed, rippling like water. Subsequently, Yi Qiniao's figure gradually faded from view. It seems that the path ahead must be traversed alone. Yi Suifeng sighed, then gazed skyward. The heavens and earth had regained their tranquility. Where the celestial gate had once appeared, only a faint golden trace remained, soon to vanish entirely. I may have overstepped my bounds. First, I toyed with the heavenly tribulation, then seized the 9-9 thunder tribulation, subsequently provoked the celestial gate. And now I have directly severed it. They did not seem to bear any animosity towards me. Yi Suifeng blinked and then chuckled. Never mind. Such forces are meant to be defied. Otherwise, one risks falling out of sync with the currents of fate. At worst, I shall offer restitution once I ascend to the celestial realm. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng suddenly froze, and his expression darkened considerably. Oh no. I have severed my own celestial gate. How will I ascend to the celestial realm in the future? Chapter 39. The aggrieved Xiao this time. I truly acted hastily, inadvertently severing my path to immortality. What shall I do now? Am I to find someone who has successfully transcended and seized their celestial gate while they prepare for ascension? That doesn't seem entirely feasible. It lacks a certain chivalry. Alas, such matters can be addressed at a later time. Yi Suifeng composed himself and reappeared in the courtyard. Now, only Yu Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian remained. Settling Yi Huang and the others had consumed nearly an entire morning. Reflecting on it, I've put in quite the effort for them, worrying incessantly. Very well, it is now your turn. Yu Suifeng extended his finger towards Yu Xiaoxiao. Instantly, her face lit up with joy, ready to speak. However, that finger began to shift, taking a turn and ultimately pointing at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, you go ahead. Ah? Oh. Yi Qian was evidently taken aback to be called upon first. Among them, he was the weakest in terms of strength. Nevertheless, he would not feign humility and stepped forward to say, Uncle, my choice is to fully adhere to your guidance. Yu Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Noting the distinctiveness of these young individuals, each of their choices was surprisingly different. Why? He inquired. Thus, to let you decide is the best choice for me. Yu Suifeng nodded. His decision was not misguided. While it was not the absolute correct answer, it certainly was the most prudent and sagacious choice. Very well, Yu Suifeng remarked. But if I'm not mistaken, you wish not only to strengthen yourself, but also to empower those who follow you. Yi Qian chuckled, scratching his head, not denying it. Educating the masses is no trifling task, Yi Suifeng stated. I am willing to exert effort for this. Yi Qian declared emphatically. Then, let me ponder, Yi Suifeng mused. You must enjoy reading. Yes. Indeed. Which book do you cherish most? Perhaps the Tao Te Ching, Yu Qian replied. He was lying. At that moment, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed, I heard from cousin Yi Qian that his true favorite is tales of the supernatural, especially those where fox spirits and scholars fall in love. How embarrassing. With his secret exposed, Yi Qian's face flushed, and he murmured, I truly do like the Tao Te Ching. And that book also contains more than just fox spirits. Such a feeble defense. Yu Suifeng extended his hand with a smile. Let me see what novel it is. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Qian obediently retrieved a thick book from his storage bag, the classic of mountains and seas. Yu Suifeng casually flipped through it, discovering numerous tales of fox spirits, flower sprites, and enchanting demons, though nothing too outrageous, suitable for publication. Furthermore, such stories were but a small fraction. The majority comprised accounts of extraordinary phenomena, from which moral lessons could be gleaned. It was indeed a serious work. Wait here a moment. Yu Suifeng took a seat at the stone table beneath the willow tree. He then conjured a brush and a blank book, swiftly writing. After roughly the duration of an incense stick, a brand new classic of mountains and seas emerged. Yu Suifeng rose, presenting both books to Yi Qian. Since you enjoy it, read on. I trust you will learn much from it. However, the extent of your improvement ultimately depends on yourself, he said with a smile. Yi Qian accepted the books with confusion. He understood that reading could impart knowledge, but how could it enhance his strength? Did it conceal some unparalleled technique? He placed the two books together. Their covers were identical, showing no signs of alteration. The only difference was Yi Suifeng's handwriting, which appeared more vigorous and powerful than the original. As he gazed at the new book, suddenly he noticed the characters mountains and seas on the cover beginning to warp. Then, an overwhelming gale seemed to howl in his ears, carrying with it a faint, briny scent that invaded his nostrils. Abruptly, the tempest dissipated, and the oceanic aroma vanished. Yi Qian's vision gradually cleared, and he realized that Yi Suifeng had been blocking the characters with his finger. This handwritten classic of mountains and seas was surely no ordinary book. It was a product of profound integration with the Tao. This book was, in fact, a top-tier manual for enlightenment. If categorized by technique levels, it would be considered a supreme celestial method, infinitely close to the Tao. Time was limited, so this was the best he could achieve. Use it for now. Thank you for your guidance, uncle. After experiencing everything that had just transpired, Yi Qian understood the book's extraordinary nature. He respectfully bowed and exited the courtyard. Now, only Yu Xiaoxiao remained, clearly impatient. Uncle, I truly want spiritual stones, lots and lots of spiritual stones. Can you give them to me? With her large eyes blinking adorably, she attempted to charm Yi Suifeng's heart. What do you need so many spiritual stones for? Yi Suifeng questioned. They can do everything. Yu Xiaoxiao replied. Is there anything in this world that spiritual stones cannot accomplish? If there is, it must be due to a lack of spiritual stones. Yi Suifeng couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. I wholeheartedly agree with your philosophy. So, do you agree? Yi Xiaoxiao's face brightened. No, I refuse. However, the answer took her by surprise. Why not? You have clearly agreed to their requests. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, feeling that Yi Suifeng was deliberately targeting her. You are different. They all possess a clear understanding of their paths. As for you, all you do is play. If you can navigate this trial, I will consider rewarding you with some spiritual stones, Yi Suifeng explained. Yi Xiaoxiao pouted. What trial? This. Yi Suifeng snapped his fingers. And in an instant, the environment around them transformed completely. A gray haze enveloped everything. Countless gray insects scuttled about, with the occasional dark shadow darting swiftly past. Where is this? Yi Xiaoxiao asked, astonished. The Dream Void Realm, a world that exists between reality and illusion. Here, you can play to your heart's content. Yi Suifeng had already devised a plan for her. Since she loved to play, he would let her indulge. Sometimes, the ability to play is a skill in itself. But what's there to play with here? Yi Xiaoxiao inquired. Good question. Unfortunately, I shall not provide you with the answer. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Your trial is to learn how to have fun here. Now, do your best. With that, Yi Suifeng slipped away, leaving Yi Xiaoxiao standing alone, staring blankly at the distant gray insects. Uncle, you are biased. Chapter 40. The Visitor. After expending considerable effort, I finally managed to settle the 5 new stars in my household. If all goes well, their future achievements will undoubtedly rival those prodigies chronicled in illustrious biographies. However, the extent of their eventual success will ultimately depend on their individual fortunes. Having spent most of my time in this world within the confines of my study, I immersed myself in an array of texts, cultivation manuals, biographies of notable figures, accounts of landscapes, and ancient legends. I have garnered a general understanding of the composition of this vast continent. The continent bears numerous names, with many regions referred to differently. Yet one designation has remained consistent throughout history: the Great Universe Realm. This world is boundlessly expansive. No soul has ever traversed its entirety from one end to the other. Even the tales of distant lands are but fragments of whispers. Through extensive reading, I have discerned that the location of Cloud City lies in the northern part of the continent, an area teeming with sects and noble families. Most regions are structured around a major city, complemented by various smaller towns. The most formidable power governing this area is an organization known as the Nine City Alliance, of which the governing body of Cloud City, Sioux City, is a member. To the north of the alliance stretches a colossal chasm spanning millions of miles, Qinggu Heights. Beyond that lies the northern snowfield. To the east of the alliance is a collection of small nations embroiled in perpetual conflict, battling almost daily. Yet, when faced with external threats, they unite resolutely to fend off their adversaries. Literature indicates that their language and culture starkly contrast with that of the Nine City Alliance. I have resolved to explore that region during my leisure time. To the west of the alliance lies a vast, desolate expanse. Though sparsely populated, it is shrouded in mystery. It is said that the inhabitants there prefer to wrap themselves in yellow cloth, revealing only their eyes, a most intriguing sight. Meanwhile, the southern territory of the Nine City Alliance presents a different scenario. Its culture bears similarities to that of the Alliance, yet its organizational structure is entirely reversed. In the Alliance, cities are central to power, governed by influential noble families, while sects hold a minimal presence. In contrast, in the South, sects and noble families are in a complete role reversal, with the core being comprised of various super sects nestled within the Spirit Mountain range. Here, families and states derive their power from the sects, and disciples of these sects command the same reverence as princes of great empires. I have quietly resolved to visit these places when time permits. Since I have arrived at the Great Universe Realm, it would be a disservice not to explore every corner of it. Through my readings, I have gained a rough understanding of the organizational framework of the Great Universe Realm. Furthermore, by delving into various cultivation manuals, I have attained a more profound comprehension of the cultivation system in this world. It can be said that I have fully grasped the essence of these techniques. Any technique, upon a single perusal, can be mastered instantaneously. And I am even capable of revising it to create a more potent formula. Indeed, I possess such remarkable prowess. Calm yourself, I reminded myself, suppressing my proud inclinations. As I prepared to further refine the primordial technique, changes were necessary, yet this time, I would not require 2 months or a seclusion of death. In just 3 days, I completed the new technique and imparted it to Feng Zhi and the others through the method of enlightenment. They did not disappoint my expectations. Within a few days, they each broke through to the second major realm of the primordial technique, Danfu Realm, equivalent to the transformation stage in traditional cultivation practices. The focus of this realm lies in the Dantian, but the primordial technique is more domineering and versatile. To commend their efforts, I joyfully taught them a set of sword techniques. The Celestial Extermination Sword Array, a low-grade heavenly martial art. Exterminate the Celestial, slay the Celestial, ensnare the Celestial. Obliterate the Celestial. Once fully mastered, it could slay celestial beings. Of course, this was merely a counterfeit version. The true Celestial Extermination Sword Array could not possibly be wielded in this world. Nevertheless, even the imitation is a formidable technique. My decision to teach them such a technique, aside from recognition, was also for the benefit of Yi Huang. After all, Feng Zhi and his companions now serve as her protectors and training partners. The stronger they become, the more effectively they can hone her skills. Dear daughter, do not blame me. This is all for your own good, I said with a mischievous grin. Days after Feng Zhi and the others' breakthroughs, the family finally received long-awaited good news. Yi Suiyun and Yi Suibao, two prominent family officials, had successfully advanced to the nascent soul stage. Several months prior, I had instructed them to diligently cultivate and not to fall behind in their progress, even setting a goal for them to break through within a month. However, reality often diverges from our desires. Due to the family's recent activities, they were inundated with tasks and had little time to focus on their cultivation. Fortunately, they had kept this matter at heart. The breakthroughs of Suiyun and Suibao undoubtedly served as a reassurance to other family members. After all, my strength is generally unseen, whereas these two interact with everyone daily. It can be said that excluding my presence, the mere existence of these two nascent soul practitioners would render the Yi family no longer fearful of the Li and Tang families. However, after deliberation, they decided to keep this news under wraps for the time being, awaiting a more opportune moment to reveal it. I had no objections. Their happiness is what truly matters. As time flowed slowly by, the days dwindled down to 10 before the imminent battle in Cloud City. Suddenly, our family was graced by the presence of a familiar visitor, Gu Wanxin. Chapter 41. A gesture of goodwill. The head of the Yi family has truly become more handsome. Hee. I appreciate your unpretentious flattery. Please, take a seat. In the family's reception room, Yi Suifeng sat beside Gu Wanxin, as several maidservants served fragrant tea. I speak sincerely, Gu Wanxin remarked with a smile. It seems that with each encounter, you grow a touch younger. I wonder if it is merely my illusion, or perhaps you have had some recent joyous event. Yi Suifeng smirked and shook his head. What joyous event could there be? I have an abundance of spirit stones, yet I find myself troubled by it daily. Gu Wanxin chuckled. Head Yi, your words insult my profession. With that, she produced a storage ring and placed it on the table. Yi Suifeng picked up the ring and surveyed its contents. Once again, it was filled with an abundance of cultivation resources, and the quality was even higher than the last time, boasting 8 items of celestial grade or above. Various techniques, materials, sacred herbs, and spiritual instruments were included. The price list was already prepared. Yi Suifeng ignored the detailed breakdown and focused on the total: 32 trillion low-grade spirit stones. This amount, one could say without exaggeration, is enough to purchase several cities akin to Yuyao City. The storage bag, please. Yi Suifeng wasted no time and requested a supersized storage bag from Gu Wanxin to deposit the 32 trillion spirit stones all at once. Even after witnessing such scenes several times, Gu Wanxin could not help but be astonished. Just how many spirit stones does he possess? Has he secretly unearthed a bountiful vein of spirit stones? In truth, the higher-ups of the Wanbao Pavilion had conducted extensive analysis on Yi Suifeng, this super VIP client. Yet they remained unable to ascertain the origin of his wealth. The most plausible explanation was that he had stumbled upon a secret realm, where a high-grade spirit stone vein lay hidden. However, this possibility was far too absurd. Ultimately, the Wanbao Pavilion decided to abandon the investigation. Such valuable clients are rare. They did not wish to provoke Yi Suifeng out of curiosity, jeopardizing their collaboration. Suddenly, Gu Wanxin recalled something. Speaking of which, Head Yi, she began. Given that our transactions are consistently of staggering amounts, the upper echelons of Wanbao Pavilion would like me to inquire if you could consider trading with medium-grade or high-grade spirit stones. Of course, if that is not feasible, it's entirely understandable. It's merely for convenience. Each transaction involves tens of trillions, and merely counting them necessitates the presence of individuals at the enlightenment stage or above. If we were to trade using high-grade spirit stones, the quantity would reduce by a factor of 10,000, making it manageable for those at the golden core stage. I'll consider it after I exhaust my low-grade spirit stones, Yi Suifeng replied. That would be splendid. Gu Wanxin nodded enthusiastically. Each transaction between us has employed low-grade spirit stones, and she believed that Yi Suifeng's reserves were also limited. A few more transactions should suffice. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea and observed Gu Wanxin, puzzled by her unrestrained joy. By the way, I have a question. I've noticed that your Wanbao Pavilion is, comparatively speaking, a rather pure commercial organization, correct? Gu Wanxin nodded. Yes. The first tenet of Wanbao Pavilion is to maintain neutrality at all times and never to engage in conflicts between other factions. We are solely interested in spirit stones. This piques my curiosity, Yi Suifeng remarked. If you do not partake in conflicts, what do you require so many spirit stones for? This question genuinely perplexed Yi Suifeng. Wanbao Pavilion is an immense entity, with its presence felt almost everywhere. The sheer volume of spirit stones in circulation daily is undoubtedly staggering. Thus, the question arises, where do the spirit stones they earn ultimately go, and for what purpose? This was a matter of great concern for Yi Suifeng, as he faced a similar dilemma. Money, if left in a wallet, remains merely a number. It is the expenditure that truly counts. In response to Yi Suifeng's inquiry, Gu Wanxin appeared momentarily at a loss. Head Yi, I must admit I haven't pondered that. Yi Suifeng shook his head slightly. Indeed. The question of how to spend money may seem absurd. However, once the numerical value surpasses a certain threshold, one can truly be troubled by the dilemma of expenditure. He himself was quite vexed. Investing solely in resources felt rather trivial. Very well, I entrust this matter to you. It is an honor. Gu Wanxin readily accepted the task. After a pause, she continued, Head Yi, I actually came today not only for the transaction but also to bring you some news. Oh? Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow and extended his hand for the storage bag. Gu Wanxin was taken aback and quickly waved her hands. No, this is complimentary. She was inwardly sweating. It seemed he truly had an excess of money to spare. This pertains to news regarding the Li and Tang families, Gu Wanxin stated. Yi Suifeng nodded. Very well, please share. Gu Wanxin leaned closer to Yi Suifeng and said, Head Yi, in 10 days. The biannual grand event of Yunyao City will be held, the Yunyao City Battle. The list of participants from the 3 great families was announced a few days ago. You must be aware of the representatives from the Li and Tang families, correct? Yi Suifeng's expression turned serious. This was because he was unaware. A few days prior, Sui Yun had brought the list, which was still resting on his study desk, but he had been too lazy to read it. As the head of the Yi family, not knowing who the enemies were seemed rather naive. This Gu Wanxin. Why abruptly bring this up? Yet, to her, it appeared quite different. It seems Head Yi has heard the news after all. The eldest son of the Li family, Li Qi, has experienced a surge in cultivation, having broken through to the 8th level of Qi transformation. Meanwhile, the Tang family's prodigy, Tang Xiaoqing, has, in just 3 months, broken through 4 levels and is now at the 10th level of Qi transformation. Yi Suifeng nodded gravely. Indeed, he had been unaware, but he understood now. What are you implying? He was unclear about Gu Wanxin's focus. Gu Wanxin leaned in even closer, whispering, Head Yi, their cultivation levels are, in fact, not merely as rumored. The Li and Tang families have suddenly gone to great lengths, pouring vast resources into their representatives for this battle. The extent is comparable to nurturing a golden core stage cultivator. I have reason to suspect that either this Yunyao City battle holds significant importance, or it is entirely aimed at your Yi family. Thus, Gu Wanxin produced a small jade slip and placed it on the table. Due to my position, I have gathered substantial information on those 10 individuals. She looked at Yi Suifeng with a knowing smile. Yi Suifeng smiled faintly and picked up the jade slip. Gu Wanxin was indeed extending a friendly gesture. Didn't you just say that Wanbao Pavilion never intervenes in the conflicts of other factions? Yi Suifeng asked with a hint of amusement. Haha, as you say, Gu Wanxin replied playfully. What intervention can there be among friends? Wouldn't you agree? Yi Suifeng nodded gently, accepting Gu Wanxin's goodwill. Having concluded their business, Gu Wanxin departed, satisfied. Yi Suifeng toyed with the jade slip in his hand, turned it over a few times, and then discarded it into the nearby trash bin. The Yi family no longer had any use for such traditional means of conflict. Chapter 42. Exiting the retreat. The days leading up to the Battle of Yunxiao City are drawing near, and the city itself is becoming increasingly lively. Many young talents from various other cities have flocked here to witness this biennial grand event, eager to ascertain how their strength measures against others. Indeed, young Master Li Qi is extraordinary. Having just turned 18, he has already attained the 8th level of Qi transformation. In our Haiyan city, he would surely rank among the very best. A dark-skinned youth from Haiyan City expressed such sentiments. He is truly a product of a remote and impoverished place. While the 8th level of Qi transformation is commendable, he wouldn't even be considered among the leaders in our Huangye City, scoffed a noble young lady from Huangye City, her expression dripping with disdain, as though she were gazing upon a rustic fool. Nonetheless, among the cities governed by Su City, Huangye City is indeed the most prosperous and powerful, possessing the means to look down upon others. Young Master Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family. Having reached the 10th level of Qi transformation at merely 17, how does he fare in Huangye City? Yet the young lady merely chuckled derisively. I will say this, in Huangye City, there are at least a handful of individuals who have broken through to the foundation establishment stage by the age of 16. Silence enveloped the crowd. 16 years of age. And at the foundation establishment stage. What an extraordinary prodigy. It is no wonder Huangye City is heralded as the closest rival to Su City. Compared to Yunxiao City and Haishi City, it remains significantly superior. At that moment, the noble young lady spoke again. Aren't there 3 prominent families? Why have I only heard of talents from the Li and Tang families? What of the other families' outstanding individuals? She had come to enjoy herself. Passing by Yunxiao City and learning of the biennial gathering, deciding to witness the spectacle. However, the news in recent days has solely revolved around the young talents of the Li and Tang families, while the other family seems to have made little appearance. That would be the Yi family, the weakest among the 3 prominent families. If the Li and Tang families cannot compare to the families of Huangye City, then the Yi family stands even less chance, someone remarked. You're talking nonsense. Our Huang Xinzi, Yao Xinzi, and Long Hall Master are all still in seclusion. If they were to emerge, they would surely leave Huangye City searching for their teeth. A newly joined cultivator from the Yi family retorted loudly. Haha. With only 3 days remaining until the Battle of Yunxiao City, they still haven't emerged? Are they waiting until the event concludes to make their appearance? Haha, that's right. Tomorrow is the Zui Ming gathering, and if the Yi family members haven't shown up by then, I reckon they are preparing to concede. The Zui Ming gathering is a grand assembly for young talents before the Battle of Yunxiao City. This gathering, hosted by the owner of Zui Ming Tower, aims to facilitate early encounters among the youth of the 3 prominent families, igniting anticipation for the impending battle. The Yi family cultivator made a bold statement and slipped away, prompting laughter from others. However, the noble young lady from Huangye City revealed an expression of interest. Huang Xinzi, Yao Xinzi. It seems the Yi family's female cultivators are quite exceptional. Perhaps in the future, one might find a suitable candidate for a consort among them. Consider yourselves fortunate. The discussions regarding the Yi family as participants in the battle grew louder within Yunxiao City. Suyan personally visited Yu Suifeng several times, inquiring about the current status and cultivation levels of several individuals, much to Yi Suifeng's annoyance. Enough, it seems the initial phase of cultivation is nearing completion. I shall go and see what they have accomplished. With this decision, Yi Suifeng's figure vanished from his study. He first arrived at the 9 heavens, where he beheld Yu Huang still immersed in her training within a bubble of energy. Surrounding the bubble were ever-changing, radiant beams of light, each containing boundless terrifying power and rules. These slowly seeped into the bubble, transforming into strands of mist that spiraled around Yi Huang's form. At this moment, Yi Huang's expression was solemn, her eyes tightly shut. Flecks of purple mist were gradually drawn into her body. It appears she has a particular affinity for the color purple. The 7 types of heavenly light each harbored different energies. Purple signifies destruction. As Yi Huang continued to inhale the purple mist, a slender, petal-like purple mark flickered upon her forehead, glowing intermittently. Quite impressive. She has already established a connection with the path of destruction. It seems I must nurture her temperament so that in a fit of anger, she does not inadvertently obliterate Yunxiao City, Yi Suifeng mused with a smile. The path of destruction is exceedingly fearsome. Even the finest of heavenly-grade techniques pale in comparison. Her advancement to the 7th level of Qi transformation has been somewhat slower than anticipated. It appears this month's training has focused predominantly on the path of destruction. In a month, Yi Huang has leaped from the 3rd to the 7th level of Qi transformation. However, this is merely due to the effects of the purple mist. Had she concentrated on raising her cultivation, she might have already reached the foundation establishment stage. That is sufficient. She can effortlessly defeat peers of her level. With a flash, Yi Suifeng appeared before Yi Huang and gently roused her from her meditation. Yi Huang opened her eyes, and the purple petal mark on her forehead gradually faded, leaving only the faintest trace. Father, Yi Huang rose, joy illuminating her gaze as she looked at her father. Having witnessed the highest levels of power in this world, she now appeared more composed and steady than she had a month prior. "It is time," Yi Suifeng declared. "All right, is this the end of my training here?" Yi Huang's expression carried a hint of reluctance. She was acutely aware of how immensely beneficial her training in this space had been. "What are you thinking?" Yi Suifeng chuckled, then presented her with a 7-colored floral ribbon. "Since you enjoy it, this will be your exclusive training room. This ribbon is a key, simply recite it in your heart, and you can return here whenever you wish." Having expended so much effort, it certainly is not a one-time affair. He had prepared the key long in advance. "Thank you, Father," Yi Huang exclaimed joyfully, instinctively wanting to leap into Yi Suifeng's embrace as she used to, but ultimately halted. The 6 months of experience had indeed matured her. She understood that to truly become independent, she must not cling to her father's warm embrace. Yi Suifeng sighed softly, stepping forward to embrace Yi Huang. "Little Huang, your future is destined to be extraordinary. Forge ahead boldly. I will always watch over you." Yi Huang nestled her head against Yi Suifeng's chest, nodding slightly. Moments later, they parted ways. Yi Suifeng then retrieved a pale purple velvet robe adorned with a golden-red phoenix and personally draped it over her shoulders. "Let us go forth and create your own brilliance." Chapter 43. Wish. The void space, the vast and boundless river of time, stretching from the ancient past into the infinite future, flows endlessly. Above this river, a colossal arena, formed entirely of dark blue-black stone slabs, hovers in midair. Within the arena, 2 white figures engage in a fierce battle. Their weapons are long spears, and with each clash, the impact resonates powerfully. With a resounding thud, one of them is struck hard and sent flying. He crouches down, struggling to regain his balance, crimson blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. "I told you. You are no match for me. Surrender," Bufeishua said indifferently, standing firm with his spear. Since he inexplicably arrived in this place a month ago, he had been in constant combat with this young man. Though the youth displayed remarkable comprehension and grew rapidly in skill, the disparity in their strengths remained glaringly evident. "I have already declared that I will never give up." Yulong wiped the blood from his lips, rising to his feet with unwavering determination and fervor. "Let us continue the fight," he shouted, preparing to charge once more. However, a beam of light immobilized him. Yi Suifeng slowly descended before him. "Uncle?" Yulong asked, somewhat puzzled, then realized that the time must have come. It seems you have made considerable progress," Yi Suifeng observed, noting the significant transformation in Yulong over the month. His cultivation had ascended from the 5th to the 8th level of Qi transformation. More importantly, he now radiated an aura akin to a divine spear, exuding an insatiable desire for battle. It appeared that Yi Suifeng's earlier concerns were unfounded. "Uncle, can you grant me a little more time? I am on the verge of success." Yi Suifeng smiled gently and produced a small token, handing it to Yulong. "Do not be in such a rush. Progress gradually is key. This is the key to the ancient arena. You may come here to train whenever you wish." Yulong trembled as he accepted the token, excitement coursing through him at the thought of battling numerous historical figures. "Thank you, uncle." Yi Suifeng nodded, saying, "Then let us depart." He glanced at Bufeishua and raised his hand, preparing to seal him once more. "Predecessor," Bufeishua called out loudly. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. Pausing, Bufeishua sighed in relief and said, "If I am not mistaken, this place is meant for cultivating successors, correct?" Yi Suifeng replied coolly. "Skip the pleasantries and get to the point." He had been inexplicably brought here to train alongside this foolish young man, and despite his pride, he could not claim to be unperturbed. For a month, he had sought a way to escape but found nothing. It gradually dawned on him that the creator of this arena possessed vast powers beyond his imagination. To leave, he could only rely on Yi Suifeng. Yet, Yi Suifeng provided an answer he could not accept. Bufeishua's expression darkened. "Predecessor, isn't this a bit excessive? Do you not fear the consequences of arbitrarily imprisoning others?" Yi Suifeng chuckled. "Oh, you understand cause and effect?" "Of course," Bufeishua retorted coldly. "I once read an ancient text stating that those with great fortune are deeply entangled in cause and effect. If one forcibly interferes, even powerful beings may not escape unscathed. Moreover, I wish to inform you that I have my own backing." He threatened icily. His words held truth. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the entanglement in cause and effect. There existed great terrors within these connections. Thus, those who wielded immense power often operated from the shadows, manipulating pawns to orchestrate grand designs across the cosmos. Bufeishua was indeed knowledgeable, but he had misjudged this time. Yi Suifeng spoke slowly. I do not care who your backers are. Since you understand the path of cause and effect, you should comprehend the implications of my words. Wu Feishue furrowed his brow, and Yi Long stood nearby, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, Wu Feishue's face changed dramatically. He took 2 steps back, nearly stumbling, pointing at Yi Suifeng. He stammered, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. Indeed, you have already perished. I merely extracted your memories and cultivation, reconstructing another version of you within this ancient arena. Should you leave, chaos would ensue. Do you understand? The person behind you has abandoned you. Wu Feishue's expression turned frantic as he grappled with the reality of his own death. Yi Suifeng observed him quietly. In truth, these words should not have been spoken to Wu Feishue. They bore little significance. Ultimately, he was merely a tool. Yi Suifeng slowly raised his hand. Predecessor. A hoarse voice emerged. Could you do me a favor? If possible, in the days to come, I will do my utmost to help your successor transform into a true paragon of the world. Wu Feishue's gaze was steadfast as he spoke. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng nodded. Speak. He was curious to discover what a deceased person yearned for the most. Wu Feishue raised his head, nostalgia filling his eyes as he murmured. I wish to taste the soil of my homeland. May I? Yi Suifeng and Yi Long were taken aback, unprepared for such a request. I thought your wish would be related to Shui Yin'er, Yi Suifeng remarked. Shui Yin'er was merely a woman. She is not worthy of my deep affection, Wu Feishue replied. But you once slaughtered an ancient sect in a fit of rage for her. Yi Long exclaimed. The Chouxiao sect? Wu Feishue chuckled softly. You expect me to spare those who killed my woman? Yi Long was incredulous. Was reality truly this stark? There was no romantic tale of chivalry, no heart-wrenching love story. The destruction of the Chouxiao sect was simply a consequence of provoking the wrong individual. Very well, I grant your request, Yi Suifeng said. Such a matter is a simple task for me. He found Wu Feishue to be quite intriguing. Thank you, predecessor. Wu Feishue bowed deeply in gratitude. Subsequently, a beam of light enveloped him, lulling him into slumber. Yi Suifeng waved his hand, vanishing alongside Yi Long. On the return journey, observing Yi Long's pensive demeanor, Yi Suifeng chuckled and asked, What is it? Are you struggling to accept the shattered image of your idol? Yi Long scratched his head. It is somewhat surprising. However, it is not about acceptance. I care only for his strength and whether I can surpass him. Yi Suifeng nodded. In truth, individuals like Wu Feishue possess a resolute heart and a life of brilliance. If he remains by your side, it will greatly benefit your future path. Yi Long acknowledged with a sound. Suddenly, he looked up, astonished, and exclaimed, Uncle, do you mean? Yi Suifeng smiled slightly, remaining silent. Was it not merely the act of reviving the deceased? Was it not the work of a hidden hand? Was it not the path of cause and effect? As long as he was content, it mattered not who arrived. Chapter 44. The 5 members of the Yi family, Yi Qiniao, need not venture outside. She resides within the realm of mundanity. In the courtyard, Yi Suifeng retrieved the realm of mundanity and delicately tapped its surface. A beam of light flickered, and Yi Qiniao's figure gradually materialized within the courtyard. Uncle, Yi Qiniao murmured. How do you fare? Have you found your own direction? Yi Suifeng inquired. Yi Qiniao remained silent, merely nodding gently. She stood there, tranquil as a celestial being. Her bright eyes, remarkably clear yet unfathomably deep, resembled a still ancient well. It was evident that she had undergone a complete transformation. Uncle, I may need to return to that place for further training, Yi Qiniao stated. She was the first to proactively express the desire to continue her cultivation. Is it that the path remains unclear? Yi Suifeng inquired with considerable interest. No, Yi Qiniao replied. In the first layer of time, I had already comprehended the path that lies ahead of me. I wish to re-enter the second layer of time. Oh, Yi Suifeng was taken aback. In the realm of the mortal world, there existed 3 layers of time. In the first layer, a single day equated to an entire year. Yi Suifeng's initial intention was to allow her to cultivate for a month in this first layer, which would amount to a full 30 years, sufficient time to discover her true path. However, he did not anticipate that Yi Qiniao would transcend this. In the second layer of time, a day represented a decade. Uncle, I wish to enter and complete my earthly melody. With that, Yi Qiniao extended her delicate, jade-like fingers. An ethereal image of an ancient zither gradually coalesced before her. As she gently plucked the strings, an extraordinary melody instantly filled the entire courtyard. The willow trees above them suddenly swayed without a breeze, dancing softly in harmony with the music. A single willow leaf drifted down, resting on Yi Qiniao's shoulder. Once faded and yellowed, it began to transform, gradually turning green under the enchanting influence of the melody, ultimately blossoming with vibrant life. Suddenly, a formidable aura erupted from Yi Qingyao. Her cultivation surged dramatically, instantly breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. This momentum shows no signs of abating. 7 stories. 8 stories. 9 stories. Only when he reached the 12th level of transformation did he gradually come to a halt, retreating inwardly. Observing this scene, Yi Suifeng smiled and nodded. He refrained from inquiring about the direction Yi Qingyao had discovered, for it was, in essence, an elusive concept. Finding one's true self was of paramount importance. Yi Suifeng presented the red dust mirror to Yi Qingyao, as it had been intended for her from the start. He cautioned her gently, advising that one should not venture into the 3rd realm of time without complete preparedness, for even a moment's carelessness could lead to disorientation within. Yi Qingyao nodded in understanding, assuring him, "Rest assured, uncle, I am well aware." After bidding her farewell, Yi Suifeng contemplated for a moment before vanishing from sight. Soon after, he found himself in a gray expanse, a realm of dreams. He pondered how the little one, Yi Xiaoxiao, was faring amidst this enigmatic space. As Yi Suifeng lightly exclaimed. The gaze of those around him revealed the absence of Yi Xiaoxiao, leaving only an endless swarm of gray insects writhing in the void. Suddenly, a blue aura materialized behind Yi Suifeng. A slender hand emerged from the luminous circle, brandishing a colorful dagger aimed directly at his back. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the vibrant daggers shattered the moment they made contact with Yi Suifeng's body. Simultaneously, a luminous halo re-emerged above his head. A brick, adorned with a depiction of a pig's head, hurtled towards his face with great force. Yi Suifeng shook his head, seized the small hand, and cast aside the brick, saying, "Enough, let us stop this." With a voice tinged with petulance, the blue halo above his head expanded increasingly, gradually enveloping Yi Suifeng entirely. The surroundings had undergone a complete transformation. He found himself in an extraordinary realm. The flowers and grass beneath my feet resemble confections, while the nearby stream flows with fragrant juice. Before me stands a quaint little room, astonishingly crafted from pastries. Beneath a colossal gardenia, Yi Xiaoxiao gently swings, surrounded by numerous plump, white rabbits, leaping and frolicking with delightful innocence. In her hand, Yi Suifeng holds an exceedingly comical monkey. Squeak. You casually discarded the monkey. Approaching Yi Xiaoxiao with a smile. Very well, it seems you have begun to grasp the art of play. The Dream Void Realm. A world straddling the line between illusion and reality. Here, one can conjure anything their heart desires. Clearly, Yi Xiaoxiao has made preliminary strides in her learning. Humph. What a great deceiver. However, in the face of Yi Suifeng's praise, Yi Xiaoxiao clearly did not appreciate it and sulkily turned her head aside. Yi Suifeng looked at her with amusement. After spending a month here, Yi Xiaoxiao had undergone a transformation. Her twin ponytails had evolved into a cascade of lush bluish-purple hair, nearly as long as her body, gently curling and swaying with the swing's motion. A hint of gemstone blue adorned her lips, lending her an intriguingly mischievous allure. All right. Once we step outside, I shall grant you 100 million spirit stones as pocket money, Yi Suifeng chuckled. This girl was undoubtedly still thinking about the spirit stones. Yet, having made a promise, he naturally would not go back on his word. Suddenly, Yi Xiaoxiao tumbled off the swing, lifting her gaze to Yi Suifeng. How much? 100 million. Yi Xiaoxiao leapt up suddenly, embracing Yi Suifeng. Uncle, you are truly handsome. I adore you immensely. Yi Suifeng, devoid of emotion, pushed her away, saying, Enough. Just a moment ago you intended to strike me with a brick. Hee, I was just jesting with you. That was all in good fun. Yi Xiaoxiao replied with a playful smile. All right then, Yi Suifeng retorted with a slight grimace. The Battle of Yunshao City is about to commence, so muster some spirit. I still have rewards to claim. Piece of cake. Moreover, there is that insufferable Tang Yingying from the Tang family. If I were to encounter her, I would strip her of her trousers and see how she could maintain her arrogance. Additionally, Yi Xiaoxiao, with a rapid-fire delivery, expounded upon her grandiose plans. Yi Suifeng, resting his hand upon his forehead, suddenly regretted having permitted her entrance into the Dream Void Realm. It appears he has inadvertently nurtured a veritable troublemaker. Upon returning home, Yi Suifeng sought out Yi Qian once more. After a month of diligent study, Yi Qian had transformed into a true scholar. Moreover, the manuscript Shan Hai Tu Lu, penned by Yi Suifeng himself, had significantly enhanced Yi Qian's prowess, allowing him to transcend to the 6th layer of Qi transformation. As for the other 4, Yi Huang stood at the 7th layer of qi transformation. Yi Long had reached the 8th layer. Yi Qiniao attained the grand completion of the 12th layer, and Yi Xiaoxiao remained at the 7th layer. Thus, the 5 combatants of the Yi family officially emerged from their seclusion. A tempest is on the horizon. Chapter 45, The Drunken Dream Gathering. The Drunken Dream Garden, constructed by the Drunken Dream Pavilion, stands as a grand amusement park situated in the very heart of Cloud City. On ordinary days, the garden is frequented exclusively by individuals of remarkable status and formidable cultivation. However, during certain significant occasions, the garden opens its gates to a broader audience. For instance, the biannual Cloud City Battle allows countless youthful talents to enter the Drunken Dream Garden 3 days prior to the contest, a tradition that has come to be known as the Drunken Dream Gathering. Today marks the inaugural day of the Drunken Dream Gathering. A multitude of young cultivators have surged into the garden, eager to catch a glimpse of the core descendants of the 3 prominent families, hoping to forge connections with them. Anticipating such a scenario, the garden's organizers had already designated 2 distinct areas to ensure that esteemed guests remain undisturbed. The outer area accommodates ordinary cultivators, while the inner sanctum is reserved for those of higher lineage or notable reputations, alongside a few exceptional talents from afar. Among them are a dark-skinned youth from Blackstone City and a proud maiden from Huangye City, each accompanied by their friends and attendants, comfortably settling in their respective pavilions. Suddenly, a voice rang out in astonishment. The Li family has arrived. Onlookers turned to see several young cultivators strolling with an air of confidence. Leading them was none other than Li Qi, accompanied by Li Ran, Li Ming, and Li Xueping. The 4 combatants of the Li family, save for Li Shunga, had all gathered. Recognition sparked among the crowd. Just days prior, the 3 prominent families had unveiled their lists of competitors, a customary practice to generate excitement and showcase their influence. The 15 participants had already become well-known figures. As the Li family approached their pre-arranged pavilion, an onlooker exclaimed, "Goodness, Li Qi exudes an extraordinary presence. He must have encountered some fortuitous event." A dark-skinned boy from Blackstone City nodded gravely, sensing the considerable pressure emanating from Li Qi. However, the girl from Huangye City merely cast a fleeting glance before turning away in disdain. "Not even close," she remarked dismissively. Some cultivators from Cloud City felt a surge of indignation but could not dispute the truth. Huangye City was indeed superior to Cloud City. "Look, the Tang family has arrived. That must be Tang Xiaoqing." Moments later, another voice called out, seemingly directed at the girl from Huangye City. Nevertheless, it successfully captured her attention. The Tang family entered, 5 combatants strong. Leading them was a round-faced youth, not particularly tall, brandishing a folding fan and wearing a genial smile. The others included Tang Yin, Tang Mengxian, Tang Wuhua, and Tang Yingying, 3 males and 2 females. "Our Tang Xiaoqing is a prodigious talent, having reached the 10th level of qi transformation," someone proclaimed, aiming their words at the girl from Huangye City. "Nothing remarkable," she retorted, unimpressed. Yet, no one anticipated that after settling in, Tang Xiaoqing would approach the girl directly. The young male cultivators beside her swiftly positioned themselves as a barrier between the two. "Do not misunderstand. I merely wish to extend my greetings," Tang Xiaoqing said nonchalantly, smiling. "If I am not mistaken, you must be the little princess of the Nie family from Huangye City, Nie Xiaoyin? You know me?" Nie Xiaoyin arched an eyebrow. "Only by hearsay," Tang Xiaoqing replied, grinning. "6 months ago, I had the fortune of encountering your sister, Nie Fangfei, and have since been hoping for another chance to meet." Upon hearing this, Nie Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes. "Are you attempting to pursue my sister?" "No, I merely don't dream." Nie Xiaoyin interjected with a mocking smile. "Do you have any idea how many suitors are queuing up to court her? Among them are outstanding talents who broke through the foundation establishment before turning 18. What do you think you are?" With that, Tang Xiaoqing bowed and departed. Nie Xiaoyin scoffed, her expression brimming with pride. This scene only fueled the discontent among the cultivators of Cloud City. Could it be that even Tang Xiaoqing could not capture the attention of this girl from Huangye City? Who else could? Where the Yi family? Why haven't they arrived yet? Perhaps the rumors are true. The Yi family intends to forfeit this Cloud City battle. The crowd debated fervently. At that moment, a group slowly entered. "They have arrived," someone exclaimed. "But why are there only 2 of them?" Leading the way were Yi Huang and Yu Long, followed by a throng of their followers. They casually chose a pavilion and took their seats, prompting a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. "Where is Fairy Qinxian? I came here specifically to see her." Nie Xiaoyin lamented, her face a picture of disappointment. She had hoped to assess the 3 daughters of the Yi family for potential candidates as her attendants. Instead, only one had shown up, and apart from her looks, she possessed no particularly striking qualities. What a letdown. Yi Huang and Yi Long observed the reactions of the surrounding crowd. Yi Huang shook her head and remarked, "Sister Qinstian is wise. She wisely avoided this spectacle. It feels as though we have become rare and exotic animals on display for all to gawk at." Yi Long chuckled. "You will grow accustomed to it. Individuals like us often encounter such situations." "Young talents," Yi Huang mused. "This title is both an honor and a burden." She nodded, having experienced this sentiment herself as the reputation of Tianxuan Palace grew. However, Sister Qinxian has changed remarkably. She seems to have transformed into an older sister figure. Yi Huang observed. "And Xiaoxiao too. I was startled when I saw her yesterday. She resembled a little demon. Is she planning to steal your sword?" Yi Long teased. "I also encountered her. She attempted to pilfer the spear that my uncle just gifted me, but I caught her red-handed. After a month of intensive training, everyone had undergone significant changes. Just like you, I find you increasingly difficult to read." Yi Huang smiled. "Likewise," Yi Long replied, their eyes meeting in understanding as they clinked their glasses together. Yi Long suddenly noticed, to his surprise, that Yi Huang's cup contained wine. In the Yi family, especially among the core disciples, alcohol consumption is strictly regulated to prevent indulgence and decadence among the family's elite. "Cousin, what is this?" Yi Long inquired. "This was given to me by father," Yi Huang replied, taking a delicate sip, savoring the flavor. "He said I have grown up. I'm envious of you," Yi Long sighed, glancing at his own cup of tea, which suddenly seemed less enticing. Just then, a beautifully crafted wine jug was pushed toward him. "Father said we have all grown up." Yi Huang smiled. Yi Long chuckled knowingly, pouring out the tea and filling his cup with wine, raising it once more to clink glasses with Yi Huang. The fine wine flowed smoothly down his throat, refreshing and invigorating. A truly exquisite spirit. Yi Long's heart raced, but he quickly realized that the gifts from his uncle could not possibly be ordinary. "By the way, Brother Long," Yi Huang inquired after finishing her drink, "what is the purpose of this drunken dream gathering? Are we merely to sit here idly?" Yi Long belched contentedly, reluctantly setting down his cup. "Of course not. Each drunken dream gathering serves to showcase the influence of the various families. How is this influence displayed? Each time, it varies." Yi Long pondered for a moment and remarked, "At times, it is a contest of wealth. At other times, a competition of treasures. And at times, it is the prowess of one's followers that is measured. Let us see what they have to say." Yi Huang curled her lip in disdain. "How utterly dull. It sounds akin to a child's play." Yi Long chuckled. "Who can deny that? Yet, everyone seems to be captivated by this charade. It is beyond our control. We shall simply wait." At that moment, a young cultivator abruptly approached the pavilion where the Yi family was gathered. Feng Zhi dutifully obstructed his path, inquiring, "What business do you have?" However, the young man, with an air of arrogance, disregarded Feng Zhi entirely, gazing upward as he declared, "You must be Yi Huang of the Yi family. My lady requests your presence for a meeting." Yi Long furrowed his brows and addressed him, "May I inquire about your family?" Yet, before he could finish his sentence, a resounding clap echoed as Yi Huang struck the table with her palm. "This is Yunxiao City. If she wishes to see me, let her come in person." Chapter 46. In a frantic dream garden, as one of Nia Xiaoying's followers approached the Yi family, nearly all eyes turned toward him, filled with curiosity and concern. They were unaware of Nia Xiaoying's intentions or how the Yi family would react. When the young follower invited Yi Huang over, the tension in the air escalated. Would this proud young woman humiliate him as she had done with the Li and Tang families before? However, Yi Huang's response took everyone by surprise. "This is Yunxiao City. If you wish to meet me, come here personally." Such a bold declaration. The cultivators of Yunxiao City felt a surge of pride, recognizing the words of their esteemed peers. Yet, some were apprehensive, fearing that angering Nia Xiaoying would lead to dire consequences. After Yi Huang's rejection, the young follower stood frozen, seemingly in disbelief. "What did you say?" he stammered, unable to comprehend her dismissal. Since arriving in Yunxiao City, they had faced no challenge to their authority. How could someone disregard them so publicly? Was I not clear enough? Yi Huang replied coolly, still refusing to meet his gaze. With impeccable timing, Feng Zhi stepped forward, drawing his sword with a decisive click, his formidable presence erupting like thunder. Under the guidance of Yi Sui Feng, the 4 guardians had reached the 6th level of the Danfu realm, equivalent to the 9th level of the transformation realm. They were a force to be reckoned with. The follower of Nia Xiaoying, having only recently entered the transformation realm, could not withstand such pressure and stumbled back several steps. How impressive. Seems like he has met his match. Let us see how he maintains his arrogance. The crowd cheered in approval. The young cultivator's face flushed with embarrassment, alternating between shades of crimson and pale. I hope you understand. My lady is the little princess of the Jiang family from Huangye City. He attempted to intimidate Yi Huang with her name. At this moment, Yi Huang finally turned to face him, her gaze penetrating. He puffed out his chest and wore a proud expression, believing the name Ye Xiaoyin would once again hold sway. I also hope your lady understands that this is not Huangye City. Her status here means nothing, Yi Huang declared, turning her back once more to indulge in her drink. The young cultivator's expression darkened, his face like a thundercloud. I hope you do not come to regret this. Yi Long, with a complex expression, observed the calm Yi Huang and remarked, Cousin, are we perhaps being a bit too arrogant? Yi Huang chuckled lightly. Yi Long nodded. Having witnessed many similar scenarios throughout his illustrious career, typically, such occasions involved an unspoken understanding. Even if enmity existed, decorum prevailed. Rarely did someone like Yi Huang boldly confront an adversary without hesitation. He assumed she lacked experience. The Jiang family of Huangye City is reputed to be quite powerful. We need not make enemies over trivial matters, Yi Long explained. Yet, Yi Huang merely shook her head. Cousin, times have changed. Have you not perceived the recent movements within our family? My father's intention is to strengthen our power, expand our influence, and broaden our territory. In such circumstances, how can we afford to remain passive? Yi Long fell silent, recognizing the rapid transformations within the family that had left him bewildered. However, he still harbored concerns about provoking formidable foes like the Jiang family. Yi Huang sighed softly. Cousin, have you forgotten what father said? Our Yi family no longer fears anyone. Do you not trust him? Or do you simply wish to live a life of caution, avoiding conflicts? Yi Long hesitated. Who wouldn't desire resolution and revenge? Yet reality often demanded prudence. A single misstep could plunge him and his family into an abyss, unless you possess an unassailable ally. As he contemplated, an epiphany struck him. Uncle, is he not our formidable ally? His strength was incomprehensible. Even the mighty Bu Fei Shui was merely a tool in his hands. What was there to fear? A long-dormant confidence began to swell within Yi Long. I might not yet be accustomed to such a life. Thank you for awakening me, he said with a smile, raising his cup to Yi Huang. Yi Huang replied, regardless of who Ye Xiaoyin is, we have no reason to fear. To do so would deeply disappoint father. Together, they drank to their resolve, laughter echoing in the air. Suddenly, a sharp rebuke rang out from nearby. What a useless fool. Ye Xiaoyin struck her follower across the face, leaving him dazed and disoriented. My lady, that Yi Huang is intolerably arrogant. I invoked your name, and she ignored me entirely. The young cultivator whimpered, tears welling in his eyes. A chill flickered in Ye Xiaoyin's gaze. Are you implying my prestige is insufficient to protect you from harm? The young man trembled and hastily knelt, repeatedly pleading, No, it is my incompetence. With a disdainful huff, Ye Xiaoyin descended, regarding her kneeling follower with disgust. She raised her hand, and two other followers assisted him to his feet. Let us see just how audacious this small Yi family can be. With that, they strode purposefully toward the Yi family. The crowd quickly gathered, eager to witness the impending confrontation. Soon, Ye Xiaoyin and her entourage arrived at the Yi residence, where Yi Huang and Yi Long took notice. As they halted, Ye Xiaoyin suddenly struck her follower between the shoulder blades with great force. He immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground. Hey Yi, how dare you injure my servant? What punishment do you deserve? Ye Xiaoyin shouted, her voice booming. The onlookers erupted in outrage. To falsely accuse another in such a brazen manner was outrageous. What a show of privilege. How infuriating. I've never witnessed such audacity. The crowd buzzed with indignation, their eyes turning toward Yi Huang, wondering how she would respond to such provocation. See, this is how the offspring of prestigious families flaunt their arrogance. Yi Huang smiled at Yi Long, rising to her feet. She looked down at the diminutive figure before her. A mere second-level cultivator could command respect from those significantly more powerful. Indeed, connections can grant one impunity, she mused. Is he your servant? Yi Huang inquired. Ye Xiaoyin narrowed her eyes, regarding Yi Huang's calm demeanor. Indeed, so what will you do about it? Yi Huang chuckled softly. Since you admit it, very well. Your follower is arrogant, rude, and utterly repugnant in demeanor. His conduct is so revolting that it has rendered all present unable to enjoy their meal. Therefore, since he is your servant, you shall compensate him 100,000 spirit stones for emotional distress. Otherwise, you shall not leave here today. With that, Yi Huang waved her hand, and Feng Zhi and the others surged forward, encircling Nie Xiaoyin and her companions, their swords drawn and a palpable aura of menace surrounding them. Yi Huang stood confidently, arms crossed behind her back. This maneuver is known as returning the favor in kind. You slander me to my face, and I shall extort you in return. I shall act with audacity. What can you do about it? Chapter 47. The distinction from childhood to adulthood. She believed that anyone she deemed guilty would be punished, never having encountered such audacity. This was something she found hard to fathom. Yi Huang, how dare you slander me? Nie Xiaoyin exclaimed loudly. Slander? I think everyone present can attest to your brazen words, your utter disregard for the cultivators of Yinxiao City. Yi Huang shrugged nonchalantly. What do you all say? She glanced at the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, it's utterly disgusting. Yes, we can all bear witness. Such arrogance. Daring to act so insolently before the pride of Yinxiao City. How contemptible. The onlookers echoed in unison. Nie Xiaoyin's recent behavior had already ignited a fire of indignation within them, and now, with Yi Huang standing before them, they felt emboldened to voice their grievances against her. Yi Huang smiled slightly. You see, this is the voice of the people. Therefore, without 100,000 spirit stones, you truly cannot leave. As Nie Xiaoyin listened to the uproar, her face flushed with anger and humiliation. She had never encountered such an arrogant individual in her life. 100,000 spirit stones were not a significant amount for her, but to yield here would be a blow to her pride. Yi Huang, are you serious? Nie Xiaoyin said in a low voice. Hiki, what do you think? Yi Huang replied, drawing her sword, pointing it directly at Nie Xiaoyin. The blade glimmered ominously in the light, reflecting a chilling aura. If you dare to harm me, I will ensure that your Yi family is erased from existence. Nie Xiaoyin declared loudly. Then let us see, Yi Huang said, her smile fading as she stepped closer to Nie Xiaoyin. With each stride, her imposing aura intensified. A palpable sword intent enveloping the air as it bore down on Nie Xiaoyin. A chill of fear gripped Nie Xiaoyin. This girl was truly prepared to fight. Panic seized her, and she hastily produced a delicate jade talisman, crushing it with great force. Elder Wu, come quickly, she cried out. In a private chamber on the upper floor of the Dream Fragment Tower, an elderly man with kind eyes was leisurely sipping wine, admiring the graceful dance of the beauties below. Suddenly, a spark of alarm flickered in his heart. Who dares to harm my lady? He exclaimed. With that, he soared into the air, only to be met by another figure who descended alongside him, a hand lightly resting on his shoulder, seemingly delicate yet instilling in him a profound sense of dread. Let the children handle their own matters. The newcomer was none other than Yisui Feng. The old man was horrified. He could hardly fathom that such a formidable cultivator existed within the small confines of Yinxiao City. His own out-of-body strength felt utterly insignificant before this young figure. Senior. The old man struggled to swallow, utterly perplexed by the youth before him. Those are the 4 renowned courtesans of the Dream Fragment Tower, performing together. You usually don't get to see this, so enjoy it. Yisui Feng gestured toward the dancers below. The old man was anxious. He had no time to appreciate such sights. Nie Xiaoyin had shattered her protective talisman, indicating she was facing a formidable foe. If anything were to happen to her, he too would share the blame. Senior, I must go. I am her protector. The old man insisted, summoning his courage. Yisui Feng regarded him with a smile, saying, I advise you against that. The presence behind that girl is poised and dignified, yet unfathomably powerful and can be quite tempestuous. If you approach, it would be your demise. So it would be wiser to stay here and enjoy the dance. The old man looked at Yisui Feng with suspicion. Are you certain you are not speaking of yourself? However, he dared not move, fearing the consequences of a volatile temperament. Meanwhile, Nie Xiaoyin, having shattered her talisman, awaited the arrival of her protector but received no assistance. As she watched Yi Huang approach step by step, the oppressive aura surrounding her became overwhelming, making it difficult for Nie Xiaoyin to breathe. That girl emanated a murderous intent. At this moment, true fear enveloped Nie Xiaoyin, and she trembled uncontrollably. When Yi Huang was merely 3 steps away, Nie Xiaoyin finally broke, collapsing to the ground. Wu, you are bullying me, she cried out publicly. Yi Huang was taken aback, instinctively touching her nose, feeling somewhat awkward. Where has your earlier bravado gone? If I were to strike you now, would it not seem like bullying a young girl? But I am only 15. Yi Huang shook her head, sheathing her sword. This Nie Xiaoyin was merely a spoiled child. I will not bully you. Produce the 100,000 spirit stones, and you may leave. Through her tears, Nie Xiaoyin fumbled with her storage bag, presenting it to Yi Huang. This is all my pocket money. Yi Huang inspected the contents and found over 100,000 spirit stones within. Indeed, coming from a prominent family. Her pocket money was substantial, no wonder she had been so reckless. Somewhere, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly sneezed several times. Well, since you have compensated for the emotional distress, I shall not make things difficult for you. You may leave. Nia Xiaoyin lowered her head, rising from the ground. She dared not say much. Quickly retreating from the crowd, disappearing from sight. Her followers wore expressions of embarrassment as they hastily followed suit. Haha, what a relief. Is this the pride of the Yi family? Truly remarkable. The other cultivators exclaimed with enthusiasm. Many praised Yi Huang for standing firm even after being humiliated by the Li and Tang families. This was the true embodiment of a young hero in their eyes. Compliments flowed freely. Seeing this, Yi Huang waved her hand, declaring, "This 100,000 spirit stones also belong to you all. Therefore, all expenses incurred today will be charged to my name, Yi Huang." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted with excitement, marveling at the exceptional nature of the Yi family's core descendants. In stark contrast, the Li and Tang families appeared rather shabby, with only a few individuals remaining who maintained a good relationship with them. Observing the vibrant atmosphere around them, Yi Long smiled, saying, "It seems this dream fragment gathering will conclude sooner than expected." How so? Yi Long pointed to the cultivators surrounding the pavilion. Did I not mention that the contest of the dream fragment gathering is based on familial influence? The outcome is already clear. I must say, your handling of the situation was truly commanding. Your flattery is misplaced. I merely acted on my father's behalf. Ultimately, I am not so different from that Nia Xiaoyin, Yi Huang replied, shaking her head. Not at all. Yi Long gestured toward the injured and abandoned followers of Nia Xiaoyin, then looked at those standing beside Yi Huang. This is the essence of your distinction. Chapter 48. He is so handsome within the intoxicating dream pavilion. As the performance concluded, resounding applause filled the hall. Yu Suifeng joined in the clapping. The dance of this world was indeed a marvel, unaffected yet splendid, subtle yet utterly enchanting. See, I told you their dancing is remarkable, Yi Suifeng remarked. Beside him, an elderly man hastily agreed, though he was already drenched in sweat, restless, and unable to appreciate the beauty around him. What a dull fellow, Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough, you may take your leave. The old man, as if granted a reprieve, swiftly exited the dream pavilion, soaring towards Nia Xiaoyin's location. Yi Suifeng settled into a more comfortable posture, continuing to enjoy the next performance. With him present, no one could harm his daughter. In the dream garden, due to Nia Xiaoyin's appearance, this year's dream gala had almost transformed into an exclusive affair for the Yi family. A vast majority of the cultivators from Yunxiao City stood in support of the Yi family. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a sign of optimism. The core disciples of the Yi family were so formidable that their future prospects seemed exceedingly bright. In contrast, the other two families were nearly deserted, with only their own members engaging in self-indulgent drinking. How tedious it was. After all, they had no means to contend with Nia Xiaoyin. Lacking the strength and the audacity to oppose the Nia family of Huangye City, they were left with no recourse. As the day swiftly passed, a small incident arose near the conclusion. Tang Yimin, a 19-year-old from the Tang family, possessed a voluptuous figure and an alluring demeanor. Her most boastful feature was provocatively exposed, captivating all. Suddenly, a commotion erupted among a group of cultivators, who gasped, pointed, and even whistled in audacity. Upon lowering her gaze, Tang Yimin discovered that her delicate undergarment had mysteriously vanished, nearly leaving her completely exposed. After the initial shock and embarrassment, an overwhelming fury consumed her as she vowed to catch the pervert who had stolen her garment. Yet, despite an extensive search, she found nothing. As dusk approached and everyone prepared to depart, a vibrant piece of lingerie tumbled from Li Qi's arms. It was indeed Tang Yimin's. At this revelation, her fury ignited anew, and she nearly charged at Li Qi, almost precipitating a battle in Yuxiao City, but was fortunately restrained by Tang Xiaoqing. Li Qi, bewildered, vehemently denied any involvement. Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Yi family, a girl with long crimson-purple hair laughed heartily. You vanish all day just to engage in such antics? Yi Huang remarked, exasperated. Indeed. How amusing. Yi Xiaoxiao, blowing a large bubble with her candy, readily admitted, her gaze wandering unreservedly toward Yi Huang's burgeoning figure. You could give it a try? Yi Huang's expression darkened immediately. With a pop, the bubble burst, and Yi Xiaoxiao giggled. No, we are united in purpose, standing firm against the world. Nearby, Yi Long instinctively tightened his belt, finding his cousin's antics rather unsettling. Her abilities were alarmingly elusive, and he wondered what their uncle had taught her. Following the first day, the Dream Gala effectively concluded. The core disciples of the three major families did not return, leaving only other cultivators to gather and discuss the events of the first day, as well as the impending battle in Yushao City. Amidst the crowd's anticipation, the battle finally commenced. The city was bustling with cultivators, with many from neighboring towns arriving, eager to witness the contest of talents from prominent families. At the Yi residence, Yi Suifeng glanced wearily at a pile of extravagant garments. Suiyan and Yi Wang stood nearby. "Brother, this is a grand event. Everyone is watching. Please bear with it," Suiyan urged. The leaders of the three families would all be present at the battle. Yi Suifeng was accustomed to wearing simple, comfortable attire, but if he appeared in such a manner, it would undoubtedly draw attention. Fine, he relented. Deciding to conform to convention, after all, there was no need to appear disheveled or to feign modesty. After a brief moment, Yi Suifeng emerged from behind the curtain, now adorned in finely tailored clothing. Yi Huang and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. Typically, Yi Suifeng embodied casualness, with nothing remarkable about him aside from his handsomeness. However, after donning the carefully coordinated attire, he seemed transformed, coupled with his increasingly youthful demeanor. Even the title of the most handsome man in Yunxiao City would have to step aside. With that kind of gaze, I might just walk over bare-chested, munching on corn, Yi Suifeng grumbled. The others quickly averted their eyes, knowing he was one to act on his words. The prospect of witnessing such a scene was too daunting to contemplate. As the sun climbed high, 5 remarkably adorned carriages set off slowly. The battleground for the Yunxiao City contest was located at the Tianxuan Arena, centrally situated within the city. In reality, it was only a brief walk from the Yi residence. Taking a carriage was merely for show. Upon the Yi family's arrival at the arena, the audience above was already packed to capacity. Their entrance immediately drew everyone's attention. As in previous years, the Yi family was always the first to arrive. The Yi family is the weakest. It is only right to wait for the other two families, lest they feel uncomfortable and retaliate, remarked an elderly, long-faced cultivator, stroking his beard. Silence. Who are you calling weak? Say that again. Suddenly, several voices erupted from the crowd. The long-faced cultivator froze, glancing around. He noticed several young cultivators standing, glaring at him with anger, as if ready to pounce. Startled, he realized that the annual mockery of the Yi family had become a dangerous game today. Seeing the crowd incensed, he fell silent, bowing repeatedly, too intimidated to speak further. "Look, there is Yi Suifeng, the new head of the Yi family," someone shouted. The crowd turned their attention to a young cultivator who was gracefully ascending the steps toward the arena's platform. He moved with an effortless elegance, as though descending from the immortal realms. "He is so handsome. Is this really the head of the Yi family? He seems far too young," proclaimed a voice in awe. "I hereby relinquish the title of the most handsome in the village of Haidegua in Chitong town of Yunxiao City." In a corner of the audience, several young men clad in simple blue garments gazed in wonder at the bustling arena. "Indeed, this is a world that values appearances," one remarked. "You cannot deny that Yi Suifeng possesses an impressive bearing. We should keep an eye on their talents. Perhaps we can recruit 1 or 2 for our academy. Rest assured. With Senior Zhang Dong here, we won't overlook any potential," replied another, standing confidently in deep blue robes, hands clasped behind his back. Chapter 49. Yi Huang takes the stage at the summit of the Cloud Arena. At the highest tier of the arena, a grand observation platform looms, offering a panoramic view and serving as the prime vantage point for witnessing the impending battles. Upon this platform, 3 plush seats are arranged side by side, accompanied by a table adorned with an assortment of fruits and fragrant tea. This is the exclusive domain of the 3 family heads. With a slight frown, Yi Suifeng is reluctant to be so close to the 2 other heads. He deftly flicks his fingers, causing the 2 adjacent chairs to slide several meters away before he leisurely settles into the central seat. As for whether the other 2 family heads might harbor any thoughts about this, he muses, "What do I care?" As the sun reaches its zenith, the carriages of the Li and Tang families gradually arrive, their entourage far grander than that of the Yi family, complete with a flamboyant honor guard. Amidst the clamor of the crowd, Tang Zheng and Li Liusu make their entrance together. Upon noticing Yi Suifeng seated in the center, they pause momentarily, with Tang Zheng visibly displeased, for that position has always been his. However, given the multitude present, they refrain from squabbling over such a trivial matter that would only serve to amuse onlookers. Li Liusu greets Yi Suifeng with a smile, allowing Tang Zheng to choose his seat first before she takes her place. With a resounding chime echoing through the arena, the Battle of Cloud City officially commences. Naturally, an opening ceremony is in order, providing a splendid opportunity for certain individuals to elevate their reputations. Notable powers in Cloud City, such as the Drunken Dream Pavilion, the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, and the Honey Fragrance Garden, each present their unique performances. To Yi Suifeng's astonishment, Gu Wanqin emerges as the host for this grand event. Before an audience of over 10,000, she displays no signs of intimidation, engaging in lively banter, her exquisite beauty and graceful figure igniting the audience's fervor. As the opening ceremony concludes, Gu Wanqin begins to delineate the rules of the Cloud City battle. The regulations are intricate, ensuring fairness, with family rankings determined based on performance. However, Yi Suifeng finds little interest. The heirs of the two families are no match for Yi Huang and her companions. After reading the rules, Gu Wanqin enthusiastically announces, "Now, let us welcome the challenger from the Yi family, Yi Huang," with the loudest applause. The applause erupts like a thunderclap, a tidal wave of cheers crashing over the arena. A figure clad in a purple robe gracefully ascends the stage. Though young, she meets the gaze of the multitude with poise. "Fairy Huang, I adore you. Fairy, look at me. We met at the Drunken Dream. Go, crush them." The crowd's enthusiasm swells, following the incident at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. Yi Huang's name has become the most fervently celebrated among all contestants. With a slight smile, she raises her right hand, and the arena promptly falls silent. All eyes fixed upon her. Then, she clenches her fist, a surge of battle spirit erupting forth. The spectators explode with excitement, their cries of Yi Huang's name nearly dispersing the very clouds above. "Heh, little brother Yi, your daughter possesses quite a commanding presence," Li Liusu remarks. A wry smile on his face. The spectacle has even startled him. He has never witnessed a youth exude such formidable charisma and allure. "Indeed, I find it quite gratifying." Yi Suifeng replies cheerfully. Li Liusu's facial muscles twitch. According to custom, shouldn't he express some humility? Why so readily accept it? "You defy convention," he adds. "Humph. The more vigorous, the more prone to break," chimes in Tianxuan. "Indeed, but I remain unconcerned," Yi Suifeng responds nonchalantly. The two families find themselves at an impasse, exchanging no further words. "Uncle Wen, she is Yi Huang," a dark-skinned youth remarks to the middle-aged man beside him in the audience. "Indeed remarkable," the middle-aged man nods slightly. "She is the most captivating woman I have ever encountered." The dark-skinned youth gazes at Yi Huang on the stage, his eyes filled with admiration. "Haha, Mi Feng. It seems you have finally come to your senses," the middle-aged man chuckles. Mi Feng's face flushes with embarrassment, quickly replaced by a melancholic expression. "But she is truly exceptional. Uncle Wen, I am unworthy of her." "Fear not," the middle-aged man reassures him, patting his shoulder. "You are the son of the Lord of Blackstone City, and having cultivated for merely 3 years, you have reached the 8th level of Qi transformation. In terms of talent, you are not inferior to Yi Huang. But..." Mi Feng attempts to voice further thoughts but is interrupted. "Enough. Once this grand event concludes, I will speak with the head of the Yi family," the middle-aged man states. Mi Feng turns to gaze at the figure on the stage, ultimately nodding in agreement. The clamor within the arena continues for quite some time. As the noise begins to subside, Gu Wanqin, still smiling, announces, "Next, let the Li family, who ranked second last time, choose who shall face Yi Huang." However, Yi Huang suddenly interjects. She glances at the Li family's preparation area, her sword sheath pointing towards one of their members. "I choose to challenge Li Qi." Li Qi below is momentarily taken aback. They had initially intended to send out the weakest among them, Li Xueping, to gauge Yi Huang's capabilities. Yet unexpectedly, Yi Huang has opted for a direct challenge. Gu Wanqin, slightly surprised, inquires, "Are you sure? According to the rules, should you initiate a challenge, you must participate in the subsequent battle regardless of the outcome." "It matters not," Yi Huang replies, her confident smile unwavering. "Today, I shall prove to you all that the Yi family is no longer what it once was." The uproar recommences. Choosing a series of consecutive battles demands more than mere courage. It pertains to the future development of one's family over the next 2 years, a matter that warrants utmost caution. Observing Yi Huang's resolute expression, Gu Wanqin sighs softly. "Very well. Let us welcome the Li family's prodigy, Li Qi." Li Qi's countenance shifts as he recalls his fleeting glimpse of Yi Huang at the Drunken Dream Pavilion days prior. He recognizes that she is indeed extraordinary, leaving him perplexed. Yet, recalling his own recent advancements, he tightens his grip on his sword and strides confidently onto the stage. "Go, Li Qi. Defeat this arrogant challenger," Li Qi shouts. Having suffered a significant setback at Yi Huang's hands during their last encounter on the Qinggu Highlands, Today, she eagerly anticipates his triumph, fully confident in Li Qi's abilities. Feeling the encouragement from behind, Li Qi steadies his mind and advances. Let the battle commence. The first match of the Cloud City battle unfolds. With Yi Huang and Li Qi standing opposite each other, their energies surging amidst the thunderous cheers of the crowd. Yi Huang ultimately stabilizes at the 8th level of Qi transformation, while Li Qi surpasses the rumored threshold, soaring to the 10th level. Gasps of astonishment ripple through the crowd. Li Qi has concealed his cultivation. Panic spreads. They worry for Fairy Huang's fate. Yet, standing before Li Qi, Yi Huang remains unflinching. You have offended me, Li Qi declares, his sword swiftly drawn. His body flashes across the stage, creating a myriad of illusory forms that dazzle the spectators. Recognizing the technique Li Qi employs, the crowd gasps in shock as multiple images of him simultaneously unsheathe their swords, launching a coordinated assault on Yi Huang. Seemingly intent on claiming victory with the very first strike. The resounding clash of metal reverberated through the air as Li Qi's numerous phantoms gradually dissipated, leaving only his true form. Yet, his onslaught was effortlessly thwarted by Yi Huang, who had yet to even draw her sword. With a cold smile, she remarked, "This is far from over." Li Qi bellowed, and suddenly, the long sword in his hand erupted with intense flames, conjuring 3 fire dragons that soared into the sky, roaring as they charged toward Yi Huang. This spectacle recalled to Yi Huang the time she trained in the 9 heavens, where the violet celestial light, though seemingly gentle, was composed of countless minuscule divine dragons. The 3 fire dragons before her, if placed alongside those divine beings, would appear as insignificant as fleas compared to a colossal Kunping. With a deliberate motion, she extended her palm. A thunderous eruption echoed throughout the arena. The fire dragons, proud and fierce, roared defiantly. Yet, within Yi Huang's palm, a thin veil of luminous mist emerged, effortlessly blocking the flames, steadfast as a mountain. The searing inferno swiftly engulfed half of the arena where Li Qi stood. The flames quickly subsided, leaving his garments riddled with large, gaping holes, and his handsome visage marred by darkened patches. Li Qi's face turned ashen, his eyes betraying a flicker of terror. How could this individual possess such formidable strength? It seems you have yet to fully master that sword, Yi Huang stated indifferently. The fire dragons had erupted from the blade itself, a manifestation of the spiritual weapon's innate power. This spirit sword was at least of supreme quality in the Xian grade. Yi Huang glanced at her own blade, which was originally a top-tier Xian grade. Now, it had transformed into a true treasure of the heavenly grade. Yi Huang, do not become too complacent, Li Qi exclaimed, brushing the soot from his face, his voice seething with anger. Being repelled was one thing, but having this younger woman critique his cultivation was intolerable. Then exert yourself more, Yi Huang replied calmly. Li Qi felt a surge of rage rise within him. This is what you propose. Gripping his long sword tightly, he activated the shadow leap technique once more. This time, a multitude of phantoms filled the arena, moving in unison, nearly indistinguishable from one another. 10,000 sword forest. All of Li Qi's manifestations shouted simultaneously. In an instant, the arena was enveloped by countless ominous beams of sword light, a sight so dense that it sent shivers down the spectators' spines. Another high-grade Xian technique, the combination of shadow leap and 10,000 sword forest, could conjure hundreds of thousands of intertwined sword lights. He was evidently well prepared, and the audience could hardly fathom how Yi Huang would counter such an onslaught. The crowd watched anxiously, concerned for Yi Huang's safety. However, Yi Huang remained unfazed. Although she had only trained for a mere month in the 9 heavens, she had been exposed to the concept of annihilation at the Tao level. The sword lights before her were utterly trivial by comparison. With a single hand, she wielded her sword sheath, deftly discerning all the genuine sword lights and parrying them one by one. Too weak, she remarked. My father was right. You are indeed far too weak. As she deflected Li Qi's attacks, her words only stoked the flames of his fury. Li Qi, now consumed by rage, unleashed all of his power in a desperate attempt to break through Yi Huang's defenses. Yet, it was all in vain. Enough. Let us conclude this swiftly, Yi Huang declared, drawing her long sword for the first time and executing a horizontal slash. In an instant, the myriad sword lights that filled the arena vanished without a trace. Li Qi's figure flew backward like a kite with its strings severed, blood spilling onto the ground. Brother Li Qi. Li Qing are gasped in shock. Qiu. Li Liusu on the stage finally lost the ever-present smile that adorned her face. Yi Huang slowly sheathed her sword. This battle had required but a single strike from her, and throughout, she had not moved an inch from her original position. Chapter 50, Your schemes. The instantaneous defeat of Li Qi rendered the entire arena silent. Everyone was aware of Yi Huang's formidable strength. However, Li Qi was also a prodigy, not an ordinary individual. He possessed a top-tier Xian-level agility technique and had mastered a top-tier Xian-level swordsmanship, both of which could mutually enhance each other. Additionally, he wielded a top-tier Xian-level spirit sword. In Yunxiao City, this was considered an extraordinary combination. Aside from the three great families, no other faction could produce such a terrifying figure. Yet, before Yi Huang, he appeared as nothing more than a feeble insect, ruthlessly toyed with and crushed on the spot. Yi Huang, how can you be so strong? Lady Phoenix is magnificent. A voice, tinged with excitement, echoed throughout the arena, followed by a thunderous chorus of cheers. They shouted Yi Huang's name, as if sharing in her glory. The Yi family's seats erupted in jubilation. Sui Yun, Sui Yu, Sui Bao, and the recently recovered Sui Hu, the family heads of the Yi clan, were nearly brought to tears. Look, this is the pride of our Yi family. This is our future. The fervor and passion ignited like an unquenchable fire. In stark contrast, the Li family's demeanor was somber. Li Qi lay bloodied at the edge of the platform, while Li Qing wept as she collapsed beside him. Several clan elders hurried over to assess Li Qi's injuries. At the highest platform, Li Lusu could hardly restrain himself from leaping into the arena. That was his son. Yet, he managed to suppress his emotions. In such a situation, a family head displaying such a lack of composure would severely damage the family's reputation. Soon, someone approached Li Lusu and whispered a few words, gradually alleviating his anxiety. Yi Sui Feng, your daughter is truly ruthless, Li Lusu said in a low voice. At this moment, he had completely discarded his facade. Not at all, Yi Sui Feng replied with a slight smile. He's not dead, merely broken 100 or so bones. You, Li Lusu, filled with fury, nearly lunged at Yi Sui Feng to strike him. Yet, he restrained himself. After all, he had been the head of the Li family for many years and possessed more than just this level of composure. A talent who has not matured is merely a talent. I advise you to rein her in, lest she invites disaster one day, Li Lusu said coldly. This was a thinly veiled threat. Yi Sui Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Some individuals seem intent on narrowing their own path. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng remained silent, his expression grave. Yi Huang was indeed unfathomable. He wondered if their own descendants could once again rise above the rest. At that moment, Gu Wanxin returned to the arena. She gazed at Yi Huang with a complex expression. This girl had indeed exceeded her expectations. Yet what astounded her most was what Yi Sui Feng had done for her. Gu Wanxin understood that Yi Huang's excellence was undoubtedly intertwined with Yi Sui Feng. Yi Huang, do you wish to challenge again? Gu Wanxin inquired. Of course. Yi Huang replied with a smile, casting her gaze toward the Tang family's preparation area. The 5 members immediately tensed under her scrutiny. Following the previous battle, no one could afford to underestimate the formidable daughter of the Yi family. I challenged Tang Xiao. Yi Huang began to declare her opponent but suddenly paused. She glanced at her father on the high platform and, with a hint of resignation, said, never mind, let them choose their fighters. The crowd was taken aback. Given Yi Huang's strength, she could have easily selected a formidable opponent from the Tang family to pave the way for the subsequent 4 challengers from the Yi family. Yet, she opted for a different approach, granting the Tang family more options. They would undoubtedly exploit this rule. A moment later, the Tang family sent forth their weakest member, Tang Wuhua, at the 6th level of Qi transformation. Given Li Qi's disastrous defeat, he had no chance of victory. Clearly, the Tang family intended to use their lesser fighter to stall the superior Yi family contender. This move was entirely within reason. However, the audience was unconcerned with the rationale. Quickly recognizing the Tang family's cowardice, and a chorus of boos erupted. Tang Wuhua stepped onto the stage amidst the jeers, his face filled with despair. Let the battle begin. Tang Wuhua clasped his hands toward Yi Huang. I hope you can show mercy. Bang. No sooner had he spoken than a foot struck his chest. Tang Wuhua was sent flying, crashing out of the arena, blood spilling from his mouth as he lost consciousness. Instant kill. After completing this, Yi Huang did not wait for the result. She turned and sauntered back to the Yi family's preparation area. Gu Wanxin, momentarily stunned, eventually announced, Yi Huang defeats Tang Wuhua. Let us welcome the second challenger from the Yi family, Yi Long. Once again, a deafening cheer erupted. Although Yi Long did not possess the same renown as Yi Huang in Yunxiao City, his title as the head of the True Dragon Pavilion was still quite impressive. As Yi Long ascended the stage, he brushed past Yi Huang. Your uncle instructed you to do this, didn't he? Yi Long said. Yi Huang shrugged. He said to let you all have some fun. Yi Long was left speechless. For his uncle, was this battle merely a game? Then, let us enjoy ourselves." An overwhelming battle spirit erupted from Yilong. In the ancient arena, he had faced countless defeats, yet his indomitable will had been tempered to a fiery intensity. "I challenge Tang Xiaoqing of the Tang family." Before Gu Wanxin could speak, Yilong declared his target. He too sought a series of challenges, aiming to confront the strongest of the younger generation in Yunxiao City. The audience nearly lost their voices in their excitement. The descendants of the Yi family were truly imposing. They stirred a fervor like no other. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Tang Xiaoqing stepped onto the stage. "Long time no see." Likewise, the two exchanged pleasantries. But in an instant, they were locked in combat. Yilong wielded his spear with a grand and commanding presence. Yet, Tang Xiaoqing, living up to his reputation, had attained the 12th level of qi transformation and had concealed his cultivation. With a fan in one hand, his movements were elegant and fluid. The audience erupted in cheers. This was the battle they had truly yearned to witness. Although Yi Huang's previous fight had been exhilarating, it was over far too quickly to satisfy their thirst for excitement. Yilong and Tang Xiaoqing, both outstanding representatives of their families, had long been renowned. Their clash was something many had wished to see. As time progressed, several bloodied wounds adorned Yilong's body, yet his fighting spirit intensified. His spear became a true dragon, shaking the heavens. Ultimately, under Yilong's ferocious onslaught, Tang Xiaoqing was caught off guard, struck hard, blood spilling from his mouth, struggling to land. Yet, Yilong's attack surged forth once more. "I concede," Tang Xiaoqing shouted loudly. The sharp tip of the spear hovered dangerously close to his throat. Bang! A gust of wind emanated from him, dispersing dust and debris around them. The crowd's pupils constricted. On the solid arena floor, several deep cracks appeared, shocking all who beheld them. Yilong triumphs over Tang Xiaoqing. Gu Wanxin announced the result of the battle loudly. Subsequently, just like Yi Huang, Yilong chose to allow the Li family to select their combatant. The Li family similarly opted for their weakest member, Li Shueping, as a sacrificial pawn. Thus, the Yi family, with one phoenix and one dragon, had secured 4 victories. The path ahead appeared bright. Meanwhile, on the highest platform, Li Lusu and Tang Zheng's faces had turned ashen. After all, the strongest members of both families had been defeated. "Tang brother, Xiaoqing is also fallen," Li Lusu suddenly remarked. As the two locked eyes, a glimmer of ruthlessness flickered in Li Lusu's gaze. Tang Zheng nodded lightly. Yi Suifeng sat between them, feigning ignorance. "A conspiracy, perhaps? Scheme all you desire, for I shall not be thwarted." Chapter 51. The String of Justice. The Yi family emerged victorious in both battles, triumphing over the strongest members of the Li and Tang families. This achievement sent their reputation soaring to unprecedented heights. However, they felt a tinge of regret. Typically, the strongest fighters are revealed at the climax of the contest. Why, then, did they reveal their trump cards so early? What significance would the subsequent battles hold? Yet, the third contender, Yu Qingyao, once again reshaped their perceptions. Yu Qingyao, with her ethereal beauty, resembled a celestial maiden descended from the heavens. She too chose to issue a challenge, but without specifying an opponent, she invited them to send forth any contender. The Li family, wary of her formidable reputation, opted for a relatively weaker fighter, Li Ming, who was at the 7th level of the Qi transformation realm. In contrast, Yu Qingyao unleashed her full strength, demonstrating the consummate mastery of the Qi transformation realm. Her presence exuded an aura far more potent than that of Tang Xiaoqing, leaving the audience in stunned silence. What was happening with the Yi family? They had thought Yi Huang and Yi Long were their strongest warriors, only to be astonished by the emergence of an even mightier contender. This revelation was nothing short of breathtaking. Without a doubt, Yu Qingyao showed no mercy, swiftly defeating Li Ming and sending him tumbling from the stage. The Tang family, their faces darkened with dismay, promptly chose to forfeit, as they believed that apart from Tang Xiaoqing, none could rival Yu Qingyao. Soon, the 4th battle commenced, with Yu Qian as the representative from the Yi family. Taking a deep breath, he ascended the arena with measured steps, fully releasing his own cultivation at the 6th level of the Qi transformation realm. The audience breathed a collective sigh of relief. This was the expected course of events. "Go, Yu Qian. We believe in you, Master Yi." 2 youthful voices rang out, urging him on amidst a sea of similarly enthusiastic youths, their faces flushed with excitement. With a reassuring smile, Yi Qian acknowledged their support with a gesture of encouragement. "Senior Gu, I choose to challenge Li Shinj," he declared, naming his opponent. The Li family erupted in jubilation. They perceived Yi Qian as the easiest target to defeat. Their initial fears that he might select a weaker adversary dissipated when he opted for Li Shinj, a formidable talent second only to Li Qi. Teach him a lesson. The Li family members cheered, their excitement palpable. Watch me, Li Xinj said with a slight smile, gracefully leaping onto the stage to face Yu Qian. We meet again. Defeated foe, he remarked, holding a circular fan and chuckling softly. His fair complexion and slightly open peach blossom eyes gave him the appearance of a fabled male fox spirit. I promise to bring you to justice, Yi Qian replied quietly. Their exchange sparked curiosity among the spectators. Did they share a past grievance? Indeed. A young girl who had previously cheered for Yi Qian, her eyes now brimming with tears of rage, revealed the truth. She was from the jurisdiction of the Li family, living in Qingxi town. Her parents were humble garment artisans, and though their means were modest, they lived harmoniously as a family. However, 2 months prior, their tranquil lives were shattered by the arrival of Li Xinj, a core member of the Li family. The townsfolk were elated. This was a rare opportunity to associate with someone of high status. Li Xinj sought to have a custom outfit made, and during his visit to various shops, he discovered the young girl's sister. When Li Xinj proposed that the girl's sister become his maid, onlookers cast envious glances. Yet, the girl's parents, being decent folk, never envisioned marrying their daughter into a noble family, leading them to refuse his offer. Li Xinj, unfazed, praised their principled stance and gifted them an expensive jade pendant. That very night, a group of masked assailants broke into their home, stealing the pendant, murdering her parents, and abducting her sister. The girl hid beneath the bed, witnessing the horror unfold. The following day, local authorities, dismissing the incident as a case of greed-fueled murder, offered little solace. Thus, the girl was left to wander the streets, alone and desolate. It was then that she encountered Yi Qian, who became her source of solace next to her lost family. Upon learning of her tragic tale, Yi Qian vowed to bring the perpetrators to justice. Though the criminals were seasoned, he managed to uncover clues leading him to a shocking revelation. Li Xinj, dismissing Yi Qian as inconsequential, Li Xinj even tossed the girl's sister aside, who was left battered and dazed, barely recognizable. Tragically, she died in Yi Qian's arms. Enraged, Yi Qian sought out Li Xinj, but at that time, Li Xinj had already reached a formidable level of cultivation, while Yi Qian was still at the qi refinement stage. Unsurprisingly, he was swiftly overpowered, suffering severe injuries and humiliation. Yet, even on the brink of death, Yi Qian's gaze remained resolute. I will bring you to justice, he vowed to Li Xinj. You'll never achieve that in this lifetime, Li Xinj retorted arrogantly before departing. After hearing the girl's story, those around her seethed with indignation. How despicable! I have heard rumors that Li Xinj often roams about, abducting young women and treating them appallingly. I never imagined it was true. He is nothing but scum, they exclaimed, hoping fervently that Yi Qian would deliver a fitting retribution. As Yi Qian fixed his gaze on the haughty Li Xinj, he slowly raised his head. Today, I shall avenge all those you have harmed. With that, he clenched his fist and charged at Li Xinj. Overestimating yourself, Li Xinj scoffed, casually unfurling his fan, unleashing his full power at the 10th level of the Qi transformation realm to meet Yi Qian's assault. A thunderous crash echoed as Yi Qian was sent flying several meters, nearly exiting the arena. In the past and present, you have always been worthless, Li Xinj sneered. However, the retreating Yi Qian performed an unexpected act that astonished everyone. He produced a brush from his possession. In the astonished gazes of the crowd, Yi Qian began to write in the air with the brush. A vertical stroke, a horizontal turn, a curve, he formed a simple character for mountain. Upon completing this stroke, a grand aura descended from above. The spectators instinctively looked up but saw nothing. Yet, in Li Xinj's view, a massive black mountain loomed ominously, bearing down upon him with overwhelming force. Li Xinj let out a panicked cry, attempting to evade the impending mountain, but its descent was too swift. With a resounding thud, it crashed upon his shoulder, bending his back and forcing him to kneel involuntarily. How can this be? Li Xinj gasped, his expression one of terror as he confronted the formidable mountain. It was not the terrifying peak of a mountain, yet its weight drained every ounce of strength from Li Xinga. Only by exerting himself to the utmost could he resist being crushed beneath it. Li Xinga struggled with all his might, but regardless of how hard he tried, that mountain loomed at the very edge of his limits, bringing him to the brink of despair. Do you see? These are the people you have harmed. They're always here, watching you from above, Yi Qian said coldly. Upon hearing this, Li Xinga looked up and was instantly filled with dread. His shoulders were no longer burdened by a mountain, but by familiar figures. Among them was the sister of the little girl, her gaze fixed on Li Xinga, tears of blood streaming down her face as she silently mouthed what seemed to be accusations of his sins. No, it can't be. Li Xinga screamed. The scene sending chills down his spine. It's all a lie. You cannot frighten me. He bellowed, summoning all his energy to strike at the ominous clouds above. Yet, he struck nothing. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was clear, and everything had vanished, including the bewildered crowd of thousands. What had happened to Li Xinga? Without warning, he found himself kneeling before Yi Qian, flailing in vain against thin air. What a fool. The crowd laughed heartily. Gasping for breath, Li Xinga's face was ashen. He realized that the previous scene was merely an illusion conjured by Yi Qian. Anger surged within him, a fire that threatened to consume him. He turned to Yi Qian, his rage boundless. However, at that moment, Yi Qian had already inscribed a second character. See. A chill wind swept through Li Xinga's collar. Not this again, he roared, ready to charge. But before he could act, a fierce gust of wind nearly knocked him off his feet. The damp air, laced with the scent of blood, invaded his nostrils. Beneath him, he could feel a liquid flow. Li Xinga shouted and opened his eyes wide. His vision was consumed by a vast expanse of red sea blood. No wonder the sensation beneath his feet felt so viscous. The sea of blood rose steadily, soon reaching his waist. He lifted his hand, his palm glistening with blood, which trickled down slowly. You once claimed that blood was your favorite thing, that you took delight in it. Then relish this. Yi Qian's voice echoed from all directions. It's just an illusion. It's all just an illusion. Once I escape, I will surely kill you. Li Xinga shouted fiercely, then closed his eyes, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. If he could find tranquility, he would surely break free from this mirage. The blood sea continued its relentless ascent, gradually submerging his nose. The overwhelming stench of blood combined with a suffocating sensation crashed over him. Li Xinga fought to soothe his emotions. It was merely an illusion, devoid of harm. Yet, the feeling of suffocation intensified. If this continued, he would truly perish. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Xinga let out a great shout, releasing a torrent of bubbles. And then he swam desperately toward the surface of the sea. However, no matter how fervently he swam, he could not break free and reach the surface. Despair began to take root in his heart, spreading rapidly. Panic, fury, discomfort, regret, and fear intertwined, enveloping him in the scent of death. Ultimately, he felt his consciousness slipping away. With a splash, Li Xinga collapsed to the ground, gasping for the long-missed fresh air. You once said you tormented others merely to understand what despair felt like. Do you now comprehend? Yi Qian said coldly. Li Xinga lay on the ground, breathing heavily. He was utterly exhausted, unable to utter a single word. But Yi Qian began to write once more. This time inscribing 2 words. I once vowed to bring you to justice. I think, if you must die atop your most beloved thing, it might be the best way. Yi Qian completed the final stroke of his brush. Fox immortal. No one knew what scene unfolded in Li Xinga's eyes, but his performance sent chills through the onlookers. At times he laughed, at others he wept, his face a canvas of torment, alternately filled with mirth and fear. He laughed, tearing at his own garments. Yet his fingers left trails of blood across his body. He cried, apologizing as he broke his own toes, crushing his kneecap with his own hands. Enough. Li Liusu on the platform could no longer contain himself and shouted. If this continues, not only will Li Xinga perish, but the reputation of the Li family will be utterly destroyed. Yet, the one orchestrating the battle, Gu Wanxin, ignored his words, as if she had not heard. Yi Suifeng, this is enough. Li Liusu turned his gaze toward Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin, reflecting. This young man had gleaned the path of killing from the mountain and sea record. It was rather inconsistent with his philosophy. It's nothing. It must just be his obsession, Yi Suifeng contemplated. Yi Suifeng, are you even listening to me? Li Liusu rose in anger. I am listening, Yi Suifeng replied loudly. Yi Qian, that's enough, ceased tormenting him. On the platform, Yi Qian nodded, erasing the words Fox Immortal. Li Liusu finally huffed and sat back down. Just kill him, Yi Suifeng said indifferently. Chapter 52. A change has come in the arena. Yi Qian stood at the center, holding a bloodied head aloft. Following Yi Suifeng's command, he had charged forward and swiftly slain Li Xinga with a single stroke of his sword. He tilted his head back, exhaling deeply, and casually discarded the severed head at his feet. A young girl, her face streaked with tears, buried her head between her legs and began to sob. Sister, your vengeance has finally been avenged. Yi Suifeng observed the scene, nodding slightly. Yi Qian's act of slaying Li Xinga was a severing of his own inner demons. The youth had already made up his mind before stepping onto the stage. How foolish of him to have worried whether the boy had succumbed to darkness. Thank goodness. Yet, not everyone was in high spirits. Li Liusu's eyes blazed red as he fixed a fierce glare upon Yi Sui Feng. You have gone too far, he growled softly. In battle, casualties were inevitable. Yi Qian merely failed to restrain his hand. You are the head of your family, one of the 3 representatives of Yunxiao City. Do not lose your composure. Yi Sui Feng grinned widely, embodying the essence of a villain. Li Liusu, furious, felt the veins bulging on his temples, his teeth grinding audibly. Still, he held back his rage. I hope you do not come to regret your actions today. Yi Sui Feng dismissed him with indifference. It is the weak who endure. If you have the guts, come and confront me. I assure you, I will only use my tribulation stage strength. His gaze returned to the arena. Yi Qian's victory over Li Xinga had stirred quite a commotion. The first celestial being to fall. All present were cultivators, passionate individuals. Such a battle was worthy of their attention, even if they did not fully comprehend the intricacies of the conflict. Yi Qian defeats Li Xinga. Gu Wanqin announced the outcome of the battle. Next came the Tang family. However, upon witnessing Yi Qian's peculiar ferocity, the remaining members of the Tang family dared not challenge him. They chose to concede, inviting a chorus of jeers from the crowd. And now, the last contender from the Yi family. Let us welcome Yi Xiaoxiao. Amidst the thunderous applause, a figure leaped onto the stage. She was petite, her long purple-red hair almost trailing on the ground. With a bouncy gait, she moved adorably, chewing on a peculiar candy that produced colorful bubbles. She is just a child, someone remarked. Nearby, others cast scornful glances in response. Had the first 4 representatives of the Yi family not already taught you a lesson? How could their combatant possibly be weak? Everyone awaited to see what skills the seemingly adorable girl possessed. Yu Xiaoxiao approached Gu Wanqin, grinning widely. Sister Gu, you look beautiful today, so fair and round. Gu Wanqin glanced down at herself, smiling awkwardly. Thank you for the compliment. It is merely attire for the occasion. Do you wish to adhere to the standard rules, or would you prefer to challenge someone else? She quickly shifted the topic. Of course, I choose to challenge. Yu Xiaoxiao declared, her large eyes darting towards the last remaining member of the Li family, Li Ran. His heart skipped a beat. The 4 from his family had not fared well. However, Yi Xiaoxiao's gaze passed over him and settled on the Tang family's preparation area. Li Ran exhaled in relief. Yu Xiaoxiao pointed at Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying hesitated, then snorted, swaying her voluptuous figure as she approached. The battle commenced. Huh? Why have you changed your outfit? Just as Tang Yingying prepared to attack, Yi Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaimed. Taken aback, she noticed the undergarment in Yi Xiaoxiao's hand, feeling a rush of embarrassment and anger. How dare you? I remember now. You were responsible for the incident at the Drunken Dream Gathering. Tang Yingying's realization ignited her fury. The embarrassing incident at the Drunken Dream Gathering had left her humiliated. Indeed, how would you like to thank me? Yi Xiaoxiao retorted, forcefully tossing the undergarment into the audience, prompting a chaotic scramble among certain ominous figures. I will kill you. Tang Yingying was instantly consumed by rage, drawing her long sword and charging forward. Hiki. A blue halo appeared beneath Yi Xiaoxiao's feet, causing Tang Yingying's sword to slice through empty air. I am right here. Yi Xiaoxiao's voice emerged from behind Tang Yingying, and in her hand appeared a pink undergarment. Return it to me. Tang Yingying rushed forward again, fearing she would be left utterly exposed before thousands. Yet, as the blue light flashed, she missed her target once more. Mi Feng of Blackstone City wore a look of astonishment, inquiring, what is happening? Beside him, a middle-aged man appeared awkward. As Mi Feng's protector, he was responsible for his safety during this excursion, as well as providing guidance in cultivation. The Battle of Yunxiao City was an excellent opportunity for insights into the combat styles of its prodigies. However, this time, it was too bizarre. First, Yi Huang had appeared, effortlessly overpowering the competition without breaking a sweat. Apart from declaring her strength, he had no explanation. He could not even discern the type of cultivation technique Yi Qin employed. Now, Yi Xiaoxiao was even more peculiar. Her movements resembled those of a void gate. Such divine prowess could not possibly be wielded by a mere girl of the Qi transformation realm. I am still assessing the situation, the middle-aged man replied. Did you not tell me that you are omniscient below the golden core stage? Mi Feng questioned, casting a puzzled glance at him. The middle-aged man's eyes twitched. You little rascal, do not make things harder for me. He fell silent, redirecting his gaze to the arena. There, Yu Xiaoxiao continued to toy with Tang Yingying. With each leap, she produced an additional item, sometimes clothing, sometimes accessories. Tang Yingying was nearing the point of being entirely devoid of attire. Yi Xiaoxiao, you have gone too far. Tang Yingying was on the verge of a breakdown. Yu Xiaoxiao pouted playfully. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Do not be angry. As she spoke, a blue orb appeared in her hand, which she tossed toward Tang Yingying. Tang Yingying evaded, but as the orb approached her, it suddenly detonated. Enveloping her in a soft blue arc, sweet dreams, Yi Xiaoxiao declared, and Tang Yingying's eyes rolled back as she collapsed to the ground, fast asleep. The crowd was left dumbfounded. What was this? She could make anyone sleep at will? Seeing her technique succeed, Yi Xiaoxiao hopped over to Tang Yingying's side. Peering at her sleeping face, Fairy Xiao, please show mercy. I concede on her behalf. At that moment, Tang Xiaoqing, standing below the stage, implored. Yi Xiaoxiao snorted. Your words are quite sweet. Very well. Her eyes sparkled as she produced a colorful pin from seemingly nowhere, aiming it at Tang Yingying's face and creating an abstract masterpiece. Then, with a snap of her fingers, Tang Yingying stirred, awakening from her deep slumber. Tang Xiaoqing rushed over to his sister. What happened to me? Tang Yingying asked. Confusion etched on her face. Nothing, Tang Xiaoqing began, but upon catching sight of Tang Yingying's face, he nearly burst into laughter. We lost, let us depart. Yet he managed to restrain himself. Remember, do not look up. After her departure, Guanxin announced Yu Xiaoxiao as the victor. Finally, only Li Ran from the Li family remained. Before the match could even commence, he hastily chose to concede. There was no other option. The Yi family had truly terrified him. Thus, the Battle of Yunxiao City concluded in a manner no one had anticipated, with the Yi family achieving a flawless victory. As all 5 members of the Tang family are present, the Li family is left with only Li Ran as a combatant, while the others are either dead or gravely injured. Consequently, the Tang family ranks second, and the Li family finds itself at the bottom. Hiki, esteemed heads of the families, let us discuss the forthcoming allocation of resources, Yi Suifeng remarked with a smile. Li Liusu, with a somber expression, glanced at Tang Zheng, who gave a slight nod in response. After a moment, Li Liusu rose from his seat. Yi Suifeng, the recent battle in Yunxiao City has been utterly absurd. I believe it is time to amend the agreement among the 3 prominent families. Chapter 53 2 Choices at the highest stand of the duel arena. Li Liusu wore a grim expression, his eyes narrowing as he fixated on Yi Suifeng. It was utterly foolish to allow a few inexperienced youths to determine the future development of their families for the next 2 years. Therefore, I propose that we abolish this regulation starting today. Brother Tang, what do you think? Tang Zheng nodded slightly, stating, it is somewhat of a farce. The 3 great families govern a vast territory around Yunxiao City and bear significant responsibilities. It would be prudent to consider the comprehensive strength of each family when determining their stakes. He appeared deep in thought, indicating that the 2 had clearly reached an understanding long before this moment. Even if today's battle had yielded a different outcome, they would likely have made similar proposals. Yu Suifeng stroked his chin contemplatively. The original intention behind the establishment of the Yunxiao City battle was to motivate the younger generation of the 3 families to strive for improvement. It was, without a doubt, a clever strategy. However, it was evident that Li Liusu and Tang Zheng had long forgotten this original purpose. When they suggested that the distribution of benefits be based on the family's comprehensive strengths, Yi Suifeng fell silent, pondering, is there such a fortunate arrangement? Indeed. I concur with your thoughts, Yu Suifeng finally replied. Li Liusu was taken aback. He had expected Yu Suifeng's youthful temperament to lead to impatience. Are you certain? He asked, unable to suppress his incredulity. Absolutely, Yu Suifeng affirmed. With this confirmation, Li Liusu's frown slightly eased. Consider yourself wise. Very well, let us draft a preliminary proposal. When it came to strength, there was no doubt that Brother Tang was the strongest, followed by our Li family, with your Yi family at the bottom. So wait. Yu Suifeng interrupted, turning his head to gaze at Li Liusu. Are you basing this so-called comprehensive strength on the excess flesh on your face? How is it that the Yi family ranks last? Li Liusu's eyes twitched involuntarily. While he was indeed somewhat portly, he was not at the point of being completely overweight. What? Do you have a problem? He glared. Indeed, I have many questions, Yi Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Huh. Li Liusu suddenly laughed. Yi Suifeng, do not think that just because you stumbled upon some fortune, you can do as you please in Yunxiao City. This world is ultimately ruled by the strong. The rules are always set by the powerful. Upon finishing his declaration, he waved his hand, and 3 gaunt elders appeared on the highest platform, surrounding Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng looked on in astonishment. These were 3 formidable beings at the nascent soul stage. How terrifying. I was almost frightened. Then, Li Liusu turned to face the tens of thousands of people in the arena. Everyone listen. All those not from the 3 great families, Leave the duel arena immediately. We have some internal matters to discuss. His booming voice echoed throughout the arena. In response, over 100 imposing cultivators descended into the arena's center, prepared to swiftly expel everyone present. They were all members of the Li and Tang families, each at the very least at the golden body stage. The crowd erupted in an uproar, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Yet, under the pressure, they reluctantly began to disperse. This is bad. They are targeting the Yi family. Mi Feng's expression turned anxious. Uncle Wen, think of a way. Uncle Wen's expression grew grave. The three figures on the highest platform exuded an overwhelming presence, clearly above the golden core stage. He was merely at the late golden core stage. How could he devise any plan? Seeing his silence, Mi Feng understood. Suddenly, he lunged toward the edge of the crowd, shouting, "Fairy Huang, be careful." Just as he uttered the words, a hand struck his shoulder, knocking him unconscious. Holding Mi Feng's body, Uncle Wen glanced at the young figure on the high platform, shaking his head slightly. "You family head, I wish you luck." In another part of the arena, several young individuals clad in simple green garments were also making their way out. The Yi family seems to be in trouble. Senior Zhang Dong, think of something. Those from the Yi family might qualify for our academy. The tall Zhang Dong surveyed the direction of the Yi family but ultimately shook his head. Tianfu Academy cannot interfere in external conflicts. Under the command of over 100 powerful cultivators, the duel arena soon became desolate, leaving only the core figures of the three great families and numerous formidable cultivators from the Li and Tang families, ferocious and watchful. Yi Sui Feng, do you now comprehend why I placed the Yi family last? Li Liusu turned, looking down upon Yi Sui Feng. He spread his arms wide, declaring, "These individuals represent less than 1/3 of our combined power. And what of your Yi family? Existing for less than a century. Without any foundation, what can you use to contend with us? What do you possess?" At this moment, Li Liusu was brimming with confidence and authority. Yi Sui Feng rested his chin on his hand and suddenly smiled. "We have me. You?" Li Liusu laughed heartily. "You, who 6 months ago was known as a mere waste, a newly affluent individual born from luck. I am quite pleased you lack discretion, that you do not understand restraint, and that after acquiring wealth, you squander it endlessly. Do you understand what this means? It signifies that heaven does not intend for you to possess this wealth alone." A triumphant smile adorned Li Liusu's face. At this moment, Tang Zheng also rose, speaking in a solemn tone. "Yi Sui Feng, the situation in Yunshao City has been stable for a long time. Everyone has been developing harmoniously. However, your recent actions have shattered a century-long peace. I do not blame you. Truly, what young person has not erred? But your mistake lies in possessing wealth you cannot control. Such things inflate egos and drive people mad, making you forget that in this world, wealth is merely an accessory, only strength is paramount." Tang Zheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Resembling a sage filled with wisdom, Yi Sui Feng understood the underlying message. Ultimately, you two are merely coveting my scant spiritual stones. Just say it directly. Look how uncomfortable you both are, scheming this and that. Aren't you exhausted? Everything you say is absolutely correct. Yi Sui Feng rose, slowly walking to the railing of the stand, gazing into the distance. In truth, I have always understood that every world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp, and shrimp consume microorganisms. I do not particularly enjoy such a world. However, how shall I put it? Each individual is different. Where there is difference, there is comparison. Where there is comparison, there is conflict. Where there is conflict, there is strength and weakness. The best scenario is for the strong to establish the rules, while the weak adhere to them. This way, strength and weakness can coexist. Yi Sui Feng turned back around. You are indeed correct. A cold smile spread across Li Liusu's face. So, does this mean you agree with our resolution? Indeed, Yi Sui Feng nodded. Yunshao City should indeed welcome new rules and a new order. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng exchanged glances, both nodding slightly. How do you intend to handle this matter? Yi Sui Feng regarded them for a moment before replying. I have considered it. 2 choices. Out of respect for our shared century of coexistence, I shall generously offer each of you 100 million low-grade spiritual stones as travel expenses. Should you refuse, then let it all be destroyed. Chapter 54. Change of fate. Li Liusu and Tang Zheng furrowed their brows, seemingly unable to comprehend what they had just heard. They initially thought Yi Sui Feng was jesting, but upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they realized he was utterly serious. Yi Sui Feng, Li Liusu's anger surged. You are truly seeking death. We currently have 3. Enough. Bang. Li Liusu suddenly felt an immense pressure descending from above, crushing his arms and bending his legs, forcing him to kneel heavily upon the ground. The high platform fortified by the formation was marred by startling cracks, a sight to behold. "You have spoken enough," Yi Suifeng stated coldly, his eyes reflecting an icy demeanor. Tang Jing, along with the three elder cultivators at the nascent soul stage surrounding them, seemed momentarily stunned. They glanced at Li Liusu, noticing that the once spirited figure was now bleeding from his mouth and nose, trembling as he struggled to support himself on the ground. "Ancestor, kill him!" Li Liusu nearly screamed, his voice betraying the immense pressure and agony he was enduring. "You reckless fool!" The three elder cultivators at the nascent soul stage acted almost in unison. Clearly, they were ancient beings with centuries of experience. Their strikes unleashed high-level techniques, their overwhelming might directed towards Yi Suifeng. Boom! A colossal roar erupted, accompanied by a cloud of dust soaring into the sky within the arena. The spectators, who had just departed from the combat area, had not wandered far and gathered anxiously around the perimeter, awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing the sound, they craned their necks to look. "They've made their move," someone exclaimed in astonishment. "The head of the Yi family is still so young. He shouldn't be so ostentatious." Another lamented, shaking his head. "Damn it. If anything happens to Princess Huang, I swear I will not rest until the Li and Tang families are annihilated." Certain young cultivators seethed with righteous indignation. Uncle Wen gazed at the billowing dust, feeling the tremors of the earth, and sighed slightly. There is no doubt. It is the power of a nascent soul master at play. The head of the Yi family is in peril. In the distance, Zhang Dong stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression solemn. He distinctly sensed an extraordinarily unique aura from the earlier fluctuations, one that should not exist within the bounds of Yunshao City. What has become of the head of the Yi family? In the cloud summoning arena, the highest tier had cracked inch by inch, barely held together by the participating formation to prevent it from collapsing. Li Liusu lay sprawled on the ground, bloodied and gasping for breath. The three nascent soul cultivators who had just attacked lay scattered at the edges of the platform, their limbs shattered, unrecognizable, clearly devoid of life. Yet Yi Suifeng remained leaning against the railing, his appearance unchanged, while Tang Zheng sat on the ground, his expression finally altered. "Impossible! How could this be?" he muttered, the earlier scene exceeding his comprehension. Faced with the full-force strike of three nascent soul masters, Yi Suifeng had simply waved his hand, dispatching them all with terrifying ease. If this were but a nightmare, Tang Zheng could only wish to awaken swiftly. In the distance, among the Yi family's seats, Yi Huang gazed at her father atop the high platform, her face brimming with admiration and pride. "That is my father. I am the daughter of Yi Suifeng." The others were equally invigorated. Yi Suifeng represented the unwavering cornerstone in their hearts. As for the members of the Li and Tang families, including those powerful beings above the golden body stage, they stood frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Their expressions were filled with dread, yet they found themselves paralyzed. "You proclaimed this a world where strength reigns supreme," Yi Suifeng asserted, straightening his posture as he approached Li Liusu, gazing down at him. Li Liusu, still clinging to life, struggled to turn his head and face the figure blocking the sunlight, his eyes filled with boundless terror. Why? Why is he so powerful? Regret washed over Li Liusu. He lamented having targeted Yi Suifeng. Such an existence was far beyond the reach of the Li family. Spare me." Li Liusu's lips moved, desperate to plead with Yi Suifeng, yet he could scarcely utter a coherent word. "It is too late." Yi Suifeng's voice was devoid of warmth. He was capable of acts of mercy, yet he was not a merciful individual. The moment Li Liusu had threatened him using his daughter, the fate of the Li family was sealed. Yi Suifeng crouched down. "If I were lying on the ground today, think about it, would you spare me?" He opened his palm, and a drop of Li Liusu's blood suddenly floated out, landing in Yi Suifeng's hand. The droplet spun gently, rising and falling as if it were a living entity. With each breath, a halo of ethereal light encircled it, enchanting and magnificent. You were not mistaken. Indeed, the power here belongs to only a third of the Li family. Yi Suifeng remarked, a flicker of crimson light shimmering in his pupils, sending a chill down Li Liusu's spine. "What do you intend to do?" Li Liusu finally shouted. "Would you like to see?" Yi Suifeng brought his palm closer to Li Liusu, the droplet of blood magnifying infinitely in his eyes. Countless minuscule images became vividly discernible. He beheld Li Qi, still unconscious. He witnessed Li family members arguing in the streets. He saw the two ancestors of the Li family still in seclusion underground. He saw himself lying on the ground, along with all the bloodline of the Li family. No, I was wrong. Two streams of blood tears flowed from Li Liusu's eyes. At that moment, he was consumed by endless regret. Time and again, he had warned his descendants to exercise caution, to be prudent, to ascertain their enemy's strengths before making plans, lest they commit irreparable errors. Yet today, he had underestimated Yu Suifeng and made an error that he might never have the chance to rectify. Li Liusu and Yu Suifeng locked eyes. The former filled with boundless pleading. Farewell. Not all pleas would yield the desired outcome. The blood droplet in Yu Suifeng's palm suddenly began to spin wildly, erupting in a brilliant explosion of light. Li Liusu watched in horror as it reached a limit, shattering into countless fragments. The street of Yunshao City witnessed a young Li family member wearing a triumphant smile, while the individual he had just quarreled with lay on the ground, blood spewing forth. Without a doubt, he had once again triumphed, relying on the strength of his family to win this conflict. But suddenly he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss within his body. A slender vein appeared on his face. He stumbled, turning to survey his surroundings. Yet everything before him had transformed into a sea of crimson. He attempted to speak, but the sudden wave of dizziness engulfed him, plunging him into darkness as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness entirely. The veins on his face deepened to an ominous hue, ultimately fading to complete darkness. The attendants rushed forward to assist him, only to discover he had already succumbed to death. Such scenes unfolded throughout Yunshao City, within its jurisdiction, and even in distant towns, where all those connected to the Li family perished within mere breaths. In the cloud summoning arena, the Li family seats were enveloped in an eerie silence. On the high platform, Li Liusu bore witness to the shattering of scene after scene. With tears of blood in his eyes, he gazed upwards. He expended his last ounce of strength to let out a piercing scream. Uncertain whether it was a lament against Yu Suifeng or a pang of regret for his own choices, despair enveloped the atmosphere. Yu Suifeng gazed upon his face, shook his head gently, and rose to his feet. The Li family, with its multitude of bloodlines, held significant responsibilities across various sectors of Yunshao City. The sudden demise of such a lineage would undoubtedly exert a profound impact on the governance of the city. Suiyin, Yi Huang, Yu Suifeng called out. Present. They replied in unison. You shall personally lead the members of the Yi family to stabilize the situation in Yunshao City, taking full control of all assets belonging to the Li family and the Tang family. From this moment forth, in Yunshao City, only the Yi surname shall prevail. Chapter 55. A new beginning in Yunshao City. Chaos erupted unexpectedly. An important mission had culminated in a sudden and tragic demise under the broad daylight. The populace, engulfed in panic, sought refuge, only to discover that the deceased were all of the Li family lineage. Bewilderment swept over them. What had transpired? On the bustling street, a carriage sped through. Miss, shall we not wait outside the arena? After all, it is the Yi family, our most significant guests. A maidservant inquired. There is no need to wait. The outcome is already determined. Gu Wanxin languidly reclined on the soft cushions of the carriage. The image of that man lingering in her mind, indelible. The mighty cultivators of the transformation realm had knelt at his feet. The Li family? The Tang family? To him, they were merely ants easily crushed. Yunshao City may descend into turmoil. We must be thoroughly prepared, Gu Wanxin declared. Her devoted maid nodded in agreement. I hope the Yi family is unharmed. I truly admire Phoenix Fairy, and I also hold great affection for the bubbly Yi Xiao. I sincerely wish no harm befalls them. Concern etched across her face. Fear not, they will come to no harm. Gu Wanxin reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. Yi Huang, Yi Xiao, and 3 others had left an indelible impression on her today. Their extraordinary nature was unparalleled. Such beings, Gu Wanxin had only encountered once in her lifetime. His name was Shen Tianming, the core genius of the Wanbao Pavilion, who, at the tender age of 27, had ascended to the heights of the transformation realm. Could the Yi family truly rival the ancient might of the Wanbao Pavilion? Yet, she was acutely aware that the changes in Yi Huang and her companions were solely due to one person, Yi Suifeng. Perhaps I could attempt to bring my little niece into the fold. Outside the arena, many awaited anxiously to discern the outcome of the negotiations between the 3 great families. Suddenly, several figures shot forth from the arena, dispersing rapidly in all directions. It is the Phoenix Fairy. Someone recognized the leader among them. They are safe, splendid. The head of the Yi family should also be unscathed, right? Of course. Cheers erupted as the crowd rejoiced. The Yi family's methods and strength had garnered the admiration of many, and they did not wish to see such a family extinguished. The outcome had taken them by surprise. How had he achieved this? Uncle Wen felt perplexed. Unable to fathom how Yi Suifeng had survived against three formidable beings in the nascent soul stage. Perhaps the Yi family harbored hidden strength as well. Young man, the goddess you admire may not be easily attainable, Uncle Wen remarked, glancing at the still unconscious Mi Feng before departing. Let us go. The victor has been decided. Zhang Dong observed the departing Yi family members and stepped forward. Senior, who emerged victorious? It must be the Yi family, right? Several young individuals hurriedly followed. In the arena, Yi Suifeng commanded all core members of the Yi family to depart, preparing to quell the turmoil in the city and seize control of Yunshao City. Standing atop a platform, Yi Suifeng turned to face Tang Zheng. At that moment, Tang Zheng had shed his previous arrogance, slumped on the ground, utterly drained and terrified. Each fallen member of the Li family felt like a needle piercing his courage. Yi Suifeng was far beyond his imagination. As Yi Suifeng's gaze fell upon him, Tang Zheng's heart raced to his throat. You family head, I was wrong. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. What was your error? Yi Suifeng suddenly grinned. Tang Zheng hesitated, then hurriedly continued. I should not have believed Li Liusu's deceit, nor should I have been blinded by wealth to oppose you. Please spare me. Spare the descendants of the Tang family. Kneeling, he repeatedly bowed his head to the ground, tears and snot nearly splattering upon Yi Suifeng's shoes. Those who came here today to challenge the Yi family's descendants must perish, Yi Suifeng declared. Tang Zheng, bloodied forehead bowed, understood the weight of those words. The Tang family would not suffer the same fate as the Li family, utterly obliterated. You have a cup of tea's time to consider, Yi Suifeng said. Tang Zheng lowered his head, eyes clouded with confusion. To be unable to cultivate was akin to death for them. His fists clenched tightly, yet after a moment, he let them fall in despair. Better to live than to die. To become an ordinary person, distancing himself from the strife of the cultivation world. Perhaps that was a form of happiness. However, he wished to make one last appeal. Yi family head, Shaoqing and the others are unaware of today's plans. Yi Suifeng regarded him and eventually nodded. You have 10 slots, decide for yourself. Tang Zheng's body trembled, then he bowed deeply. Thank you, esteemed senior. His eyes brimmed with murky tears. In a short while, a paper inscribed with 10 names appeared in Yi Suifeng's hand, Tang Shaoqing prominently listed among them. Yet, to Yi Suifeng's mild surprise, Tang Zheng had not included his own name. The names represented the most outstanding young descendants of the Tang family. Have you made your decision? Yi Suifeng inquired. I have made my decision, Tang Zheng replied softly. Yi Suifeng nodded. He did not wish to linger on words. He was the villain now. Whatever he said would ring hollow. Since the decision to kill had been made, it would be executed. He extended his hand. Tang Zheng understood, biting his finger and trembling as he offered his blood into Yi Suifeng's palm. He then snapped his fingers. Suddenly, the 10 young men of the Tang family could move. Their expressions filled with terror, gasping for breath. Father, family head, Tang Shaoqing and the others looked up at Tang Zheng atop the platform, anxiety etched on their faces. Tang Shaoqing's countenance was one of sorrow. Father, he croaked. Leave, Tang Zheng roared. Tang Shaoqing fell silent, kneeling before the platform, bowing deeply 3 times. As he stepped out of the arena, a thunderous explosion echoed behind him. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the place where the Tang family had stood now flowing with blood. Shaoqing, brother, Tang Mingxian hesitantly spoke. At that moment, only Yi Suifeng and Tang Zheng remained in the arena. Yi Suifeng opened his palm, the blood bead within marked with a black seal. It was a bloodline curse, imbued with the will of the heavenly Tao, unsolvable by anyone in this world. The curse would manifest 3 days later, allowing the surviving members of the Tang family ample time to endure the initially perilous moments. Yi Suifeng appreciated that Tang Zheng had excluded his own name from the list, hence granting them 3 days' grace. Thank you. Tang Zheng lay motionless on the ground, having already severed his own fate. Thus, the Li and Tang families were thoroughly erased from Yunshao City. Yi Suifeng let out a soft sigh, rising into the sky. Below, Yunshao City gradually shrank. The layout of the buildings unfolded before his eyes. The 3 great families firmly occupied the central position, yet the Yi family's territory was the smallest. Suddenly, Yi Suifeng extended his hand, fingers forming a sword as he inscribed a colossal character for Yi in the sky. Upon completing the final stroke, boundless radiance emanated from the character, resonating with the great Tao, shaking heaven and earth. A beam of white light shot down from the center of the character, illuminating the very heart of Yunshao City, where the 3 great families resided. From this day forth, this shall be the Yi family, a new beginning. Chapter 56, Chaos in a Dim, Narrow Tunnel. A loud bang echoed as a heavy iron door was forcefully thrown open from the outside. A figure darted past, a young man, his face smeared with blood. Gasping for breath, his eyes filled with terror, he raced through the labyrinthine underground passages, continuously crashing through one heavy iron door after another, as if a monstrous flood was surging behind him. At last, he arrived before a smooth wall of bluestone. The young man threw himself against the wall, fumbling with his hands and feet, retrieving a circular, intricately crafted object from his pocket, pressing it against the surface, and manipulating its mechanisms. With a series of clicks, a slender crack appeared in the radiant bluestone, gradually widening. Suddenly, ominous footsteps echoed from the depths of the tunnel. The young man whipped around, his pupils dilating in fear. Without waiting for the gap to enlarge, he poured all his strength into squeezing through. It felt as though his ribs might shatter. Finally, he managed to squeeze inside and collapsed onto the ground. As he lifted his head, he found himself in a vast underground chamber, brightly lit and fragrant. In the center lay 3 ancient coffins, one of which, the leftmost, had already been opened. "Ancestor, please save me. Save your family," the young man cried out, scrambling to the coffin and pounding on its lid with all his might. "Ancestor, wake up." He struck the coffin so forcefully that blood began to trickle from his forehead. At last, the tightly shut coffin lid yielded to his frantic blows, creating a wide gap from which a chilling aura seeped. The footsteps grew ever closer, and despair washed over the young man's face. He turned to lean against the coffin, staring at the now open bluestone door. As the footsteps approached, a figure in a purple cloak emerged into view. "So this is the foundation of your Li family," Yi Huang remarked, stepping inside and surveying her surroundings, followed closely by a dozen followers. No wonder it was called a foundation. This place was situated at least several dozen zhang below ground. She strode up to the 3 coffins, positioning herself directly in front of the young man. "You aren't of the Li bloodline, are you? Why do you call them ancestors?" Yi Huang inquired, leaning in to scrutinize his face. The young man's gaze faltered as he replied softly, "My aunt is the legitimate wife of the 3rd master of the Li family." Understanding dawned on Yi Huang. He was an outsider. When she and her second uncle, who was in the nascent soul stage, stormed into the Li family, only outsiders and a handful of family members remained. They were in disarray, unaware of the calamity that had befallen them. Yi Huang's arrival undoubtedly incited their frenzied attacks. Yet, under the might of her second uncle, no one could withstand the onslaught of the Yi family. Yi Huang had followed the young man into this underground space while pursuing him. "Spare me, I am merely," clang. A flash of sword light severed the young man's head, which rolled to the ground. Yi Huang sheathed her sword, her eyes devoid of compassion. If the Li family ancestor were truly awakened, it would mean death for her and all those behind her. Yi Huang stood upright, casting one final glance at the man-made chamber. "Let us obliterate it all with explosive talismans. The Yi family has no need for this buried foundation." Moments later, the earth trembled, accompanied by a thunderous roar as most of the Li family's surface structures collapsed. Yi Huang and Yi Suiyun stood together, watching the devastation unfold. "I never imagined I would witness the fall of the Li family within my lifetime," Yi Suiyun remarked with a hint of melancholy. "Cousin Yi Long and Uncle Bao have gone to the Tang family's side. Should we not hurry there?" Yi Huang asked. "No need," Yi Suiyun replied, looking up at the immense character for Yi hovering high above. A jade pendant at his waist shimmered subtly. When that character appeared, he sensed that the pendant, symbolizing the family's authority, had transformed into a treasure capable of both offense and defense. Now, neither the Li family nor the Tang family had anyone who could rival them. Chaos erupted in the streets of Yinxiao City. The sudden downfall of the Li family sent the Tang family into disarray as they fled in all directions. The shops that once belonged to the 2 great families shuttered their doors, hastily preparing to escape. In a lavish apothecary, a gaunt middle-aged man frantically filled his storage ring with vials and jars, hurriedly emptying the shop of its riches. Just as he prepared to leave, a loud crash resounded as the shop's door was flung open and several figures blocked his path. At the forefront stood Yu Qingyao. "Master Du?" Yu Qingyao paused upon recognizing him. This middle-aged man was none other than Du Haixing, a 5th-tier alchemist who had previously taught at the Yi family before betraying them. He had secretly formed an alliance with the Li family, abandoning the Yi family during their darkest hour and taking with him a host of talented apprentices and numerous secrets. They had not anticipated crossing paths again, especially in a shop belonging to the Li family. "Ah, little Qinwei," Du Haixing said, observing the group with a calm demeanor. "I never imagined you would achieve such success. I also did not expect you to align yourself with our enemies." The atmosphere grew tense. "I was never one of your Yi family," Du Haixing suddenly exclaimed, his voice rising. I was merely a hired guest. Someone offered better terms, and it was only natural for me to leave. People strive for higher grounds, just as water flows upward. Yi Qingyao regarded him coldly, devoid of any warmth. That does not excuse your betrayal of the Yi family's secrets to the Li family. When all three of our masters departed simultaneously, the losses were not merely those of teachers. The most grievous loss was the multitude of secrets you sold. Du Haixing fell silent, unable to refute her claims. Betrayal was betrayal. The tension between them escalated, and it appeared they were on the brink of drawing weapons against one another. Sighing softly, Yu Qingyao said, "Regardless, you were once my alchemy teacher. I do not wish to resort to violence. Leave everything behind and vacate Yushao City." With that, she extended her hand. "From today onward, we are no longer bound by any ties." Du Haixing's face darkened as he stroked his storage ring, which contained the wealth of the entire shop. Enough for him to live lavishly for a lifetime. Yet, facing the formidable Yi family, the chances of taking it with him were slim. After a moment, Du Haixing sighed, removing the storage ring and stepping forward to place it in Yi Qingyao's palm. "Little Qingyue, you have always been my most astute student. Before I leave, allow me to impart one last lesson. Never underestimate the treachery of the human heart." Suddenly, a fierce glint flashed across Du Haixing's face as he clawed toward Yi Qingyao's throat. He was a formidable figure at the Golden Body stage, and in such close proximity, the individuals behind her had no time to react. If he could grasp her, he would undoubtedly escape Yunshao City with his wealth. His movements were swift, and he was mere moments away from seizing her neck. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated his face, halting his movements. A mirror manifested in Yi Qingyao's hand. "I had never underestimated this. I apologize, Master Du." Upon uttering these words, Du Haixing, ensnared by the illusion mirror, visibly aged before our eyes. Ultimately, he transformed into a desiccated corpse, collapsing onto the ground. Outside Yunshao City, a group of several dozen individuals was hastily fleeing into the distance. After running for several dozen miles, they finally slowed their pace. The Yi family did not pursue us, did they? No, it seems they have spared us. But now we are utterly destitute. Brother Shuqing, what shall we do? We must depart." He turned and began to walk forward, step by step. Chapter 57. Reconstruction of the Yi family, head of the family study. Upon the desk lay an octagonal formation disc, each corner adorned with a dazzling high-grade spiritual stone. Intricate patterns intertwined, connecting all 8 stones. Yi Suifeng infused a surge of spiritual energy, and in an instant, the formation illuminated magnificently. A familiar city emerged above the disc. Its outline distinctly visible, it was Yutian City. By casting a spell, Yi Suifeng expanded the ethereal image of Yutian City, revealing all its towers and streets, ultimately focusing on the architectural complexes of the 3 prominent families. How futuristic this feels. Yi Suifeng marveled. This formation disc had been unearthed from the Tang family's treasury. It essentially served as a map of Yutian City, albeit a comprehensive 3-dimensional representation. Countless similar trinkets had also been discovered, including a hovering board for swift travel, easily erected simple pavilions, and even mattresses for massages that could autonomously cook meals in large iron pots. While these items bore no significance in combat or cultivation, they significantly aided in various aspects of daily life, utterly transforming Yi Suifeng's perception of the cultivation realm. Shouldn't the cultivation world revolve solely around training and conflict? Yet, he soon comprehended that this civilization had flourished for countless millennia. Despite the prevailing focus on cultivation and ascension, matters of daily living were undeniably essential. Take food, for instance. The diversity of exquisite cuisine was staggering, far beyond anything from his previous life. The aspiration to indulge in every culinary delight across the world seemed increasingly daunting. At this moment, Sui Yan entered the room. "How is everything?" Yu Suifeng inquired without raising his gaze. "Essentially stabilized," Sui Yan replied. "Initially, it was chaotic. Many shops belonging to the Li and Tang families were left unattended, and numerous individuals seized the opportunity for theft. However, with our intervention, most incidents have been quelled. A city cannot be managed without personnel. The recent influx of scattered cultivators has proven crucial. Now, only our Yi family remains in Yutian City, with numerous cultivators eager to join us. Many have privately begun referring to Yutian City as Yi City." Excitement radiated from Sui Yan. "I stand by my statement. Establish clear hierarchies. Those who join now must be treated distinctly from the previous members. I do not want any nonsense regarding equal treatment," Yi Suifeng asserted. Sui Yan nodded, well aware that equal treatment often disguised a toxic allure. By the way, the Li and Tang families have completed their plundering, and their original structures have sustained varying degrees of damage. Particularly, the Li family's underground space was demolished, nearly collapsing half of their premises. How should we address this? Sui Yun queried. Yi Suifeng raised his hand, fixing the formation's map upon the three families' architectural complexes. The map had yet to be updated, so all buildings appeared intact. The three families occupied the very center of Yuntian City, encompassing a vast area, with the Yi family claiming only about 1/5 of it. Level them all and rebuild, Yu Suifeng declared. Sui Yun was momentarily taken aback. Brother, many structures within are still intact. I am aware. I simply find them displeasing, Yu Suifeng replied nonchalantly. Sui Yun was astonished. Furthermore, after leveling, we should construct a new residence centered around the current Yu family estate. It has become rather cramped. Yi Suifeng traced a large circle upon the map, its area exceeding that of the Yi family south current estate tenfold. Brother, isn't this a bit excessive? The family isn't that large yet, Sui Yun observed, perceiving the scale as exaggerated. It will undoubtedly grow, Yi Suifeng stated, glancing at him. I have heard that your wife is recently with child? Sui Yun flushed, awkwardly chuckling. Well, the family's flourishing development has made me quite happy. An abundance of descendants is indeed a blessing, Yi Suifeng remarked. I hope you can spare some time to delve into the origins of life, understood? Sui Yun, embarrassed, repeatedly affirmed, understood, understood. Yi Suifeng shook his head. The world's views on matters of intimacy were still far more conservative than those of his previous life. He then returned his attention to the map. At a glance, the architectural layout of Yutian City appeared rather chaotic, with crooked streets and numerous dead ends, a sight that was disconcerting. After some contemplation, Yi Suifeng drew two vertical lines, centering around the Yi family, dividing the entire city into 4 sections. Construct 4 main roads radiating outward from here. Then, engage a skilled designer to properly arrange the buildings within the city. My requirements are cleanliness, orderliness, convenience, and accessibility, understood? Sui Yun's expression was one of disbelief. Brother, are you intending to completely overhaul the city? Why not? Yu Suifeng replied. This haphazard appearance is unsettling. I want a complete redesign. As he spoke, he noticed that the Yi family's position was slightly off-center, skewed to the left, which would misalign the drawing of a cross from its center to the 4 city gates. Sui Yun, observe this wall. It's large yet not circular. Let us demolish it and rebuild. It must be a perfect circle, Yi Suifeng insisted earnestly. Sui Yun was utterly perplexed, uncertain of his brother's intentions yet unwilling to inquire further. However, he understood that his brother's actions were guided by reasoning beyond his grasp. I shall proceed as instructed, he affirmed. A circular city wall. Yuntian City shall become the most unique in the continent. What Sui Yun remained unaware of was that his brother was merely succumbing to a bout of obsessive-compulsive disorder. Let us leave it at this for now, Yi Suifeng said, diverting his gaze from the map, anxious that another idea might occur to him. By the way, how are the other factions within the city faring? In Yuntian City, aside from the 3 prominent families, there existed 3 other significant factions. The first was Wanbage, the core gathering place for cultivators, bustling with countless visitors daily. The second was Zueming Lu, the city's most prestigious tavern, featuring the accompanying Zue Meng Garden. The third was Shangyun Garden, a realm of fleeting pleasures. Requiring no further elaboration, what movements has Wanbage made lately? Yu Suifeng inquired. No movements, Sui Yun replied. Since the Battle of Yutian City, Wanbage has remained unusually quiet, with its personnel hardly venturing outside, exercising extreme caution. Yi Suifeng nodded. Gu Wanxin was astute. If he did not speak, she would certainly refrain from taking any independent actions. Have Gu Wanxin come to see me tomorrow. This woman still holds potential for collaboration. And what of Zueming Lu and Shangyun Garden? Reports indicate that they have been acquiring surrounding land, likely intending to expand. Yu Suifeng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Summon them all tomorrow. Let us discuss life. Chapter 58. Rectification. Upon learning of the Yi family's intention to reconstruct Yunxiao City, Dong Tianji was filled with exhilaration. As a 6th-grade formation master and an accomplished architect, he was determined to prove his worth, especially after a previous disagreement with the head of the Yi family. He resolved to demonstrate his capabilities during this endeavor. He proactively approached the second elder, Yi Suiyin, to express his thoughts. Suiyin, concerned about finding someone capable for the task, was delighted by Dong Tianji's eagerness and handed over the preliminary blueprints and requirements. Full of confidence, Dong Tianji eagerly opened the plans, only to be struck dumb. Whose ingenious design was this? He was utterly astounded, having never encountered such a concept before. Placing one's family at the very center of the city? And those demands for cleanliness and order. Did they think he was planning a backyard garden? Shouldn't the primary consideration for a city be the distinction between the upper and lower classes? What truly left him aghast was the circular city wall. Good heavens! Was the aim to create the most peculiar city on the continent? Dong Tianji felt overwhelmed. This task was indeed daunting. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish this opportunity. After much contemplation, he sought out Hu Chuang, a fellow 6th-grade master of weapon forging. This man had traveled extensively and was well-versed in various architectural styles. Perhaps he had encountered such an eccentric design before. The designer of this city seemed to have overlooked the family's safety. Upon receiving the blueprints, Hu Chuang furrowed his brow in concern. Like Dong Tianji, he found the family's positioning to be excessively conspicuous. In the event of an emergency, escape would become exceedingly difficult. Thus, they decided to begin their work from underground. However, Hu Chuang quickly formulated a plan, and together with Dong Tianji, they endeavored to steer this whimsical design back on course. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind this predicament was leisurely savoring tea in the reception hall. "Brother, they have arrived," Sui Yun announced as he entered. "Let them come in one by one," Yi Suifeng replied. In the reception hall, 3 individuals awaited Yi Suifeng's summons. One was Gu Wanqin, who had visited several times before and appeared quite at ease. The second was a slightly portly middle-aged man, pale-faced and donned in lavish attire, exuding an air of confidence. He was Feng He, the owner of the Drunken Dream Pavilion. The last was an elderly woman, seated with an austere expression, her murky eyes betraying a hint of unease. She was the creator of Shangyun Garden, Granny Hua. "Master Gu, it has been a while," Feng He began after a brief wait. "You are quite the regular at the Drunken Dream Pavilion. I recall you once accompanied the head of the Yi family." "Indeed, that is true," Gu Wanqin replied, reclining in her chair. "Haha, then it seems your relationship with the head of the Yi family is rather special," Feng He remarked, interpreting her silence as agreement. "Do you know why the head of the Yi family has summoned us today?" Feng He paused, then chuckled. "Master Gu, you are quite perceptive. I had no idea that Yunshao City has undergone such significant changes. Jiangye City, one of the 9 cities in the Alliance, lies to the south of Su City. I have heard that its splendor surpasses that of Su City." Gu Wanqin nodded and smiled lightly. "Indeed, if you had been here recently, you would not have used the word summon." Feng He frowned slightly. "What do you mean, Master Gu?" Gu Wanqin chose silence, unwilling to engage further with him. Feng He felt perplexed. Why did Gu Wanqin regard him as if he were a fool? After a moment, he shifted his gaze to Granny Hua. "Granny Hua, as an old friend, I must kindly remind you, I have heard that the head of the Yi family possesses a compassionate heart, abhors certain sordid matters. So you may want to watch your words." Feng He feigned concern, but his eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. He and Granny Hua had always been rivals, and the prospect of her misfortune delighted him. Upon hearing his words, Granny Hua huffed but remained silent, though her expression grew increasingly tense. Indeed, such rumors circulated in the outside world. If Yi Suifeng truly disdained the revelries, then, "Granny Hua, please come with me." Sui Yun then appeared in the reception hall. Upon hearing her name, Granny Hua involuntarily shivered, slowly rising with a grave demeanor to follow Sui Yun. She is certainly in for it." Feng He smirked at Gu Wanqin. Gu Wanqin rolled her eyes and simply closed them. Whether Granny Hua faced trouble, she did not know, but if Feng He continued to act this way, he would undoubtedly attract misfortune. In the inner hall, Yi Suifeng sat, holding several letters. Guided by Sui Yun, Granny Hua entered. Yi Suifeng glanced at her and said, "Sit." "Thank you, head of the Yi family." Granny Hua replied respectfully. "Indeed, kidnapping virtuous young women and training them to serve as playthings for the wealthy, this, too, was your doing?" The second question plunged Granny Hua's heart to the depths of despair. "Head of the Yi family, I have indeed committed such acts." She lowered her head in shame. Yi Suifeng remained silent. An invisible pressure bore down on Granny Hua, leaving her in extreme discomfort, beads of cold sweat forming on her wrinkled forehead. After a brief moment, Yi Suifeng set down the letters. "From today onward, do not let me discover similar matters again. Do you understand?" Granny Hua suddenly raised her head, her expression one of shock. "Is that all?" She found it hard to believe. Yi Suifeng arched an eyebrow. "Oh, I understand. Ever since Shangyun Garden flourished, I have ceased such activities," she hurriedly replied. "Just make sure you comprehend," Yi Suifeng stated, gesturing for her to leave. Granny Hua stood and bowed deeply before departing the inner hall. "I thought you would eradicate Shangyun Garden," Sui Yun remarked with a smile. Eradicate? Why would I do that? Yu Suifeng shook his head. Such places exist for a reason. Destroy one, and another will instantly arise. It is better to find a more compliant one for easier control. With that, Yu Suifeng waved his hand. Let Feng He come in. This fellow seems rather inflated with pride. Chapter 59. The celestial array stone. It had long been said that the head of the Yi family exuded an impressive aura. And upon meeting him today, it was indeed extraordinary, truly a young achiever. With a hearty laugh, Feng He strode in from outside. His face beamed with vitality as he cupped his fists in greeting and took a seat opposite Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng remarked, "You certainly are quite familiar, Mr. Feng." He glanced at the documents in hand, diving straight into the matter at hand. "I hear you have been acquiring land near the Dreamland Pavilion these past few days? Haha. It seems I cannot hide anything from you, dear Yi." Feng He chuckled. "The Yi family's might is commendable in just a day. You have eradicated the other two major families, which is truly impressive. Such a significant event has unveiled a tremendous business opportunity for me, prompting my actions." Feng He sat confidently, observing Yi Suifeng, as if he believed the latter would be keenly interested in this so-called golden opportunity. Yi Suifeng was perplexed by his audacity. After a moment of silence, noticing Yi Suifeng's apparent indifference, Feng He continued, "Master Yi, this opportunity could yield us great wealth together." Yi Suifeng raised a hand to halt him. "Enough. I have no interest in your so-called opportunity." Feng He was taken aback. "Master Yi, we're talking about a substantial amount of spirit stones. If we join forces, I estimate the profits could easily reach the 100 billion level annually. Surely you cannot claim to be uninterested in spirit stones?" Feng He decided to dangle a few enticing bait. Having spent several years in Yushao City, he was well aware of the economic circumstances of the three major families. The Yi family's annual revenue hovered around a mere 10 billion. Even with the demise of the other two families, it wouldn't multiply significantly. The increase in wealth was not as simple as he imagined. Thus, he believed that 100 billion annually would indeed tempt Yi Suifeng. Unfortunately, having been away from Yunshao City for too long, he was unaware that times had changed. "I am not as captivated by spirit stones as you presume," Yi Suifeng replied. "The reason I summoned you today is for another matter." He set down the documents and produced a design blueprint, placing it on the table. "Yushao City is set for reconstruction, and your Dreamland Pavilion obstructs the construction of the main road. It needs to be demolished. Name your price." Feng He was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the magnitude of the reconstruction in Yunshao City. "Does your Yi family possess such financial capacity?" "Master Yi, this is rather inappropriate. When Dreamland Pavilion first arrived in Yushao City, we agreed to avoid interference at all costs." Feng He gradually lost his jovial demeanor. "With whom did you make this agreement? The Tang family among the three major families?" Yi Suifeng shook his head slightly. Since arriving in this world, he had encountered few fools, but Feng He most certainly qualified. "The master of Yunshao City is now the Yi family. If you wish to conduct business here, you must adhere to our arrangements. Either name a price to sell Dreamland Pavilion to us, or pack your belongings and leave. I offer you but one chance to choose." With that, Yu Suifeng ceased to engage with him further. Suddenly, Feng He sprang from his chair in a fit of rage. "Yu Suifeng, do you truly believe yourself invincible? My superior is in Linjiang City," and, as Feng He began to express his anger, he was abruptly struck by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. He then witnessed a golden glowing orb gently floating from his dantian to Yi Suifeng's hand. It was his golden core. Yi Suifeng grasped the golden core, producing a low-grade spirit stone to place alongside it. One golden core and one spirit stone. Will this suffice to acquire all the assets of your Dreamland Pavilion? If so, sign the agreement and take them away. Yu Suifeng was losing patience. Had he known the other party was of such low caliber, he would not have bothered to meet in person. He had encountered enough individuals of this sort. Their intelligence surely waned over time. He simply wished to conclude the matter swiftly. Feng He stood frozen, his mind racing in disbelief. The golden core was in Yi Suifeng's grasp with such ease. What had transpired in his absence from Yushao City? I will sign," Feng He stammered. Soon, an agreement was finalized, with Yi Suifeng purchasing all of Dreamland Pavilion's assets at the price of one low-grade spirit stone. Holding the warm spirit stone, regret gnawed at Feng He. Had he known, he would have acquiesced to Yi Suifeng's request from the outset and sold Dreamland Pavilion willingly. After Feng He departed, Yu Suifeng rubbed his temples. Such matters would henceforth be entrusted to Sui Yun and the others. They were utterly tedious. Moments later, a familiar figure appeared at the door. "Master Yi," Gu Wanxin greeted respectfully, her hands clasped before her. "Please maintain a semblance of normalcy. I have had quite enough of disturbances today. Yi Suifeng gestured for her to sit down. Gu Wanqing smiled gently. It is rare to witness you in such a state. Taking a seat, she continued. Is it because of Fenghe? Please. Spare me from discussing that fool, Yi Suifeng replied. Now, tell me about yourself. Why have you been holed up in Wanbao Pavilion, not stepping outside? Naturally. I have been awaiting your instructions, Master Yi, Gu Wanqing responded. You are from Wanbao Pavilion, not one of my Yi family members. So there is no need to heed my commands. Yi Suifeng sipped his tea. Gu Wanqing chuckled softly, then suddenly sighed. Master Yi, if you do not take me in, I fear it won't be long before you can never see me again. Why is that? Yi Suifeng asked, his brow furrowing slightly. Do you recall the last time you asked me to investigate the whereabouts of the spirit stones at Wanbao Pavilion? Gu Wanqing inquired. Yi Suifeng nodded. He had been curious about what Wanbao Pavilion was doing with so many spirit stones, which could not be consumed as food. Have you found any leads? Indeed. Gu Wanqing replied, retrieving a box made of an unknown metallic substance from her storage ring and placing it on the table. Every transaction at Wanbao Pavilion leaves a trace. After bribing certain individuals, I uncovered something unusual. Subsequently, a new item appeared on the materials list, something called the Celestial Array Stone. I intended to uncover the secrets hidden within. So I sought an opportunity to connect with the person responsible for managing the Celestial Array Stone. Gu Wanqing looked at Yi Suifeng, her hands resting on either side of the box. However, I did not expect to discover such a secret. With that, she pressed gently on the box, which began to transform with a series of clicks and whirs, shifting from its rectangular form into a Tai Chi-like array disc. Suspended above the array disc were 3 items. To the far left was a small cauldron with 3 legs and 2 ears, intricately adorned with countless interwoven array patterns that sent shivers down one's spine upon mere glance. In the center stood a 9-tiered pagoda, completely transparent and crystal clear, surrounded by ethereal clouds, exuding a mysterious allure. On the far right rested a glowing stone, which appeared somewhat familiar. This is the Celestial Array Stone, Gu Wanqing stated, gazing at the glowing stone with a look of profound disbelief. I have only just realized that Wanbao Pavilion's accumulation of spirit stones was merely for the sake of this small Celestial Array Stone. Indeed. This Celestial Array Stone is forged from countless pure spirit stones, fused together. To merge a single Celestial Formation Stone, one requires at least 1 billion superior spirit stones. Gu Wanqing was utterly astonished. If it were not for Yi Suifeng's presence, the entirety of the Wanjiao Pavilion in Su City would have sold goods amounting to only around 1 billion superior spirit stones in an entire year. Yi Suifeng was also somewhat taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Wanjiao Pavilion would handle spirit stones in such a manner. Moreover, he felt an uncanny familiarity with this Celestial Formation Stone. Suddenly, his brow furrowed in realization. Another radiant stone appeared in his hand, identical to the Celestial Formation Stone on the formation plate. Head of the Yi family, you possess such a precious treasure of heaven and earth, Gu Wanqing exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Celestial Formation Stone was not to be confused with heavenly treasures. It was a material of the utmost caliber, possessing unique properties, and could only be owned by superpowers like Wanjiao Pavilion. Yi Suifeng remained silent, yet he experienced an epiphany. No wonder he had not heard the name Spirit Crystal for so long. It turned out that people referred to this object as the Celestial Formation Stone. He glanced at the balance in his wallet. 36. 5 trillion. Chapter 60. The Tower of Origins. Yi Suifeng initially believed that, given his reckless spending habits, he would soon deplete the remnants of spirit stones in his wallet. However, he was taken aback to discover that the spirit stones themselves were merely a fraction of something far greater. Alas, his perspective was limited. If Gu Wanqing's assertions were accurate, 1 spirit crystal equated to 10 billion superior spirit stones. Thus, how many superior spirit stones corresponded to 36 trillion spirit crystals? And how many inferior spirit stones did that amount to? With such an overwhelming abundance of wealth, he pondered how one might ever spend it all. He was curious about how Wanbage converted heavenly array stones and the rationale behind transforming spirit stones into heavenly array stones. What purpose did these stones serve? As Yi Suifeng stored the spirit crystals away, he bombarded Gu Wanqing with a flurry of inquiries. Such confidential information was classified at the highest level within Wanbage, and he had expected that unraveling even a hint of it would require considerable effort. To his astonishment, Gu Wanqing gazed at the small cauldron and tower on the array plate, offering a wry smile, admitting that she did not know whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. The methods for converting spirit stones into heavenly array stones, along with their functions, were all contained within this small box. Thus, she implored Yi, the head of the Yi family, to shelter her, lest she meet a grim fate at Wanbage. Initially, Gu Wanxin intended only to borrow the heavenly array stones, allowing Yu Suifeng to examine them before deciding her next course of action. Yet, she had never anticipated that the box contained such monumental secrets. She was acutely aware that by stealthily taking this box, her life was no longer her own. Yi Suifeng remained silent, slowly extending his hand to the small cauldron, which floated delicately in his palm. At that moment, he realized that it was not a tangible cauldron, but rather an intricate blueprint, a three-dimensional, comprehensive schematic. He projected his vast consciousness upon it, swiftly grasping its entirety within mere breaths. So it was revealed to him. The small cauldron was named the Spirit Power Furnace, and its sole function was the transformation of spirit stones. Under standard regulations, 100 inferior spirit stones could be transmuted into 1 medium spirit stone, while 100 medium spirit stones could then be converted into 1 superior spirit stone. It took 10 billion superior spirit stones to produce a single spirit crystal, which was, in essence, a heavenly array stone. The Spirit Power Furnace was fundamentally constructed from heavenly array stones and array formations, where the formation served as the core, and the heavenly array stones acted as conduits, pathways connecting to the laws of the celestial realm. Manually arranged formations, through heavenly array stones, took root in the celestial laws to draw upon the power of the rules. Thus, it was capable of transmuting the very essence of spirit stones. It was no wonder that spirit crystals were known as heavenly array stones. These stones could directly connect to the laws of the celestial realm, becoming conductors of those rules. Consequently, cultivators could harness forces beyond human control, achieving feats of incredible creativity. He resolved to test it. The Spirit Power Furnace possessed 3 tiers, each distinguished by its transformation efficiency. The highest tier required 10,000 heavenly array stones, equivalent to the revenue of Sioux City over a millennium. Such a staggering figure. With a wave of his hand, 10,000 heavenly array stones floated before them as if they were without cost, eliciting a look of sheer terror from Gu Wanxin. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng rapidly executed a series of intricate array spells, inscribing them upon the inner walls of the heavenly array stones. The complexity and difficulty of the required formations were astounding. Even the esteemed 6th-tier array master Dong Tianji would require thousands of years of relentless effort to accomplish such a feat, and even Yi Suifeng felt challenged. It took him a full incense stick's worth of time to complete all the formations. Success. At Yi Suifeng's command, a small azure cauldron, roughly the size of a human head, descended gently onto the table. Upon its landing, an ethereal sound akin to a celestial bell resonated, signifying the presence of an unparalleled treasure. Gu Wanxin stared blankly at the cauldron before her, her mind echoing with the image of the 10,000 heavenly array stones floating in the air moments prior. All right, let us proceed. Yi Suifeng declared with a snap of his fingers, restoring clarity to Gu Wanxin's mind, prompting her to focus intently. He then contemplated for a moment before opening his wallet, releasing a cascade of inferior spirit stones into the cauldron as if discarding refuse, leaving Gu Wanxin awestruck. He continued until he had poured in a staggering 100 trillion. The interior of the cauldron contained an expansive storage space, capable of accommodating such a volume. With a thought, he activated the first formation. After a brief moment, the radiant glow of the formation gradually faded. Upon extending his consciousness, he discovered that all the inferior spirit stones had been transformed into medium spirit stones, an exact total of 100 billion. How intriguing. Yi Suifeng chuckled softly and activated the second formation. Within mere moments, they transformed into 10 billion superior spirit stones. The efficiency was indeed commendable. Nodding in approval, he initiated the final formation. The exterior of the cauldron flickered erratically, and this process persisted for the duration of another incense stick before finally ceasing. An enigmatic aura emanated forth. With a gesture, a freshly produced heavenly array stone appeared in his palm. Quite satisfactory. Yi Suifeng was pleased with the cauldron, finally able to manage the inferior and medium spirit stones cluttering his wallet. Those vast numbers were quite the nuisance. At that moment, had Gu Wanxin known of Yi Suifeng's thoughts, she would have clung to his leg, exclaiming, "Brother, let me bear your burdens." After conducting his experiment with the Spirit Power Furnace, Yi Suifeng turned his attention to the small tower at the center. The cauldron was intended for merging heavenly array stones. Thus, what role did the tower serve? Yi Suifeng inquired. Gu Wanxin nodded, her expression complex. "Very well, let me see," he said, concentrating his thoughts. Instantly, his consciousness enveloped the small tower, revealing all its secrets. The Tower of Origins. This was a 9-story pagoda, constructed entirely from heavenly array stones and formations, much like the spirit power furnace. Each level of the Origin Tower served a distinct purpose, with the required quantity of heavenly array stones increasing tenfold with each ascending layer. Moreover, the effects of all preceding levels amplified tenfold with each new tier. First layer annually produces a drop of spirit essence, requiring 1,000 heavenly array stones. Spirit essence, an exceptionally pure liquid that can be used directly for cultivation, alter the spiritual energy density within a certain radius, and nurture spiritual artifacts and beasts. Its applications are manifold. Second layer annually produces a drop of body tempering essence, requiring 10,000 heavenly array stones. Body tempering essence refines the body and can merge with any auxiliary tempering treasures, exponentially enhancing their effects. It can also strengthen cultivation aptitude to a certain degree. Third layer annually produces a drop of soul essence, requiring 100,000 heavenly array stones. Soul essence refines the soul, enhancing comprehension. The fourth layer produces life essence, representing the essence of life itself, capable of healing wounds and promoting the growth of spiritual herbs and medicines. The fifth layer yields innate essence, capable of cultivating various innate physiques. The sixth layer generates sacred essence, which can cultivate transcendental abilities. The seventh layer produces transformative essence, enabling one to surpass the limits of life, becoming a true child of the celestial laws. The eighth layer creates rule essence, which can be used to master the rules governing the heavens and the earth. Ninth level, each year, a single drop of the essence of heavenly Tao can be produced, necessitating 100 billion heavenly array stones. Essence of heavenly Tao, mastering and creating rules. Upon reading this, Yi Suifeng finally comprehended the situation. No wonder these superpowers can effortlessly overpower the extraordinary geniuses of ordinary great forces with just one core disciple. The reason lies here. Chapter 61. A million first. After thoroughly absorbing all the information regarding the Tower of Origin, Yi Suifeng rested his arms on the table, cradling his chin, lost in deep contemplation. If the information is accurate, a 9-story Tower of Origin can produce 100 million drops of spiritual essence, 10 million drops of body refining essence, and 1 million drops of soul essence each year. These 3 types of essences are fundamental for cultivation. Just imagine how many formidable beings they could create. Not to mention the subsequent innate essences, sacred essences, and creation essences. With such resources invested, even the most extraordinary prodigy could be nurtured. If it weren't for Gu Wanqin stumbling upon this discovery, the vast number of spirit stones and crystals he possessed might have remained dormant for ages. Master Yi, I am truly sorry, Gu Wanqin said, gazing at the silent Yi Suifeng with an apologetic expression. I was so overwhelmed earlier that I forgot to inform you. The Tower of Origin is the treasure that requires the most investment in heavenly array stones. We should not have wasted that 10,000 heavenly array stones on the spiritual power furnace. It's all my fault. Yi Suifeng paused, then quickly realized the misunderstanding. The girl thought he was left with only 10,000 heavenly array stones. No worries, you've been an immense help this time, he replied with a hearty smile. Gu Wanqin blinked her eyes. Master Yi, call me Brother Yi, Yi Suifeng interjected. By the way, you should be younger than me, right? He had not inquired about Gu Wanqin's age, and now that he was prepared to regard her as a friend, he would not do such a thing. Using mental probing to gather information was rather impolite, after all. Yi Suifeng nodded. By the way, where did you acquire this box? Such an item shouldn't be found within the confines of Su City, he inquired. The box contained information on the spiritual power furnace and the Tower of Origin. How could such a monumental secret be carried around carelessly? It was from a steward of the Wanbao Pavilion, Gu Wanqin explained. He is responsible for resource allocation and spirit stone collection within the Su City area. At that time, I only thought the box contained a single heavenly array stone. She suddenly furrowed her brow and added, perhaps this matter is somewhat related to you, Brother Yi. How could it possibly concern me? Yi Suifeng questioned, puzzled. It's like this, Gu Wanqin smiled lightly. Over the past 6 months, your expenditures have been remarkably lavish, and the higher-ups at the Wanbao Pavilion have certainly noticed. Moreover, all your payments were made with low-grade spirit stones. You may not know that the storerooms in Su City are filled with large storage bags brimming with spirit stones. Therefore, I believe they might have brought the construction methods of the spiritual power furnace and Tower of Origin for ease of transportation. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This explanation seemed a bit far-fetched, They could have simply transported a finished furnace rather than the blueprints. However, at this point, it was difficult to explain why the Wanbao Pavilion would take such actions. Forget it. It doesn't seem matter anymore as long as we have the blueprints, he decided. The steward of the Wanbao Pavilion must possess cultivation far beyond yours. How did you manage to obtain this information? Yu Suifeng inquired further. Yu Wanxin hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Yi, you know, in such matters, women have certain advantages. Though she did not elaborate, Yu Suifeng understood. It was already a significant achievement for her to rise to the position of pavilion master. He held great respect for such individuals. Rest assured, I will ensure your safety. And you won't have to engage in such dealings anymore, Yi Suifeng said earnestly. Really? Brother Yi, I can't thank you enough. Gu Wanxin felt a weight lifted off her heart. However, a trace of melancholy crossed her face. So, does this mean I will be living with the Yi family from now on? Yi Suifeng smiled at her. If you prefer, you may remain at the Wanbao Pavilion and continue your transactions with the Yi family. He chuckled lightly. As long as it's your wish, it shall be so. I will handle this matter. Gu Wanxin stared at him, her eyes wide. For so many years, she had struggled through the murky waters of clash transactions and had hovered on the brink of death countless times. Never had anyone spoken to her in such a manner. It was a reassuring feeling. All right, Yi Suifeng interrupted her with a smile. I also need you to temporarily stay at the Wanbao Pavilion to source goods for my family. Gu Wanxin smiled in relief. Yu Suifeng closed the box and handed it to her. Who? Gu Wanxin asked. That person from my last visit to Sioux City. Oh right, Shen Tianming. He must be here for the box, Yu Suifeng replied. He then touched her forehead lightly, leaving a faint red mark. Subsequently, he took out 100 heavenly array stones and handed them over. Deliver this to him and say that everything that happened is as if it never occurred. Otherwise, I will purchase all of Wanbao Pavilion and the 9 Cities Alliance with a single low-grade spirit stone. Is that really what you want me to say? She asked. Indeed, that is precisely what I mean, he assured her. With this, there is no need to worry about safety. Yu Suifeng gestured towards her forehead. Gu Wanxin nodded vigorously, her steps light as she exited. Once she had departed, Yu Suifeng let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair. This time, Gu Wanxin had truly been of immense assistance. As for the cultivation of the Yi family's disciples, they had reached a bottleneck. The investment of resources had nearly saturated. And increasing the input further would not lead to a qualitative change unless they obtained even rarer resources or cultivated each individual according to their unique specifications. Much like Yi Huang and Yi Long. However, that was too cumbersome, as Yu Suifeng was not a caretaker. He only managed the most outstanding core disciples. Thus, the Tower of Origin had arrived at a most opportune moment. How many should be constructed? A single 9-story Tower of Origin requires 100 billion heavenly array stones. Let us start with 10,000. Any more would lack proper space for storage. That's a staggering 1 trillion heavenly array stones. This time, Yi Suifeng was indeed making a significant investment. In Yunshao City, Wanbao Pavilion, all customers were inexplicably ushered out. Shen Tianming sat in the center of the first floor, his expression grim. Beneath his feet, the steward responsible for managing spirit stones lay bloodied and broken, slumped on the ground. He waited, anxious and impatient. The second 9-story Tower of Origin at Wanbao Pavilion was on the verge of completion. There must not be any mishap on my watch. We must become the first force on this continent to possess 2 9-story Towers of Origin. Chapter 62. Mirror Lake for a full 3 days. Yi Suifeng immersed himself in his study, tirelessly crafting Origin Towers without rest. To him, the process was deceptively simple. However, it was intricately complex. Each layer contained thousands upon thousands of different formations, interwoven and densely packed. The task of forging 10,000 towers was akin to asking a student to transcribe the characters Long Xing Day 1,000 times. Eventually, Yi Suifeng managed to create 10 towers at once, completing all 10,000 9-layer Origin Towers within 3 days. Upon finishing, the study was filled to the brim with Origin Towers, so densely packed that one could hardly lift their head without bumping into one. Unfortunately, these towers possessed a spatial property that rendered them unsuitable for storage in a spatial ring. What to do with them? Yu Suifeng pondered. Realizing that offloading all 10,000 towers onto Sui Yun was out of the question, as it would likely terrify him. A unified solution was required. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Yu Suifeng rose and stepped outside. With his movement, the floating Origin Towers clinked and clattered, many of them obstructing his path. Move aside, you wretched Origin Towers. After a brief moment, Yi Suifeng exited the study, intending to inspect the progress of the new city. With a thought, he vanished into the sky, surveying Yushao City from above. Compared to 3 days prior, the city had undergone a remarkable transformation. The residences of the Li and Tang families had been entirely razed, replaced by towering walls that enclosed the area. A group of figures was busy arranging formations on those walls. This was to be the new Yi family, centered around the new Yi family estate. For extraordinarily wide roads stretched straight outwards, leading directly to the city's edge. At the end of these roads, brand new city gates had been erected, and the walls were beginning to take shape, with a multitude of people gathered there, akin to foremen supervising construction. Yi Suifeng recognized 2 of the figures among them, Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. Both had significantly contributed to the design of various aspects of the new Yushao city. Inside the city, construction was in full swing. Many irregular structures had been demolished, making way for neatly arranged, brand new buildings. It appeared far more pleasant than before. Yi Suifeng nodded inwardly. The pace of construction was astonishingly rapid. With careful consideration, it was understandable, as this was the realm of cultivation. Individual capabilities were extraordinarily powerful, rendering heavy machinery unnecessary. A mere gesture sufficed to accomplish great feats. Moreover, there indeed existed specialized construction crews, equipped with puppets designed for building, which could erect a new structure in mere minutes. Thus, the framework of the new city had been established in just a few days. The next steps included setting up formations and reinforcing the walls, tasks assigned to Dong Tianji and Hu Chuang. After observing for a while and finding no significant issues, Yi Suifeng chose to divert his attention. His primary concern was arranging the 10,000 origin towers. First, he needed to find a storage solution. Since ordinary storage spaces were inadequate, he would have to create a new space. This was straightforward, but such a space would essentially be another world, making it quite inconvenient. Furthermore, the production of low-tier original liquid was exceedingly rapid. Even if distributed among the entire city, it would not be consumed in its entirety. Of course, he had no intention of doing so. The first layer of the 9-layer origin tower could produce 100 million drops of spiritual liquid daily. If accumulated, it would amount to approximately 100 cubic meters. Thus, with 10,000 towers, the daily production would reach 1 million cubic meters. In just 15 days, they could generate a volume equivalent to that of Westlake in his past life. Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow in contemplation, suddenly struck by inspiration. Yes, Westlake. He could indeed create a lake here. Looking at the recently leveled properties of the Li and Tang families, an idea took shape in his mind. Without delay, he flashed to the newly cleared land behind the old Yi family residence. This place is quite suitable. Yi Suifeng extended his finger, tracing a perfect circle in the soil. Then, he pressed his palm downwards. Boom. The ground trembled as the freshly leveled land suddenly caved in, forming a colossal pit over 100 yards deep. Was a formidable presence attacking? The citizens of the city panicked, some still in their nightclothes rushing out into the open. Following the tremor, several figures soared into the sky, hastening towards the Yi family estate. Sui Yun was the first to arrive, staring in shock at the suddenly appeared pit. However, upon noticing Yi Suifeng lost in thought, he gradually relaxed. Nothing to worry about. Continue with your tasks. Sui Yun dismissed the approaching members of the Yi family and landed beside Yi Suifeng. Brother, at least give a heads up, Sui Yun exclaimed, exasperated. I was merely testing the structural integrity of the newly constructed buildings, Yi Suifeng replied, his expression unflinching. In truth, he had been so engrossed in thought that he had overlooked such matters. Nevertheless, Sui Yun did not press further. Gazing at the vast pit, he inquired, Brother, what are you planning to do? Create a large lake, Yi Suifeng declared. Now that we have ample space, I intend to design a grand garden where I can stroll leisurely in my free time. Sui Yun was taken aback. Brother, you could have simply told me about this. There was no need for you to exert yourself. You wouldn't understand. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Please wait here for a moment. I'll explain how we will proceed. With that, he rose and soared into the sky, positioning himself in front of the enormous character Yi. He then gestured with his hand, summoning the vast array of origin towers from his study, which lined up in a lengthy queue before him. Let us place them here, Yi Suifeng announced, delivering a powerful punch that shattered the void before him, creating a dark spatial realm. He then pressed his hand against the character Yi, causing countless fragments of space to align closely around its outline, gradually forming a shallow golden edge that faintly glimmered. This was a newly opened space, with the enormous character Yi serving as the gateway. Enter. Yi Suifeng kicked the first origin tower, prompting the long line to begin moving. each tower passing through the character Yi and entering the newly created space behind it. After all the origin towers had made their way inside, Yi Suifeng, too, vanished into that realm. The space was not extensive, roughly the same area as Yunxiao City. Next, he needed to establish a passageway. The ancient Qianquan transference array seemed perfectly suited for this task. Slowly, a dark pit manifested. Upon closer examination, it was the enormous pit Yi Suifeng had just created with his palm. After some contemplation, he formed seals and divided the pit into 10 distinct layers. Then, Yi Suifeng summoned the origin towers, arranging them in concentric circles, floating neatly above the pit. Connect! With a commanding shout, all the origin towers linked with the pit. With the first layer of the origin tower connecting to the second layer of the pit, and so forth down to the 9th layer, which connected to the very bottom of the pit. Commence. Yi Suifeng clenched his fist, initiating the flow of original liquid from the produced layers into the corresponding levels of the pit. Meanwhile, Sui Yin, waiting for Yi Suifeng, suddenly sensed a shift within the vast pit before him. He gazed upwards, only to behold a shroud of mist enveloping the space a mere dozen meters above the ground, within which faint starlight flickered, reminiscent of the Milky Way. What could this be? He stood in bewilderment. At that moment, the figure of Yi Suifeng appeared beside him. Water. As Yi Suifeng's words fell, crystalline spring water materialized from thin air, surging into the pit below. In just a few breaths, it filled the entirety of the hollow. The pit had transformed into a vast lake. Ah, splendid, Yi Suifeng nodded approvingly. He had connected 10,000 origin towers to this body of water, ensuring that all subsequently produced essence would be stored beneath the surface of the lake before him. Furthermore, each tier corresponded accordingly. The first layer comprised the lake water. The second layer held the spiritual essence, and so forth. We shall construct a garden around it, perhaps harbor some fish and lotus flowers within, and plant willow trees and blooming flora in the vicinity, Yi Suifeng proposed. Indeed, Sui Yin marveled at the fragrant emanations from the lake, incredulously inquiring, "Brother, this lake water must be extraordinary." Yi Suifeng nodded affirmatively. Under the nurturing of the 9-tiered essence, the uppermost layer of the lake water had transformed into a unique treasure. Ordinary beings residing here might undergo intriguing changes. Draw forth a few streams from this lake, create some rockeries or other whimsical features, and allow the waters to flow throughout the family estate. Do you understand? Sui Yin nodded in agreement. Brother, such a precious lake deserves a name. Yi Suifeng felt a sudden weight upon him, as naming was a task he loathed. Well, it is vast and round, and its surface is as clear as a mirror. Let us call it Mirror Lake. Chapter 63, the time to depart with the main construction of Mirror Lake completed. Yi Suifeng encountered a new dilemma. Although Mirror Lake was vast, it could not sustain the relentless production of essence from the thousands of origin towers. Particularly concerning was the spirit essence, which was likely to reach saturation within 6 months. Nevertheless, having an excess of this substance proved to be of little utility. Thus, the surplus would be distributed throughout the territory of Yunxiao City. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Suifeng took action once more. He devised a timed formation, whereby at specified intervals, Mirror Lake would spontaneously vaporize a portion of its essence, merging with the atmospheric moisture to precipitate as rain. Each month, a spirit rain infused with spirit essence would nourish the lands within Yunxiao City's domain. Every quarter, a transformative rain imbued with body-refining essence would reshape all life. Annually, a soul rain containing soul essence would enlighten sentient beings. Every 3 years, a life rain enriched with life essence would extend longevity. Additionally, 3 innate stones would fall each year, bestowing upon their possessor the awakening of an innate body. Every 3 years, 3 sacred stones would descend, granting the bearer access to divine powers. Every decade, 3 creation stones would manifest, and whoever claimed them would become a true child of destiny. Collectively, these would account for 1/10 of the output of the origin towers, while the remainder would be reserved for the Yi family's use or stored away. As for the more precious rules essence and heavenly path essence, they would not be released to the outside world, reserved exclusively for the core members of the family. Despite this, it was evident that in the near future, Yunxiao City would yield a plethora of talents, transforming into a genuine sanctuary for cultivation. It was far more effective to cultivate genius than to merely seek it. Yi Suifeng smirked at the thought. Once this was accomplished, he entrusted the remaining matters to Sui Yin. In the following days, the entirety of Yunxiao City was enveloped in a fervor of construction as the circular city walls were completed, giving rise to a brand new city. The old visage of Yunxiao City was now but a memory relegated to the pages of history. Internally, stability had been achieved. As remnants of the Li and Tang families were eradicated, their properties consolidated. However, outside the city, much chaos still required pacification. Sui Bao and Yi Huang were already preparing to depart the city that very day. In the study, Sui Yun reported on recent developments. Yi Suifeng, feeling somewhat disinterested, nodded absently. With the Yi family firmly in control of Yunshao City, no other faction could rival their supremacy. Unification was merely a matter of time. Once stability was fully attained, perhaps it would be time to explore other realms, be it the tumult of the eastern nations, the sacred grounds of the southern sects, the exotic charm of the western lands, or the vast northern snowfields. One could only wonder what culinary delights awaited. Elder brother, are you listening? Sui Yun's voice suddenly broke through his reverie. Oh yes. Yi Suifeng replied, snapping back to attention. By the way, this morning, some visitors came to pay their respects and wish to meet you. Who are they? Yi Suifeng inquired. They are a group of young individuals clad in simple blue garments, all hailing from the Tianfu Academy. Their leader, Zhang Dong, possesses an impressive demeanor. Though his cultivation level remains obscured, Sui Yun explained. Tianfu Academy? Yi Suifeng mused, unfamiliar with the name. I had not heard of it either, but upon inquiry, I learned it is a significant power across the continent, with branches everywhere. Those who can enter the Academy for cultivation are undoubtedly exceptional talents. I suspect they seek to recruit some individuals from us, Sui Yun elaborated. Yi Suifeng nodded. As the family's strength grew, it was only natural to interact with higher-tier forces. Tianfu Academy was merely the first of many. He held no strong objections to the family's youth joining the academy. Although the Yi family was flourishing, true growth often necessitated stepping beyond familiar grounds. Even the sacred domains periodically dispatched disciples to experience the world. Let them come, Yi Suifeng stated. They are all quite young, around 20 years of age. Yet even the weakest among them possesses the golden body realm. The strongest, Zhang Dong, at only 25 years of age, has already reached the pinnacle of the out-of-body stage, just a step away from the transformation stage. Compared to Shun Tianming of the Wanbao Pavilion, he is equally formidable. This clearly indicates the exceptional nature of Tianfu Academy. Congratulations to the head of the Yi family on unifying Yunshao City. Zhang Dong was the first to speak. Since the battle for Yunshao City, I have long wished to meet you. However, I understand that in the aftermath of upheaval, the Yi family is quite occupied, which is why I dared to disturb you today. Your scholarly demeanor is commendable, Yi Suifeng replied. If you have business today, please speak freely. Indeed, the head of the Yi family is forthright. Zhang Dong clasped his hands together. I shall be direct. Tianfu Academy welcomes talented individuals from across the realm. In the wake of the battle for Yunshao City, I observe that the Yi family's youth are like potential dragons in the wild. Thus, I inquire whether you would consider allowing them to study at Tianfu Academy and transform into true dragons. Zhang Dong's tone was courteous, yet it carried an air of superiority. If they were potential dragons, then Yunshao City was indeed a wild place. Yi Suifeng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Which individuals do you have in mind? Specifically, the 5 young disciples who participated in the battle for Yunshao City, Zhang Dong replied. After a moment of silence, Yi Suifeng responded leisurely, well, it is not out of the question. However, such matters must be contingent upon their own desires. At that moment, one of the academy students suddenly leaped up. Hey, did you hear that? We are from Tianfu Academy. To allow people from your humble place to enter is a great fortune for you, and yet you hesitate? The young man's incredulity was evident, as if Yi Suifeng had uttered something utterly absurd. Guanmu, silence yourself. Zhang Dong admonished sharply before Yi Suifeng could respond. Guanmu was taken aback. Glancing at Zhang Dong, Senior, he is merely a clan leader from a rural area. Such behavior is profoundly disrespectful to us from Tianfu Academy. Leave. Zhang Dong's face darkened. Under Zhang Dong's fierce gaze, Guanmu shot a look at Yi Suifeng, snorted derisively, and stormed off. I sincerely apologize for that. And I hope you do not take offense, Zhang Dong said after Guanmu's departure. Yi Suifeng propped his chin with one hand and smiled. You might want to keep a closer eye on him. He carries an air of arrogance due to his upbringing in a prestigious southern sect. Zhang Dong nodded. Indeed. He exhibits far too much pride. Yi Suifeng remained silent. In truth, this group shared a common disposition, Zhang Dong included. Their conversations were incessantly rooted in their backgrounds. However, such environments could indeed serve as a valuable crucible for young individuals. Head of the Yi family, you mentioned that it depends on their willingness. Where are they now? Zhang Dong inquired. Having gleaned enough about Tianfu Academy, he was prepared to conclude this meeting. He was not particularly fond of this group. To Zhang Dong's surprise, Yi Suifeng's demeanor was unexpected. After a brief moment, Zhang Dong stood. I shall not impose further. However, we can only remain in Yunxiao City for 5 days at most. If we do not receive a response by then, we shall have to return. Yi Suifeng nodded. Understood. Zhang Dong then clasped his hands in farewell and departed with the other young individuals. Yi Suifeng quietly watched them leave, and after a considerable pause, he let out a barely perceptible sigh. It was indeed time. It is time to depart. Chapter 64. Aspirations under the concerted efforts of Yi Huang, Yi Long, and the core members of the Yi family. The rebellious forces in the realm of Yunxiao City were swiftly eradicated within a mere 4 days, including the involvement of the Li and Tang families. In an instant, the names of Tianxuan Hall and Jinlong Pavilion became resounding. Having endured the Battle of Yunxiao City and several rebellions, the 5 most brilliant pearls of the Yi family had truly blossomed. At this moment, both Yi Huang and Yi Long had achieved the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, while Yi Qinao had successfully advanced to the foundation establishment stage. Though Yi Xiaoxiao and Yi Qian were a shade less advanced, they had nonetheless made significant strides forward, coupled with their unique skills. It could be said without hesitation that even within the confines of Su City, they had no peers of their age who could rival them. Well done, Yi Suifeng commended. Eliciting immediate exhilaration among the group, the patriarch's acknowledgement was indeed a rare honor for them. However, a sudden question cast a shadow of silence over them. Upon reflection, they understood that Yunxiao City was too small, and even Su City was merely on the fringes of the continent. In the absence of competition and rivals, their progress would be greatly hindered. Noticing their silence, Yi Suifeng spoke again. A few days ago, someone from Tianfu Academy approached me, expressing interest in having you join them. The academy is located in the southern part of the 9-City Alliance, a place teeming with talent and fierce competition. It is an excellent ground for training. So, what do you all think? Is anyone interested in going? After Yi Suifeng's words, the group exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for a decision. Father, after a brief pause, Yi Huang spoke. Will you be going as well? Me? Yi Suifeng gently shook his head. That is a stage for you young people. What purpose would I serve there? Am I to spend my days appeasing a bunch of self-important individuals? I have my own plans. To be frank, his presence at Tianfu Academy would serve little purpose beyond playing the fool or perhaps teasing a female instructor. Oh, in that case, I shan't go either, Yi Huang replied. Yi Huang. Yi Suifeng frowned. You cannot always live under my protection. Neither can any of you. Yi Huang was momentarily taken aback, then quickly waved her hands. No, that's not what I meant. I was saying, if you go, I will consider it. If you don't, then I shall pursue my own aspirations. Gazing at the smiling Yi Huang, Yi Suifeng felt a stir of surprise for the first time, intrigued by her response. And what do you wish to pursue? He inquired. I want to lead the people of Tianxuan Hall out of Yunxiao City, Yi Huang declared, standing tall, her cloak billowing without wind. I want to make the name of Tianxuan Hall resound. I want to make the name of the Yi family resound. I want to make my name resound. I want the entire world to know that Yi Suifeng's daughter is named Yi Huang. A regal aura erupted from her. A smile gradually spread across Yi Suifeng's face. And how do you intend to achieve this? Conquest. Yi Huang replied without hesitation. We cannot remain hidden on the fringes of the world, overlooked by others. Therefore, I will strike out from Yunxiao City, relentlessly, until everyone knows of us and our Yi family. Yi Suifeng fell silent. This time, his daughter truly exceeded his expectations. He recalled when he first arrived in this world. This girl had been weak and self-doubting, harboring merely a flicker of flame deep within her heart. Now, that flicker had blossomed into a roaring blaze. I am pleased to see you harbor such ambitions. I support you, Yi Suifeng declared. Yi Huang's face lit up with joy. Thank you, father. Yi Suifeng then turned his gaze to Yi Long and asked, and you? Holding his long spear, Yi Long turned to look at Yi Huang. If the leader of Tianxuan Hall possesses such resolve, how can Jinlong Pavilion lag behind? Uncle, my aspirations align with Yi Huang's. We must venture forth from Yunxiao City and make our names known. Perhaps influenced by Yi Huang's fervor, Yi Long echoed her sentiments. Cousin, are you trying to compete with me? Yi Huang asked. Her gaze fixed on Yi Long. Yi Long smiled. What? Afraid I might surpass you? The two exchanged determined glances. Unyielding, a dragon and a phoenix, their fighting spirit ignited. Enough, Yi Suifeng said, looking at these two outstanding successors with a gentle smile. The world is vast, and the paths you choose are still long. How about this? Each of you select a different direction to venture forth and see who can emerge victorious in the end. Both nodded in agreement. I shall choose the east. Sioux City lies in that direction, and I wish to witness for myself the prowess of the 16-year-old foundation establishment expert. Nie Xiaoyin, Yi Huang declared first. Then I shall head west. I've heard the 2 cities in the western part of the 9-city alliance are formidable, brimming with martial prowess. I shall go and test my mettle against them, Yi Long quickly added. Excellent, Yi Huang exclaimed. Let us encircle the regions of the 9-city alliance, and whoever reaches the southernmost point first shall be the victor. Cousin, what say you? Yi Huang challenged, her expression filled with provocation. Agreed. Yi Long accepted without hesitation. The 2 most illustrious successors of the family had made their choices. Yi Suifeng then turned his attention to Yi Qingyao, his niece who had undergone the trials of the Red Dust Mirror. Uncle, I wish to try my hand at Tianfu Academy, Yi Qingyao stated directly. Yi Suifeng was once again taken aback. He had presumed that, given her personality, she would be the least likely to pursue such a path. Why? To perfect the red dust melody, Yi Qingyao explained. In the Red Dust Mirror, I have experienced much. Yet, no matter how real those experiences seemed, they are ultimately illusory. To refine the red dust melody, I must do so in the real world. Yi Suifeng understood. Yi Qingyao had embarked on a path uniquely her own. The red dust melody was her way. Very well, Yi Suifeng conceded, having no reason to refuse. He then turned his gaze to Yi Qian. And you? Yi Qian contemplated for a moment before responding, I wish to remain in Yuxiao City. The others looked at him in surprise. It's truly challenging to progress here, he explained. I cannot bear to leave Xiaoyi and the others. Xiaoyi was the young girl he had once rescued, whose family had been brutally slain by Li Xinga. Perhaps they were right. I am indeed a caretaker. Yi Qian smiled, expressing his acceptance. Thus, I have decided to establish an academy in Yuxiao City, providing those children who dream of cultivating an opportunity. Caretaker, let it be. I embrace the title, Yi Qian stated candidly, finding his own path. Agreed, Yi Suifeng nodded slightly. Yi Long patted him on the shoulder with a smile. Pursue your ambitions. I will always support you. We support you as well. Do not concern yourself with others' opinions, Yi Huang added. Yi Qian looked at them, nodding earnestly. With for having made their arrangements, only Yi Xiaoxiao remained. Yi Suifeng turned his gaze toward her. Uncle, I also wish to. No, you do not. Yi Suifeng interrupted before she could finish. I intend to travel, and you shall accompany me. Do not go anywhere else. Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Her large eyes filled with grievance. Why not? You have acquiesced to their demands, yet I am treated differently. Uncle, why do you always show favoritism? She lamented while wiping away the few hard-earned tears. Them? Yi Suifeng scoffed. They have all discovered their ideals and aspirations. What have you done besides frolicking and causing mischief? A few days ago, the Wambao Pavilion was robbed. Was it you? Yu Xiaoxiao fell silent. Gu Wanqin had taken a bath, only to find all her clothes stolen. Was that your doing? Silence enveloped her once more. And then there was Do Hua, who awoke one night to find himself surrounded by pigs and his own face transformed into that of a pig. Did you orchestrate that as well? Yu Xiaoxiao pouted. But I have accomplished something too. Oh, what achievement might that be? Pray, enlighten me, Yi Suifeng inquired, stroking his chin. Humph. Yu Xiaoxiao puffed out her chest. A few days ago, during Sister Yi Huang's campaign against the rebels, I managed to sleep with over 100 people in one night. Upon hearing this, the others nearly burst into laughter. Dear sister, such words should not be spoken lightly. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Enough. In any case, you shall not go anywhere. Stay with me and refine your character, lest you invite calamity in the future. Chapter 65. The bewildered elder. The 5 members of the Yi family each embarked on their own paths, yet Yu Xiaoxiao remained discontented, uncertain of the direction she should take. Observing the spirited younger generation, Yi Suifeng felt a swell of pride. Allow me to present you with a gift. As he spoke, he opened his palm, revealing 4 exquisite miniature towers, the Origins Towers. In the days prior, he had contemplated their futures and had taken the time to forge for 9-tiered towers, recognizing the necessity of cultivation resources. Extend your hands, Yi Suifeng instructed, and the others complied. He then touched each of their palms with his fingertip, and in an instant, a delicate character representing Yi appeared within each hand. A small space materialized. Subsequently, Yi Suifeng placed the Origins Towers into these spaces. And the rest this, he added, producing 4 rings and placing them into the palm-sized realms. These are spirit stones to cover your expenses during your ventures. One must not roam the world without some currency, he advised. Only a tiny pole remained awkwardly suspended in the air. Huh? Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed, her face a canvas of confusion. Yi Suifeng cast her a glance. You are with me, so why fear a lack of spirit stones? Yi Xiaoxiao shrugged, muttering to herself, just get used to it, just get used to it. With this, the paths of the five were all clearly delineated. Only Yu Qingyao would journey to the Tianfu Academy. He hoped that these young ones would traverse their respective roads with greater success. In an obscure expanse of darkness, a powerful energy erupted, and soon, two radiant pearls pierced through the gloom. As the light dimmed, it revealed a pair of glowing eyes. I have finally broken through. Suddenly, a circle of candles ignited, illuminating the space. It turned out to be a spacious room, its thick walls made of dark stone. At the center sat a man appearing to be in his 50s, clad in an oversized white robe, adorned with a golden leaf emblem on the back. 3 years, it came faster than anticipated. As the middle-aged man stood, a layer of dust cascaded down. Li family, Tang family. You shall no longer underestimate the Yi family. His eyes sparkled with determination as he waved his robe, causing the heavy stone door to slowly creak open. Upon stepping outside, he was astonished to find another figure dressed in identical attire. Second brother? He queried, approaching the figure. Jinya? The man turned to face him. Any Yu family member present would be astonished to recognize that his face mirrored that of one of the 3 esteemed elders, Yu Zhenzong. While the man who had just exited was indeed the second elder, Yu Zhenyao. You two have broken through? Yu Zhenzong inquired, astonished. Indeed, Yu Zhenyu replied, his spirit invigorated. Second brother, you have also achieved a breakthrough? We need no longer fear the Li and Tang families. Yu Zhenzong nodded in agreement. 3 years prior, the 3 elders had entered seclusion with the ambition of breaking into the nascent soul stage, intending to shatter the Li and Tang families' dominance over the highest combat prowess. Now, they had finally succeeded. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Second brother, what troubles you? Yu Zhenyu asked, perplexed. Yu Zhenzong shook his head. I do not know. It just feels that this breakthrough into the nascent soul stage came so smoothly. Yu Zhenyu furrowed his brow. Now that you mention it, I too experienced something similar. Over the past years, I showed no signs of progress, yet just days ago, I suddenly sensed a profound energy, and my spirit surged, enabling me to break through. Yu Zhenzong nodded in agreement. The two exchanged glances, each reflecting uncertainty. After a moment, Yu Zhenzong waved his hand dismissively. Perhaps it is simply this place that has experienced a surge of spiritual energy. Yu Zhenyu smiled. With our elder brother around, we are surely safe. By the way, shall we not wait for our ancestor? The 3 elders were Yi Zhenzong, Yi Zhenyao, and Yi Zhenzu. Did you truly believe we would all break through together? Our ancestor was only in the mid-golden core stage when he entered seclusion. He merely grew weary of worldly conflicts. Yu Zhenzong chuckled. Let us proceed. Yu Zhenyao nodded. And together, their figures vanished into the void. Yi family. Yi Suiyu sat in the study, meticulously arranging the family as forthcoming resources. Suddenly, he felt a shift in his spirit, his expression changing dramatically as he leapt from the window. Soon, he arrived at the Yi family ancestral hall, where 2 figures gradually materialized. Father, third uncle, Yi Suiyu exclaimed, momentarily stunned. He quickly bowed. I, Suiyu, congratulate the 2 elders on your successful emergence from seclusion. Yu Zhenzong regarded his son with a broad smile. Well done, Suiyu. You have advanced to the late golden core stage. He was taken aback, for he recalled that this son had only mediocre talents and had been at the foundation establishment stage prior to seclusion. Who would have thought that within a mere 3 years, he had reached the late golden core stage? Is this what they call late bloomers? I said it. Under our elder brother's guidance, there would be no issues. Yi Zhenyao approached Suiyu. Where is your elder uncle? Fetch him to greet us. Faced with this inquiry, Yi Suiyu dared not meet their eyes, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao noticed the unusual demeanor. Suiyu, where is the family head? Yi Zhenzong asked, his tone grave. Yi Suiyu's throat felt tight as he struggled to speak. Father, third uncle, the old family head. He has passed away. The air chilled. What did you say? Yi Zhenyao seized Yi Suiyu's collar, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. What do you mean, my elder brother? What happened? Yi Suiyu averted his gaze, stammering, the old family head. He unexpectedly left us a year ago while exploring the Qinggu Highlands, attacked by a 6th-grade beast, the blood fiend tiger. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhenzong and Yu Zhenyao were left in stunned silence. How could they fathom that their elder brother had met such a fate? Elder brother, Yu Zhenyao knelt, his face etched with sorrow. Yi Zhenzong's heart ached as he furrowed his brow. With the old family head gone, who now leads the Yi family. It is the old family head's son, Yi Suifeng. Yi Suiyu replied. Father, we have adhered strictly to the regulations. Yu Zhenzong let out a sigh of relief. Had it been Yu Suiyun or others, he would not have hesitated to act against them if they dared covet the position of family head, even if they were his own sons. Thankfully, the Yi family members had always recognized the importance of unity since childhood and had not engaged in any outrageous actions. However, does Yi Suifeng truly possess the capability to shoulder the complexities of this vast family? If memory serves, the eldest brother Yi Jingguang's son has an exceptionally poor cultivation talent. Since the passing of the former patriarch, there have been no significant occurrences within the family, correct? Yi Zhenzong inquired. Zuiyu shook his head. No? Well, perhaps there has been. Is it or isn't it? Yi Zhenzong raised an eyebrow. Have the Li and Tang families taken this opportunity to bully us? Yi Zhenyao also glared fiercely, exuding a predatory demeanor. Zuiyu wore a perplexed expression, blinking his eyes, and stammered. Father, second uncle. The Li and Tang families have already been annihilated. Yi Zhenzong. Yi Zhenyao. Could it be that other formidable cultivators have come to Yunxiao City? Zuiyu rubbed his nose and slowly replied. It is our new patriarch, Yi Suifeng. The two recently ascended elders of the nascent soul stage. The atmosphere was thick with an inexplicable tension. He possesses such ability? How did he accomplish this? Did neither of the two great families intervene? The two simultaneously posed their queries. They did intervene, Zuiyu stated. Immediately following the conclusion of the battle in Yunxiao City, the two families suddenly changed their demeanor, revealing three nascent soul cultivators who besieged Patriarch Yi Suifeng. And then, Zuiyu hesitated, saying, I didn't quite catch it, but it seemed like my brother merely raised his hand. And those three nascent soul cultivators instantly spat blood and perished. All the remaining members of the two families present were rendered immobile, trapped in place. Then, with a mere thought, my brother exterminated all the bloodline of the Li family. In another fleeting moment, he slaughtered half of the Tang family, while the rest were sealed, unable to cultivate for all eternity. Upon hearing Zuiyu's account, Yi Zhenzong and Yi Zhenyao stood frozen, motionless for a protracted period. At that moment, it felt as though someone had enclosed them within a colossal bell, incessantly striking its outer surface with a massive iron hammer. Bang, bang, bang. Chapter 66. Commitment. When Yi Suifeng learned that the two elders had emerged from their seclusion, he was genuinely taken aback. He had long forgotten that several ancestors were still hidden beneath the ancestral hall of the Yi family. His elder brother and the elders were currently in the revitalization hall, a place where Yu Jingguang and his three brothers had grown up. Since the three grand elders had entered seclusion and the old patriarch had passed away, it had remained sealed away. Well, let us go, Yi Suifeng sighed softly. Faced with these three relatives he had never met, he felt uncertain about how to approach them. In the main hall of the revitalization hall, Yi Jingzong, Yi Zhenyao, along with Suiyu, Suihu, and Sui Bao were gathered. After hearing about Yi Suifeng's accomplishments and the current changes in the Yi family in Yunxiao City, the two elders found their emotions to be exceedingly complex. How could it be that after merely a period of seclusion, the entire world had transformed? Initially, they were somewhat skeptical of Suiyu's words. But upon the arrival of Suiyun and Sui Bao, who had already broken through to the nascent soul stage, they gradually accepted this reality. Yet, it was still difficult for them to comprehend. Their most respected elder brother had passed away, and a nephew whom they had always found troublesome and had never held in high regard had soared to great heights overnight. When had the world changed so rapidly? They truly did not know how to face such an incomprehensibly powerful nephew. Father, the elder brother has indeed changed, but his heart remains with the family. Suiyu discerned their doubts and spoke to clarify. Indeed, without the elder brother, there would be no glory for our family now. The other two added in agreement. The two elders exchanged glances, recognizing a shared sentiment. The family's strength and unity, was this not the goal they had tirelessly pursued? Perhaps it was time to let go of certain burdens entirely. At that moment, two figures approached from outside. It was Yi Suifeng and Yi Suiyun. Suifeng congratulated the two elders on their successful emergence from seclusion. Upon entering, he respectfully bowed, although his spirit was no longer the same, and he felt no emotional ties. They were still his elders. It was only fitting to show the proper respect. Suifeng has arrived. The two elders rose and said, Please, take a seat. Hearing this, Yi Suifeng stepped forward and settled into a position beneath them. Everyone else can leave, Yi Jingzong said, and Suiyun and the others left the main hall one by one, leaving only the three of them behind. There was a moment of silence. I remember the last time I saw you. You were always buried in books. Disliking conversation and avoiding the spotlight, Yu Jingzong initiated the dialogue. Yu Suifeng unconsciously touched his chin. Yes, but people do change. Yu Jingzong chuckled heartily. Indeed, people do change. Yet, I never anticipated that the world itself would change so drastically. We have witnessed the Yi family reaching unprecedented heights under your stewardship. We are truly delighted. Yi Jingzong had a way with words, elegantly attributing personal transformation to the wider changes in the world, skillfully sidestepping the most awkward subject. Yi Suifeng gradually relaxed. I am a member of the Yi family. Naturally, I bear an unshakable responsibility for the family's development. Your return is a boon, and with the addition of 2 elders, our family shall flourish even more, Yi Suifeng stated. Despite the awkwardness, he could not deny the elders their continued role. They had devoted their lives to this family. However, Yu Jingzong laughed. We shall refrain from that. Yu Suifeng frowned slightly, confused. We have aged, Yu Jingzong confessed. To be honest, after witnessing the family's transformation post-seclusion, we are filled with shock and apprehension. Why is that? Yu Suifeng inquired. Yu Jingzong smiled gently. As I mentioned, the world has changed too rapidly. Our thoughts no longer align with the family's progression. Therefore, why should we carry the title of elder and issue vague orders? This family is now in your hands, and I have absolute confidence in you. Yi Suifeng was taken aback. He did not expect Yi Jingzong to so nonchalantly relinquish his position as elder, especially after witnessing the current prosperity of the Yi family. What immense courage this required. They truly were the foundation of the Yi family. Uncle, you need not go to such lengths. Yi Jingzong raised a hand to halt Yi Suifeng's words. Simply calling me uncle is sufficient. His face radiated warmth. If elder brother were here, knowing you have achieved this much, he would surely be overjoyed. Yi Suifeng fell silent. He could not bear the weight of that sentiment. I have heard whispers regarding your father's passing. It seems there are hidden truths? Yu Jingzong suddenly said. Yes, Yu Suifeng nodded. The blood fiend tiger should not have appeared on the outskirts of Qinggu jailing. Yet, investigations yielded no other clues. The investigation did not involve you, did it? Yu Jingzong remarked. Yu Suifeng scratched his nose. At that time, my cultivation was too weak. So, Suifeng, Yu Jingzong suddenly regarded him earnestly. You possess the capability to uncover the truth, do you not? Yi Suifeng hesitated for a moment before replying. I should be able to. Promise me you will uncover this matter, to see who is truly behind it. Can you do that? He spoke in a tone that bordered on pleading. Yi Suifeng was once again taken aback, gazing into Yi Jingzong's sincere eyes, which concealed profound sorrow, and found it difficult to refuse. Very well, I will look into it. If someone is indeed orchestrating this from the shadows, I will ensure they receive their due punishment, Yi Suifeng stated earnestly. A sense of relief washed over Yu Jingzong's eyes. Then we can rest easy. Yi Suifeng nodded. I will take care of this matter. You have just emerged from seclusion. Take some time to rest. I will have Sui Yun construct a villa by the Mirror Lake, a place that is tranquil and elegant. Yu Jingzong waved his hand dismissively. Let it be. After being underground for so long, I have grown weary of tranquility. What then? Yi Suifeng asked, puzzled. Yu Jingzong and Yu Zhengyao exchanged glances and nodded. The world is vast. We wish to explore it. After a lifetime of toil, we have yet to truly savor the joys of life. They both erupted into hearty laughter. Observing them, Yi Suifeng felt uncertain about how to respond. Very well, I shall prepare some provisions for your journey. Yu Jingzong was about to refuse again when Yu Suifeng interjected. Please do not reject the younger generation's respect for their elders. Yu Jingzong paused, then ultimately nodded. All right. We are family. There is no need for excessive formality. Indeed, Yi Suifeng smiled. After a brief while, Yi Suifeng exited the main hall. Yu Jingzong and Yu Zhengyao had already vanished without a trace. Sui Yun and the others wore expressions of helplessness. As the 2 elders had informed them before leaving, go attend to your own matters. Yu Suifeng dismissed them, and then gazed toward the distant northern mountains. It was time for him to set out. The first stop shall be set at Qinggu jailing. Chapter 67 Departure the following day. At the entrance of the Yi family estate, 2 majestic Xianlin steeds stood proudly, one black and one white, flanking the grand entrance. 2 groups of riders had gathered. And Yi Huang and Yi Long emerged from within, mounting their respective steeds. The 2 faced each other as they advanced. Cousin, this pure white Xianlin steed suits you perfectly, Yi Huang remarked with a smile. Dressed in white, Yi Long, alongside his noble mount, exuded an air reminiscent of a youthful hero, akin to a gallant figure gliding through the snow. I never anticipated you would select the most fiery-tempered one, Yi Long replied with a chuckle. Their laughter echoed, tinged with a hint of bittersweetness. Having grown up under the same roof, their relationship was marked by rivalry, yet overshadowed by the camaraderie forged through countless battles fought side by side. The uncertainty of their next reunion loomed heavily in the air. "Cousin, do not let me outshine you when we meet again," Yi Huang teased, dispelling the melancholy of impending separation. Yi Long grinned in response. "You have more supporters from the Tianxuan Palace than we do. If you find yourself short on funds during your journey, I can lend you some." As he spoke, he casually toyed with the storage ring bestowed upon them by Yi Suifeng. "I advise you to keep it safe. We both have families to support," Yi Huang laughed. "At the True Dragon Pavilion, we must earn our own wealth. This meager travel allowance from Uncle," Yi Long began. But his expression shifted as he probed the contents of the ring with his consciousness. His eyes widened as he clutched it tightly. He had assumed it contained mere travel expenses, but it appeared to contain an astounding fortune, likely exceeding 10 billion, predominantly comprised of high-grade spirit stones. Noticing his astonishment, Yi Huang burst into laughter. "It seems this is the first time my father has given you pocket money." Yi Long's lips twitched at the thought of pocket money. Who bestows such upon their offspring? "Cousin, we must not disappoint his expectations. Until we meet again." Yi Huang clasped his fists in farewell. The two then turned their steeds, one group heading east and the other west, galloping swiftly away. Moments later, they exited the city gates. Among Yi Huang's entourage, a dark-haired youth gazed longingly towards the direction of Yunshao City. "Mifeng, stay close," Jiang Fei called out. "Understood," he replied. Following the battle in Yunshao City, he chose not to seek out the Yi family patriarch, but instead joined the Tianxuan Palace. He yearned to stand shoulder to shoulder with the figure who lingered in his heart, striving for their shared aspirations. Meanwhile, at the southern gate of Yunshao City, a group of young individuals clad in azure emerged. Among them stood a transcendent figure, Yu Qingyao, draped in a pale blue robe, seemingly out of place among the crowd. "Qingyao, pay no mind to Guanmu. Many in the academy are quite amiable," a girl beside her whispered. "It's no trouble," Yu Qingyao replied with a gentle smile. "I've simply never ventured so far from home before." "It's the same for everyone," the girl reassured her. "Most of us come from distant lands. My hometown is far to the south," a place where the girl's words flowed freely and vividly, gradually alleviating Yu Qinyao's homesickness. After a while, Yu Qingyao inquired, "What is your name?" "Me?" The girl giggled. "I'm Yanxi. Don't worry. Once we're at the academy, I'll look out for you." At the northern gate of Yunshao City, a humble donkey cart ambled out of the city. A seemingly ordinary young man drove the cart at a leisurely pace. Behind the cart trailed a dilapidated, roofless carriage filled with dry straw. Within sat a slight figure, enveloped in a black cloak, with only her small face exposed, displaying large, helpless eyes and a pouting expression. "Seriously, uncle? Is this how we're leaving?" Yi Xiaoxiao's tone brimmed with reluctance. "What do you expect? Should we carry you on a grand palanquin? We're here to explore, do you understand?" Yi Xiaoxiao sighed deeply, resting her chin on her hands. She had many unfulfilled ambitions, and it seemed that following her uncle would delay them indefinitely. "Brother Yi, wait for me." Suddenly, a voice called from behind. Moments later, two figures, a tall and a small one, rushed toward them in a flurry. Yi Suifeng halted the donkey cart and turned to see Gu Wanxin approaching, followed closely by a demure young girl. "Brother Yi," Gu Wanxin panted as she reached them. "What is the matter?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "There is something I've been wanting to say but never found the chance," Gu Wanxin confessed, a hint of shyness in her demeanor. Yi Suifeng's heart skipped a beat. Was this about to turn into a romantic drama? "Please, no," he thought. Gu Wanxin then introduced the girl beside her. "This is my niece, Gu Yulan. She is nimble and clever. I believe having a capable girl around would make your journey much easier." Understanding dawned upon Yi Suifeng. But he had grown accustomed to solitude. Having another person around might prove inconvenient. "I appreciate the thought, but I must decline," he replied. "She is very obedient and can handle many daily tasks," Gu Wanxin insisted urgently. Yet, Yi Suifeng shook his head. "No, I prefer solitude. She can prepare a myriad of exquisite dishes." Gu Wanxin pressed on. "Yi Suifeng, she is currently learning the culinary arts from various regions," Gu Wanxin added eagerly. Yi Suifeng mused. "I believe that traveling with an additional companion may bring forth a fresh perspective. Xiaoxiao, what do you think?" "Yi Xiaoxiao?" Thus, moments later, a slender figure joined the modest donkey cart. Together, the trio embarked along the broad road, their pace slow yet steady, towards the distant mountains. Chapter 68. The time Black Hole Wutong Town, nestled at the foot of the Qinggu Jailing Mountain, was once merely a quaint settlement with a sparse population. It served as a temporary refuge for wandering cultivators seeking fortune in the mountains. However, several months prior, following a formidable collaboration between the master of the Yejia Tianxuan Palace and the leader of the Zhenlong Pavilion to combat a fierce beast tide, the town gradually transformed into a bustling hub. Its expanse had multiplied several times, attracting numerous wanderers who came, drawn by the belief that embarking on adventures from this point would bring them luck. On this day, a humble donkey cart ambled into Wudong Town. The driver was a young man clad in plain garments, while two vastly different young maidens sat in the cart's rear. One was serene, and the other restless. These were Yu Suifeng and his companions. Departing from Yuxiao City, they had taken a leisurely 10 days to reach Wudong Town, savoring the scenic vistas and meeting various people along the way. Naturally, they also indulged in a plethora of delectable dishes. The young girl Gu Yulan had proven to be quite the culinary talent, her skills rivaling those of renowned chefs at the Zui Meng Lu. She had an uncanny ability to extract the deepest flavors from any ingredient, turning them into exquisite delicacies, a true gem, as Yu Suifeng had remarked with unprecedented praise. Ah, how much Wudong Town has changed, she mused, cradling a white rabbit in her arms. This was an ordinary rabbit, save for its remarkably large front teeth, which were several times the size of those of a typical rabbit. Yu Xiaoxiao had immediately taken a liking to it and rescued it from Gu Youlan's batch of rabbits, all the while exclaiming how adorable it was, even as she feasted on its siblings. Yu Xiaoxiao remarked, "When I last visited with my sister, this place was merely a larger village." Yu Suifeng nodded in agreement, observing that the number of cultivators visible along the journey had notably increased, likely drawn from various other locations. After all, Yinxiao City was now brimming with opportunities. Soon, they arrived at a large square, where swirling smoke obscured a colossal structure that seemed to emerge from the thick fog. As they approached, Yu Suifeng was taken aback to discover that it was, in fact, two lifelike sculptures. One depicted a figure wielding a long spear, eyes fierce with determination, seemingly engaged in the hunt for fierce beasts, none other than Yi Long. The other figure stood with a long sword resting on the ground, exuding an air of dominance. Yi Huang. The townsfolk had erected statues in honor of these two prodigies. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed upward, her mouth agape. "They are so handsome." Silence. A venerable cultivator approached, admonishing her. "These are the illustrious Phoenix Fairy and Dragon Lord, paragons of excellence." Such mundane words cannot encapsulate their grandeur. With a disapproving glare at Yi Xiaoxiao, he produced 2 incense sticks, ignited them, and placed them at the foot of the statues. Yi Xiaoxiao was momentarily speechless, bewildered by the disrespect shown to her beloved siblings. What is wrong with this world? She pondered. Yu Suifeng chuckled at the scene, and as the old cultivator finished his ritual, he inquired, "Esteemed friend, what compels you to honor these 2 young individuals in such a manner?" The elder scrutinized Yu Suifeng. "You must be new to Wudong Town. I advise you to purchase a pillar of heavenly incense and ignite it at the feet of the Phoenix Fairy and Dragon Lord. Divine fortune shall surely protect you." With that, he turned away without acknowledging Yi Suifeng further. Yi Suifeng scratched his nose, bemused. "Am I to offer incense for my daughter and nephew? That seems rather backward." Besides, he mused, they could not withstand such expectations. "Hey, uncle, should I go buy some to try our luck?" Yu Xiaoxiao giggled mischievously. "Go away," Yi Suifeng retorted, exasperated. Yu Xiaoxiao huffed, while the rabbit nestled in her arms bared its teeth at Yu Suifeng, a rebellious companion indeed. "One day, I might just stew you," he thought, eyeing the incessant stream of well-wishers before he decided to move on. Behind him, Yu Xiaoxiao leaned closer to Gu Yulan and whispered, "You should get some incense to offer." He can't bring himself to do it. Gu Yulan remained steadfast, replying, "Miss, my aunt instructed me to listen to my elder in such matters. I sincerely apologize." Yu Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes, finding it utterly dull. After a brief meal in Wudong Town, the trio set forth towards the depths of the Jialing Mountain. As they traversed a path bustling with cultivators, Yi Suifeng finally abandoned his leisurely pace. With a sweeping gesture, the entire donkey cart lifted into the air, gliding upon the clouds at an exhilarating speed. Yi Xiaoxiao joyfully shed her robe, her long purple hair billowing in the wind, while Gu Yulan clung tightly to the cart, appearing anxious. "Fear not, uncle will not let you fall," Yi Xiaoxiao assured, pulling her up beside her. The two stood in the cart, basking in the golden sunlight filtering through the clouds, warming their faces. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, to which Gu Yulan eagerly nodded, contemplating the breathtaking view. Gu Yulan recalled her aunt's words, "Follow that esteemed elder, and you shall witness wonders beyond what anyone could experience in a lifetime. Initially skeptical upon seeing the donkey cart, she now found herself utterly convinced. The majestic mountains raced past beneath them as they soared deeper into the Qinggu jailing, eventually arriving at the summit of a dense forest. Yi Suifeng whistled, and the cart gradually descended, landing beside a shallow pond. This was the site where Yu Zhengguang had been ambushed. "Wait here for me," Yu Suifeng instructed before ascending to a high cliff across the way. From this vantage point, he could survey the entire scene below. A year had elapsed since that fateful event, and the forces of nature had long since erased all traces, rendering the site unrecognizable. With a gentle sigh, Yi Suifeng reflected on his biological father, Yi Zhengguang. He had always felt a sense of avoidance regarding this relationship. After all, he hailed from another world. A fully formed adult suddenly faced with an unexpected paternal figure. How could he confront that reality with ease? Indeed, with his current capabilities, he could even reunite souls, reconstruct bodies, and resurrect Yu Zhengguang. Yet, once revived, how would they coexist? He found it impossible to genuinely call him father. Thus, despite the suspicious circumstances surrounding Yu Zhengguang's demise, he had never actively sought answers. Had it not been for Yu Zhengzong's plea, he might never have ventured here. Very well. I shall uncover the truth, if only to provide closure for this borrowed body, he resolved, inhaling deeply. Slowly, he extended his hand, and then suddenly flipped it upwards. With his motion, everything beneath him began to shift. Trees swayed, streams flowed backward, and the very heavens turned upside down. Suddenly, colossal trees began to topple, revealing a gruesome scene before Yi Suifeng's eyes. He witnessed shattered rocks, blood-soaked earth, and the horrific demise of members of the Yi family. The blood-fiend tiger's strength was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Yi Suifeng slowed his pace, determined to uncover how these events had unfolded. As time passed, a ferocious roar echoed in the distance. That was the voice of the blood-fiend tiger. The truth lay before me. Yet, at that moment, a sudden and intense fluctuation of space erupted. The scene before me began to tremble abruptly, with every image rippling like the surface of water, swaying unpredictably. Then, all at once, the visuals vanished, dissolving into an abyss of utter darkness. Yi Suifeng's expression grew solemn. This place was a temporal black hole. Someone had unleashed extraordinary power, forcibly severing the moment when Yi Zhengguang was ambushed from the fabric of time itself. Chapter 69 Apologies. In the river of time and the abyss of a temporal black hole, there exists an expanse of nothingness. Yi Suifeng stands amidst it, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation. He cannot fathom why the scene of Yu Zhengguang's attack has been obliterated. Who is the perpetrator? What secrets lie concealed within? How could a feeble cultivator at the late Golden Core stage attract such formidable forces? A multitude of questions swirl in Yi Suifeng's mind. Yet, at this moment, the world below has reverted to tranquility, evidently before the battle commenced. That unknown entity truly came for Yi Zhengguang. Intriguing. Yi Suifeng lets out a cold chuckle. If you wish to remain hidden, then I shall see for myself who you truly are and what schemes you harbor. Dozens of corpses of the Yi family lie before him, drenched in blood. Can you sever time and erase causality? Yi Suifeng extends his fingers like claws, piercing through the void, and moments later, a gray line is grasped firmly in his hand. It is the path of causality. Previously, when pursuing the assassin of Yi Suifeng's brother, he had merely skimmed the surface of this path. But this time, he has seized the entirety of the path of causality. Go. Yi Suifeng thrusts his palm forward, and the gray line of causality instantly expands infinitely, transforming the entire realm into a monochromatic world. This is the veil of causality. Countless threads of causation sway within it. Peering through the veil of causality, Yi Suifeng gazes upon the fallen members of the Yi family. However, to his astonishment, he notices that the deceased Yi family members are enveloped in a shroud of gray mist. They are absent from the realm of causality. This individual has truly eradicated them from existence along with their causal ties. Yi Suifeng's heart sinks deeper into confusion. What capabilities does Yu Zhengguang possess that warrant such treatment from that entity? The fresh air begins to calm his inner turmoil. Clearly, the one who executed these actions is a being of incredible power, mastery over the Grand Tao, and their methods are exceedingly clean, leaving no trace to pursue. The situation has grown complex. He never anticipated that fulfilling his initial promise would prove so arduous. Yi Suifeng shakes his head, yet a cold smile graces his lips. But if you think I will relinquish my pursuit, you underestimate me gravely. I shall find you. Moments later, Yi Suifeng gently descends beside the donkey cart. Uncle, we found a nest of spirit greenbird eggs. Upon his return, Yi Xiaoxiao bounds toward him joyfully. She has never witnessed such a serious demeanor from her uncle before. Yi Suifeng gazes at her and smiles. It's nothing. I must depart again. You all stay here and do not wander. As he speaks, he extends a finger, drawing a large circle around the donkey cart. Remember, do not step outside this circle. The earlier events have instilled a sense of caution within him. Perhaps the individual behind this is not merely here for Yi Jingguang. Rest assured, uncle, I will not wander. Yi Xiaoxiao nods earnestly. Yi Suifeng affectionately ruffles her hair. Wait for me. I will return shortly. With that, his figure gradually vanishes. Uncle, Yi Xiaoxiao calls out, but realizes it is too late. She surveys her surroundings, instinctively clutching her small rabbit tightly. Then, she pulls Gu Yulan into the cart's compartment. You needn't be afraid, Yulan. I shall tell you a story. In the realm of nothingness, the silver river of time flows from the ancient past into the future, ceaseless and unnoticed. Suddenly, a figure appears above the river of time, Yi Suifeng. He gazes upon the boundless expanse of the temporal river, a cold smile curling upon his lips. I do not believe you can affect this place. The void is indeed a product of the evolution of the river of time. To oppose it is to confront the very fabric of space. Here, no one possesses such formidable might. With hands clasped behind his back, Yi Suifeng strides upon the surface of the river of time, flowing upstream. At last, he beholds Yu Jingguang and the frenzied blood-fiend tiger. Yi Suifeng's spirit is invigorated. His conjectures were indeed correct. After a moment's thought, he plunges into the river of time, arriving at a familiar scene. On the ravaged ground, a burly middle-aged man, drenched in blood, stands face to face with a massive red-black demon tiger. Behind him lies a multitude of corpses. It is impossible. You cannot be here. The middle-aged man, bearing a striking resemblance to Yi Suifeng, is none other than Yu Jingguang. This is the first time Yi Suifeng has witnessed him alive. In his current state, he is gravely injured and at the brink of collapse. He questions in fury. Yet, the blood-fiend tiger shows no inclination to converse, letting out a roar as it lunges forward. Its razor-sharp claws tear through Yi Jingguang's body in an instant. After effortlessly accomplishing this, the blood-fiend tiger howls to the heavens, then dissipates into countless specks of starlight, vanishing entirely. That being came solely to eliminate Yi Jingguang. But what could their purpose possibly be? From the preceding scene, he has discerned that Yi Jingguang is indeed an exceedingly ordinary cultivator. There exists no rationale for such a powerful entity to expend such effort against him. Yi Suifeng is left in utter bewilderment. Perhaps it is time to seek the answers himself. Yi Suifeng fixates on the location where the blood-fiend tiger disappeared, preparing to employ the path of causality once more within the river of time. Yet, as he begins to act, the scene before him abruptly shifts violently, the entire galaxy flipping upside down in an instant. Subsequently, within the galaxy, countless enormous portals surge forth, encircling Yi Suifeng in the blink of an eye. Each portal conceals a different world behind it. These are forces extracted from the river of time. Yi Suifeng snorts disdainfully, unleashing all his power in a single punch aimed at one of the portals. However, after a tremendous crash, the portal merely quivers momentarily before returning to its original state. Silver light continuously swirls upon the portal's surface. Yi Suifeng's brow furrows. It appears that the individual has linked these portals to the entire river of time. To oppose them is to battle the river itself. This is clearly a premeditated scheme. Is this directed at me? Yi Suifeng observes the temporal energy circulating through the myriad portals, realizing that the situation is far more intricate than he had initially imagined. But, are you truly prepared? Yi Suifeng chuckles coldly, his inner resolve igniting as the cultivation sealed within his system bursts forth, flooding into his being. 10,000 years. 100,000 years. Within the portals, Yi Suifeng's cultivation begins to surge uncontrollably. That world possesses its limits. Excessive strength could shatter its very fabric. Yet, within the realm of nothingness, such concerns are non-existent. Yi Suifeng continues to draw upon his cultivation, and the void around him ripples with expanding waves. The speed of the temporal energy flowing through the myriad portals accelerates exponentially, evidently responding to the mounting pressure. Until, after extracting 100 billion units of cultivation, the portals become riddled with cracks. Roll! Yi Suifeng bellows, clenching his fist and striking directly at the portal before him. An immense energy, beyond the capacity of words to describe, surges forth. Upon contact with his fist, the multitude of portals disintegrates into dust. The sheer force, overwhelming in its might, crashes into the river of time. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated through the air. In the pitch-black void, it seemed as though an extraordinarily radiant sun had risen, blinding all who dared to gaze upon it. After a considerable duration, the brilliance gradually faded. Yi Suifeng stood suspended in the emptiness. Before him lay the silvery river of time, now marred by a colossal fissure. With a single, forceful strike, he had severed the very fabric of the river itself. The void surged forth, flowing through the breach and consuming the upstream of the temporal river. In this realm, an entire year's worth of time had been utterly obliterated beneath the fury of Yi Suifeng's punch. Observing the scene before him, he fell into silence. Reflecting on the aftermath of his recent breakthrough, he had failed to temper his strength. My apologies, River of Time. Chapter 70. No turning back. In the void, Yi Suifeng stood amidst the void, gazing at the distant river of time, which was gradually consumed by emptiness until it vanished entirely. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed, and the entire space quaked violently. In an instant, at the fracture of the time river, a swirling mass of gray mist surged forth, resembling chaotic energy. Yi Suifeng remained indifferent. It seemed that his previous strike had not only disrupted the flow of time, but had also shattered this void. You have heard of me, but I assure you, it was not intentional. Yi Suifeng felt helpless. He had merely aimed to break the portals that confined him, never anticipating that a power honed over 1 trillion years could unleash such ferocity, creating a vast chasm in the void. Truly, it was a case of collateral damage. Who could have orchestrated such a grand scheme, if not for reasons beyond merely targeting Yi Zhenguang? In the river of time, Yi Suifeng perceived clearly that Yi Zhenguang was nothing more than an ordinary cultivator, utterly unremarkable. Could it be due to his mother? Yi Suifeng furrowed his brow, recalling that his mother was merely a disciple of a mediocre sect outside Yunxiao City, and their marriage had been largely political. The likelihood of her being the target was slim. Perhaps there was another possibility. He truly came for me. When he had just invoked the pathway of causality, those portals had emerged. In retrospect, they were perilous connections to the river of time. Even a mortal at the pinnacle of cultivation would struggle to escape, likely meeting their demise on the spot. You intend to use Yi Zhenguang's death as a means to eliminate me? Yi Suifeng scoffed coldly. Unfortunately for you, your plan has failed. Yet, it has succeeded in igniting my wrath. I hope you have the foresight to choose a suitable resting place. As he spoke, Yi Suifeng opened his palm to reveal a snow-white leaf, which lay serenely within. Upon the leaf's surface was the image of a robust animal, resembling a bear. At the moment he inadvertently shattered the river of time, his consciousness had captured this leaf, which was remarkably unique. Severed from the threads of causality, it existed beyond the realm of fate. Just wait, I will undoubtedly track you down. As he traversed the void, a thin veil materialized before him, serving as the barrier of this world, designed to repel the encroaching chaotic storms. However, for Yi Suifeng, passing through it was an effortless endeavor. Without much contemplation, he stepped into the world barrier. Yet, at that moment, a terrifying occurrence transpired. As his foot crossed the threshold, a series of cracking sounds erupted. To Yi Suifeng's astonishment, the world barrier began to fracture inch by inch. Countless laws of the universe contained within the barrier shattered, one after another, turning to dust. Eventually, the collapse of the barrier slowed, gradually mending the laws that had been broken. Yi Suifeng, he had forgotten that he had harnessed 1 trillion years of cultivation. His energy had long surpassed the world's limits. It was no exaggeration to say that if a single hair fell from his head due to sleeplessness and landed in this world, within an hour, it would be utterly obliterated. In the depths of the Qinggu jailing, a donkey cart stood incongruously amidst the dense primeval forest. Outside the cart, a white circle emitted a faint glow, seemingly shielding it. Inside the cart, 2 young girls, Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan, squatted. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside. Yi Xiaoxiao perked up, turned to lean on the cart, and cautiously peeked out. The jungle was silent, the foliage dense. A flicker of fear flashed in her large eyes. In a hushed tone, Yi Xiaoxiao whispered, "Do you think it's because I was too mischievous that he abandoned me? Or has he encountered some danger? Or perhaps he was ambushed and—" Gu Yulan glanced at the girl before her, letting out a soft sigh. The usually carefree Yi Xiaoxiao seemed so timid now that Yi Suifeng had truly departed. She propped herself up, aligning with Yi Xiaoxiao. "Miss, how about you tell me another story?" Yi Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes at her. "I have no stories left." "Then, recount how you helped those impoverished children realize their dreams in your dreams," Gu Yulan prompted. After a moment of silence, Yi Xiaoxiao sighed softly. "Dreams are but illusions. The next day, some still perish from hunger." Gu Yulan paused. "Then why don't you save them?" Yi Xiaoxiao opened her eyes, staring intently at the straw beneath her. "In the dream realm, I witness many dreams each day. There are beautiful dreams and nightmares alike. I see countless souls struggling in torment, dying before my eyes. Yet I can do nothing, not even discern their whereabouts. I cannot save them. Truly, I can save no one. With that, Yu Xiaoxiao buried her head once more into her knees, softly weeping. Gu Yulan gazed at the sobbing girl, astonished that this seemingly carefree child had long been accustomed to the vicissitudes of life and death. Pressing her lips together, she gently enveloped Yu Xiaoxiao in her arms. How about I tell you a story? Chapter 71, The Way of Heavens, Beyond the World Barrier. Yi Suifeng had spent a full day in this place. He had endeavored numerous methods, attempting to penetrate into this realm. Yet, whether he retracted his aura or disguised himself as a weak tribulation stage cultivator, he could not safely traverse the world barrier. Of course, this safety was in relation to the world itself. With his current strength, a moment of carelessness could bring about permanent calamity to this realm. What is this? Something that could be obliterated with a mere act is worthy of being called a world? The frailness of this world stirred his impatience. How devastated would Yi Huang be? Moreover, he had left Yi Xiaoxiao behind at Qingdu jailing. No, he needed to compose himself. Yi Suifeng took a deep breath and began to ponder seriously. Relying on brute force was certainly not the solution. The issue was not a lack of power, but rather an excess of it. Even if he were to disperse his cultivation, it would be futile, as his body had reached an unfathomable state alongside his ascension. At this moment, a single drop of his blood could easily annihilate countless beings and obliterate a minor world. Was he to abandon his corporeal form and seek a new host? As he contemplated, Yi Suifeng gradually recognized his most significant weakness, a lack of Dao techniques. Despite possessing cultivation and spirit far beyond ordinary beings and being able to effortlessly master the laws of the Dao, he was somewhat naive regarding certain intricate and specialized Dao arts. The reason was simple: he had never encountered them. Since his arrival in this realm, he had studied numerous techniques, yet all were from the mundane world. His exposure to knowledge of the Dao that transcended the ordinary realm had been exceedingly limited. It was precisely this deficiency that had allowed an unknown entity to outmaneuver him. The thought of this only intensified his desire to locate the puppeteer behind the scenes and confront them. Yi Suifeng gazed at the world barrier before him, where countless laws of the Dao intertwined like a finely woven celestial net. Perhaps, if I transform myself into the Dao of this realm, I could integrate into it? A flash of inspiration suddenly struck him. He opened his palm, revealing a gleaming crystal, the celestial array stone. This stone could directly connect with the laws of the Dao, serving as a conduit for their principles. The origin tower was crafted utilizing this characteristic. By employing various intricate formations to connect with the laws, it could generate an array of primal spiritual liquids. Indeed, this approach should have a considerable likelihood of success. Yi Suifeng nodded, and with a sweeping motion of his hand, countless celestial array stones aligned neatly in the void. This was an immensely grand endeavor, as he needed to inscribe all the laws of the Dao onto the stones to serve as his disguise. After a brief contemplation, he began his work. 1 day, 2 days. Subsequently, for over 10 days, Yi Suifeng devoted himself entirely to the process of replicating the Dao. Before him, each celestial array stone was etched with a myriad of intricate patterns, each representing a distinct law of the Dao. Finally, after much perseverance, he inscribed a complete Dao into the celestial array stones. At this moment, the celestial array stones should be renamed Dao stones. Yi Suifeng exhaled deeply and counted. There were indeed over 100 billion Dao stones. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yi Suifeng altered his hands, and the hundreds of billions of Dao stones instantaneously transformed into a colossal vortex. Subsequently, they shrank tightly towards the center. Moments later, all the Dao stones vanished and metamorphosed into a delicate white ring that landed in Yi Suifeng's palm. I shall call you the Dao ring. He casually named it and adorned the ring on his finger. Instantly, the aura surrounding him underwent a transformation, becoming enigmatic and profound. At that moment, he seemed to morph into a walking embodiment of the Dao. Let us give it a try. After donning the Dao ring, Yi Suifeng approached the world barrier once more. Taking a deep breath, he extended his palm towards the world within. As he traversed the world barrier, at last, there was no collapse. A stream of radiant light flowed from the Dao ring, enveloping Yi Suifeng's hand. It shielded him. No, it shielded this world from the harm he might inflict. Yi Suifeng's spirit surged as he took a step forward, his entire being gliding into the barrier. No further mishaps occurred, and he finally entered successfully. What a difficult journey it was. Yi Suifeng glanced at the Dao ring on his hand, feeling immensely satisfied. Unfortunately, within this realm, he could only be as weak as the Dao itself. It would be prudent to check on Xiao Xiao and the others to see if they had been behaving. At Qinggu jailing, the donkey cart remained steady. Suddenly, a figure appeared before the cart. The gaunt old donkey brayed loudly. Yu Xiao Xiao's head popped out from the carriage. Upon seeing Yi Sui Feng, she momentarily froze. Oh. Well done. You actually obeyed this time and didn't stray beyond the confines. Before Yi Sui Feng could finish his sentence, a small figure leaped into his arms, holding him tightly. Almost, but not quite, did I find it difficult. Yi Sui Feng chuckled. Yu Xiao Xiao said nothing, merely tightening her embrace around him. Sensing her emotions, Yi Sui Feng let out a faint sigh and smiled. I recall you spent a month in the Dream Void realm last time, and you didn't react this way. What? Observing Yi Xiao Xiao's sudden sulkiness, Yi Sui Feng was momentarily taken aback. When did this girl become so clingy? He ruffled Yi Xiao Xiao's purplish-red hair and said, all right. I promise you, if I must leave in the future, I will definitely give you an exact time. How does that sound? Yi Xiao Xiao pouted. That's more like it. He then turned to see Gu Yulan just disembarking from the carriage and said, you have no idea how frightened Yulan was in this desolate wilderness. Gu Yulan. Fine. You're right. Whatever you say goes. All right. Yi Sui Feng smiled. This time, it's on me. Don't you enjoy playing? I promise you, for the upcoming journey, there will be no restrictions. Play however you like. Yi Xiao Xiao immediately erupted in cheers. Observing this delightful little girl, Yi Sui Feng couldn't help but reflect. As for that puppeteer behind the scenes, I will settle the score with you in due time. Chapter 72. The Northern Snowfields and Majestic Mountains. Here, the peaks rise sharply, piercing the heavens and soaring several hundred zhang high. Almost no human has ever set foot in this realm. Everything remains in its most pristine form. Among these mountains, one peak stands taller and more magnificent than the rest. At its summit, there lies a crystal-clear pool of emerald water. Beside the pool, a lion of pure azure hue rests with its eyes closed, in a deep slumber. Suddenly, its ears perk up, and it turns its gaze toward the southern sky. A powerful force is rapidly approaching. The azure lion jolts awake, its eyes fixated on the distant horizon. The aura emanating from that direction is nearly equal to its own, brazen and unmasked. Is it a challenger to its dominion? A fierce energy surges from the azure lion, its mane bristling with fury. Who dares to provoke it in this territory? Moments later, a colorful silhouette appears in view, resembling a bird in flight. The azure lion blinks in surprise, hot breaths erupting from its nostrils, melting the stones beneath its feet. It recognizes the incoming bird of vibrant colors as its arch-nemesis, the rainbow phoenix, dwelling 100 miles away. As the rainbow phoenix approaches rapidly, now magnified in size, the azure lion puffs out its chest, its fur dancing wildly, and lets out a thunderous roar towards the phoenix. The immense power explodes at the peak, creating a vast circular arc several kilometers in diameter, dispersing the surrounding clouds and mist. It releases its wrath. Yet, suddenly, it senses something amiss in the vicinity. The essence of the flora has vanished, replaced by a faint, refreshing fragrance. The azure lion opens its eyes to find a human face before it. Meow? A giant fist looms larger in its vision. In an instant, darkness envelopes it, and it knows nothing more. Uncle, what is that? From the sky, the rainbow phoenix hears a girl's voice. A head of purplish-red hair emerges from beneath the phoenix, belonging to Yi Xiao Xiao. She is not atop the phoenix, but rather hanging onto one of its claws, swaying gently in the air. Suddenly, Yi Xiao Xiao releases her grip, and a blue circle appears beneath her feet. In the blink of an eye, she finds herself before Yi Sui Feng. He continues to drive the donkey cart, casually tossing the unconscious lion behind him, remarking, "This is the ancient azure lion, an 8th-grade demon beast, equivalent to a human practitioner in the late stage of integration." Oh. Yi Xiao Xiao responds with a tilt of her head, observing the now diminutive and somewhat adorable ancient azure lion, which is being stabbed in the throat by Gu Yulan from within the cart. Use the method I taught you to discern it carefully. This lion has exquisite flesh, and its entire being is a treasure, Yi Sui Feng instructs. Yes, my lord. Gu Yulan withdraws her small knife, and blood sprays forth, quickly collected into a small vial. This knife was specially forged for Gu Yulan by Yi Sui Feng, capable of slicing through even the toughest materials. Gu Yulan dips her finger in the fresh blood from the sharp blade and tastes it, her eyes immediately shimmering with a faint golden glow. Observing the two before her, Yu Xiao Xiao cannot help but shrink her neck. How cruel. The lion is so adorable. Yet, recalling the delicious delicacies crafted by Gu Yulan, her stomach growls in protest. I won't look anymore. Yu Xiao Xiao tumbles backward, a blue circle appearing, and the next moment, she finds herself atop the rainbow phoenix's neck. Then, she seems to hear a sound of sobbing. Tilting her head, she sees the rainbow phoenix shedding tears. "Little Kai, what troubles you?" Yu Xiaoxiao inquires curiously. The rainbow phoenix speaks. "That azure lion was my old friend." Yu Xiaoxiao is taken aback. "So, you wish to accompany it?" "No, no, no." The rainbow phoenix exclaims in alarm, hastily shaking its head. "I am merely touched. I am so fortunate that the great lord spared me and did not hand me over to that little witch inside the cart." Yi Xiaoxiao playfully taps its forehead. "Stop shaking. I'm about to fall off." The phoenix promptly steadies itself and flies smoothly. "Rest assured, little Kai. As long as you follow me, you shall face no harm." As she speaks, Yi Xiaoxiao plucks a vibrant feather from its neck to weave a headband. The rainbow phoenix mutters, "You are quite the little witch yourself." It concedes, "Better this than being among the other beasts who end up served on a platter." Several figures soar swiftly through the sky. Suddenly, a biting cold wind rushes toward them. Yi Xiaoxiao pauses, places the newly crafted headband atop her head, rises to her feet, and gazes into the distance. A vast expanse of pristine white appears before her, dazzling and blinding under the sun's rays. "Uncle, we have arrived." Yu Xiaoxiao calls out. Yi Suifeng nods. He had seen it long before. The northern snowfields are indeed his destination. When he shattered the river of time, he brought forth a white leaf, intricately carved with the head of a bear possessing long fur. Upon recognition, Yi Suifeng identifies it as a legendary creature that exists solely in the northern snowfields. Known among people as a natural disaster. Thus, he chose to traverse the Qinggu Highlands to reach the northern snowfields. However, his pace is unhurried. He takes the time to fully appreciate the splendor of the Qinggu Highlands alongside Yu Xiaoxiao and the others. They have feasted on roasted dragonfish, steamed crimson-fired qilin, and stir-fried earth divine silk. Along the way, they have vanquished all demon beasts of the 6th rank and above, gathered heaps of spiritual fruits, and seized countless treasures of heaven and earth. The saying to pick the feathers of a passing goose perfectly encapsulates their journey. At last, they have arrived at the northern snowfields. If the Qinggu Highlands possessed consciousness, it would surely shed tears of gratitude. "Uncle, where shall we go next?" Yi Xiaoxiao inquires. At this moment, they have officially entered the skies of the northern snowfields, where the ground is blanketed in thick ice and snow, devoid of any signs of life. Yu Suifeng expands his spiritual sense, scanning the area, and soon discovers a small town of humans several hundred miles to the east. "Let us seek out the people." With that, the donkey cart shifts direction, swiftly heading toward the human settlement, as Yu Xiaoxiao stands atop the rainbow phoenix, following closely behind. Chapter 73, The Eternal Winter Kingdom in the far northern expanse. The land lies perpetually encased in ice, with snow falling year-round. The climate here is exceedingly harsh, rendering survival a formidable challenge. Yet, certain beings, with unwavering resolve, manage to endure in such an environment. Humanity is among them. Across the vast snowy plains, a towering wall stands firm, shielding against the frigid winds that sweep from the depths of the tundra. This wooden barricade, imbued with the shimmering glow of protective runes, has withstood the test of time. Behind this barrier, a cluster of simple wooden dwellings can be found. The exteriors and roofs of these homes are thickly wrapped in straw and animal hides, while the snow-laden streets occasionally witness figures, bundled tightly against the cold, hurrying past. At that moment, a donkey cart emerged from the distance. Its design starkly contrasted with the local aesthetic, too rudimentary, allowing the wind to whistle through its gaps. Lacking even a proper canopy, a man and 2 young women, clad in scant attire, appeared to glide through the biting chill as if impervious to its sting, a most peculiar sight. Though the cart seemed to move sluggishly, it reached the grand entrance of the wall in mere moments. The guards atop the wall immediately heightened their vigilance. "Halt!" they called out, their voices echoing in a tongue entirely foreign to the 9 Cities Alliance. With a snap of his fingers, Yi Suifeng sent a pulse of spiritual energy towards the guard, causing it to fragment into 3 streams that entered the minds of the trio. In an instant, they comprehended the language being spoken. "Who are you? What is your purpose here?" The guard bellowed, his bowstring taut and ready. Yi Xiaoxiao mimicked Yi Suifeng's gesture, snapping her fingers as well. The guard then swayed and collapsed, slipping into a deep slumber. She grinned at Yi Suifeng. He shook his head, guiding the donkey cart forward as the entrance swung open automatically. The guards now lost to dreams. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a larger structure, where various beasts were tethered, fiery steeds, horned cattle, and an odd large bird with long legs, all resembling mounts. This was the Wood Tower Inn, a place of respite, with faint murmurs of conversation wafting from within. Let us venture inside, Yi Suifeng suggested as he dismounted, followed closely by Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan. The multicolored phoenix had transformed to the size of a sparrow, nestling within Yi Xiaoxiao's flowing hair. With a creak, Yi Suifeng pushed the door open, instantly met with a wave of warmth, saturated with the scents of smoke and alcohol, accompanied by the cacophony of chatter. Ugh! Yi Xiaoxiao coughed, fanning her face as she looked up, only to find that the previously boisterous Yin had fallen silent. Almost every gaze was fixed upon them, filled with curiosity, suspicion, and even avarice. Yi Suifeng strode to an unoccupied corner and seated himself. Innkeeper, bring forth your finest drinks and dishes, he called. Certainly, replied a lean youth, his voice ringing out. Moments later, he returned with a jug of alcohol and several platters of meat, simple fare, yet prepared with a rustic charm. Yi Suifeng picked up his chopsticks. For a true gourmand must possess a heart willing to embrace the new. Gu Yulan produced a low-grade spirit stone, placing it into the young man's palm. He paused, then beamed widely as he departed. Returning to the counter, he leaned towards the burly innkeeper. Uncle, those travelers appear to have journeyed from afar. He discreetly shook the spirit stone. The innkeeper, puffing on his pipe, shot him a warning glance. Mind your own business. Those individuals are clearly not ordinary. Do not invite trouble. The young man chuckled. I certainly shall not, but it seems the Black Wolf gang may be unable to restrain themselves. Following his gaze, a table of five clad in dark, coarse garments conspired quietly, glancing furtively towards Yi Suifeng. Let them test the waters. The innkeeper exhaled a cloud of smoke. Before long, the members of the Black Wolf gang rose, their faces twisted into cruel grins as they approached Yi Suifeng. Hey! Yi Suifeng lifted the jug to his lips, taking a sip before grimacing and setting it down. Having been spoiled by Gu Yulan's culinary finesse, these mundane offerings failed to captivate his palate. The Black Wolf, momentarily stunned by the indifference shown towards him, had never encountered such audacity in all his years of tyranny in this region. You son of a... In an instant, the five of them were sent flying backward, crashing through tables and chairs before slamming against the wall, lifeless upon impact, blood pooling around them. They remained wide-eyed in death, oblivious to the nature of the force they had provoked. The other patrons of the inn stood in shock, fear etched on their faces as they beheld Yi Suifeng. How had he accomplished such a feat? Yet Yi Suifeng remained unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Reaching for a piece of meat to pop into his mouth, shaking his head in disappointment at the local fare. Rising, he approached the innkeeper directly. The innkeeper's heart raced, nearly stopping as he saw Yi Suifeng advance. With a pipe in his mouth, he dared not move. Have you seen this? Yi Suifeng revealed a white leaf, placing it before the innkeeper's eyes. The innkeeper blinked, recognizing the bear emblem etched upon it, his pupils dilating in fright. This is the totem of the Eternal Winter Kingdom. His expression turned grave as he realized the significance. This man sought the Eternal Winter, a preeminent power of the northern tundra. Where is it? Yi Suifeng pressed. The innkeeper steadied his breath, replying, very far, beyond 10,000 miles to the northeast. I have only heard whispers of it. Thank you. Yi Suifeng placed a low-grade spirit stone on the table before turning to leave. Yu Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan quickly followed suit. After a pause, the inn slowly buzzed back to life. Uncle, who are those people? The young man asked, his voice trembling, his legs still quaking from the encounter. Thankfully, he had resisted the lure of greed. Whether they are destined sorcerers or beast spirit warriors, I cannot say, the innkeeper replied, exhaling smoke, still shaken. At least their sights are set on the Eternal Winter Kingdom. The young man furrowed his brow. I have never heard of this name. You certainly haven't, the innkeeper remarked. It is a vast empire, thousands of miles away, where extraordinary beings roam freely. Once, by a twist of fate, I accompanied a remarkably powerful being there. The journey alone took 3 years. As they conversed, Yi Suifeng and his companions arrived at a colossal gatehouse, soaring dozens of meters high, piercing the clouds, resembling a portal to the heavens. Above, 2 characters were inscribed in bold, robust strokes, Eternal Winter. Chapter 74, The Enlightenment Tree, one more chapter. The Pingyang Pass stands as the westernmost gateway of the Eternal Winter Kingdom, majestically nestled within the western heavenly gate, resembling an ancient divine dragon that has claimed dominion over this land. In comparison, Yunshao City appears almost like a quaint village. The western heavenly gate, towering several dozen zhang, is adorned with a luminous barrier that rises from the gate and extends endlessly to either side, stretching for countless miles. To enter the Eternal Winter Kingdom from this side, one must pass through the western heavenly gate. Every day, throngs of cultivators queue for miles to gain entry into the Great Pass. However, Yi Suifeng possesses neither the patience nor the inclination to wait, and silently, his donkey cart slips through the gates of Pingyang. Instantly, a warm current envelopes him. How bustling it is here! Yu Xiaoxiao gazes at the broad streets, teeming with a constant flow of people, and gasps in admiration. Meanwhile, some individuals cast curious glances in her direction. What sort of vehicle is that? It appears to be an ordinary old donkey. Oh, that girl looks rather charming. I initially thought she was some little princess. They murmur about the humble donkey cart. Fortunately, the diverse attire of the locals prevents anyone from taking too much interest in their peculiarities. Hey, uncle, look quickly. I've spotted a bear, Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly exclaims, pointing at a child in the street. On the child's back is an embroidered pattern resembling the head of a long-haired bear, just like the emblem inscribed on that white leaf. Yu Suifeng lets out a faint sigh. Lift your head. Upon doing so, Yu Xiaoxiao's mouth falls agape. Everywhere, on streets, in alleys, and upon shop fronts, flutters a multitude of identical white flags, each adorned with the image of the long-haired bear. Have we arrived at the Bearest Inn? Yu Xiaoxiao exclaims in astonishment. Yu Suifeng raises a finger and draws a circle in the air. Instantly, a torrent of intricate information bursts forth from above the heads of every individual in the street, coalescing at his fingertips to form a vortex. He then probes into the whirlpool with his consciousness. The Great Celestial Bear? A crucial piece of information materializes. In the Eternal Winter Kingdom, this bear is not referred to as a calamity as it is in the outside world. It is venerated as the Great Celestial Bear. This Great Celestial Bear wields immense power, commanding the winds and rains. Most importantly, it single-handedly created the Eternal Winter Barrier, shielding humanity from the harsh cold and snow of the outside world, thus allowing them to thrive in safety. Yu Suifeng curls his lip. He had noted the traces of the Eternal Winter Barrier upon his arrival. Its formation was unmistakably the handiwork of several formidable cultivators, with little connection to this Great Celestial Bear. Nevertheless, he is not particularly concerned with the barrier. He wishes to understand why the head of this Great Celestial Bear appears on the white leaf. What is this white leaf? Indeed. Contemplating this, Yu Suifeng releases his consciousness, instantly enveloping the entirety of Pingyang Pass, rendering every individual within his vision clear as day. Are the strongest only at the integration stage? Yu Suifeng furrows his brow. The one capable of severing the causality of this leaf and placing it within the river of time would not merely be a small integration stage cultivator. However, he could inquire with one of them. With this thought, Yu Suifeng prepares to summon him. Yet within his consciousness, he suddenly catches sight of a familiar name. Let us investigate there. Moments later, the donkey cart arrives in an exceptionally prosperous area. The decor here is of a significantly elevated standard. Among the establishments, a 9-story building stands out prominently, its plaque inscribed with 3 grand characters, Wanbao Pavilion. Indeed, it is a significant force, with shops scattered across the continent. Yi Suifeng dismounts, leading Yu Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan into Wanbao Pavilion. As in other places, the first floor is overflowing with patrons. A cursory glance reveals that the merchandise here differs markedly from that of the 9 Cities Alliance, particularly in the reduced proportion of medicinal pills, which is instead replaced by various beast blood and inner cores of magical beasts. Such items are in high demand. The cultivators gathered there exhibit a curious blend of chaotic spiritual energy, yet their physical prowess is remarkably robust, each one emanating one or several distinct beastly auras. Beast spirit warriors? This represents a cultivation method starkly different from that of the 9 Cities Alliance. I shall gather some information and explore the merits of both cultivation approaches. Yi Suifeng nods. He then allows Yi Xiaoxiao and Gu Yulan to roam freely and gradually fades from view. On the top floor of Wanbao Pavilion, a middle-aged man clad in a brocade robe meticulously examines a ledger. Suddenly, the presence of an unfamiliar aura fills the room. Who? The middle-aged man abruptly looks up, and a 3-inch long, handle-less dagger flies forth from his sleeve, streaking towards the sudden apparition before him. It is his most powerful life spirit tool, nearly unmatchable by anyone below the integration stage. However, to his horror, the dagger, usually unbeatable, bizarrely halts just before striking the young man. Simultaneously, he finds himself immobilized, unable to move an inch. The middle-aged man's heart races. In this Pingyang Pass, the only person he would fear is the integration stage pass lord. Yet even the lord does not possess such terrifying strength. Where has this formidable cultivator emerged from, and why has he come to confront me? The middle-aged man trembles inwardly. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. Yi Suifeng grasps the dagger before him and takes a seat across from the middle-aged man, placing the dagger on the table. A fine spirit tool, indeed, with a rather unique design. As Yi Suifeng's words echo, the middle-aged man suddenly feels he can move again. Instinctively, he recoils, his chest heaving, breath quickening. Yi Suifeng finds this amusing. This man's cowardice far surpasses that of Gu Wanxing. You are the head of Wanbao Pavilion. Are you not? Yi Suifeng inquires. The middle-aged man nods, swallowing hard, and responds, Senior, I am indeed the pavilion master, Jian Xingxuan. If there is anything you desire, please feel free to take it. Yi Suifeng rolls his eyes. Does he think of him as a mere thief? Without further ado, he produces the leaf and asks, Have you seen this before? Jian Xingxuan pauses, staring at the leaf in astonishment, his brow furrowing. Senior, how do you possess such an item? He appears utterly shocked. Yi Suifeng grips the leaf firmly. Speak. This. Please wait a moment while I confirm. With that, Jian Xingxuan swiftly rushes to a nearby large chest, employing a complex array to unlock it, revealing a trove of books. It is a storage box filled with thousands of tomes. Jian Xingxuan hastily rummages through the contents. Soon, he retrieves a tome that appears exceedingly ancient. Yes, this must be it. He reverently opens the book to a certain page and places it before Yi Suifeng. Senior, please take a look. His flurry of actions elicits a chuckle from Yi Suifeng, who thinks to himself, I haven't done anything so alarming. There is no need for such fright. Shaking his head, he picks up the ancient book. On the pages, a towering tree is depicted, beneath which a group of playful long-haired bears frolics, adorably clumsy. The Enlightenment Tree. Chapter 75. The Divine Grant Assembly in the Primordial Chaos. As the heavens and the earth began to take shape, a colossal tree emerged, standing tall and firm, becoming the pillar between the realms. As it flourished, the distance between heaven and earth expanded, giving rise to an initial world. This magnificent entity was known as the World Tree, or the backbone of existence. Once the heavens and earth were stabilized, the World Tree fulfilled its purpose and subsequently collapsed. From its remnants, several new saplings sprouted, each a child of the World Tree. Extraordinary from birth, possessing immense strength and unique abilities. Among these was the Enlightenment Tree, which, according to legend, symbolized the dawn of wisdom in the universe and could enlighten all beings. One day, a severely injured mother bear, pregnant and seeking solace, fortuitously found refuge beneath the Enlightenment Tree. Alas, she was too gravely wounded to survive and passed away after giving birth to 7 cubs. These cubs thrived under the nurturing essence of the Enlightenment Tree, growing slowly yet steadily. Under its influence, the cubs became remarkable, each stronger than the last, and were later known to humanity as the Eternal Winter Kingdom. The bear that birthed this eternal realm was revered as the great deity, worshipped by all living beings. The ancient texts concluded their tale here. The leaf in Yi Suifeng's hand, if the records were accurate, was indeed a leaf from the Enlightenment Tree, thus bearing the emblem of the great deity. Closing the ancient tome, Yi Suifeng fell into contemplative silence. Could it be that the one who placed the leaf of the Enlightenment Tree into the river of time was the so-called great deity? If the ancient texts were to be believed, this great deity might indeed possess the ability to traverse the void. After some thought, Yi Suifeng inquired, Where can one find the Enlightenment Tree? Jian Xingxuan's expression turned awkward. Senior, I am afraid I do not know. The information regarding the Enlightenment Tree was something I stumbled upon in my readings. Yi Suifeng nodded, understanding that such a being was not within the grasp of a cultivator at the late stage of the transformation realm. Who could possibly possess knowledge of the Enlightenment Tree or the great deity? He probed further. Jian Xingxuan pondered before responding. Perhaps only those from the Eternal Winter Imperial City might have some understanding of the Enlightenment Tree. However, if you seek the great deity, the Divine Grand Assembly in half a month will witness the descent of the great deity's consciousness at Pingong Pass. Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. The Divine Grand Assembly was a name he had encountered earlier in his inquiries. It seemed to be a grand event, and the influx of people to Pingong Pass was indeed in anticipation of this assembly. Tell me more about this Divine Grand Assembly, he urged. Certainly, Jian Xingxuan replied eagerly. The Divine Grand Assembly is held once every 3 years and is the most magnificent event in the Eternal Winter Kingdom. In essence, it is a selection event orchestrated by the great deity. Participants must be extraordinary youths under the age of 16, including fate mages, beast spirit warriors, and practitioners from various other sections. After rigorous selection and fierce battles, the most exceptional young talents will be identified. The great deity will then bestow certain blessings based on their rankings. It sounds as if this great deity resembles a cult leader. Yi Suifeng chuckled. Jian Xingquan smiled awkwardly, knowing better than to respond. Should the local populace of Eternal Winter hear such a description of their great deity, regardless of one's strength, they would surely retaliate fiercely. Are you certain the great deity's consciousness will descend? Yi Suifeng inquired. Indeed, Jian Xingquan affirmed. Since arriving at Pingyang Pass, I have attended every divine grand assembly. I have felt the terrifying consciousness of the great deity, instilling fear in all. No one could hope to rival it. Of course, compared to you, senior, it pales in comparison. Yu Suifeng fell silent again. Your survival to this day must be closely linked to your minuscule courage. However, if the great deity truly will attend, I shall not need to exert further effort to seek him out. When the time comes, I shall simply confront him directly, landing a blow before questioning him thoroughly. With half a month remaining, Yi Suifeng contemplated. Does your Wanbao Pavilion possess any cultivation techniques or text regarding fate mages or beast spirit warriors? Jian Xingquan's heart raced. The dreaded moment had arrived. Wanbao Pavilion was bound to face repercussions. Yet, he could not deceive this formidable figure. Yes, senior. We not only have those techniques, but also methods practiced by the southern cultivators, along with spiritual artifacts, elixirs, high-grade beast cores, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and spirit stones. That will suffice, Yi Suifeng interrupted, raising a hand to his forehead. I require only those 2 types of techniques. Provide me with as many as you have. Understood. Soon, Jian Xingquan presented a beautifully crafted storage ring to Yi Suifeng. Yi Suifeng cast a casual glance inside. Goodness, there must be at least 10,000 volumes here. It seems you have emptied your entire collection. What is the total cost? He asked, specifying normal pricing. Jian Xingquan appeared taken aback, seemingly unprepared for the prospect of payment. The cost price is approximately 8 trillion low-grade spirit stones. Does that seem acceptable? Yi Suifeng remained silent. Extracting the techniques from the storage ring and placing a sufficient quantity of spirit stones within before handing it back to Jian Xingquan. It was merely a trivial matter. He was not destitute enough to resort to theft. He then prepared to depart when suddenly, a thought struck him. How does one participate in this divine grand assembly? With so many talented individuals gathered, it would also serve as a fine opportunity for Yi Xiaoxiao to undergo some training. It would keep her occupied and prevent mischief. The slots for the assembly were determined over a month ago, Jian Xingquan replied. Is it possible to purchase a slot, and how much does one cost? Jian Xingquan's lips twitched. How wealthy must one be to buy slots? How many slots does the senior require? 1 will suffice. I happen to have a junior I wish to bring along for experience, Yu Suifeng stated. That can be arranged. Jian Xingquan replied. This year, Wanbao Pavilion has 10 slots available, and I can secure one for you. Yu Suifeng frowned. You must have already chosen your candidates. Would this not displace others? Seniors' matters take precedence. Jian Xingquan insisted respectfully. Have you not considered whether she is qualified? Senior's disciple must surely be among the elite, a true gem among mortals. Yi Suifeng could no longer contain his exasperation and muttered, then let it be, before swiftly exiting the room. After a prolonged silence, Jian Xingquan approached his chair, slowly sitting down, a look of lingering trepidation on his face. He shook his head and sighed. I thought that upon reaching the late stage of transformation, I would no longer have to endure this. Who would have thought? Never mind. Maintain a calm mindset. Surviving is what truly matters. Chapter 76. Who is the useless one? You want me to participate in the competition? Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed in astonishment from within an elegant and comfortable room. Yi Suifeng lounged by the window, the table laden with an array of fruits, all exquisite specialties from the Eternal Winter Kingdom. They were refreshingly cool and melted in the mouth. Indeed, it was reminiscent of the battle in Cloud City. Yi Xiaoxiao leaped off her chair. But this place is clearly much larger than Cloud City. Surely there are many formidable individuals here. What if I cannot defeat them? Yi Suifeng let out a dismissive snort. If you can't win, then just stand tall and take your beating. What else can you do? One must endure a few hardships in life. You are already 14. It's time to grow up. Yi Xiaoxiao's face was filled with reluctance as she stared down at her toes. But, what is their strength like? She asked. I don't know, Yu Suifeng replied. Anyway, all the participants are under 16, so they can't be too powerful. You have half a month until it begins. So spend these days contemplating how to deal with them. It had been several months since they left Cloud City. Along the way, he had taken the opportunity to refine some origin towers and utilize the potent essence they produced for cooking, washing, bathing, and of course, daily cultivation. Supreme strength is not merely a phrase, he mused. With such abundant resources, even without dedicated training, Yi Xiaoxiao's cultivation had surged remarkably. She had entered the foundation establishment stage over a month ago, and was now a budding genius at the 5th level of that stage. Even Gu Yulan, who had initially only reached the Qi refinement stage, had made successive breakthroughs and was now at the late stage of Qi transformation. While the Ping'an Pass indeed surpassed Cloud City, 16-year-old geniuses would not be excessively extraordinary. The most formidable among them would likely range from the foundation establishment stage to the golden body stage. According to the local cultivation system, that would mean they were fate mages of the 3rd to 4th tier, or beast spirit warriors. Very well, Yu Xiaoxiao murmured. It seems I need to contemplate this carefully. If you are truly concerned, there is a gathering at Wanao Pavilion tonight, where many participants will be attending. You might consider going to observe, Yi Suifeng suggested. A gathering? Wonderful. Yi Xiaoxiao's interest was instantly piqued. Do not misbehave, do not tease others, and certainly do not steal. Make sure to understand the strength of your opponents. Do you understand? Yi Suifeng admonished. This child was still too young. Having grown up under the protection of the family, her playful nature too pronounced. Fear not. I have outgrown the age of mischief, Yi Xiaoxiao declared solemnly. Yi Suifeng shook his head. Yet she was not entirely wrong. Ever since that day at Qingyu jailing, the girl had indeed changed somewhat. Although her personality remained spirited, she no longer acted out of bounds. All right, off you go, he urged her. Once she departed, Yi Suifeng retrieved a book and began to peruse its contents. Fate mages, beast spirit warriors, how intriguing. Later that night, within a refined chamber of Wanao Pavilion, an irate voice resonated. Why is this happening? I must confront the pavilion master. 10 young men and women lounged about the room, one of whom stood up. His face flushed with indignation. Shada, sit down. An older-looking individual commanded sternly. Huarong often clearly earned this qualification, yet as the competition approaches, he has been supplanted by an unknown individual. I must demand an explanation from the pavilion master. Shada retorted angrily. You think Wanbao Pavilion is under your command? The elder Huarong shot back. The pavilion master's decisions are made for reasons we must respect. Besides, did he not assure us that Offing would receive appropriate compensation? Compensation? Shada scoffed. What compensation could possibly be more valuable than the essence of the gods? He might even be chosen by the supreme deity. At that moment, a young woman playing with a dagger interjected with a laugh. If the newcomer possesses considerable strength and does not hinder us, I have no objections. How could they not be weak? Shada raised his hands in exasperation. I've heard that this person is merely a relative of the pavilion master, clearly having taken the backdoor route. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. A small head with purplish-red hair peeked inside. Excuse me. Is this the gathering point for the competitors of Wanbao Pavilion? It was Yi Xiaoxiao. Her appearance instantly silenced the room, all eyes converging upon her face, some scrutinizing, some puzzled, some indifferent, and others disdainful. After a brief pause, they resumed their observations. Is Huarong here? The older Huarong stood. I am Huarong, and you are. Yu Xiaoxiao exhaled and stepped fully into the room, producing a token to hand to Huarong. It's from Jian Xingquan. Yes. He sent me. Everyone immediately confirmed that this little girl was indeed the new competitor. She seems far too young. Surely she is not here to jest? You must be Yi Xiaoxiao, Sister Yi. How old are you? Huarong inquired, still incredulous. Although the rules permitted participants under 16, nearly all competitors were 16. At this age, even a year could mean a significant difference in strength and experience. I am 13, 14 years old, Yi Xiaoxiao announced. A chorus of sighs filled the room. So young, participating in the Divine Gift Tournament, isn't that just seeking punishment? In this competition, the overall strength of the team was paramount. The competitors of this generation would undoubtedly face immense pressure. Xiaodao shrugged, commenting, I told you. She clearly came in through the back door. Now we have lost a 3rd-tier fate mage and gained what appears to be a foolish waste of space. Wanbao Pavilion shall surely face embarrassment in this Divine Gift Tournament. As he spoke, he noticed the expressions of those around him shift to one of bewilderment. All gazes were directed at his side. Oh no, it's not me, it's the other side. Xiaodao felt a sudden chill and was about to voice his confusion when a gentle breath brushed against his ear. Instantly, his pupils constricted in horror. With great effort, he turned to find a pair of cold eyes, tinged with slight anger, staring back at him. A sharp blade, emanating a chilling aura, pressed against his throat. Who did you just call a waste? Chapter 77. The bewildered wolf girl, a cold dagger pressed against Xiao Da's neck, the increasingly sharp pain sending chills throughout his body. Drops of crimson blood began to trickle down his neck. The individuals in the room were frozen in shock. Unable to comprehend how this seemingly 12 or 13-year-old girl had approached Xiao Da unnoticed. No one could have anticipated her decisive action, as a thin line of blood was swiftly drawn across his neck. Xiao Da dared not move, casting a desperate glance towards Hua Rong, who murmured, "Sister Yi, enough." He recognized that if this escalated to a fatal incident, it would reflect gravely upon him as captain. However, Yi Xiao didn't even spare him a glance. The sharp blade shifted slightly. This is truly enough. He did not mean it. Hua Rong's expression grew serious. If the situation continued down this path, he would have no choice but to intervene. Hypocritical, she was clearly acting with intent. Yi Xiao let out a soft hum, the blade shifting again. The atmosphere in the room had plummeted to a freezing point. As the blade inched closer to Xiao Da's major artery, Hua Rong and a few others had already tensed, prepared to act. Suddenly, Yi Xiao exclaimed, the dagger vanishing from her hand as she walked away nonchalantly. "I almost forgot. He forbade me from causing too much trouble. How annoying." With that, she took a seat, her demeanor light and playful as if the earlier events had been mere child's play. With a start, Xiao Da sprang to his feet, colliding with several chairs in his frantic escape to Hua Rong's side. He pressed his hand against his neck. Staring at the unfazed Yu Xiao, his eyes brimming with terror, cold sweat soaking his clothes, his body trembling uncontrollably. Just moments ago, he had truly felt the terror of death. Seeing that Xiao Da was unharmed, Hua Rong finally relaxed, flexing his fingers only to realize that even he had begun to sweat. This seemingly harmless little girl was astonishingly ruthless when provoked. "I like this newcomer." Suddenly, a woman, toying with a dagger, stood up and approached Yu Xiao. She was far more formidable than the foolish fellow offing. The woman wore a smile, her bare neck and shoulders adorned with tattoos, but it was her icy blue eyes that captured attention. "Who is offing?" Yu Xiao inquired, puzzled. "Just an inconsequential person." The woman replied with a laugh. "And you are?" "Xiang Siyu." She extended her hand. "Of course, everyone calls me the Wolf Girl." Yi Xiao blinked her large eyes. Wolf Girl, what a peculiar nickname. Yet, she bore no disdain for the woman, extending her small hand to shake hers gently. "Come, I shall take you to today's gathering. Let them wallow in their own boredom here." With that, the Wolf Girl pulled Yi Xiao up and strode out of the room. Once they departed, the tension in the room eased somewhat. Xiao Da approached Hua Rong, still clutching his neck. "Brother Rong." "Silence." Hua Rong snapped coldly, turning to glare at him. "I have told you repeatedly to focus your energy on cultivating rather than seeking personal gain from others. Strength is paramount." "Huh. To be frightened to the point of cowardice by a 13-year-old girl, unable even to resist. Look at yourself. You've embarrassed the Wanbao Pavilion. You've shamed yourself first." After saying this, he forcefully pulled Xiao Da's hand away from his neck. Xiao Da gasped, hastily checking his neck, only to find that the bleeding had ceased. Yi Xiao's blade had been remarkably precise, inflicting only pain and fear without any real harm. Observing the panicked Xiao Da, Hua Rong snorted in disdain and exited the room, followed by the others, who cast contemptuous glances at him as they passed. They found themselves in an exceptionally lavish hall, filled with the clinking of glasses and lively conversations among dozens of young people. At that moment, two figures entered through the door, one tall and one short. The taller one had sun-kissed skin, covered in intricate patterns, and a pair of blue eyes that sent chills down one's spine. The shorter one had long, purple-red hair cascading nearly to her heels, her bright eyes filled with curiosity, exuding an adorable charm. A handsome young man brightened upon seeing them and approached. "Sister, see you." "Get lost." The Wolf Girl didn't even glance at him as she led Yu Xiao deeper into the hall. 2 cups of ghost flame wine. Soon, 2 goblets filled with blood-red liquid, ablaze with green flames, were presented before them. The Wolf Girl took one for herself and handed the other to Yi Xiao. "Can you drink this?" Yi Xiao observed the cup curiously, the strong scent of alcohol mixed with a metallic tang wafting towards her. This was her first encounter with such a drink. "I'll give it a try." Having accompanied Yi Sui Feng for some time, she had already indulged in drinking. She took the cup and sipped cautiously. Instantly, her eyes widened as a violent force erupted in her throat like a flame. The Wolf Girl laughed heartily, taking a swig herself, feeling a wave of heat wash over her, as if every pore in her body was erupting with fire. This was no ordinary drink. It was concocted from a blend of various high-grade beast blood and special spiritual fruits. The explosive energy was such that even she, a fourth-tier beast spirit warrior, needed considerable time to recover after a single sip. Encouraging Yi Xiaoxiao to drink was merely for amusement. "Hello, may I have another cup?" A voice interrupted her thoughts. She then watched as Yi Xiaoxiao, clutching a second cup of ghost flame wine, gulped it down. "Wolf girl. Xiaoxiao, you. Wolf sister. Surely there's sugar added to this, right?" Yi Xiaoxiao wiped her mouth. "Next time, I'll have uncle add some sugar. His wine is too spicy. This one tastes delightful, almost like juice." With that, she requested another cup from a nearby servant. The servant, responsible for attending to guests, was thoroughly flustered, questioning whether she had mistakenly served the wrong drink. The wolf girl's eye twitched as she observed the third cup of ghost flame wine being consumed by Yi Xiaoxiao and asked, "Xiaoxiao, what level are you currently?" After finishing her third cup, Yi Xiaoxiao burped contentedly and replied, "Well, I suppose I would be considered a third-tier, sixth-layer destiny mage, which is rather behind among our group." Along their journey, she had learned through the wolf girl's introductions that the strongest individuals in the Wandao Pavilion were Hua Rong and the wolf girl herself, one a third-layer destiny mage and the other a second-layer beast spirit warrior. The rest were all late-stage, third-tier warriors. The wolf girl fell silent. No one dared to drink ghost flame wine like that at the third-tier sixth layer. She thought of letting her uncle try it too. Miss, to take it out, you need to make a purchase," the servant said. "How much does it cost?" The servant replied, 3,000 low-grade spirit stones per cup. If you buy it in bulk, it's a bit cheaper, costing 500,000. "Oh, then let me have one." Yi Xiaoxiao had yet to finish her sentence when the wolf girl interrupted her. She smiled. "It's your first time here. I can't let you pay. It's on me." "No, I can manage," Yi Xiaoxiao insisted. "I'll take care of it." The wolf girl's tone was resolute. "Consider it a gift to welcome you. Now, how many do you want?" Yi Xiaoxiao blinked her eyes. "All right." She removed the storage ring from her hand and handed it to the maid. "Let us only pack 100 barrels then," the wolf girl exclaimed. "What kind of family are you from? Do you measure everything in hundreds?" Chapter 78, The Divine Slaying Technique. One more chapter. Evening. "Uncle, I have brought you something delightful." As Yi Suifeng turned to look, he saw Yi Xiaoxiao clutching a wooden barrel that was nearly as large as her petite frame, pouring out a mysterious red liquid. Instantly, the room filled with a rich aroma of alcohol, mingled with a faint scent of blood. With a snap of her fingers, Yi Xiaoxiao ignited the liquid in the cup, and then, with a flourish, presented it to Yi Suifeng. "Uncle, do try it." Yi Suifeng set down his book and grimaced. Without tasting it, he could discern that it was a concoction made from the blood of numerous low-tier demonic beasts. However, to spare the child's feelings, he took a tentative sip. "How is it?" Yi Xiaoxiao asked, her face alight with anticipation. "It's decent, but not to my liking," Yi Suifeng replied, picking up his book once more. "This is more suited for children." Yi Xiaoxiao giggled, finishing the remaining ghostly wine in her cup. "But I am a child." Yi Suifeng shrugged, non-committal. "I thought about buying 1,000 barrels, but someone insisted on paying for me, so I felt too embarrassed," she continued. But suddenly noticed Yi Suifeng regarding her with a peculiar expression. "How many did you buy?" 100 barrels. "And how much is each barrel?" 500,000 spirit stones. "Someone else paid for it?" "Yes," Yi Xiaoxiao nodded. "She was very kind to me, a friend I made tonight." Yi Suifeng set down his book again, rubbing his forehead. "Then, your monthly allowance will be reduced from 100 million spirit stones to 100 spirit stones." Yi Xiaoxiao was taken aback. "Why?" She felt deeply hurt. "I kindly brought you a delicacy, and you reduced my allowance. Besides, that is quite a drastic cut. Once you understand why, I will reconsider your allowance," Yi Suifeng stated. Returning to his book, Yi Xiaoxiao pouted, puzzled over what she had done wrong. However, she believed her uncle's decision must have its reasoning. What to do? "Well, think it over," she murmured, lowering her head and exiting the room. Moments later, Yi Suifeng sighed softly and set his book aside. After her interruption, he found it impossible to concentrate. He realized he bore some responsibility for her behavior. He should never have acquiesced to such an outrageous request initially. 100 barrels at once? How ludicrous. It was akin to someone emptying a treasure trove in one fell swoop. Who behaves in such a manner? Well, there are indeed such people, but I am unafraid of the risks that come with spending. Without the assurance of strength, an abundance of wealth often leads to peril. It seems wise to allow her to experience the world as harsh realities from time to time, lest she remain forever sheltered. Yi Suifeng shook his head, not just aimlessly wandering. A broader experience would serve her well. With that thought, he found himself recalling Yi Huang and the others. Months had passed. He wondered how they fared. He raised his hand, contemplating using the great Tao to glimpse their circumstances, but hesitated and ultimately refrained. Never mind. Each person has their own path. Over-involvement may not yield favorable outcomes. Let them carve out their own brilliance. In the Nine Cities Alliance. Within the foremost city of Sioux City, Huangyu City, stood a figure, proud and defiant. Surrounding her lay the bodies of several young cultivators, bloodied and defeated. Opposite her knelt a striking young man, sword in hand, struggling to maintain his composure. Is this truly the pinnacle of Huangyu City? Yi Huang sheathed her blood-stained sword, her purple cloak fluttering in the wind. The young man spat blood, his voice filled with fury. Yi Huang, do not go too far. Too far. Yi Huang's lips curled into a cold smile. Do you recall the faces you wore when we first arrived in Huangyu City? Hillbilly brutes, lower-class citizens, despicable beings. Now, having been defeated by the very despicable beings you scorned, how does that feel? The young man's face flushed with a mix of shame and disbelief. He had heard of Yi Huang's reputation but never imagined she would be this formidable. In mere moments, she had vanquished a dozen young elites from Huangyu City, all of whom were at least in the foundation establishment stage. The defeat was utterly devastating, with some even slain on the spot. Though we may have crossed paths in the past, you cannot be so merciless, he exclaimed, anguish evident in his eyes. Mercilessness? You taught me that lesson, Yi Huang said. Advancing slowly, she produced a small box and placed it before the young man. Upon opening it, he found 20 fingers, each belonging to different bodies, arranged neatly within. Had you not toyed with the people of Tianxuan Hall, leading to their demise, perhaps today would not have unfolded as it has. With a swift motion, she drew a dagger from her waist. The young man, glancing at the glinting blade, chuckled darkly. If you harm me, you will never leave Huangyu City. Yi Huang's expression remained impassive. A warm spray of blood stained her hands as the dagger pierced him. His eyes widened in disbelief, terror washing over him as his vitality ebbed away. As he collapsed, blood pooled around the box containing the severed fingers. Yi Huang straightened, her hair flowing in the breeze. In that moment, she became the true master of Tianxuan Hall. My child. Suddenly, a powerful voice echoed. Yi Huang turned to see a middle-aged man, exuding immense authority, charging towards her. Behind him followed a host of formidable cultivators. Upon seeing the young man lying at Yi Huang's feet, the man's eyes turned bloodshot. You dare to kill him? He roared, unleashing a ferocious aura that surged towards Yi Huang, a presence belonging to the Golden Core stage. Yi Huang stood resolute, like a solitary leaf in the storm. Who dares to harm my master? A throng of individuals clad in dark attire surged onto the stage, positioning themselves behind Yi Huang, collectively bracing against the oncoming pressure. You all shall perish. The man's eyes bulged in rage as he fixed his gaze upon Yi Huang. Yet, she remained unfazed, calmly stating, I understand your feelings, but... She produced a sheet of paper, covered in dense script. We have signed a life and death contract. The man scrutinized the document, recognizing the familiar name inscribed upon it. Grief and fury gradually consumed his reason. I care not for your contracts. You have slain my only son. Today, even if the King of Heaven descends, I shall kill you. He lost himself in a frenzy, channeling all his power toward her. Yi Huang sighed softly. Then do not blame me. A pale purple petal drifted down from her brow. Yi Huang drew her sword, the petal landing upon the blade, transforming into a radiant violet light, reminiscent of celestial brilliance. Die. At this moment, the middle-aged man had succumbed to madness, recklessly charging forward without a care for consequence. In contrast, Yi Huang maintained her composure. She raised her long sword, her voice steady as she began to speak. God-slaying. First form. Chapter 79 begins. Huangyu City stands as the foremost metropolis within the confines of Suqing. Its expanse is several times that of Yunqiao City. Viewed from above, it resembles a meticulously crafted cube, nestled upon a fertile plain. However, today, a colossal fissure has emerged from the very heart of Huangyu City, cleaving the city with a profound gash. A middle-aged man stands silently in the center of the arena, gazing at the origin of the crack. Beside him, a young girl clings tightly to his arm, her complexion pale. It is none other than Xiaoyin, who had participated in the Dreaming Drunk conference. Father, could it truly be the work of Yi Huang? Her voice trembles, unable to fathom the immense power it would take to rend Huangyu City asunder. If that day, Yi Huang had unleashed such a strike upon her, she feared the consequences. The middle-aged man remained silent, merely nodding gently. At that moment, several formidable figures swooped down from the sky, landing beside him, their expressions filled with astonishment as they behold the vast sword scar before them. Master Nye, one steps forward. Inquiring, "Where are the people from Tianxuan Palace?" "They have departed," Master Nie replies. "Fled?" "No." He shakes his head. "After slaying the Huang family head. She did not leave but awaited our arrival." The man is taken aback. And then, with a soft sigh, Master Nie confesses, "I allowed her to leave." "What?" Another clan leader exclaims in disbelief. "How could you let her go? She has brazenly provoked Huangye City. She must pay a price for her insolence." Master Nie turns to him, his expression devoid of emotion. "Have you considered Yu Suifeng?" The others fall silent, realization dawning upon them. Indeed, if his daughter possesses such strength, what of her father? Yi Suifeng single-handedly unified Yunshao City and established a new city beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Their tardiness was merely to glimpse the character Yi that looms above Yunshao City. A single glance had left them shaken, nearly injured. How could they dare to contend with such a person? After a moment of silence, one speaks up. "What of the Huang family head?" "Right here." Master Nie opens his palm, revealing a severed thumb resting within. "This is..." The others feel their hearts race. It is both a retaliation and a warning. Master Nie gazes towards the direction of Yunshao City. "Perhaps we shall henceforth deliver our tributes there." Yunshao City. Boom, boom, boom. 3 resounding chimes echo throughout the city. A brand new courtyard slowly opens its gates. The plaque above descends, unveiling the characters inscribed upon it. Tianxia. As the gates swing open, a group of young individuals clad in pale blue garments form 4 long lines, entering the courtyard in succession. Leading them is a petite girl. Her demeanor solemn and expression grave. She is none other than Xiaoyi, who had narrowly escaped from Lishinga. Upon entering, they are greeted by a towering sculpture, reaching several dozen feet in height, standing majestically at the center of the plaza. The sculpture bears the likeness of Yi Suifeng, the ruler of Yunshao City. They settle around the statue, forming a vast fan shape. "We pay our respects to the dean," they chant in unison. Beneath the statue, Yi Qian slowly opens his eyes. Xi'an City is a major city located in the western part of the 9-city alliance, holding a status comparable to Suching in the north. The environment here is harsh. Yet the people are fiercely spirited, with practitioners known for their combative nature. Battles are a daily affair for them. Within Xi'an City, numerous arenas have been constructed for combat. The Huafeng Arena is the largest among them, consistently filled to capacity with spectators eager to witness the thrilling matches. Have you heard? There's a new force called the Zhenlong Pavilion that has been quite active lately. 2 half-naked men in the audience are conversing loudly. "I know. But the leader of the Zhenlong Pavilion seems to be just a young lad, soft and delicate like a woman," one retorts. At that moment, another nearby individual chuckles. "Heh. You've not seen the Dragon Lord, have you?" The 2 men turn to him. "Why would we want to meet a wet behind-the-ears boy just because he looks like a pretty boy? Haha, here in Xi'an, we honor strength in battle. You wouldn't abandon our traditions to follow that so-called Dragon Lord, would you?" Their words are laced with provocation. "Dare to challenge?" One of them replies defiantly. "If you're not satisfied, we can settle this in the arena. That is the way of Xi'an." Yet the man who has been challenged merely smiles. "Let me ask you, what brings you to Huangfeng Arena today?" "TCH. Coward." One man turns his head away. The other laughs heartily. "We're here for the Gun King." Of course, in just over a month, he has ascended from the smallest arena to Huangfeng Arena, taking on only the fiercest of opponents, leaving every battle soaked in blood. That is the type of person we should follow, not some pretty boy. As tensions rise, a thunderous cheer erupts throughout the arena. "Gun King! Gun King!" The crowd cheers fervently, excitement filling the air. Amidst the roaring applause, a figure strides into the arena, brandishing a long spear, his attire tattered and stained with blood. His spirit is ablaze with battle intent. "Haha, bring your Dragon Lord down to face the Gun King," the burly man bellows. Yet, the figure merely smiles, a look of smug satisfaction upon his face. "I fear that may not be possible, for I am your Dragon Lord." At the southernmost tip of the 9-city alliance lies a vast mountain range. At its center stands a towering gatehouse, rising above the clouds. 4 grand characters are inscribed above. Tianfu Academy. Yuqi now stands beside her, gazing at the grandeur of the scene, her heart filled with emotion. Along their journey, they have traversed many places and encountered countless stories of culture and history. Now, they have finally reached their destination. "Let us proceed." Yanxi turns with a smile, taking Yuqi now by the hand as they ascend a path resembling a stairway to heaven. This path is one that can only be traversed on foot, as per the rules of Tianfu Academy. As they walk, Yanxi elaborates on the Academy's traditions. Shortly after, they arrive at the foot of the mountain gate. Looking up, the entrance to the academy appears even more majestic. We shall enter through the Dragon Gate. Yan Shi leads Yi Qingyao to a peculiar small door, not the main entrance. Why this door? Yi Qingyao inquires, puzzled. Yan Shi explains, every new student must pass through the Dragon Gate, which serves to assess their talent and determine their allocation within the academy. Do not be anxious. I believe in you. You shall at least enter the Four Seasons courtyard. Along the way, Yi Qingyao has learned from Yan Shi that Tianfu Academy is also divided into ranks. From lowest to highest, there are 5 tiers: Mortal Courtyard, Gentleman's Courtyard, Four Seasons Courtyard, Starry Sky Courtyard, and Heaven and Earth Courtyard. Gaining entry into the Four Seasons Courtyard signifies one as a prodigy among prodigies. However, Yi Qingyao harbors no such obsession. She believes that every place holds its merits. She takes a step forward, approaching the Dragon Gate. With 5 chimes of the bell, entry into the Four Seasons Courtyard will be granted. Go for it. Yuan Shi offered her encouragement from behind. The first bell tolled, precise and resonant. Yuan Shi's expression was tense. She was uncertain of what was to come. Moments later, the second chime echoed, accompanied by a dismissive thought in this rustic land. So-called prodigies would hear no more than 2 bell tolls. At that moment, Guanmu approached from behind. Yuan Shi scoffed and declared, she will undoubtedly enter the Four Seasons Academy. With a hearty laugh, Guanmu replied, do you think anyone, even the most insignificant, can gain entry to the Four Seasons Academy? If she succeeds, I shall owe you a piece of Earth-grade spirit artifact. Yuan Shi rolled her eyes and chose to ignore him. Yet, the anticipated third chime was delayed. Just as she was about to lose patience, suddenly, the third bell rang. Before she could revel in her delight, the fourth bell followed closely. Soon came the 5th and 6th tolls. Moments later, the 9th bell resonated throughout the entire Tianfu Academy. A tremendous roar shattered the silence, startling Yi Suifeng, who was absorbed in his reading. At that moment, the door swung open, and Gu Yulan entered. My lord, the Grand Assembly has commenced. Chapter 80, Destiny Star. Beast Soul. A magnificent fireworks display erupted with a booming sound above the Pingong Pass, illuminating the entire fortress in a kaleidoscope of colors. The streets and alleys overflowed with enthusiastic crowds waving the banners of the great deity, their fervor igniting the colossal structure with vibrant energy. In his chamber, Yi Suifeng sat by the window, gazing at the ever-changing hues of the sky. Master, aren't you going to take a look? Inquired Gu Yulan beside him. No. I have little interest. Such grand events hold diminishing allure for me now. They pale in comparison to the plate of fruit on the table, he replied. The competition officially commences today, and the young lady will be making her debut, Gu Yulan remarked. Yi Suifeng paused briefly before saying, go accompany her. And remind her to perform well. I shall be watching closely. Gu Yulan nodded obediently and stepped outside. Moments later, there was a knock at the door. Senior, it's me. Come in, Yi Suifeng responded. A middle-aged man entered gently, closing the door soundlessly behind him. It was Jian Xingchuan. Isn't today the opening of the grand event? What brings you here? Yi Suifeng casually inquired. Such matters are trivial compared to those concerning you, Senior. Jian Xingchuan bowed respectfully. Yi Suifeng sighed inwardly. Jian Xingchuan was excessively cautious, almost subservient. He preferred a more relaxed and comfortable rapport. However, he recognized that such demeanor was not easily changed. It was a product of the cultivation world, where survival skills were paramount. What is it? Yi Suifeng asked. Jian Xingchuan reverently presented a ring. Senior, I have procured some advanced techniques you requested. However, to obtain the most elite ones, one must venture to the eternal winter imperial city. Yi Suifeng nodded and accepted the ring. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained neatly arranged volumes. Over 1,000 tomes detailing the techniques of destiny mages and beast spirit warriors. After learning about these 2 cultivation methods, he had developed an interest in them. They were markedly different from the southern traditions. Destiny mages represent a unique fusion of traditional cultivation and formations, connecting practitioners to an entity known as the Destiny Star. Through this connection, they refine their bodies and study spells. Compared to traditional methods, Destiny mages cultivate with greater ease and speed, yet their success heavily relies on innate talent. The significance of the Destiny Star is paramount. A weak Destiny Star could render one unable to become a Destiny mage. Conversely, beast spirit warriors fill the gap left behind. Their cultivation method is straightforward and brute force. They enhance their strength by merging with the souls of beasts and bathing in their blood, acquiring some of the abilities of the beasts they fuse with. Unlike Destiny mages, this method can quickly forge a formidable warrior. Both of these unorthodox cultivation methods possess significant flaws, yet they also offer unique advantages. Initially, Yi Suifeng had approached this casually, but now he saw an opportunity for refinement. Thus, he had instructed Jian Xingquan to seek out higher-level techniques for further consideration. After securing the ring, Yi Suifeng produced a green spiritual fruit and offered it to Jian Xingquan. Your reward. Jian Xingquan hurriedly approached, cradling the spiritual fruit with both hands. He was perplexed, unsure of its nature. As he observed the fruit's elegant, natural patterns and the faint aura of life emanating from it, his pupils constricted in realization. This appears to be a destiny source fruit, a sacred spiritual fruit. It can extend one's lifespan, cleanse the soul, and even reshape the body. As Jian Xingquan beheld the fruit, his hands began to tremble, fearing he might accidentally drop it. As senior, this reward is too much. He hesitated to accept the spiritual fruit. Even for those in the transcending tribulation stage, such treasures were rare and elusive. Take it, I insist, Yi Suifeng said, turning his attention to a tome he had retrieved from his storage ring. While traversing the Qingdu Highlands, they had not only vanquished all beasts of the 6th rank and above, but had also gathered a plethora of 6th rank spiritual fruits and herbs. They had collected numerous sacred medicines akin to the destiny source fruit. Yi Suifeng felt that he had been taking advantage of the heavenly providence, nurturing his family in the process. Seizing opportunities felt somewhat unjust, and he believed in giving back to the heavens. Besides, it would be convenient should he desire to indulge in such treasures later. Seeing Yi Suifeng's nonchalance, Jian Xingquan cautiously accepted the destiny source fruit. One must not defy the senior's will. Enough, you need not come here so often. Go preside over the event, Yi Suifeng urged him. Aren't you coming? I've arranged the best seat for you, Jian Xingquan replied. After a moment's thought, Yi Suifeng decided, I shall wait until the final battle. He was confident that Yu Xiaoxiao would reach the end. Jian Xingquan obeyed and exited the room. Shortly afterward, he appeared above a grand arena. Landing on the highest viewing platform, Master Jian greeted several individuals with warmth and respect. After all, he was the head of the Wanbao Pavilion, a figure of considerable renown in the Pingong Pass. Jian Xingquan nodded expressionlessly and took his seat at the highest dais, next to a burly man with a thick beard. Old Jian, where have you been? You missed the grand ceremony, the man bellowed. Jian Xingquan clasped his fists in apology. Forgive me, Master Shi. I was attending to an important visitor. The man, Master Shi, was the overseer of the Pingong Pass. He glanced at the empty chair beside Jian Xingquan, which appeared to hold a higher status. Is that a high-ranking member of your Wanbao Pavilion? He inquired. Jian Xingquan turned slightly, narrowing his eyes. Master, I believe it is best not to delve too deeply into the affairs of the Wanbao Pavilion. Humph. Master Shi scoffed, though he refrained from further questioning. Those in high positions understood the significance of the Wanbao Pavilion all too well. Suddenly, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. Surrounding dozens of platforms began to come alive. The Divine Gift Conference officially begins. Chapter 81. A single brick strikes down within the grand arena of Pingong. Numerous platforms of varying sizes are arranged in a staggered formation. Tens of thousands of spectators crowd around these stages, their voices merging into a cacophony of excitement and fervor. I'm number 885, Sister Wolf. What number are you? Inquired Yu Xiaoxiao amidst the gathering of youthful participants in one of the preparation rooms for the Divine Shrine tournament. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Some were vibrant with energy while others displayed an array of colors. I'm number 21, replied the Wolf Maiden as she meticulously applied a layer of paint to her arms. This was no ordinary paint. It was a mystical sand derived from the bone marrow of various magical beasts, a common practice among beast spirit warriors to enhance their strength. Why is our numbering so disparate? Yu Xiaoxiao pondered, her eyes widening as realization dawned upon her. Oh, I see. It's a random draw to ensure fairness, right? The Wolf Maiden hesitated, her expression shifting slightly. Well, not entirely correct. It's actually based on estimated strength to avoid powerful, extraordinary beings encountering each other prematurely. She explained with a shrug. Yu Xiaoxiao's eyes bulged as she scrutinized her own 3-digit number, feeling a wave of malevolence emanating from the world around her. Over 800 positions separated her from the Wolf Maiden? This was absurd. It felt like a haphazard assignment. The ranking is primarily determined by level and age. Your submitted information indicates that you are a 14-year-old, 3rd-tier, 6th-level Fate Mage, which is why you received such a high number. The Wolf Maiden clarified as she finished painting her beast patterns and patted Yi Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. Don't be disheartened. We possess strength and should fear no ranking. There are over 2,000 participants, and this position is commendable. Prepare for battle. Our turn will come soon. Yi Xiaoxiao slumped her shoulders, clearly unmoved by this consolation. By the way, Sister Wolf, she suddenly turned, retrieving a finely crafted small box from her robe and handing it to the Wolf Maiden. I found something wonderful as a token of my appreciation. The Wolf Maiden paused, recalling the gathering from a few days prior, when she had reluctantly spent 50 million spirit stones to purchase the Ghost Flame wine. She had almost forgotten about it, surprised that Yu Xiaoxiao had kept it in mind. It's nothing. Consider it a mere token of our meeting. There's no need to dwell on it, she replied with a smile. Suddenly, a horn sounded from the door, announcing, Number 885, proceed swiftly to platform 19 for the match. This was Yu Xiaoxiao's number. I must go. Don't dawdle, take this, she urged, shoving the small box into the Wolf Maiden's hands before hastily exiting the room. Watching her retreating figure, the Wolf Maiden shook her head in resignation. The box felt light yet slightly cold. Could it be some sort of toy? She mused as she carefully opened the lid. In an instant, a chilling aura filled the room, causing the temperature to plummet dramatically. The other occupants shivered involuntarily, glancing around in astonishment. With a swift motion, the Wolf Maiden shut the box, a look of profound shock flickering in her eyes. She had barely opened it. Yet inside lay a wide inner core of a magical beast, the ultimate cultivation resource for beast spirit warriors. Typically, she used a 5th-tier beast's inner core for her training. But the overwhelming power radiating from this one suggested it was at least 7th tier, perfectly aligned with her cultivation direction. Could it be the Icefield Wolf King? On platform 19, Yi Xiaoxiao stood alone, awaiting her adversary's arrival. Suddenly, a small bird's head emerged from her long hair, yawning sleepily with half-closed eyes. What's the fuss about killing a mere wolf? You look exhausted. Have you been sleeping for days? Yi Xiaoxiao teased. A small wolf? The bird exclaimed, its eyes widening. My dear lady, that's the Icefield Wolf King, an 8th-tier beast. Its strength surpasses mine by a slight margin. This little bird was the colorful phoenix that Yu Sui Feng had tamed in the Qingyu Highlands. It had become Yu Xiaoxiao's favorite pet, overshadowing her previous beloved companion, one that the colorful phoenix would rather not know the fate of. Don't you always claim to be invincible below the 9th tier? Yu Xiaoxiao scoffed. In the end, I had to trap it in the dream void for a few moments before you could finish it off. The colorful phoenix fell silent, realizing that the Wolf King had indeed been formidable in the northern environment, almost proving to be an equal match. Had it not been for Yi Xiaoxiao's intervention, the outcome might have been different. The thought left the phoenix in awe. A mere foundation-level cultivator had managed to trap an 8th-tier magical beast, even if only for a fleeting moment. Truly a daunting feat. At that moment, a robust young man strode onto the stage from the opposite side. Agili! Agili! The crowd erupted into cheers, clearly recognizing a celebrity. Yu Xiaoxiao scrutinized the number tag at his waist, 273. Agili, crush that little mage. Teach her a lesson, shouted a group of youths, flushed with enthusiasm. Agili nodded, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yu Xiaoxiao. The audience began to murmur about the two competitors. Agili, 16 years old, a 3rd-tier, 8th-level beast spirit warrior. Known for his ruthless nature and extensive combat experience, he once tore apart a 3rd-tier ice giant with his bare hands. Yi Xiaoxiao, 14 years old, a 3rd-tier, 6th-level fate mage. And that's all we have. The disparity raised eyebrows. Indeed, Yi Xiaoxiao is rather young, and is she malnourished? She appears quite frail. They speculated. She looks like a mere child. I doubt she can withstand even one blow from Agili. As discussions swirled, bets began to surface. Come. Wagers open. Agili pays even odds, while Yu Xiaoxiao pays 6-1. Lock in your bets. Agili, I bet 100 spirit stones. I wager 300 spirit stones. Huh. I'm placing my bet on the underdog, Yu Xiaoxiao, for 10 spirit stones. The majority placed their stakes on Agili. Suddenly, a striking young woman approached. I bet on Yu Xiaoxiao to win for 1,000 spirit stones. It was Gu Yulan. The surrounding crowd regarded her with incredulity, yet Gu Yulan remained unfazed. Turning her attention back to Yu Xiaoxiao on the platform. Xiaoxiao, your pocket money depends on you now. Let the battle commence. With the referee's authoritative shout, the fight officially began. Agili, with a sinister grin, suddenly howled to the heavens, ripping apart his shirt to reveal a muscular torso covered in scars. Tremble, nameless youth. I, Agili, shall give my all even against the weakest of opponents. With that declaration, he let out another roar, and black fur sprouted rapidly from his skin, glistening like steel needles. He was transforming into his beast form right from the start. His beast spirit is the earth-violent ape. Yi Xiaoxiao is in peril. The crowd was shaken, unable to contain their concern for the little girl across from him. Yi Xiaoxiao tilted her head, observing Aguli as he began to transform. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and a brick engraved with a pig's head appeared behind Aguli. Bang! Blood splattered across the arena. The incessant shouting became unbearable. Gripping a bloodstained brick, Yi Xiaoxiao did not cast a glance back and turned to descend from the stage. The hulking Aguli, having transformed only halfway, lay sprawled on the ground, blood staining the arena, unconscious. The audience below stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Is this it? Chapter 82. The Divine Essence. One more chapter? Is he not coming? In the lounge, Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at Gu Yulan, her eyes clouded with disappointment. Lowering her head, she felt somewhat disheartened by Yi Suifeng's absence. For days on end, she had immersed herself in the dream void realm, tirelessly researching combat techniques, all in hopes of gaining his attention. Yet, to her dismay, he did not arrive. The master said he would always be watching over you, Gu Yulan reassured her. He mentioned that you should perform well, and when the final battle approaches, he would come to offer you encouragement. This reassurance rekindled a spark of hope in Yi Xiaoxiao's eyes. Really? Hee, I am definitely going to make it to the final battle. Did you not see that big brute today? I knocked him senseless with just one brick. As Gu Yulan listened to Yi Xiaoxiao's animated chatter, she couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. In her heart, she felt that the master had set the bar too high for Xiaoxiao. Considering she was merely a child of 13 years, the Divine Gift Conference was still in full swing. Over 2,000 young prodigies from various regions would compete over 5 days to determine the top 30. The top 100 would receive generous rewards from the Grand Commander, while the top 30 would also be bestowed with the precious Divine Essence, an exceedingly rare elixir of immense power. Throughout this intense competition, some experienced bitter defeats, while others soared to great heights. The Pingyang Mansion, the Treasure Pavilion, and the Great Heaven Alliance remained dominant, with nearly all participants successfully advancing to the top 100. Among them, a few stood out and gained renown, such as Sher Chong and Liao Huayan from Pingyang Mansion, Ming Untu and Shiri Gan from the Great Heaven Alliance, as well as Hua Rong and the Wolf Girl from the Treasure Pavilion. They all showcased an invincible demeanor, crushing their opponents and being regarded as potential candidates for selection by the great deity this year. However, aside from these renowned figures, some lesser-known geniuses also displayed formidable strength, emerging as dark horses. Among the most talked about was another participant from the Treasure Pavilion. At just 14, she was petite and adorable. Yet anyone who faced her in battle was nearly overwhelmed by her ferocity. Her reputation rivaled that of the Wolf Girl, earning her the nickname Monkey Girl. Yi Xiaoxiao's face fell as she approached Gu Yulan, her eyes icy. Sister Yulan, who on earth bestowed this title upon me? I will make sure they have a night they will never forget. Upon learning of this moniker, she was utterly dumbfounded. Back in Yunshao City, she was revered as the fairy Xiaoxiao, yet upon arriving at Pingyang Pass, she became the Monkey Girl. Fuming with indignation, she was ready to confront the person responsible. Gu Yulan quickly interjected, "Everyone names based on characteristics here. There is no concept of fairy. You always carry that monkey with you, so that monkey is merely an illusion I conjured. It's just a weapon," Yi Xiaoxiao exclaimed loudly. With a resigned expression, Gu Yulan replied, "But no one sees it that way." Yi Xiaoxiao fell silent. After a lengthy pause, she huffed, "Fine, I won't let it bother me." In the ensuing days, the battles grew increasingly intense. The competitors' abilities were closely matched, with everyone exerting their utmost effort, resulting in bloodshed in every fight. Particularly, Monkey Girl Yi Xiaoxiao seemed to be fueled by some unknown stimulus, growing ever more ferocious. Moreover, the louder the audience cheered her name, the wilder she became, even intimidating some weaker opponents into forfeiting. Scholars speculated that Monkey Girl's fate star must be linked to some form of motivation, as her combat prowess surged with the audience's enthusiasm. Consequently, supporters of hers shouted themselves hoarse during each battle. 5 days later, the field of over 2,000 competitors had dwindled to the final 30. These individuals were the Sea Army de la Sea Army, prodigious talents of an extraordinary caliber. The majority were 4th-tier transcendents, with only a few still at the 3rd tier. Yi Xiaoxiao was among the strongest. The Grand Arena of Pingyang, once filled with dozens of platforms, had now been replaced by a singular, magnificent superstage. The 30 strongest stood at the center, receiving accolades from the Grand Commander Shi Haojie, along with substantial rewards. After a few words of encouragement, each participant was granted a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Finally, the Grand Commander personally presented a beautifully crafted jade platter, upon which rested 30 small vials. As the vials made their appearance, the entire arena seemed to hold its breath, eyes ablaze with anticipation. The vials contained the coveted elixir known as the first-tier divine essence. The wolf girl also appeared exhilarated. Sister Wolf, what exactly is its use? Although Yi Xiao had participated in the competition, she was unaware of the significance of the first-tier divine essence, the supreme elixir. The wolf girl whispered, "It can cleanse the soul and purify the body's essence. It is a treasure that only the great deity possesses." Yi Xiao pointed at Shi Haojie in confusion. "Doesn't he have it too?" "That was left by the great deity in advance," the wolf girl explained. "If we achieve the top 10, the great deity will personally visit and bestow upon us the even more potent second-tier divine essence. The top 3 will be taken to the divine palace by the great deity to receive their divine fate." The wolf girl was filled with fervor. Yi Xiao blinked. Though still unsure of what it entailed, it sounded incredibly impressive. Moments later, all 30 participants received a vial of first-tier divine essence. They stood tall and proud, soon learning that the qualification battle for the divine palace would commence in 2 days. What could it possibly be? Yi Xiao pondered, gently opening the vial. Instantly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, refreshing and delightful. It truly is extraordinary. Yi Xiao flared her nostrils, finding the scent exquisitely pleasant. Yet, it evoked a strangely familiar feeling, as if she had encountered it before. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. "Never mind. Sister Wolf said the divine essence can be consumed directly. I shall give it a try." With that, Yi Xiao lifted the small vial and poured its contents into her mouth. The concentrated spiritual energy coursed down her throat, instantly nourishing every corner of her body. At that moment, Gu Yulan entered, carrying a basin. "Miss, it's time to wash your feet." Yi Xiao remained silent, causing Gu Yulan to pause momentarily before placing the basin down and moving to her side. Her pupils constricted in shock, astonishment flooding her features as her body trembled slightly. "Miss, you," with a complex expression, Gu Yulan suddenly embraced her. "Miss, it's all right. The name Monkey Girl is unflattering. We shall ignore it. You must not demean yourself over this, even drinking the foot-washing water." Yi Xiao? She glanced at the small vial in her hand and then at the basin she used to wash her feet. Suddenly, the realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she understood why she found the first-tier divine essence so familiar. In an instant, her stomach churned. Ugh. Chapter 83. The Celestial Flower. Is this the divine essence? Yi Feng held the small vial, an expression of keen interest illuminating his face. "Indeed," Gu Yulan replied, "as per the lady's words. This is the first-tier divine essence awarded to the top 30 contestants of the competition. Once the strongest is determined, the Grand Celestial will personally descend, bringing with them the second-tier divine essence." Yi Feng nodded, surprised to discover that this so-called first-tier divine essence was, in fact, the spiritual essence produced by the first layer of the origin tower. The second-tier divine essence is likely the refining liquid from the second layer. This implies that the Grand Celestial possesses their own origin tower, and certainly one of considerable stature. Otherwise, such a vast divine realm would inevitably suffer from insufficient spiritual essence. Xiao must be quite disappointed, Yi Feng mused with a smile, handing the vial to Gu Yulan. Since their departure, the water they used for cleansing had all been replaced with spiritual essence. The food they prepared had been refined by Yi Feng himself. Otherwise, the 2 young girls' progress would not have been so rapid. "Yes, indeed, the lady is very disappointed," Gu Yulan confirmed. Yi Feng replied with a smile. "Tell her that the recent competitions have been splendid. I shall personally attend the upcoming battles, encouraging her to persevere." With that, Yi Feng picked up a book, immersing himself in the ocean of techniques. "You didn't let it slip, did you?" Outside, Yi Xiao intercepted Gu Yulan. Her face clouded with concern. No, the master didn't inquire further. He even praised your recent performance," Gu Yulan quickly reassured her. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoxiao's expression softened. "I knew he must have been secretly observing me," she huffed, then turned to Gu Yulan, whispering, "The matter of the foot bath must remain between us. No third party should ever know, understand?" Gu Yulan blinked in confusion. "What foot bath?" 2 days later, at the Pingyang Grand Arena. After spending over half a month in seclusion, Yi Feng finally arrived at the venue, taking his seat at the location prepared by Tianxuan. The Grand Master, Shi Haojie, repeatedly cast curious glances toward Yi Feng, who merely lounged lazily, offering no acknowledgement. He was just a minor cultivator in the integration stage. There was no need for recognition. Today, he had two purposes. First, to observe Yi Xiaoxiao in action. Second, to await the arrival of the Grand Celestial. Cough, cough. Sensing Shi Haojia's gaze, Jian Xingqiuan cleared his throat, casting him a warning look. Shi Haojia shrugged and stood up. Yi Xiaoxiao was the first to enter the arena. She beamed upon seeing Yi Suifeng in the stands. Even the thunderous cheers of the audience seemed less jarring. Her opponent was a member of the Great Celestial Alliance, Shi Hong. A second-tier, fourth-level Fate Mage. Monkey girl, we finally meet. Shi Hong crossed her arms, disdain evident in her gaze. However, your streak of luck ends here. Yi Xiaoxiao merely snorted. I've heard such taunts countless times before. As both sides faced off, the battle commenced. Shi Hong struck first, swiftly waving her arms, summoning several deep gray lines that surged toward Yi Xiaoxiao. Suddenly, a brick appeared against the back of her head. Anticipated that, Shi Hong smirked. Gray material emanating from her body. It surged toward the brick, instantly wrapping around her, then extended from the hand that emerged from the blue halo, charging upward. The brick, eroded by the gray substance, fell heavily to the ground, emitting a thunderous crash. What is this? Yi Xiaoxiao raised her hand in confusion, noticing that a trace of the gray substance clung to it even as she closed the dream void gate. This substance appeared to hold no significant properties, yet its weight was profoundly heavy. To dare lose focus in battle? Shi Hong laughed suddenly, a massive gray vortex forming before her. Come here, she bellowed. As countless fine strands emerged from the vortex, resembling the fur of a beast. The gray substance on Yi Xiaoxiao's hand mirrored this. A powerful pulling force materialized from nowhere, irresistibly drawing her toward Shi Hong. No, she was being pulled into that vortex. Yi Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow, hastily opening the dream void gate to evade. But as soon as she emerged, the alluring force returned, relentless as a vice. Monkey. Yet, no matter what she did, she could not escape the vortex's formidable power. It appears that Shi Hong's fate star is of the Xian magnetic type, Shi Haojia remarked, stroking his chin while casting an intentional glance at Yi Suifeng. Grandmaster Shi, perhaps you should concern yourself more with your own Pingyang prefecture, Jian Xingqiuan advised quietly. Aha. Shi Haojia laughed heartily. My son, Shi Chong, with the beast spirit of the mountain giant, fears not the Xian magnetic. His face brimmed with pride. The fourth tier, fifth level beast spirit warrior, Shi Chong, was the favored contender for victory. Jian Xingqiuan snorted, remaining silent, though internally anxious. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for Yi Xiaoxiao. However, he was not worried about her defeat, but rather concerned that if she were to lose, it might provoke the ire of his companion, leading to disastrous consequences. He stole a glance at Yi Suifeng, who remained languid, his expression unchanged. Jian Xingqiuan, with a troubled heart, redirected his gaze to the arena. At this moment, Yi Xiaoxiao's monkey companion was ensnared by the gray substance, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. Shi Hong laughed triumphantly. Yi Xiaoxiao gazed at her fallen companion, letting out a soft sigh, yet a smile crept across her lips. In that case, let me show you what I have been contemplating lately. Uncle, do pay attention, she declared, standing firm, no longer utilizing the void gate, as she turned her gaze toward the distant high platform. As her body was drawn into the gray vortex, she vanished completely. Oh no. Jian Xingqiuan gasped in alarm. Monkey girl, no. Yi Xiaoxiao's supporters looked on in terror, yet Yi Suifeng wore a subtle smile. So it is, he mused. This young lady possesses a commendable understanding of the dream void. The entire Pingyang Grand Arena fell silent, all anxiously awaiting the outcome of the battle. What has become of that girl? Suddenly, an otherworldly aura emanated from the gray vortex on the stage. In an instant, a massive white flower emerged from the vortex, slowly unfurling. It boasted 6 petals, seamlessly connected. Upon blooming, the petals were adorned with a net-like pattern of black lines, while the center was an abyssal black, resembling the depths of a chasm, beautiful yet eerie. That is, the celestial flower? A knowledgeable observer gasped, and a chill swept through the crowd. The celestial flower. A nightmarish bloom representing eternal dread. How could such a thing appear here? That was Yi Xiaoxiao's voice. Instantly, the arena was inundated with countless gigantic celestial flowers, enveloping the entire stage, including the terrified Shi Hong. Everyone was profoundly captivated by this enchanting scene. However, Yi Suifeng suddenly turned his gaze towards the heavens. Beyond the void, an extraordinarily formidable force was drawing near. The great celestial deity? Has he arrived earlier than expected? Chapter 84, The Rose in the Grand Arena of Pingyang. On the arena, countless celestial roses bloom in resplendent glory. Accompanied by a gentle breeze, a faint fragrance wafts through every corner of the grand arena. Gradually, some who possess ordinary cultivation begin to lose focus. Some are inexplicably elated, while others seem to plunge into profound terror. On the high platform, Shirhaojie also caught a whiff of this floral aroma. Frowning, he waved his hand, summoning a fierce wind to disperse the scent of the celestial roses. Yet, after a brief clarity, the fragrance began to permeate once more. Shirhaojie furrowed his brow. If this continued, the spectators would once again be ensnared in dreams. All right. I declare the winner of this match to be the monkey girl, Yi Xiaoxiao, he finally announced aloud. However, the celestial roses on the stage remained enchanting. Jian Pavilion Master, please make her cease, or I shall take matters into my own hands. Shirhaojie spoke with a grave tone, his gaze shifting towards Yi Suifeng. At this moment, Yi Suifeng finally diverted his attention from the heavens. He was now certain that, just moments ago, an entity with an unusually peculiar aura had appeared above the arena. Lurking behind the veil of void, observing the unfolding events. Could it be a great celestial deity? Yi Suifeng pondered, for in his perception, the being seemed to possess only the strength of the mid-stage tribulation. According to the ancient texts, the power of a great celestial deity should far exceed this. He decided to wait and observe. After all, the great celestial deity would descend following the climactic battle. Lord Yi Look, Jian Xingquan, noticing Yi Suifeng's inaction, could not help but remind him. If Shirhaojie truly took to the field, the stakes would transcend mere victory or defeat. Xiao, I see it now, Yi Suifeng replied. He understood that this girl had been waiting for his cue. After all, she had painstakingly developed such an extraordinary ability and surely wished to showcase it before him. As his words fell, the celestial roses on the arena suddenly began to wither and shrink at an astonishing speed, ultimately vanishing completely. All that remained was a purple-haired girl holding a brick and Shirhaojie, who lay prone on the ground, her head bloodied. Hee. Yi Xiaoxiao chuckled triumphantly at the high platform, as if to say, see how impressive I am. Ultimately, upon the referee's declaration, Yi Xiaoxiao emerged victorious in the first round of the climactic battle. Many exchanged bewildered glances. They had not witnessed how Yi Xiaoxiao had defeated Shirhaojie, especially since she had appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. Yet, upon seeing Shirhaojie being carried away, her face marred by an unmistakable expression of terror, some began to realize. Perhaps the sudden appearance of the celestial roses was not coincidental. So the monkey girl is indeed the celestial rose. Someone exclaimed loudly. This assertion swiftly spread throughout the arena, soon transforming into a resounding chorus of cheers. Celestial, 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 they shouted, expressing their affirmation and admiration for Yi Xiaoxiao. Through her own efforts, she had triumphed over formidable adversaries and gained the approval of her uncle. Most importantly, she could finally shed the title of Monkey Girl. Congratulations on your initial victory, the wolf girl said with a smile nearby. You'll do just fine, Yi Xiaoxiao responded with a grin. Suddenly, a thought struck her. By the way, Sister Wolf, did you drink the first-tier celestial liquid we obtained a few days ago? Her large eyes sparkled with curiosity. The wolf girl shook her head, saying, such a treasure of the world cannot be consumed lightly. I need to find an appropriate moment to immerse myself. Clear my spirit platform, and be devout. All right, no need to elaborate. As long as you didn't drink it, I'm relieved. Yi Xiaoxiao interrupted her reverence for the celestial liquid, feeling a bit disappointed for some reason. So it's only me who drank the foot-washing water. Shaking her head, Yi Xiaoxiao produced a small vial and handed it to the wolf girl, mysteriously saying, Sister Wolf, you should sell that bottle of celestial liquid. The contents inside are far superior. The wolf girl was taken aback. She had believed the celestial liquid was the ultimate treasure of this world. Could there be something even stronger? With confusion, she opened the vial slightly. Instantly, an overwhelming fragrance enveloped her. The aroma invigorated her senses, causing her blood to surge with renewed vigor. The wolf girl quickly resealed the vial, her expression complex. She could sense that the contents bore a resemblance to the first-tier celestial liquid, but the energy contained within was tenfold stronger. Xiaoxiao, what is this? The wolf girl could not help but inquire. Fear not, it's not something too precious. We use this at home for cooking. Yi Xiaoxiao waved her hand dismissively. She worried the wolf girl might perceive it as overly valuable and return it to her. The wolf girl fell silent, first producing an inner core from an 8th-grade beast, then casually presenting a liquid even more potent than the celestial liquid, claiming it was for cooking. Xiaoxiao, what kind of family do you come from? The ultimate battle of the Divine Gift Conference was still fiercely underway. After the initial bout, Yu Xiaoxiao faced two more opponents, one of whom was a favored contender. Shiri Gon from the Great Celestial Alliance. However, within the Nightmare Realm constructed by the Celestial Roses, none could successfully escape. Yu Xiaoxiao achieved a flawless victory, advancing into the top 10. Hu Rong from Wambao Pavilion and the Wolf Girl also made it through, winning convincingly, while Hu Rong was already among the most favored contenders. The Wolf Girl's performance was unexpectedly strong, even surprising Jian Xingqiuan, the pavilion master. Yet only the Wolf Girl knew the terrifying benefits she had gained from the inner core of the Icefield Wolf King. She felt immense gratitude towards Yu Xiaoxiao. But who could have foreseen that in the first battle for the qualification to ascend to the Divine Realm, she would face Yu Xiaoxiao? Ultimately, in the first match of the qualifying battle, the Wolf Girl, Xiang Xiyue, faced off against the Monkey Girl, Yu Xiaoxiao. The host announced loudly, "It is the celestial Yu Xiaoxiao. Damn it, you dare to spout nonsense and insult my idol." The host had not anticipated that a mere title could incite such fervor among the crowd. They had been the loudest cheerers just moments ago. Nevertheless, he quickly corrected himself and fled the platform. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yu Xiaoxiao and the Wolf Girl ascended the arena. "Sister Wolf, we meet again," Yu Xiaoxiao said with a smile. "Let us unleash our full strength and engage in a thrilling battle." The Wolf Girl smiled in response, then assumed a combat stance. "Sister Wolf," Yu Xiaoxiao suddenly became serious, gazing intently at the Wolf Girl, and said earnestly, "I hope you will give it your all." The Wolf Girl was taken aback. Then her expression turned helpless. This girl was far too clever. She had discerned that the Wolf Girl intended to hold back. Throughout their time together, she had genuinely grown fond of this innocent and spirited younger sister. A mere qualification for the Divine Realm seemed not so significant after all. "Truly, Sister Wolf," Yu Xiaoxiao reiterated, "my lord is watching me from the stands. I don't wish for him to think I have used some other means to reach this point. He wants to see my efforts. I, too, wish for him to witness my dedication." Faced with Yu Xiaoxiao's unwavering resolve, the Wolf Girl remained silent for a moment before finally readjusting her combat stance. "Then let us begin." Her eyes radiated an icy blue luminescence, while the black tattoos upon her skin seemed to rise and dissipate like mist. "Yet, you must understand the harsh and tormenting conditions in which I was raised. The nightmares you conjure hold no sway over me." Yu Xiaoxiao gazed at the fiercely intimidating Wolf Maiden and suddenly broke into a smile. "Who said that I am only capable of crafting nightmares?" With a gentle snap of her fingers, a colossal blossom erupted from beneath the Wolf Maiden's feet. Its petals, a pristine white tinged with a hint of emerald green, cradled the Wolf Maiden at the very heart of the flower. The intoxicatingly pure fragrance enveloped the arena in an instant. A subtle smile graced Yu Suifeng's lips. The greenish-white rose is indeed a rare sight. Chapter 85, The Arrival of the Great Celestial Deity. Bang. 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 A dilapidated wooden door was being violently pounded from the outside. Dust from the wall above cascaded down in response to the force of the blows. In the corner of the room, a small girl, seemingly no more than 3 or 4 years old, clutched a deformed wolf pillow tightly in her arms. Her hair was unkempt and filthy, and her tiny eyes were filled with confusion and a lingering trace of unshakable fear. The relentless knocking continued, the assailant appearing to grow increasingly impatient. "Please, don't do this. That is our child." Suddenly, a woman's voice faintly echoed from outside the door. The girl's eyes brightened momentarily as she whispered, "Mama. She is a calamity. She is a harbinger of disaster." A man roared in anger. "No, we must leave here today. Please spare her. She is my only daughter." The woman pleaded, her voice thick with sorrow. "Impossible. The village elder has decreed that she must be sacrificed to the mountain god, or our village will face relentless misfortune." The man's refusal was emphatic, and the pounding on the door grew more frenzied. "I cannot allow you to take her. Absolutely not." The woman seemed to lose her sanity, and soon the sounds of a fierce struggle erupted. But quickly, with a loud thud, silence enveloped the scene outside the door. The little girl trembled, instinctively clutching her wolf pillow tighter. Suddenly, the door was forcefully smashed open, crashing to the ground and splintering into several pieces, sending dust swirling through the air. A burly man stood in the doorway, wielding a bloodied axe, his furious gaze fixed upon the girl in the corner. The girl's expression was vacant as she peered beyond the man, catching sight of a woman lying on the ground, drenched in blood, lifeless and devoid of vitality. "Mama," she murmured again. With a grotesque grimace, the man advanced, the bloodied axe poised directly in front of the girl, still dripping with crimson. The girl gazed up, her small stature only allowing her to see the man's abdomen. "Ada?" A massive hand descended from above. Splat. A fountain of blood splattered against the mud-covered wall, slowly trickling down, transforming into a macabre mural of red. Moments later, the girl emerged from a lowly dwelling, her hands stained with blood, soaking the now severed wolf pillow. She walked forward in a daze, aimlessly. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted into her nostrils, gradually clearing her vision. As she surveyed her surroundings, she discovered an expanse of blooming green and white roses, stretching infinitely. The wolf maiden crossed her arms and chuckled lightly. Before her, the flower branches swayed, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into a young girl with long, purplish-red hair. Yi Xiao Xiao. I told you, nightmares have no power over me. The wolf maiden shrugged. Yi Xiao Xiao regarded her with a complex expression, gently shaking her head. No, I intended to grant you a beautiful dream. The wolf maiden paused, then nonchalantly replied. It matters not to me. Illusions cannot harm me. But they can harm her, can't they? Yi Xiao Xiao pointed behind her. The wolf maiden turned to see an ordinary woman smiling tenderly at her. The wolf maiden fell silent. You never spoke of this, Yi Xiao Xiao remarked. There is nothing to say. Consider it my inner demon, the wolf maiden replied. Yi Xiao Xiao sighed, then suddenly smiled. My parent once told me about it. They said that inner demons are challenging to deal with. Avoiding them only makes them cling tighter, while resisting them makes them grow stronger. The wolf maiden pondered for a moment before asking. And then? Yi Xiao Xiao shook her head. There is no and then. They mentioned it during a meal, and afterward. They went to sleep. The wolf maiden responded. So casually. I suddenly wished to meet your parent, the wolf maiden said. Yi Xiao Xiao's family was an enigma, and the key to that mystery likely lay with the parent she often mentioned. They have been quite busy lately and do not meet just anyone, Yi Xiao Xiao replied. Moreover, you must first find your way out with my help. The wolf maiden surveyed the endless sea of flowers and smiled, shaking her head. I concede. I admit I underestimated your control over this illusion. Here, I find no method to break free from it. Yi Xiao Xiao giggled. This is not an illusion, it is a dream. However, she did not intend to explain further, as her uncle had advised her never to reveal her secrets, even to those who were very close to her. Moments later, in the grand arena of Pingyang, amidst a colossal rose, the wolf maiden slowly opened her eyes, her gaze clear and serene. The spectators appeared puzzled, unaware of the events that had transpired. With the announcement of the results, they learned that the victor was Yi Xiao Xiao. In the subsequent rounds, Yi Xiao Xiao triumphed over every opponent, rising to the top. In the final battle, she defeated the renowned and seemingly invincible son of the gatekeeper, Shi Chong, claiming the first place, becoming the true dark horse of the Divine Gift Tournament. Regarding his son's defeat, Shi Haojia felt no regret. He believed that a few setbacks were beneficial for the youth. Moreover, he was aware that Yi Xiao Xiao was a disciple of the Southern Sect. How could she be anything less than extraordinary? The rankings were now established. Shi Haojia personally ascended the platform to construct a grand altar, adorned with meticulously selected precious offerings. He then commenced a ritual to the great celestial deity, striving to invoke its will. Yi Suifeng's consciousness remained locked in the skies. However, he felt disheartened as, beyond the void, there was no other presence or consciousness extending toward him, save for the already arrived tribulation phase being. Could it be that the great celestial deity was merely an illusion? The celestial deity descends. With Shi Haojia spreading his arms and shouting to the heavens, the winds and clouds above suddenly shifted. A colossal visage, imbued with profound majesty, gradually emerged in the sky, a bear's face. Countless auspicious clouds transformed into its flowing fur, rolling like waves. Its gaze was indifferent, looking down upon all beings. Bow before the great celestial deity. Shi Haojia was the first to kneel, and in the arena, nearly everyone, including those in other parts of Pingyang, humbly prostrated themselves on the ground. As the great celestial deity breathed, two streams of white mist erupted from its nostrils, rapidly spreading to engulf the entire Pingyang fortress. Then gradually descending, Yi Suifeng grasped a wisp of the mist, pinching it between his fingers. It was merely a diluted essence of spiritual energy, reduced thousands of times. Yet, for ordinary cultivators, it represented a tremendous blessing. They reveled in the rich spiritual energy, their hearts filled with gratitude, their heads bowing even deeper in reverence. Boom. Suddenly, a massive black bear paw descended from the heavens, palm facing down, crashing heavily onto the platform, nearly covering half its area. The paw slowly opened, revealing 10 crystal-clear small vials nestled within its palm. Chapter 86. Are you afraid? Yi Suifeng felt a profound sense of disappointment. Utterly disheartened, he had expected that this figure, revered in ancient texts and the very embodiment of faith in the eternal Winter Kingdom, would possess at least the pinnacle of strength in this realm. Yet, to his astonishment, a mere juvenile in the tribulation stage appeared. He had thought he had uncovered the mastermind behind it all. Gazing at the pitch-black bare paw that reached out from the void, it was indeed dark, but this black hand could hardly wield influence across the river of time. Senior. Look, that is the great celestial, Tianxuan exclaimed, his expression one of shock as he beheld the immense power descending from the heavens, his body trembling with anticipation. Yu Suifeng cast him a sidelong glance, at a loss for words. At this moment on the arena, Shi Haojia reverently cradled 10 glowing small vials in the palm of the great celestial. Aside from Yi Xiaoxiao and a few others, everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. The second-order celestial liquid. To them, it was a divine treasure. This is the blessing of the great celestial. You must be even more devout and diligent in your cultivation. Shi Haojia proclaimed, personally handing the second-order celestial liquid to each individual. Yu Xiaoxiao stealthily opened a vial to take a glance. Indeed, it was the very substance she had used for bathing. How miserly of the great celestial. The divine gift assembly, the top 3 contenders stepped forward. Suddenly, Shi Haojia bellowed. Shi Zhong and Ming Untu from the Great Celestial Alliance immediately took a step forward. Yi Xiaoxiao glanced over and hurriedly joined them. Lucky ones. Shi Haojia beamed with pride as he looked at his son, then turned to the other 2, declaring loudly, "Step onto the palm of the Great Celestial. He shall escort you to the divine realm." The others cast envious glances at them. The top 3 could be personally guided by the Great Celestial to cultivate within the divine abode. Such an opportunity might only arise once in a lifetime. Huarong's face was filled with bitterness. Having lost to Ming Untu by a single move, he had fallen to 4th place, forfeiting this invaluable chance. "Father, I shall not disappoint you." Shi Zhong bowed deeply to Shi Haojia, brimming with anticipation and excitement as he ascended the great celestial's palm. Ming Untu, after bidding farewell to his family, resolutely stepped forward as well. Yet Yu Xiaoxiao appeared conflicted, glancing frequently at the high platform. What should she do? To ascend or not? Senior? Jianxuan roused the contemplative Yu Suifeng. When will the great celestial take Miss Xiaoxiao away? Will you not bid her farewell? Jianxuan pointed to the center of the arena. Yu Suifeng responded with a peculiar smile. "Ah, of course I shall go." He rose and swiftly approached Yu Xiaoxiao. "Uncle." Yu Xiaoxiao exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his embrace. The others looked on with curiosity, and even the wolf girl regarded them with intrigue. This was the first time she had seen Yu Xiaoxiao's guardian. He seemed quite handsome, though nothing overly remarkable stood out. "Well done, keep up the good work. And do not fall too far behind your sisters," Yu Suifeng chuckled as he ruffled her hair. At that moment, Shi Haojia suddenly approached. "Sir Yi." He casually clasped his fists and said, "Your junior must depart. We cannot keep the great celestial waiting too long." Yu Suifeng raised his head. His indifferent gaze sent a shiver down Shi Haojia's spine. "He has only waited a short while. I have been waiting for him for over half a month." Yu Suifeng replied coolly, "Be cautious with your words, man of the Wanbao Pavilion." Shi Haojia's brow furrowed. He had often heard Jianxuan cautioning that this was a formidable individual from the southern Wanbao Pavilion, with a notoriously volatile temper, best not to provoke. For the sake of the safety of the Pingyang Pass, he had adhered to this advice, disregarding any lack of respect from this person. Yet now, he found himself insulted before the great celestial. Shi Haojia can no longer tolerate this. The great celestial is watching from above. Do not jeopardize your junior's future with careless words or invite trouble upon yourself, he admonished sternly. Yu Suifeng gently patted Yi Xiaoxiao's shoulder, suggesting she release him. He then advanced slowly. "As it happens, I wish to greet him." With that, he approached the great celestial's imposing black paw. "You may leave now. This place may not be safe for a while." Yu Suifeng addressed the 2 youths atop the paw. They were taken aback. How could there be any danger while they were in the great celestial's grasp? "You're outrageous." At that moment, Shi Haojia could no longer contain himself. The formidable aura of the harmonization stage erupted on the arena. He unleashed his most powerful move, a ferocious punch aimed at Yu Suifeng's back. However, Yu Suifeng did not even spare him a glance, merely waving his hand lightly. In an instant, Shi Haojia, already airborne, felt his pupils constrict. A chilling sense of life and death crisis surged from the depths of his soul. In that moment, he crossed his arms defensively in front of himself. Boom! A tremendous force erupted on the arena. A multitude of individuals, including Shi Haojia, were sent sprawling like petals scattered by the wind, crashing to the ground. In the blink of an eye, only Yu Sui Feng and Yu Xiaoxiao remained standing calmly on the arena. I said, leave. Yu Sui Feng stated flatly. Sure, Haojie. Lying on the ground, groaned and spat a mouthful of blood, his expression one of horror. Just moments ago. It felt as though he had been struck by an overwhelming force of nature. He had never felt such fear, even in the presence of the great celestial's will. My son. Sure, Haojie quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for his child. Soon, he realized that the others were in a similar plight, merely having been knocked off the arena without severe injury. Yet this realization only deepened Sure Haojie's terror. What kind of formidable individual could execute such precision in an instant? It's over. Jian Xingxuan slumped in his chair atop the platform. What should be done? He had indeed provoked this terrifying presence. Senior, what do you intend to do? He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the arena. At that moment, Yu Sui Feng stood before the bare paw, looking up at the imposing bare visage and grinned. What is the matter? Are you frightened? Chapter 87. The great deity is struck gazing at the imposing bare face above. Yu Sui Feng gently placed his hand on its massive paw. Let us have a conversation, he proposed. At this moment, the great deity appeared to finally succumb to rage. The slender hairs formed by the auspicious clouds began to darken ominously. A tremendous wrath cascaded down from that bare visage. It's over. The great deity is enraged. Sure Haojie's expression turned fearful, sensing that overwhelming power. The great deity was beyond reversal. He glanced at the human figure on the arena, pondering how one could endure the deity's fury. Either you descend, or I ascend. Yet, Yu Sui Feng maintained a serene demeanor, devoid of any fear. However, it seemed the great deity had no intention of descending. With a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, its long, wild fur billowed chaotically. Subsequently, the bare paw on the arena began to rise slowly. Yu Sui Feng shook his head lightly. Today, unless you clarify matters, you shall not depart. With that, he pressed down forcefully on the enormous paw, exerting a sudden, tremendous pressure. Boom! The seismic tremor disoriented those present, causing the entire arena to feel as if it had momentarily quaked. On the high platform, Jian Xingxuan was struck with horror. He witnessed Yu Sui Feng, with a single hand, force the great deity down, creating a massive indentation on the arena, from which countless delicate cracks radiated outward. Predecessor, are you truly going to confront the great deity head-on? Soon, the great deity responded with a fist resembling a mountain descending from the heavens, accompanied by a ferocious roar aimed at Yu Sui Feng on the arena. Feeling that power, Jian Xingxuan was nearly paralyzed with fear. This was a deity. How could a mere human withstand such force? Yet, Yu Sui Feng merely shook his head. Very well. Facing the colossal fist that obscured the sun, he too clenched his fist, aiming directly at it, and swiftly retaliated. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, sending a massive wave of energy outward in a circular shockwave, propelling those near the arena back dozens of meters. In the sky, the great deity's enormous face vanished, and a vast hole was blasted through the clouds. At the end of that gaping void, the fabric of reality shattered, forming a pitch-black abyss. Within that abyss, a comically adorable little bear stared vacantly, seemingly stunned. Yu Sui Feng beamed at the little bear, who then turned and fled. However, as it turned, it encountered a familiar figure standing before it. Speak, Yu Sui Feng commanded. Roar. The bear's body suddenly expanded, resembling a muscular giant, and a paw came crashing down. Yu Sui Feng countered with a swift backhand strike to its bare face. Bang! The void shattered, and the bear was sent hurtling out of existence, crashing heavily into the arena's center, once again creating a vast pit. Stars danced in the bear's eyes as it shook its head, only to behold the terrifying face that chilled its very core. Speak. Before it could react, a fist rapidly enlarged in its vision, striking it squarely in the face. The booming sounds echoed relentlessly as the bear's body obliterated the arena, flying out several dozen meters and carving a deep trench into the ground. Struggling to rise, the bear was met once more with a fist. Speak. Still not saying anything? I'll make you talk. Yu Sui Feng grasped the little bear, delivering punch after punch to its face. He controlled his strength, ensuring it was not fatal but delivered excruciating pain. The onlookers in the arena were utterly dumbfounded. This seemingly adorable little bear was, in fact, their great deity? And now, their great deity was being mercilessly pummeled by a human cultivator, tears and snot flowing freely, with no chance to retaliate. What on earth was happening? Their faith was crumbling rapidly with each of Yu Sui Feng's blows. Still not talking? Another punch struck the great deity's nose. The little bear could no longer contain itself, exclaiming, "Why don't you just ask?" The voice that emerged was unexpectedly childish. Yu Suifeng paused, retracting his fist, and observed the weeping bear. "Oh, I almost forgot to ask. Now, you may speak." With that, he lifted the bear by its fluffy ears and leaped into the sky, inadvertently taking along the bystander, Yi Xiao. The little bear felt a pang of sorrow. "Just because you forgot, I had to endure so many punches." A moment later, in a room, Yi Suifeng sat by the window, leisurely sipping tea. Two young maidens stood by, curiously eyeing the adorably comical little bear. "Is this really the great deity?" Yi Xiao exclaimed incredulously. Who would have thought the great deity could be so cute? A colorful bird's head peered out from Yi Xiao's shoulder, watching the bear with hostility, as if worried about its own position. "I'm asking you a question," Yi Suifeng said coolly. The bear's expression changed as it hastily replied. "I am the great deity, no. Wait, I'm not the great deity. What is the great deity anyway?" The three exchanged glances, bewildered. "Are you speaking in riddles?" Yi Suifeng turned to face the bear, which immediately appeared on the verge of tears, shouting, "I truly don't know what the great deity is. I was merely invited by the Eternal Winter Emperor to complete a task. It turned out there was indeed a bear den within the Eternal Winter Emperor's realm. They resided in a secret domain, each one exceptionally powerful, possessing terrifying strength akin to that of human cultivators in the tribulation stage from birth. The mightiest among them had nearly touched the ceiling of this world. Every 3 years, the Eternal Winter Emperor would visit this secret domain, requesting a selection of bears to undertake a guiding mission. This little bear was participating for the first time, unaware of the folk moniker Great Deity. "I've shared all I know," the bear said weakly, feeling desolate. Everything was fine until this formidable individual suddenly appeared, relentlessly beating it. Had it known, it would have never accepted this task. After hearing this, Yi Suifeng took a deep breath. He had not been mistaken. This so-called great deity was indeed a ruse to deceive the masses, orchestrated by the human cultivator known as the Eternal Winter Emperor. "Very well," Yi Suifeng turned, revealing a white leaf with a flick of his finger. "Do you recognize this?" The bear stared blankly at Yi Suifeng. "That is a leaf from the tree above my house." "How do you have this?" Yi Suifeng raised an eyebrow. "The Enlightenment Tree, is it your family's residence? Perhaps the tales inscribed in that ancient tome were indeed true. Where is your home?" Yi Suifeng inquired. "In the secret domain," the bear replied. "Where is the secret domain?" "Oh," the bear scratched its arm, saying, "It's located behind the palace in the Eternal Winter Emperor's city. If you wish to go, I can guide you." Yi Suifeng fell silent for a moment. "All right then, let us journey there together."